In the early spring, the evening in Dongha village still carried a slight chill. Outside a small courtyard with a mud wall, a group of women gathered, watching inside and whispering among themselves. Jalu has a way. She forced young Master Cui to marry her. That's right. Who asked her to be so shameless? She followed young Master Cui and even jumped into the river when no one was around. If her family hadn't owed the Cui family a favor, young Master Cui wouldn't have saved her, let alone married her. Exactly. Even if young Master Cui ended up in our countryside, he's still a handsome man. But it's a pity he's unwell. Jumping into the river in this cold spring weather to save someone seems to have made his condition worse. He's been coughing ever since. Sure, young Master Cui is good-looking, but I heard he's done something wrong and offended some noble people in the capital. Jalu is just foolish. She likes him because he's handsome. If more girls in the village liked young Master Cui, no one would dare to marry him. Yes, life is more important. Everyone, keep your voices down. Today is a happy day for young Master Cui and Jalu. It's getting late, so go home quickly. Jalu sat on the bed, listening to the village women outside, then removed her veil. She looked at the simple house before her clear eyes clouded with a faint mist. By absorbing a bit of memory from this body, she understood that she had traveled again. In her previous life, she lived in ancient times. After her death, she traveled to a modern world with advanced technology. Now, she had returned to ancient times again, but in a different era. She had become a 15-year-old girl from the countryside named Jalu. Her past self seemed to have been traumatized as a child and not very smart. And her arrival coincided with her wedding scene. It seemed her previous self had accidentally seen Cui Hejin and thought he was very handsome, so she tried every means to marry him. The Jiang family loved Jalu. Last year, Cui Leofuren went to town to sell eggs. When she returned in a snowstorm, she fell into the river. Jalu's mother jumped in to save her. Because of this life-saving act, plus some tricks her past self used, she successfully married Cui Hejin. For some reason, when she searched her memory, she found her impression of Cui Hejin's appearance was very blurry, as if a fog covered her eyes, making it hard to see clearly. Only his figure gave her a strange sense of familiarity. Cough, cough. As Jalu was pondering about something, a cold, frost-like cough sounded repeatedly. Soon after, the door creaked open and a tall, slender man like a bamboo walked in from outside. When Jalu looked toward the door following the sound, she immediately saw a noble-looking man who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. He wore a red robe, coming against the glow of the red candles inside the room. His slender figure and refined features were strikingly beautiful, like a painting, with eyes as clear as autumn water. His cold, ink-black eyes had a mesmerizing, captivating power when they looked at people. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 but exuded an unexplainable aura that seemed to come from within. Even though he wore red, he seemed to carry the chill of snow and wind, with a faint, fresh fragrance on him, like sandalwood or ink from calligraphy and paintings. His presence was out of place with the cozy room decor. He would look better in moon-white clothes. Realizing this thought, Jalu's expression froze. Suddenly, a vague memory from her past life in ancient times flooded her mind, slowly unfolding like a painting. Her heart trembled uncontrollably, and her body stiffened. A wave of sour, swelling emotion rose in her chest, and tears welled up in her eyes, uncontrollable. It was him. Whenever Jalu thought about her past life, her heart ached painfully. In that life, she owed him. He could have been a famous and respected minister, but to protect her and get her out of prison, he made a terrible mistake. He was branded with shame, condemned to eternal suffering, and ultimately executed by slow slicing, taking his entire family with him. After her death and her rebirth, she often wondered if, from the very beginning, she hadn't provoked someone so good. Would he still have been executed? Would he have suffered through the pain of each cut? He was so kind and good. Many memories she dared not to think about. As Jiangji Luo looked deeply at Cui Hejin, tears blurred her vision, and she was overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, Cui Hejin was also looking at the bed. This was the first time he truly saw her. The girl was dressed in a bright red wedding gown, sitting quietly. Her appearance was pure and gentle, like a secluded orchid in a quiet valley. But her delicate, glass-like eyes seemed to hold a faint mist, shimmering like water. Cui Hejin's cold expression softened slightly. His clear and gentle voice sounded, "Since you have become my wife, I will take responsibility for you. I will give you the respect a wife deserves, but I am sorry, I cannot give you anything else." His voice was like a mountain stream, soft, cool, and enchanting, easily stirring the heart but also capable of awakening one suddenly. Jiangji Luo took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and with a slightly hoarse voice, said, "Yes, I know. Before we married, you told me it was my own choice to marry you. You don't need to feel burdened." In her previous life, she was eager to marry Cui Hejin, and he kindly explained his family background and situation, saying he might not be able to give her love. But she ignored his words and pushed him forcefully, forcing him to marry her. In her past, she owed him and caused him trouble. This time, she would not let him be uncomfortable again. Cui Hejin's expression moved slightly. When he looked down at her, his beautiful eyes shimmered with a deep, mysterious color. His eyes slightly lifted at the corners, shining with a dazzling, captivating light. He seemed unwell, coughing softly, cough, cough. Concerned that his words might be inappropriate, Jiangji Luo softly said, "What I mean is, since we are already married, let's just leave it at that for now. I will be a good wife to you. If one day the time is right, and you want to end this relationship, we can part ways." Based on her memories, she knew that once he was married, he also wanted his mother to be at ease. In this ancient world, if a man was not married by 18, his parents would worry. Their family was very poor now, and being married also made it easier for her to care for him and repay her debts. At least, she would feel better knowing she had returned what she owed. If she paid back everything she owed, perhaps one day she could leave freely without psychological burden. Cui Hejin sighed softly. Why does it have to be like this? Jiangji Luo's lips twitched slightly. She couldn't say she wasn't her previous self. Waking up like this, she could only live as this person for now. After a moment of silence, Cui Hejin said, "This isn't fair to you." Jiangji Luo blinked her clear eyes and looked seriously at Cui Hejin, saying, "How can one know the happiness of fish if they are not a fish?" Cui Hejin's cold eyes shimmered with a faint, thoughtful glow, as if lost in thought. Jiangji Luo steadied her mind, made her thoughts clear, and looked at Cui Hejin, who was still standing nearby, and said, "You must be tired too. Please sit down first." Jiangji Luo said as she took off the hair ornament and let her hair down, feeling a bit more relaxed. Cui Hejin did not sit on the bed, but instead sat at the table beside the bed. Even while sitting, his back was straight like a bamboo, and he carried an air of dignity and grace. The air around him seemed a little cold. After sitting for a while, he couldn't help but cough repeatedly. His weak and fragile appearance made people worry just to look at him. Jiangji Luo's brow furrowed tightly. She softly said, "I know some medical skills. Maybe I can check on you first." In her previous life, she didn't know medicine, but she guessed Cui Hejin hadn't had much contact with her before and didn't know her well, so showing her skills probably wouldn't raise suspicion. However, right now, she didn't have acupuncture tools or medicine supplies. Even helping someone with their health was difficult without proper tools. Cui Hejin replied calmly, "It's okay." Though just 2 words, his whole body radiated a distant and guarded feeling, as if he was naturally wary of others. Hearing this, Jiangji Luo didn't step forward. Even without checking his pulse, she could tell he was suffering from a cold and was weak. From her previous life's memories, she knew Cui Hejin was exiled from the capital to this northern cold land. It seemed that over a year ago, Cui's family got into trouble and Cui Hejin almost died in prison. Later, he was exiled for thousands of miles. It's clear he endured much hardship, and surviving was no easy feat. After being exiled here, he still had to serve in the military. A few months ago, for some unknown reason, the emperor pardoned some people and issued new orders, which allowed him to escape his status as a criminal. Jiangji Luo wondered whether her space was still there. As she thought this, her consciousness suddenly entered her mental space. She saw the space before her and felt excited. Unexpected, my space has come with me. But why has my space become so small? In the past, her space had hundreds of acres of land, along with a pharmacy and grain storage buildings nearby. Before, the spiritual spring in my space was a river. Why is it now just a small pond? Yes, Jiangji Luo discovered her space was now only 1 acre, with a small pond beside it and an empty little house, completely empty inside. Master, Master. A cute voice sounded softly. Jiangji Luo saw a spirit pet, a small fairy made of spiritual energy, appear before her. A loving smile appeared on Jiangji Luo's face as she said, "Little Blue, you came along too?" "Yes, wherever the owner is, I will be there. I am the owner's space, belonging to the owner." Little Blue is about the size of a small bird. Since it is a space spirit consciousness, made of spiritual energy, and has a blue hue, Jiangji Luo has always called her Little Blue. It gently landed on Jiangji Luo's shoulder, nuzzling her neck in a cute way. Jiangji Luo chuckled softly, feeling adorable, and said, "Little Blue, why has my space become like this? Why is it so small now?" Little Blue explained, "It's because the owner came to this world. But the space will upgrade, so don't worry." "How does it upgrade?" Jiangji Luo asked. Little Blue obediently explained, "The owner has a wood-type special ability. You can absorb the spiritual energy from natural plants and trees, and the space will upgrade. The land will expand, the pond will widen into a river, the wooden house will grow bigger, and things you need will appear." Listening to this, Jiangji Luo felt relieved. In ancient times, it was easier to absorb spiritual energy from plants and trees than in modern technology. Based on her previous memories, the nearby villages were built along the mountains, and there were several vast forests behind them. After chatting with Jiangji Luo for a while, Little Blue yawned and said, "Master, I am very sleepy. I need to sleep for a while." Jiangji Luo knew that Little Blue was a space spirit consciousness, and since the space had become like this, Little Blue was also very weak and needed rest. "Rest assured, I will gather more spiritual energy from plants and trees to wake you up. You're the best, Master. Little Blue loves you the most." Jiangji Luo gently stroked her round head with a smile. After Little Blue disappeared into sleep, Jiangji Luo quickly withdrew her consciousness from the space. If she wanted to operate planting or other activities inside the space, she needed her body to enter the space. But if she was just checking the space, her consciousness was enough. Because Cui Hejin was still in the room, Jiangji Luo couldn't enter the space immediately. She couldn't reveal its existence. At this moment, Cui Hejin was sitting at the table. He had a book in his hand, which he was reading carefully, though she didn't know where he got it from. Jiangji Luo walked over, took a water jug nearby, poured a glass of water, and placed it in front of Cui Hejin, saying, "Drink some water first." The water looked like it was poured from the jug, but in fact, it was spiritual spring water taken from her space. Drinking water is good for Cui Hejin's health. Cui Hejin looked at the glass of water in front of him and politely said, "Thank you." Jiangji Luo watched him slowly and softly said, "The doctor said that if you're not feeling well, drinking more water can help you recover faster." Cui Hejin wasn't thirsty, but the girl in front of him blinked her clear eyes and looked at him with hopeful anticipation. It seemed that if he didn't drink, she would stay there all the time. Thinking that she was now his little wife, Cui Hejin sighed softly and sighed. He stretched out his long, elegant fingers, gently took the water glass, and drank from it. Jiangji Luo stood beside the table. She was quite close to Cui Hejin and watched his lips, which had a charming pink hue like cherry blossoms, as he drank. When he drank water, his throat moved, and his cold, restrained aura carried a tempting charm. Just that simple movement seemed enough to easily stir people's hearts. What a charming rogue, Jiang Luo thought to herself, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she looked away. She was afraid that if she kept watching, her body might lose control and become dry and parched. That was an instinctive reaction. After Cui Hejin finished drinking, he placed the glass on the table. Jiang Luo glanced at him and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw he was done. She guessed that drinking the spiritual spring water made his body feel better. Since she had just traveled here and her body had been through a lot that day, she was feeling a bit tired. She softly said, I'm going to sleep now. If you're tired, you can go to bed too. Don't worry, I sleep inside and you sleep outside. I sleep very well and won't disturb you. Don't think about sleeping on the ground. It's still early spring, and sleeping on the floor in this cold weather isn't good for your health. You probably don't want your mother to worry. After saying this, Jiang Luo didn't care about Cui Hejin's reaction. She took off her shoes and coat, then went inside, covered herself with a quilt, and fell asleep. She was so sleepy, she couldn't keep her eyes open. With a mindset of accepting whatever comes, Jiang Luo felt at peace. Moreover, only she and Cui Hejin were in the room. She trusted him naturally and was completely unguarded. Besides, Cui Hejin had just expressed that they were nominal husband and wife. He couldn't give her love or anything else. So, he naturally wouldn't do anything to her. Thinking this way, Jiang Luo lay down and relaxed, soon falling into a gentle sleep, the room filled with soft breathing. The next morning, by mid-morning, sunlight was streaming through the window into the room. Jiang Luo was still groggy and felt that her bed was a bit hard. She wondered when her foam mattress had become so firm. There was a slight chill in the air. She remembered that her villa was well heated throughout the winter, so why was it cold now? When Jiang Luo woke up, she saw the small, simple dirt room with bare walls. Only then did she realize she had traveled here yesterday. She remembered that yesterday was the day she married Cui Hejin. According to tradition, she should get up early this morning to see the old lady. Jiang Luo hurriedly got up, dressed, and left the room. In the yard, Cui's mother, Cui Lao Fu Ren, who was also Cui Hejin's mother, was tidying up. Hearing the noise, she turned around and saw Jiang Luo awake. She smiled kindly and said, Luo, you're awake. I'll fetch some water for you to wash up. Breakfast is warm in the pot. When you're done washing, you can eat. As she spoke, Cui Lao Fu Ren moved her legs, which weren't very steady, and headed toward the kitchen to scoop water from the well. Jiang Luo didn't expect Cui Lao Fu Ren to look so gentle and kind, speaking softly and softly. She also noticed that Cui Lao Fu Ren didn't seem upset about her sleeping so long. Instead, she was eager to take care of herself. In her previous life, she knew that many older women in ancient times set strict rules for daughters-in-law and expected them to take care of themselves, not the other way around. Moreover, the old lady in front of her looked very much like the grandmother from her past life, which made her feel a sense of familiarity. Jiang Luo snapped back to her senses and said, Mother, you don't need to take care of me. I can do it myself. Your health isn't good. Don't tire yourself out. Cui Lao Fu Ren looked at her obedient and gentle daughter-in-law and felt a deep fondness. Because of what had happened to the Cui family and the harshness of exile, her heart was heavy and sad. Now, seeing her son married, she felt a bit more at ease. She smiled softly, her voice gentle and weak, and said, It's okay. I'm not tired. You and Hejin are married now. I'm happy about that, and it makes me feel more at peace. Jiang Luo looked at Cui Lao Fu Ren's thin, frail body, her pale hair, and her face and hands chapped from winter labor, dressed in thin clothes. She felt a little uncomfortable inside. But even now, despite the difficult conditions of the Cui family, Cui Lao Fu Ren still loved cleanliness. Her patched clothes were washed until they shone clean. She knew that Madame Cui also came from a top noble family, the Hongnong Yang family. She was the legitimate daughter of the Yang family, raised in luxury and wealth. She married Duke Cui and became the Duchess, so she probably never suffered much hardship. However, after the Duke's estate fell into disgrace, she learned to farm vegetables, raise chickens, and cook meals. She didn't complain about the hardships. Jalu could imagine how tough it was. Mother, our days will get better in the future. Yes, they will. While Jalu was washing up, Madame Cui took the hot breakfast out of the pot and placed it on the table, encouraging her to eat while it's still warm. After washing up, Jalu sat at the table, looking at the boiled egg, white steamed bun, and wild vegetable meatballs in her bowl.
She felt a little sad.
Last night, she merged her memories from her previous life and knew that this family was very poor. They only had 3 mud houses, no wall around a yard, just a small fence enclosing the courtyard. In such a place, eggs and white flour meals were precious and usually unaffordable for farmers. Even if they ate coarse grain porridge, it was only enough to fill their stomachs. They mostly drank thin, watery porridge made from mixed grains, which was barely nutritious and left them hungry soon after. Despite this, Madame Cui had cooked such a breakfast for her. Jalu looked at Madame Cui and asked, "Mother, did you and husband, did you eat?" Madame Cui smiled gently and said, "Yes, we ate. You should eat now while it's hot. Don't go hungry."
Hejin went to the town.
We saved some eggs and dug up some wild mushrooms. He plans to sell them at the market. He probably won't come back for lunch, but he'll be back before dinner. Jalu had just seen a chicken coop in the yard, where 2 hens were kept. The eggs laid by the hens were saved to sell in town to help the family. Selling eggs could help support the household. Looking at the boiled egg in her bowl, Jalu felt a twinge of guilt. Her body was thin, with a small appetite, and she couldn't eat much. But her body was also a bit weak. According to her memory, she had been sick as a child, so her health had never been good. This couldn't go on. The space around her had nothing to offer for food or supplies. She planned to go up the mountain to look around. Even if she didn't find anything, she could at least gather some herbs and plants to absorb spiritual energy. Once her body gained strength, she would be able to do more things. Mrs. Cui looked at Jalu lost in thought and gently urged, "Jalu, eat quickly. Eat while it's hot." To Mrs. Cui, eggs are the most nutritious and best food right now. She was reluctant to eat herself, but was willing to give them to Jalu. Feeling warm inside, Jalu finished her breakfast. After eating, she helped tidy up and said, "Mother, I think I've eaten enough and am not hungry. I want to go for a walk up the mountain." Mrs. Cui hesitated, unsure how to persuade her. She softly said, "Jalu, the mountain is dangerous. Villagers usually don't go deep into the mountains. Although the poisonous snakes are hibernating now, there are big wild animals and black bears." Seeing Jalu's determined expression, Mrs. Cui could only say, "If you really want to go, I'll go with you." Jalu shook her head and said, "Mother, I'll just walk around the fields and look at the foot of the mountain. Don't worry, I won't go deep into the mountain. I'll come back early this afternoon." Mrs. Cui still worried about Jalu. Her son had a cold and tough personality, and it was rare to have a gentle wife. She couldn't afford for anything to happen to her. Most families in the village were poor, and marrying a wife wasn't easy. Their family didn't even have a proper house. The one they lived in was borrowed temporarily from the village leader. Most families needed a lot of bride price, sometimes a silver coin or 2. Since Jalu and her family were kind and her parents good people, they thought as long as Jalu was happy, they wouldn't ask for much. But the bride price still needed to be paid. Mrs. Cui used her savings to give some money, even if it was just a few copper coins. That was money she had saved from embroidery and sewing sachets and handkerchiefs day and night. Staying up late also cost oil for the lamp. They had spent some silver on their journey and illness. Thinking of these things, Mrs. Cui felt anxious inside. Fortunately, her son was married, and life seemed to have some hope. "Mother, most people in the village are busy working in the fields now. I'll go to the foot of the mountain to look around. It's safe. I'll call out, and everyone in the village will hear me." Jalu assured Mrs. Cui several times and didn't let her come along. She carried her basket and left. Of course, Ji Luo couldn't take Mrs. Cui with her. She wanted to go into the deep mountain to find some food. She just finished eating and looked at the grain jar. There was only a little coarse flour left, which would be used up in a few days. She couldn't let the family go hungry. She needed to find a way to get more food and earn some silver. Since she wanted to compensate Cui Hejin and be kind to him, she also needed to care for his mother. She also planned to make a set of silver acupuncture needles. She would go to the blacksmith to have them made, which would probably be expensive. But even if they cost a lot, she wanted to make a set so she could help Cui Hejin heal his body. She also noticed that old lady Cui didn't seem very healthy and needed care. With acupuncture needles, she could also practice medicine later and earn some silver to support the family. Thinking about these things, Jiang Ji Luo quickly avoided the villagers working in the fields and entered the mountains. Inside the deep mountains, she took a deep breath and started absorbing the rich spiritual energy from the plants and trees. By absorbing this energy, she could sense the presence of nearby plants. However, because of her crossing over, her wood element supernatural ability was in its most basic form, so her sensing range was very limited. Even so, Jiang Ji Luo kept walking deeper, exploring and trying to find something.
Chives.
When she saw chives hidden among the bushes and plants, she was stunned. If she didn't recognize them as chives, she might have thought they were just weeds. It seems there are no chives here, and no one has ever eaten them, she muttered to herself. Then she put down her basket, dug up all the chives with their roots, and carried them away. In modern technology, she wouldn't think of chives as a treasure. But here, rarity makes things valuable. Since there are no chives here, if she can grow them, maybe she can start a small business? Thinking of chives, she imagined chive and egg pancakes, chive and egg rolls, and chive dumplings. I'll dig up all these chives and plant them in the yard. They can be harvested repeatedly and last through the summer. After busying herself for a while, she filled her basket and also planted some chives in her space's field. By the time it was late afternoon, she hadn't found anything else in the mountains. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Ji Luo decided it was best to head home. Otherwise, Mother will start to worry. I don't know if Cui Hejin has returned at this time. As she headed back, the sky was dark with thick clouds, and soon it started to drizzle lightly. Jiang Ji Luo was moving through the forest quickly, and she soon got soaked, her clothes damp. Walking in the rain made the forest difficult to traverse. She had gone deep into the woods, so it took her a while to come out. When she finally emerged, it was already quite dark. From afar, she saw that the fields at the foot of the mountain were empty, and smoke was rising from the village houses. Seeing this misty, rainy scene, Jiang Ji Luo felt her heart become calm and gentle. But when she came down from the mountain, she saw a person lying unconscious by the riverbank. At first, Jiang Ji Luo didn't want to get involved, but suddenly she remembered her dream from last night. After thinking for a moment, she decided she should help this person. She paused, walked over, turned the person over, and pressed firmly on her chest to perform CPR, injecting a wood element energy into her heart. Cough, cough. Soon, the person coughed out some water and woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the woman who had saved her. Her beautiful, clear face made her feel like she was seeing a fairy. She mumbled unconsciously, "Are you a fairy?" Jiang Ji Luo twitched her lips and said, "You're awake." "I'm not a fairy. Don't worry, you're still alive." The woman then slowly regained her senses, supported herself to sit up, and said weakly, "It was you who saved me." Jiang Ji Luo nodded. "You floated in the water for quite a while, almost out of breath. If it had been anyone else, they probably couldn't have saved her." It was her ability with wood element powers, which included healing, that allowed her to save this woman's life. The woman, Jian Yunin, looked at Jiang Ji Luo gratefully and said, "Thank you for saving me. You are my lifesaver. I will repay you." Jiang Ji Luo replied, "I don't save people for nothing. So you should stay alive and be strong. Only then will you have the chance to repay kindness, right?" Jian Yunin was stunned, as if she had never met someone like her before. But she also felt a shock in her heart. Yes, she understood. She must live well. Jiangji Luo wasn't interested in others' stories and didn't ask many questions, but her dream told her that this person needed help, so she decided to save her. She knew that in her previous life, her dreams could sense danger and guide her to help others, which was very helpful. It seems her ability to dream still remains. Jian Yunin looked serious and said, "Don't worry, my father is a local official. If you need anything in the future, I will help you." Jiangji Luo looked calm and simply held her arm, saying, "It's so late, and we have nowhere to stay. I'll take you to the local official's house. They have the only ox cart in our village, which is convenient for taking you home. Don't worry, the women in our village are very kind." Jian Yunin felt a little more at ease. As Jiangji Luo helped Jian Yunin walk, her legs hurt, and she almost fell to the ground after a few steps. She was also panting heavily. Jiangji Luo gently set her down, carefully rolled up her pant leg, and saw bruises all over her leg. "Did someone hit you?" Jian Yunin's eyes reddened, but she forced herself not to cry.
Yes.
Seeing her young age, dressed with a woman's hair ornament, Jiangji Luo guessed what had happened. Women shouldn't be anyone's servant. You must learn to cherish yourself first. Think more about yourself. If you suffer injustice and lose your life, your caring family will be sad. Those who don't care about you won't be sad at all. Hearing this, Jian Yunin couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. She was afraid that if she returned home, her parents would be ashamed of her. "Thank you. May I ask your name, kind benefactor?" "My name is Jiangji Luo." As she spoke, Jiangji Luo squatted down and carried Jian Yunin on her back, then headed to the local official's house. Looking at the slender woman carrying her, Jian Yunin felt a warm feeling in her heart, and her nose felt a little sore. At that moment, she decided in her heart to treat Jiangji Luo well in the future.
Unklali, onzu.
I'm coming. A sturdy middle-aged woman quickly came out. Seeing Jiangji Luo and her back, both soaked through, she was surprised. "Ji Luo, what's going on?" Zhu Shi was the wife of the local official. Her family was from the neighboring village, and she had a very good relationship with Jiangji Luo's mother. She usually treated Jiangji Luo like her own daughter. Seeing their soaked appearance, she was very worried and scared. Jiangji Luo explained the main events. Zhu Shi then understood what had happened. Soon after, the local official and their 2 sons also came out. The village head knew what was happening. When he heard about the magistrate's daughter, he didn't hesitate. He quickly ordered his 2 sons to pull a cart and set up a rain cover so they could rush her to the magistrate's house. Jiangji Luo was mainly worried about Jian Yunin's injuries, which couldn't be delayed. They had no silver needles or herbs, so they couldn't prepare medicine. If Jian Yunin went home early, her parents would find a doctor to check her and apply medicine. "Your parents?" Jian Yunin understood Jiangji Luo's concern and gently explained, "My parents love me very much. They don't know about my condition." "That's good." The village had tidied up quickly, took his 2 sons, and Zhu Shi also came along. She was a woman and could help take care of Jian Yunin on the way. Worried that Jian Yunin might be scared, Zhu Shi also called a woman from the village to join them. Their village is close to the town, so it's quick to reach the county office. Nothing would be delayed. Jiangji Luo watched the cart disappear into the rain and fog, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Just as she was about to head home, she suddenly heard a call from the riverbank nearby. "Ji Luo! Ji Luo! Ji Luo, where are you?" It was old lady Cui's voice. Jiangji Luo hurriedly ran toward the sound and saw old lady Cui coming to find her. "Mother." Jiangji Luo ran quickly to her. Old lady Cui looked at Jiangji Luo, safe and sound, and hurried over. But because her feet slipped on the ground, she almost fell. Jiangji Luo quickly stepped forward to support her. She could see that old lady Cui was very thin, especially in the wind, as if she could be blown away with a gust. It made her feel sad. Old lady Cui didn't care about herself. She supported her with one hand on her oil paper umbrella and held her other hand, looking relieved. "You child, why didn't you come home so late? You scared me to death." Jiangji Luo felt warm inside and said, "Mother, I'm sorry. I made you worry. A family should support each other. There's no right or wrong about that. You're fine. That's what matters. Your clothes are all soaked. Let's go home quickly. I'll make some soup for you to warm up." Old Lady Cui also covered Jiangji Luo's head with the oil paper umbrella to shield her from the rain. Jiangji Luo looked at the torn piece of oil paper on her head and sighed. Does this family not even have an old, broken umbrella? When they got home, Old Lady Cui hurriedly brought a bowl of soup for Jiangji Luo to drink while it was hot. Then she used a towel to wipe her off. Jiangji Luo was not in a hurry to tidy up. She first put down her basket. Then she took out a bunch of chives and said, "Mother, I found these chives on the mountain. We can fry them for dinner, so we don't have to eat wild vegetables." Previously, she heard that Lady Cui and Cui Hejin often ate wild vegetables. Although it was raining outside and the sky was a bit dark, she could still see some things clearly. Lady Cui looked at the stuff in Jiangji Luo's basket and was momentarily stunned, feeling curious. "Ji Luo, isn't this just grass?" Lady Cui had only learned a little about farming from the women in the village over the past year. She could recognize some wild vegetables, but she wasn't an expert. Just looking at these, they seemed like ordinary weeds. Moreover, she had never seen such things even in the capital. Jiangji Luo explained gently, "Mother, these are vegetables. They are edible and can be used to make many delicious dishes. You can make chive pockets, buns, and dumplings. Mother, these are very tasty. Once you try them, you'll see. Tomorrow, when the rain stops, we'll plant these chives in the yard. We can keep eating them. Just cut a bunch, and they'll grow back quickly." Jiangji Luo patiently explained to Lady Cui, who then understood. "I didn't expect these to be vegetables. Luckily, I turned the soil in the yard early, thinking about planting some vegetables in spring. Just follow your advice. We'll grow chives in the yard." Seeing how much Lady Cui trusted her, Jiangji Luo smiled with a gentle, radiant glow, charming and beautiful. Her smile was bright like the sun, warming people's hearts. Lady Cui was moved and thought Zhang's girl was truly lively, not only pretty, but also elegant and refined, quite different from a rural girl. She had heard that the neighboring Shanning village was settled by people who fled famine over 10 years ago. Although her daughter-in-law was capable of getting food, Lady Cui's first concern was Jiangji Luo's health. "Forget about those for now. Come." Ji Luo, wipe off the rain, drink some soup to ward off the cold, and change into clean clothes in the inner room. Don't catch a cold. Jiangji Luo nodded without fuss. After tidying up, she came out of the house and then taught Lady Cui how to pick chives. She looked outside at the continuous rain and worriedly said, "Mother, I don't know how husband is doing. Will he get soaked in the rain?" Old Lady Cui replied, "It's okay. If it rains, he should be able to borrow an umbrella to come back." As she spoke, Old Lady Cui couldn't help but peek outside. She seemed calm, but was secretly worried inside. "Mother, should I go and meet husband?" Old Lady Cui shook her head and said, "It's raining, and we don't have an umbrella at home. Going out so suddenly isn't good if you get sick. Don't worry, Hejin will be fine. In the past, when it snowed, he would go to town and always come back safely. He will take care of himself." So Jiangji Luo and Old Lady Cui continued talking while she picked a large bunch of chives. Jiangji Luo scooped water from the basin to wash the chives. Old Lady Cui started a fire and steamed some plain white steamed buns that had been made earlier. In the past, Old Lady Cui wouldn't have used fine, white flour for buns. It was only because Hejin and Ji Luo had just married, and in the first few days, she wanted to make something nice. But the rice and flour in the jar were running low. In winter, heavy snow sealed the mountains, and they couldn't make much. They could only stay at home to eat and live. Even if mother and son saved a little, the small jar of food wouldn't last long. She hoped that today Hejin could sell the basket of eggs. If he managed to sell them smoothly, they might buy some coarse flour to make bread. Thinking about this, Old Lady Cui was busy with the fire but looked worried. After Jiangji Luo finished washing the chives, she thought for a moment and then said to Old Lady Cui, "Mother, if I fry the chives, I might need a raw egg. Do we still have eggs at home?" Jiangji Luo knew that the eggs at home were meant to be sold for money to buy grain. Honestly, she felt a bit shy asking old lady Cui for a raw egg now. But she had wandered around the back mountain for a long time and didn't find any wild eggs. She could only use the eggs from their chickens. Frying chives without meat, she thought, could only taste good with an egg. Considering their current situation, they couldn't afford many eggs. She decided to use just one egg so that the dish would taste better. Hearing this, old lady Cui quickly said, "Yes, I have some. I kept 2 eggs at home, thinking that if the chickens in the coop didn't lay eggs these days, I could boil the remaining eggs for you to eat." Old lady Cui was careful with her money, but was willing to give her daughter-in-law anything she needed. She was just thinking that she should treat her daughter-in-law well, like a family member, so that she could live peacefully with her son. Now, the Cui family is different from before, and the old lady Cui also wants to be more careful in her actions. When Jiangji Luo heard this, her expression changed slightly and said, "Mother, I want to take out one to use first." Old lady Cui had no objection. "Ji Luo, you are also part of the family. If you want to eat something, just eat it. You can arrange things however you like." Jiangji Luo felt a small touch in her heart. "Mother, I'm not afraid I'll eat it all." "No, don't worry. If you eat it all, we'll think of another way," said old lady Cui. She now understood that having good people around was more important than anything else. Since old lady Cui agreed, Jiangji Luo cracked an egg into a bowl. She wanted to make it look like there were more eggs. She added some water and flour into the mixture and stirred it. By doing this, she could make the egg look like there were more, so 1 egg appeared to be 2 or 3. "Mother, when my husband comes back, we can start cooking." Just as Jiangji Luo said this, she seemed to hear a sound outside the door. She turned her head to look. She saw Cui Hejin walking slowly through the misty rain, dressed in a light blue long robe. His white clothes looked like snow, like apricot blossoms in spring rain, and he seemed almost like a painting. A gentle breeze blew his robes, making him look as if he was about to ascend to heaven. Seeing Cui Hejin return, Jiangji Luo felt relieved. Old lady Cui also let out a breath of relief. On the way here, she was worried about her son's safety. His personality was becoming colder, and she remembered he wasn't like this before. Now, it seemed nothing could stir his emotions, and his thoughts had become even deeper. Even she, as his mother, couldn't understand him. Old lady Cui stood up, washed her hands, and brought Cui Hejin a bowl of soup. "Did you borrow this umbrella from Manager Feng at Linjiang Tower?"
Yes.
Old lady Cui sighed. Manager Feng is kind-hearted. Then she happily told Cui Hejin, "Today, Ji Luo went up the mountain in the rain and found some food. It's chives, a kind of vegetable. Ji Luo said it's good for cooking, making dumplings, and buns. Ji Luo is really impressive, knowing so much. Otherwise, tonight we might have to eat wild vegetables." Crisp vegetables are hard to eat every meal, and Lady Cui is starting to feel the strain. Cui Hejin sits down and takes a few sips of water. Hearing his mother speak like that, he slightly raises his eyelids, glances at Jiangji Luo, and his eyes shimmer with a mysterious look, as if lost in thought. Jiangji Luo always feels that Cui Hejin's gaze is a bit intense and captivating. His presence is so strong that it's hard to resist. She softly says, "It's just good luck that I found some vegetables on the mountain." Cui Hejin quickly withdraws his gaze, nods quietly, and doesn't say anything more or ask questions. Jiangji Luo notices that even when drinking a bowl of water, Cui Hejin sits there with a gentle, elegant aura, calm, unhurried, and very steady. After finishing the water, Cui Hejin slowly takes out a small cloth bag and quietly says, "Today, I sold things for a total of 130 coins. I bought 10 jin of coarse flour, enough to last a while. Here's 50 coins. Mother, keep it for now." Lady Cui finally notices the basket beside Cui Hejin, which is filled with a bag of grains. She is surprised and asks, "Did you read more books again?" The basket of eggs couldn't possibly sell for that much money. Cui Hejin must have traded some books at the bookstore to get extra coins. "Do you know that if your hands keep doing this, you won't be able to write anymore?"
The doctor said your hands.
Hearing this, Lady Chui's voice becomes a bit choked with emotion, and she can't continue. Cui Hejin calmly says, Mother, don't worry.
I'm fine.
What do you mean you're fine? What if you can't hold a pen anymore? Lady Cui speaks with rare urgency. She looks at her son, feeling guilty and distressed. It's all my fault. If I had a way, you wouldn't even have to lose your hand. She suddenly can't control her emotions. Cui Hejin sighs and says, Mother, we must survive first, then we can think about other things. Don't blame yourself. You've done very well. His voice is gentle when comforting his mother. Jiangji Luo's heart beats faster, feeling nervous and worried. What exactly happened to Cui Hejin's hand? What does it mean that he can't hold a pen? And the situation here is even poorer than she thought. They probably really need to earn money quickly to buy food, or they'll go hungry. The 10 jin of coarse grains might not last the three of them very long. Jiangji Luo was worried that Lady Cui might feel upset inside, which could harm her health. She decided to change the subject and said, Mother, I've finished everything. Let's cook and eat first. Maybe you can help me light the fire. When Jiangji Luo spoke, Lady Cui remembered that Ji Luo was still nearby. She had momentarily lost control just now. She quickly held back her tears, adjusted her mood, took the steamed bread out of the pot, tidied up the stove, and helped light the fire. Jiangji Luo then started stir-frying chives and eggs. While stir-frying the chives and eggs quickly, Jiangji Luo was thinking about how to make money in this era. Currently, her family had nothing, and it wasn't easy to earn money quickly. If there were no chives in this time, maybe she could make chive pockets to sell at the market? But selling food would require setting up a small food stall. It wouldn't be good to prepare everything at home and then carry it to the town, as it would get cold. People prefer hot food. If there was something that could be prepared and taken directly to sell in the town without worrying about temperature, it would be much easier. No need for a stall, and no need to use firewood or charcoal. The simpler, the better. However, Jiangji Luo didn't know what items were popular in the town. She also wanted to open a medical clinic, but without money or access to medicinal herbs, she couldn't do that either. While thinking about these things, she quickly finished stir-frying the chives and eggs. Mother, it's ready.
We can eat now.
Lady Cui heard this and hurriedly extinguished the fire at the stove, tidied up, washed her hands, and prepared to eat. When Lady Cui sat at the table, she looked a bit surprised. I didn't expect it to be vegetables. It smells so good. Looking at the bright green chives on the plate, Lady Cui knew it wasn't grass. If it were grass, it wouldn't look like this after cooking. It smells so good, it makes people feel hungry, Lady Cui said, then called out to the inner room, Hejin, come out and eat. Hejin heard the call and came out. He was now dressed in a clean black robe. As he slowly stepped out of the house, he carried a mysterious, cold aura. Wearing clothes of different colors gave him different feelings. Cui Hejin slowly sat down at the table. Madame Cui said, This is the dinner Ji Luo made. It smells so good.
Try it.
We never had chives in the capital before. Cui Hejin sat quietly, with a straight back, like a fragrant orchid or a noble tree, looking very elegant. Whether in appearance or presence, he seemed like someone from a noble family. Even in this small room, he made the humble space seem brighter. Cui Hejin looked at the dishes on the table. His delicate eyebrows moved slightly as he looked at Jiangji Luo and said, Thank you for your effort. His voice was clear, smooth, and low, with a faint coldness, as if no one could truly understand his inner feelings. Jiangji Luo softly replied, It's nothing. Cooking is easy. In her free time, she enjoyed exploring new recipes and loved cooking as a hobby. She looked at Madame Cui and said, Mother, try some. Madame Cui finally took a bite of a chive and egg dish. It was getting dark outside, and the family was sitting together eating as rain softly fell. After tasting the dish, Madame Cui realized how delicious it was. Jiangji Luo looked at her with hopeful eyes and gently asked, Mother, is it tasty? Madame Cui felt a bit emotional, her nose tingling. She never thought that in this cold exile, her son could marry such a good wife. Not only was she beautiful and kind, but her cooking was excellent. Most importantly, she truly cared for her son. That was what mattered most. Having gone through so much, Madame Cui knew who was truly good. She choked up a little and said, "It's delicious. I think it's really good. Even in the capital." She paused, then decided there was nothing she couldn't say. "Even in the capital, I never tasted this thing called chives. It's so tasty." Together, the chives and the eggs inside them were so fresh and flavorful. Madame Cui said it was delicious, and Jiangji Luo felt relieved. She smiled sweetly and said, "I'm glad you like it, mother." "Of course I like it. It's much better than wild vegetables, cabbage, or radishes." In winter, their family mostly ate cabbage, wild greens, and radishes because there were no other vegetables. Sometimes they ate pickled mustard greens or small salted vegetables. After tasting the chives, Madame Cui thought it was really delicious. Even Cui Hejin took a bite, and a faint, shimmering light like moonlight flickered in his deep eyes. Jiangji Luo couldn't tell Cui Hejin's expression, only saw him eating slowly, so she knew he probably didn't dislike the dish. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Madame Cui boiled some hot water. The family took baths in wooden tubs and then prepared to rest. Living in the countryside, everyone worked from sunrise to sunset to save oil lamps and candles. Because of the rain, it was very dark early. After washing up, Madame Cui went to bed. Jiangji Luo counted the time, around 6 in the evening. Since she was used to staying up late in the technological age, she simply couldn't fall asleep so early. Her hair, even after drying, was still slightly damp. Without a hairdryer, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She sat quietly thinking when suddenly she heard coughing inside the house. She remembered Cui Hejin was still inside. Following the sound, Jiangji Luo looked over and saw only a blurry figure at the table. She pursed her lips and softly asked, "Can I light a candle?" Cui Hejin coughed twice, accompanied by a gentle sigh. He picked up 2 flint stones, struck them lightly a few times, and then lit the candle on the table. Instantly, the room was filled with a warm, yellowish light. The candle flame flickered and swayed. He sat nearby, bathed in the soft glow, which gave him a gentle, moonlit aura. This added a touch of warmth to the room. Even though it was early spring, the nights were still very cold. Jiangji Luo softly said, "Thank you." Cui Hejin replied smoothly, "At home, you can do whatever you want, no need to ask." Jiangji Luo thought to herself that although he looked cold and distant, he was actually quite easy to talk to. Using the candlelight, she walked to the cabinet and took out a small box. She carried the box to the table, sat down, and said, "Although we are only nominal husband and wife, I still want our home to be better, so you and mother can be in good health. This is a silver coin given to me by my mother when I got married. Do you need money? These are for you." Cui Hejin gently tapped the table and looked at Jiangji Luo, meeting her clear, glass-like eyes. "This is from your parents. Keep it for yourself. The food at home is enough for now. If it's not enough, I will find a way." Jiangji Luo reached out and touched the silver coin, worth 1,000 won, about 1 tael of silver. However, her parents always gave her things for her convenience when she needed them. Jiangji Luo looked at his hand, her eyes flickering. "Mother said your hand isn't good, you can't copy books anymore." Cui Hejin replied softly, "It's okay. Writing slowly is fine. It's already better than before." At this moment, Jiangji Luo saw ink, brushes, and a stack of rough paper on the table. The first page had some writing that looked very nice. Jiangji Luo remembered that before they were pardoned, Cui Hejin and his mother were exiled here. He had to serve in the army, repairing the city walls every day, which was very tiring. After being pardoned and some criminals were forgiven, he was no longer considered a criminal and didn't have to serve anymore. Seeing Cui Hejin's cold and indifferent attitude, Jiangji Luo felt a bit helpless. She knew that if she wanted Cui Hejin to stop copying books and to heal his hand, she needed to earn more silver quickly and improve their family's situation. Then he wouldn't have to work so hard. Jiangji Luo mumbled, "I wonder if it will rain tomorrow."
I want to go to the town.
She thought Cui Hejin wouldn't say much and just muttered to herself. At that moment, Cui Hejin paused his writing and said, "If it rains in the middle of the night, it will stop. There won't be rain tomorrow." Jiangji Luo was surprised and blinked her clear eyes at Cui Hejin. "You can tell the weather?"
Just a little understanding.
Jiangji Luo was stunned for a moment, then remembered that Cui Hejin was the heir carefully cultivated by the Cui family. He learned a lot from a young age, including astronomy and geography, which was not strange. If it didn't rain during the day, Jiangji Luo felt relieved. She could go to the town to explore the market and see what kind of business might be good. She had little capital now, so she could only do small businesses. She remembered that although this place was in the northern cold region, their town had a port, albeit small. Ships often docked there, connecting various states, making it a small transportation hub. Near the north, sometimes foreign traders came here to buy and sell goods. Beinang town was a large town in the northern province, and it seemed quite prosperous. In winter, the river at the port froze, but in spring, the ice melted, allowing ships to pass and dock, making the port lively again. Based on her understanding, the town government of Beizhou is built by the river, with a dock and convenient transportation, making it relatively busy. However, the climate here is not very good, especially in winter when it is very cold. The land is poor, and many crops cannot grow well in this environment, leading to low grain yields. As a result, farmers live in poverty, but business is not affected. But Jiangji Luo is not worried about these issues. She has a space where any crop seeds can be planted for a while, then taken out and planted outside. Over time, the crops adapt better to the environment and produce higher yields. However, as she knows, the Cui family only has 1 acre of land suitable for growing grains. If she wants to grow more crops, she needs money to buy land. Building a house also requires buying a plot of land, which costs money. Tomorrow morning, she plans to go to the town early to take a look. Thinking about this, Jiangji Luo quietly goes to see Cui Hejin. He doesn't seem to be coughing as much as last night. It looks like the spiritual spring water is somewhat effective. After breakfast, she adds some spiritual spring water to the water jar so that in the future, her cooking and drinking water will contain it. But the spiritual spring water in her space's water pond is not unlimited. She must absorb more spiritual energy from plants and trees and quickly cultivate her wood element power. Only then can her space upgrade faster, and she'll have more spiritual spring water. Relying only on spiritual spring water is definitely not enough. The human body also needs essential nutrients, which must be obtained from food. Jiangji Luo pours a cup of warm water from her water bottle and places it in front of Cui Hejin, saying, "Drink more water." Cui Hejin is quietly copying a book. The Cui family's old study had one of the best collections in Yun Kingdom, with many books. Since he was young, he had read all the books in the library and had a good memory. So, he only needed to memorize the content and sell it at the town's bookstore. While writing, he notices the water being pushed over and slightly lifts his eyes. When he sees her persistent gaze, he helplessly pinches his brow. He doesn't understand why she insists every night that he drink water. Oh well, let her be. After drinking the cup of water, Cui Hejin continues to quietly copy the book, his body radiating a distant, cold aura. Seeing that he drank the water, Jiangji Luo breathes a small sigh of relief, hoping he can sleep well tonight. She can't sleep either, so she goes to the stove and brings back a piece of charcoal. Then she takes out a piece of paper and starts drawing on it. She was not used to writing with a brush, so she found it easier and faster to draw with charcoal. Jiangji Luo drew the silver needles needed for acupuncture, carefully marking each one's size. After finishing, Jiangji Luo reached up to touch her hair, which was still damp. She thought about how people in this era washed their hair and clothes with soap nuts collected from the mountains or with ash from plants, without any shampoo or conditioner and no special soap for hands. Jiangji Luo was considering whether to make and sell shampoo. But such a product requires some medicinal herbs, and buying them at a pharmacy would be expensive. Cypress leaves and other herbs could probably be found in the mountains. Jiangji Luo shook her head, deciding to set aside this idea for now. She planned to go to the town tomorrow. As it was getting late, Jiangji Luo folded her drawings and placed them carefully, then got into bed. She turned inside the bed to look at Cui Hejin, who was still focused on writing something. She thought he probably didn't like others to interfere, even though she wanted to tell him to go to bed early. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't say anything. They were only married in name now. He was so cold and distant that he probably didn't like others interfering with his work, and he probably didn't need her concern either. Jiangji Luo shrank a little and soon fell asleep. The next morning, when Jiangji Luo woke up, Cui Hejin had already gotten up and finished washing. After breakfast, Jiangji Luo planted some chives in the yard, then slung her basket over her shoulder and said to old Madame Cui, "Mother, I'm going to the town. If I come back late at noon, you don't need to wait for me to eat." Old Madame Cui couldn't be at ease. "You're going alone. I don't feel comfortable. Let Hejin go with you." Jiangji Luo quickly waved her hand. No need, mother. It's fine. My husband isn't feeling well, so he should rest at home." Sometimes she didn't like others to follow her when she was doing things. After Jiangji Luo disappeared around the corner with her basket, old Madame Cui turned to Cui Hejin and said, "Ji Luo is a good girl. I can see she's sincere about you." Seeing Cui Hejin still so cold and indifferent, old Madame Cui was a little worried. "You're married now. Don't be so aloof. If you keep acting like this, Ji Luo won't be able to stand it. You see, your attitude just now was so cold. Ji Luo went to town without even asking you to go with her. We are no longer in the capital city, and you are not the heir of the Cui family mansion anymore. Your status has changed, so you can't do everything the same as before. Don't dwell on the past. Living a good life now is what matters most. Also, you're already 18. If you have a child soon, I will feel that I have fulfilled my duty to the Cui ancestors." Cui Hejin listened to her mother's worried and nagging words, a faint, deep light flickering in her eyes. She softly comforted her, saying, "Mother, it won't always be like this." Mrs. Cui thought her daughter was just trying to comfort her. She didn't want to nag too much and affect her son's mood, so she decided to go busy herself. Dongha village is not far from Bainang town. It took about half an hour to reach the town. When they arrived, Jiangji Luo felt as if she had suddenly gone from a quiet place to a busy, lively one. It was already late morning. The shops in the town had opened, and people were coming and going constantly. Near the dock, several boats were moored. Workers were loading and unloading goods, and supervisors were giving orders. There were many stalls selling all kinds of food. Some peddlers carried shoulder poles, shouting to attract customers. There were also tea stalls. Jiangji Luo carried her basket and walked toward the crowd, already smelling the rich aroma of food. It was much livelier than the village, and the noise was loud. She observed carefully. Many merchants were at the dock, inspecting goods, bargaining, and doing business. When Jiangji Luo reached the dock, she saw the cargo being moved down from the ships, and many people were coming down to buy food. After buying, they boarded the ships, which set sail immediately, without stopping. She didn't expect such a small dock to be so busy. It seemed the food stalls were doing good business, but there were so many stalls from one end to the other. Next to the dock, shops lined up, bustling with people, and the business looked lively. Many ships unloaded goods and then loaded new cargo to head back. Jiangji Luo watched, thinking about opening a shop at the dock. But she knew that shops in such a prime location wouldn't be cheap, and even if she had the money, she might not be able to buy a shop. After observing for a while, Jiangji Luo headed into the town. The shops along both sides of the street sold all kinds of goods. However, she noticed that Zoji pastry shop and the rouge and powder shop had the best business. Especially Zoji pastry shop, where long lines had formed outside. Someone was lining up and saying, "Zoji pastry is still the tastiest." That's right. Their pastries have been around for decades. They're an old shop, and they make delicious treats. My child loves their pastries, so I came all the way from the west end of town just to buy some to take home. Ah, you should have queued earlier. Some snacks sell out quickly if you wait too long. I hope they still have the brown sugar jujube cake. My mother likes it because she says it's good for her health. Yes, women should drink more brown sugar. I haven't been able to find brown sugar elsewhere, so I came to Zoji Pastry to see if they have any. Here, brown sugar is hard to find. Usually it's sold out and women who work on boats really love it.
Exactly.
Think about the fishermen. They spend a lot of time in the sea and rivers, and their bodies often feel cold. Drinking brown sugar is good for them. Even if it costs a bit more, they still buy some now and then. Jiangji Luo happened to overhear these conversations as she passed by. She paused, curious. Brown sugar? Brown sugar is made from sugarcane. Sugarcane mainly grows in the south, so brown sugar should be more common there. If transported to the north, the price might go up. Seeing how Lady Cui looked weak and lacking energy, Jiangji Luo's expression changed. She asked, "Excuse me, sister, how much does their brown sugar cost?" "About 50 or 60 coins per jean, or you can buy it in blocks. A block costs around 2 coins. Hearing this price, Jiangji Luo was stunned. She didn't expect brown sugar to be so expensive in this era. That makes sense. In this fictional time, sugar-making technology might not be very advanced. Plus, due to regional differences, brown sugar is more expensive in the north. Hearing this, Jiangji Luo thought to herself, she really wanted to make brown sugar. She knew how to make it herself. But there's no sugar cane in the north. However, there's another way using sugar beets. In their northern region, they grow a lot of sugar beets, and her family even has some. If they don't have enough, she can buy more sugar beets. Since every family grows sugar beets, they're cheap. About hearing this, Jiangji Luo thought to herself, she really wanted to make brown sugar. She knew how to make it herself. But there's no sugar cane in the north. However, there's another way using sugar beets. In their northern region, they grow a lot of sugar beets, and her family even has some. If they don't, many women went out shopping, bringing their children with them. The children saw candy and couldn't help but want it. "Mom, I want candy. I want to eat candy. We just bought some last time and you already ate it." "Mom, I don't want that. I want to eat candy. Candy is so tasty." Many women couldn't resist their children's pleas, and when buying snacks, they also bought some candy. Jiangji Luo watched quietly nearby. The price of a piece of candy was 2 coins. Many people bought 5 or 6 pieces at once, some even bought 10 just to make the children happy. After buying the candy, the children happily jumped and cheered, holding their treats. Seeing the children so happy, the women couldn't help but smile. It's natural. Parents are usually reluctant to buy things for themselves but willing to spend on their children. Jiangji Luo looked thoughtful. Then she went to a rouge and powder shop and saw that cheap rouge cost about 2 or 3 taels of silver for a box, and many people were buying it. Just by looking, Jiangji Luo understood that seeing the children so happy, the women couldn't help but smile. It's natural. Parents are usually reluctant to buy things for themselves but willing to spend on their children. Jiangji Luo looked thoughtful. Then she went to a rouge and powder shop and saw that cheap rouge cost about 2 or 3 taels of silver for a box, and thinking about how only 840 coins remained after buying the rice, Jiangji Luo felt a little sad. But something still needed to be purchased. She bought a large bone and a jean of meat at the meat stall for cooking in the evening. Meat here cost 20 coins per jean, which was quite expensive. No wonder villagers usually couldn't afford to eat meat and only bought a little during the new year. She then visited a general store and bought some oiled paper. She planned to cut it into pieces to wrap maltose and brown sugar. Yes, Jiangji Luo was preparing to make maltose from the glutinous rice. Although she planned to make maltose, since tomorrow was the day to return home, she also bought a few pieces of candy to take back to her family for her brothers and sisters. She only bought 1 piece for each person. She would make her own candies later. As for the sugar beets, she could buy them in the village, where they might be cheaper. Jiangji Luo packed everything into a basket, covering it with a cloth. In fact, she stored the items in her space. This way, walking was easier, and when she reached her home, she would take the items out of the space and put them back in the basket. This kept the secret of her space safe from others. When Jiangji Luo returned home carrying some things, it was already past noon. She guessed that the old lady and Cui Hejin had already finished their lunch. She planned to eat a simple meal at home to fill her stomach, as she had busy tasks in the afternoon. However, when she reached the street near her house, she saw the old lady Cui standing at the gate of the small fence yard, seemingly looking in her direction. Jiang Luo was surprised for a moment and quickly walked over, asking Mother, "Why are you standing at the door?" Old lady Cui held Jiang Luo's hand and said, "I just wanted to come see the door, and I wasn't sure if you would come back for lunch." Seeing her concern, Jiang Luo felt warm inside. She smiled softly and said, "Mother, let's go inside and talk." Yes, let's go inside and talk. First have lunch. It's already prepared. Hejin and I are just waiting for you to come back and eat together. Old lady Cui pulled Jiang Luo into the house, where she saw Cui Hejin inside. He still looked elegant and refined. When he saw them enter, he opened the lid of the pot and served the food. Lunch was simple: pancakes made of cabbage and radish shreds. It was plain with a mild taste, not much salt added, and mostly soaked cabbage. But Jiang Luo knew this was considered a decent meal at home. Now, just being able to eat enough was enough. She didn't think about much else. She noticed that during the meal, both old lady Cui and Cui Hejin seemed to have the habit of not talking much or making noise. If she didn't speak, they wouldn't either. Jiang Luo said, "Mother, I went to the town and saw that the candy business is doing well, so I bought some glutinous rice to make malt candy to sell." Old lady Cui paused with her chopsticks and looked at Jiang Luo in shock, asking, "Luo, you know how to make malt candy?" Old lady Cui also knew that the sugar in town was popular and in high demand. It was bought not only by children but also by families celebrating special occasions. However, the candy was expensive, costing a penny for a small piece. Villagers usually only bought some during the New Year. Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Yes, Mother, I can make malt candy. Do we have wheat at home?" Old lady Cui was stunned and replied, "Yes, we have wheat." At that moment, old lady Cui looked at Jiang Luo, feeling as if she might be hearing things. Jiang Luo said, "Yes, with wheat, in 4 or 5 days, we can make malt sugar." Although Madame Cui was a bit skeptical, seeing Jiang Luo's confident and calm expression made her feel convinced. Madame Cui's hands trembled slightly as she thought about making malt sugar to sell and earn money, which made her feel excited. Moreover, if their family could make malt sugar, they wouldn't need to buy candy during the New Year. Cui Hejin looked deeply at Jiang Luo. His expression moved slightly, but he said nothing. After lunch, they tidied up, and Madame Cui hurriedly took out the wheat. Jiang Luo prepared a basin and put the wheat inside. "Mother, soak it for a day first." "Okay." Jiang Luo then asked, "Mother, do we still have beets?" Madame Cui replied, "Yes, they are in the cellar, and there's a sack of them." In rural homes, people usually dig cellars under the Kong heating platform. The cellar isn't big, but about 2 meters deep, convenient for storing things. Jiang Luo's eyes lit up. "Mother, I want to make something with these beets." Madame Cui understood from Jiang Luo's expression that she definitely had a plan. She naturally supported her. "All right, I'll go get them from the cellar." Just as Madame Cui was about to go into the house and descend into the cellar, Cui Hejin softly said, "Mother, let me do it." Seeing Cui Hejin's weak appearance, Jiang Luo couldn't help but say, "Can you do it? Or should I go down? I have the strength." Cui Hejin had been about to step forward but paused, turned to look at Jiang Luo, his narrow eyes slightly raised with a meaningful look. That glance was striking and vivid, and for some reason, it made Jiang Luo's heartbeat skip a beat. Cui Hejin didn't say anything but easily went down into the cellar, which had steps for easy access. Soon, he brought out the sack of beets. Seeing the beets, Jiang Luo's face lit up with a bright, beautiful smile. It was as if she saw red sugar and money. Jiang Luo began washing the beets and then peeling them. Madame Cui didn't know what Jiang Luo was planning, but sat on a stool in the yard, helping peel the beets. She couldn't help but ask Luo, after peeling, "Are you going to eat them?" Madame Cui wasn't very fond of eating beets. During winter, there aren't many vegetables available, only things like cabbage, radishes, and beets. So, they planted some in that small plot, ate a little, and that was all. Jiangji Luo softly said, "Mother, I plan to make brown sugar to sell." This time, Madame Cui was even more surprised. Her eyes widened, and she forgot to react. Brown sugar? Did she hear that right? Madame Cui knew that their yard was a small fenced courtyard and not soundproof. She pursed her lips, took a stool, and moved closer to Jiangji Luo, whispering, "Ji Luo, can you really make brown sugar?" Brown sugar is hard to buy and expensive. But even if it's costly, some women in the village drink it during their postpartum period because it's good for health and helps ward off cold. Just thinking about it, she knew many people would want to buy it. "I also prepared 2 packs of brown sugar for you, thinking you could take them to your parents tomorrow when you visit." Jiangji Luo's expression changed. The custom here was to visit home every 3 days. She indeed needed to go back to her parents' house tomorrow. Thinking of her parents and younger siblings, and how kind they were to her, Jiangji Luo felt warm inside. "Mother, it's really possible to make brown sugar. From now on, we won't need to buy it. I can make it myself." In the south, they use sugarcane to make brown sugar. "We don't have sugarcane here, but we can use beets." "But, Mother, this must be kept secret. If we succeed in making it, we can buy some beets in the village." Madame Cui whispered, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Of course, this secret method that could make money must be kept hidden. Nowadays, if someone has a secret recipe, they keep it to themselves. Just thinking about it made her excited. Even though they spoke softly, Cui Hejin inside the house overheard everything. Madame Cui said, "We'll do more later." Jiangji Luo said, "After peeling these, cut them into small pieces, then steam and cook." Hearing this, Cui Hejin put down his brush, got up, and went out with a wood cleaver. He moved quietly, and Jiangji Luo and Madame Cui were too busy working to notice. By evening, when Cui Hejin returned with 2 bundles of firewood, Madame Cui and Jiangji Luo had already peeled all the beets and cut them into small pieces. When Madame Cui was about to steam the beets, she found they didn't have enough firewood. Just as she was worried, Cui Hejin came back with more firewood he had chopped. Madame Cui softly said to Jiangji Luo, "Ji Luo, although Hejin is cold and stern, he actually cares a lot. With time, you'll see how good he is." Seeing her son and daughter-in-law treat her politely but coldly, she felt a bit worried. She could only try to help by giving some advice. Jiangji Luo looked at Hejin's figure, her expression slightly dazed, and involuntarily thought of him from her previous life in ancient times. Yes, he could be very kind and gentle, very attentive. But now, he doesn't remember her from that past life, so his coldness is understandable. And she didn't want him to remember that past life either, because she felt she owed him a lot, and thinking about it made her feel a pang in her heart. "Yes, Mother, I know he's a good person," Jiangji Luo said. Hearing her say this, Madame Cui finally felt at ease. Madame Cui said, "Since there is firewood, we can steam and cook these things." Jiangji Luo replied, "Mother, it's getting late. Let's brew the brown sugar tomorrow afternoon. We can't do it all at once." She was going back to her parents' house tomorrow afternoon, so she would return by then and continue working later. Also, brewing brown sugar takes a long time. Madame Cui nodded and said, "That's good. Ji Luo, what do you want for dinner?" "I'll cook it." Jiangji Luo said, "Mother, let me do it. I bought big bones this morning to make broth, and I also bought a pound of meat to make clear soup with meatballs." She thought a light meatball soup would be enough for everyone with a bowl each. Making the meatballs would be a bit busy, but she was ready. Madame Cui helped Jiangji Luo wash and cut vegetables. She thought Ji Luo's cooking was much better than hers. Jiangji Luo used wild vegetables and cabbage to make vegetable and cabbage meatballs. Today, the chicken laid 2 eggs. Jiangji Luo cracked 1 egg, added some cornstarch, and started working. She made the meatballs quickly. Soon, all the small meatballs were shaped, looking identical. Watching Jiangji Luo's quick hands, Madame Cui was amazed. Jiangji Luo felt that the seasonings in this era were still limited. Only salt and soy sauce were available. There were no spices like Sichuan pepper or bay leaves. She kept the flavor mild, not too salty. since it was meant to be both a dish and a staple. If possible, Jiang Luo even wanted to season the filling for wontons. Just making dumplings with some filling also requires some flour. Given their family situation, they prefer to save where they can. Are these meatballs enough? Old Lady Cui saw Jiang Luo had made quite a few meatballs. Jiang Luo replied, "Mother, since the weather is cold now and it's easier to store, we can make more. Tomorrow, we can also stir-fry them for a meal." Old Lady Cui didn't think about using the meatballs for stir-fry. After shaping the meatballs, Jiang Luo started boiling them in bone broth. When boiling the broth, she used well water mixed with spiritual spring water, which makes the flavor even better. Once cooked, Jiang Luo served herself a large bowl. "Mother, husband, dinner is ready." Old Lady Cui helped to light the fire, her hands dusty, so she quickly washed them. Cui Hejin heard the sound and put down his brush, then went to the kitchen to help with chopsticks. Originally, Cui Hejin wanted to help with the fire, but neither Old Lady Cui nor Jiang Luo let him, telling him to rest. The dining table was set in the kitchen, and everyone ate there after the meal was prepared. It was still daytime, with the sunset casting a fiery glow across the sky. Very beautiful. Jiang Luo sat down and could see the smoke rising from the rooftops in the small courtyard through the fence. At this moment, she could hear children playing and running at the street entrance. There were also adults walking home from the fields, chatting as they went. Just listening to these sounds, one could feel a peaceful rural life, making the body and mind relax naturally. Old Lady Cui tasted a meatball and exclaimed, "Luo, these meatballs are really delicious. I didn't expect wild vegetable meatballs to taste this good." She eagerly ate another meatball, praising it in her heart. Such a wonderful flavor. "It tastes good and isn't salty. It's just right." Jiang Luo softly said, "Mother, if I were making dumplings, I might season them a bit salter, but these are just meatball soup without flour, so the flavor is lighter. It can be eaten as a meal or a side dish." Old Lady Cui understood immediately that Luo was saving flour. Thinking about their current situation at home, she whispered, "Luo, you've suffered with us." "No, Mother, don't say that. Our days will get better. After I return from my parents' house tomorrow, we'll make some brown sugar. Then, the day after tomorrow, we can go to the town to set up a stall and start a business. Even if brown sugar doesn't sell well, we can still start a food business. I checked the dock. After the ice melts in spring, it becomes lively there, with many ships coming and going. The food business seems to be doing quite well. There will always be a way." She had many ideas for making delicious food. If she started a food business, she wouldn't worry much. But she still preferred to do something easier than cooking. Hearing Jiang Luo say this, Old Lady Cui felt reassured. She thought her daughter-in-law was capable. Just tasting the 2 meals she made, she found them very tasty. When Luo mentioned making brown sugar, she didn't even dare to believe she could really do it. But if she truly started a food business, she believed Luo's cooking skills would make it successful. Then, their family life would likely improve. Old Lady Cui ate the meatballs in her bowl, her face relaxing with happiness. "Luo, you still know how to cook. The wild vegetables we ate before were really bad, whether fried or pickled, they didn't taste good. But your meatballs are very delicious. I never thought of making food like this. If you need to buy anything, just tell me, and I'll give you money." In the morning, when she knew Luo was going to town, Old Lady Cui gave her copper coins. Luo refused, saying she already had some. Old Lady Cui guessed they were from her parents. She also felt a bit guilty. Since Luo married Hejin, it should be her parents who give her money for what she needs. She couldn't help but glance at her son's expression, hesitant to speak. Hejin naturally sensed his mother's feelings. He looked at her with just a glance, understanding her thoughts. His long eyelashes fluttered as he sighed inwardly, lost in thought, and kept his chopstick still. Although Luo was talking with Old Lady Cui, she kept glancing at Hejin from time to time. Seeing him silent and not eating, she gently asked, "Is it not tasty?" Old Lady Cui, afraid her son might be cold or harsh in words, hurriedly said, "This is Luo's hard work. The bone soup and the meat in the meatballs were bought with her own money. It tastes so good. Hurry up and eat. Don't waste your effort. Hejin looked at his mother, who was protecting his wife, feeling a bit helpless. He softly said no. Jiangji Luo always felt that Cui Hejin spoke very little. He only said 2 words, and she wished he could say more. Even just a comment would be nice. Cui Hejin ate a dumpling. Even when eating, he moved slowly and gracefully, looking very pleasing to watch. Jiangji Luo couldn't help but ask, "How does it taste?" She was worried he might not like the food. Seeing her clear, glass-like eyes, Cui Hejin's expression softened. He replied gently, "Very good." Hearing this, Jiangji Luo's face lit up with a smile. She thought to herself, as long as he thinks it tastes good, that's enough. Cui Hejin watched her happy smile and felt her brightness was dazzling and beautiful. He composed himself and continued eating, moving at a steady pace. Old Madame Cui finished a big bowl of dumpling soup and sighed happily. "Eating this makes my stomach feel much better. I feel warmer and it tastes good. You're the best at cooking, Jiluo. You make even simple dishes taste delicious." Last night, her fried chives with eggs, though made with just 1 egg, looked like she had used 2 or 3 eggs because it was so plentiful. She knew she wasn't good at cooking. When she was first exiled here, she couldn't even light a fire. It took her a long time to learn from the villagers before she could cook decent food. Just being able to cook a meal properly was already a big achievement. It was Jiluo who came and made 2 satisfying meals. Even the fried chives with eggs last night, she kept thinking about it. Fortunately, Jiluo had planted chives in the yard, so she could just pick some whenever she wanted to eat. Mother is happy if you like the food. Seeing her family enjoy her cooking gave her a great sense of achievement. Especially when she saw Cui Hejin finish a bowl of dumpling soup, she felt very happy. In her previous life, he had been so kind to her, but she hadn't had the chance to treat him well. In this life, she wanted to make up for everything and also wanted to cook all kinds of delicious food for him. After everyone finished eating and tidied up, old Madame Cui took out a basket of eggs, 2 packs of brown sugar, and 6 plain buns. She whispered, "Jiluo, we don't have many good things at home. Tomorrow, when you return home, I've prepared these for you. Don't dislike them." Jiangji Luo felt a warm ache in her heart and softly said, "Mother, these are already very good. I wouldn't dislike them. The people in the nearby village are not well off. Usually, when they visit relatives, they take a few plain steamed buns as gifts. These are already considered good gifts. Normally, most families only eat white flour rice during the New Year. Moreover, old Lady Cui had prepared a basket of eggs. Not to mention, those 2 packs of brown sugar were quite expensive. Old Lady Cui had been saving these eggs for a long time. She kept them inside the house, thinking she would take them when Jiluo returned home. At night, after taking a bath and returning to her room, Jiangji Luo looked at Cui Hejin under the candlelight and softly asked, "Will you come with me to Shanxing village tomorrow?" Her parents lived nearby in Shanxing village. Cui Hejin had already finished his bath. His long black hair was loose over his shoulders. He wore a white cloth shirt, which made his pale, snow-white skin look even more striking. His aura was cold and pure, like jade, and under the night, he looked enchanting and charming. Jiangji Luo couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She remembered what he had said before and knew that they were only nominal husband and wife. If he didn't want to go, she didn't want to make things difficult for him. Cui Hejin held a book in his hands. When he heard Jiangji Luo's question, he paused his reading, and his dark eyes flickered with light. Jiangji Luo thought she was being considerate and said, "It's okay. If you don't want to go, I can go alone." Cui Hejin's eyes slightly lifted at the corners, forming a faint, charming smile. He looked at her quietly, and his eyes seemed capable of enchanting anyone. Jiangji Luo averted her gaze slightly. She didn't dare meet his eyes at that moment, feeling as if a whirlpool was inside them, ready to swallow her. After a moment, Cui Hejin softly spoke, "If I don't go, your parents might worry." Jiangji Luo thought about what he said and understood that he was worried about her parents being concerned and asking questions. She guessed that he might not want to go, but since he was very polite and proper, he would probably go anyway. She suppressed her strange feelings inside and calmly said, "I understand." After saying this, Jiangji Luo got into bed and lay down. She pulled the blanket over herself, trying to calm the sour feelings that had just arisen in her heart. She didn't care about others' attitudes or opinions towards her, but he was different. In that past life, he was willing to get hurt to protect her, again and again. Back then, she was noble and spoiled, maybe a bit stubborn, and he did everything he could to pamper her. She initially said she liked him, and she was the one who provoked him. In the end, she also caused his death. Not only did she lose her life, but she was also executed by a slow, painful method. So in this life, when facing him, she can't say she likes him anymore. She must keep all her feelings to herself. She only wants to stay with him and treat him well. When the day comes that he no longer needs her, she will leave. All she hopes for is that he lives a safe and peaceful life, free from any danger. Thinking of this, Jalu slowly fell asleep. Inside the house, the candle flame flickered. Cui Hejin seemed to sense something. After a while, he stopped turning the pages of the book. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the old Mrs. Cui carefully packed some plain buns, eggs, and brown sugar into a basket for Jalu to take to her parents. Jalu also added some chives, planning to let her parents grow some. Once everything was packed, she was about to carry the basket when Cui Hejin kindly said, "Let me do it." He didn't give Jalu a chance to speak and directly carried the basket on his back. Jalu was momentarily surprised, then worried about Cui Hejin's health. "Your health." Before she could finish, the old Mrs. Cui quickly stopped her, saying, "Just let Hejin carry it. He's doing it because he cares about you." Mrs. Cui thought to herself, "This silly daughter-in-law, don't let him say his health is poor." Her son looked weak, but he was once talented in both literature and martial arts. He was a rare opponent in combat. If he hadn't been imprisoned and had his skills taken away, he wouldn't be like this now. But even so, carrying this little load wouldn't tire him out at all. Jalu opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing and left the house with Cui Hejin. Mount Xing village was not far from East River village. The two villages were close. Based on modern time, Jalu guessed it took about 20 minutes to walk there. It was still early, and many families in Mount Xing village had finished breakfast and were heading to the fields with hoes. Many households kept ducks and geese, and early in the morning, they herded them toward the river. The ducks and geese waddled in a line toward the river. The older boys in the village had finished breakfast and went to work in the fields. The elderly folks stayed at home, watching over the children. Some young children played and ran around in the streets. Many people wore patched and mended clothes. Although the early spring weather was a bit cold, most people wore relatively thin clothing. As they approached the Jiang family's door, a cute and delicate little boy suddenly shouted happily, "Big sister." He forgot about rushing to the river and quickly ran toward Jiangji Luo. When he reached her, he looked up at her, wrapping his arms around her like a small bag, trying to jump onto her. "Big sister, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you in a long time." Jiangji Luo crouched down and picked up the little boy. "Xian, I miss you too." This was her younger brother, only 5 years old, named Jiang Xian, with the nickname Xian. Xian held her neck with his small hands and leaned his head against her, looking dependent. Seeing her cute and obedient little brother, Jiangji Luo felt her heart soften completely. She really had no resistance to children, especially back at her family home, even though she was the oldest sister, because she often appeared not very clever. Even her 5-year-old brother was kind to her. He would think of sharing his treats with her first. She had many younger siblings, but the Jiang family was very harmonious, and everyone treated her well. However, seeing her 5-year-old brother so thin made Jiangji Luo feel very worried. Their family situation was quite modest, and with many younger siblings, they often went hungry. Even though everyone tried to save food for the youngest, Xian was very sensible. He never ate alone. He always ate what his older siblings ate. Even if his brothers and sisters saved their food to give him, he wouldn't eat it. He would always say, "I'm still small, I eat little, I'm not hungry." He was very well behaved. "Here, big sister brought you some candy." She had bought some candy in town, enough for each of her younger siblings. When Xian saw the candy in her hand, his eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, big sister, it's really candy." "Big sister, when you and brother-in-law got married, Mother gave us each a piece of candy, and it was gone." "Big sister, I secretly didn't eat mine. I saved it for you." He carefully reached into his pocket and took out a piece of candy, holding it carefully to give to his big sister. Like a treasure, he said, "Big sister, here you go." Jiangji Luo looked at her 5-year-old brother, reluctant to eat his candy, carefully hiding it to give to her. Her heart instantly melted, soft and warm all over. "Xian, just eat it. Don't leave any for sister." Jiangji Luo knows her younger brother likes sweets and enjoys eating candies. Because their countryside conditions are poor, they only get to eat candy during the New Year. Sometimes, when someone in the village has happy news, they give out candies. The children follow eagerly and might manage to get 1 or 2 pieces. But these candies are very precious. Xian doesn't understand and blinks his big eyes, saying, "But sister also likes to eat candy." Xian won't eat it. "Give it to sister." Jiangji Luo can only say, "Sister doesn't like to eat candy now. So, Xian can eat it. Later, I will make sure to get lots of candies for Xian." When Jiangji Luo says this, she begins to understand why. In the past, her family made delicious food, but her parents always said they didn't like to eat it. It wasn't that they didn't like it, they just didn't want to spend money or make the children feel guilty, so they said they didn't like to eat. Then, what does sister like to eat? When Xian grows up and has the ability, I will buy it for sister. Jiangji Luo smiles gently, kisses Xuan's little face, and feels that her younger brother is both adorable and well-behaved. "Okay, then Xian, you need to eat well. Eat more so you can become smart and strong." Yes, sister. I will eat well." Although she says this, Jiangji Luo knows that their family's conditions are quite basic, and her younger siblings rarely get to eat full meals. But it's still better than Cui family. "Let's go home." Jiangji Luo carries Xian and heads back. Xian leans on Jiangji Luo and looks back, suddenly seeing Cui Hejin. He sweetly calls out, "Beautiful brother-in-law." Jiangji Luo stops in her tracks, turns around, and looks at Cui Hejin behind her. She feels like hitting her forehead, realizing she was so busy talking to her brother that she forgot Cui Hejin was nearby. She smiles sheepishly and says, "Let's go inside together. Our parents are probably waiting at home." Cui Hejin's eyes are deep and mysterious, making it hard to read his expression. He calmly replies, "Okay." Then he carries his basket and follows Jiangji Luo into the yard. The Jiang family's house is also made of mud bricks, but it looks spacious and sturdy, with a proper courtyard wall and a big gate, unlike Cui family, which only has a small fence. Inside, there are 4 main rooms, with a side room on the left for storing miscellaneous items, and on the right, they have set up a vegetable garden. There is a wooden shelf with chicken and duck cages at the foot of the wall, next to a pile of dry firewood and straw. In the yard, there is a clothesline stretched from front to back, with a few pieces of clothing hanging to dry. All the clothes are patched repeatedly. Jalu knows that her parents love cleanliness. Even if they wear patched clothes, they always wash and tidy them up regularly. Xian entered the house and shouted, "Mom, older sister and brother-in-law are back." As soon as he spoke, there was a loud thud inside, like a bucket falling to the ground. Then, a gentle, slender woman quickly walked out. Behind her, a little girl followed. "Jalu, Hejin, you're here. Come in quickly," she called cheerfully. The 8-year-old girl looked up at Jalu and Cui Hejin and happily said, "Big sister, brother-in-law."
Cui Hejin responded softly.
The girl is Jiang Yunyan, Jalu's 5th younger sister. She has 3 brothers and 2 sisters. Although her siblings are all different in personality, they all treat her very well. In rural families, even if they don't have enough to eat or warm clothes, there's no jealousy or fighting. Everyone loves each other, and tries to make life better. When they are hungry, they share what they have, even if it means going hungry themselves, just to make sure their brothers and sisters eat well. Because she was traumatized as a child, she isn't very smart. So, even though she is the eldest sister, her younger brothers and sisters all love her and treat her very kindly. Jiang Yunmian carefully looked at her sister-in-law's back with a basket on it and said, "Sister, brother-in-law's load is very heavy." Jiang Jalu came back to her senses, didn't bother to greet her mother, and quickly asked Cui Hejin to put down the basket. "Mom, this is what my mother-in-law prepared long ago. I brought it here." When Jiang Jalu's mother, Yi, saw what was inside the basket, she felt a bit guilty and said, "How can I let your mother-in-law bring so many things? That's too much. Cui Hejin, from now on, we are all family. When you and Jalu come back, you don't need to bring anything. As long as you two are happy, your dad and I will be at ease." In the village, when someone visits relatives, they usually bring a few plain buns. But Jiang Jalu brought many eggs and 2 packs of brown sugar when she returned home, things that money couldn't buy. They are especially good for women's health. This item is expensive, and Mrs. Yi usually doesn't like to spend money on it. Mrs. Yi feels that as long as her daughter and son-in-law are happy, that's enough. She doesn't expect them to worry about the family. She just wants them to live well, which makes her happy. She also doesn't want to cause trouble for her children. Cui Hejin has always had a good impression of Jiang Jiluo's parents. He speaks softly and says, "Mom, it's nothing. You also said we're all family. Since Jiluo and I are honoring you, it's only right." Mrs. Yi looks at Cui Hejin and thinks he's a noble and elegant young man, full of dignity. If he hadn't been wronged, she wouldn't think this way. But she also knows that although this young man seems cold, his heart is very kind. She doesn't worry about Jiluo being treated unfairly. After exchanging a few words in the yard, Mrs. Yi quickly calls them inside for water. "By the way, Mom, where are Dad and the others?" "Your dad went to the village entrance to fetch water from the well. Your second and fourth brothers went to the river to catch fish for lunch. Your third sister went to the mountain early in the morning to pick some mushrooms and fungi. They're fresh, just picked. Since you're not home, they aren't used to it. They keep thinking about you and Cui Hejin. They woke up early today, wanting to do something special. There isn't much good in the house, so they try to make something with their own hands to warmly welcome their eldest sister and her husband." Hearing this, Jiang Jiluo feels warm inside. Her second brother, Jiang Yunshu, is 14 years old. Her third sister, Jiang Yunhua, is 13. Fourth brother, Jiang Yunzheng, is 10. Fifth sister, Jiang Yunmian, is 8. Sixth brother, Jiang Yunxian, is 5. While they're talking, they go inside the house. Jiang Jiluo sees a big basin by the stove, with a chicken inside. The water is boiling hot, and there's a small bowl of chicken blood nearby. It seems they just slaughtered a chicken. Jiang Yunmian looks at her older sister's expression and explains, "Sister, Mom arranged this a few days ago. She said we would slaughter a chicken today. When you and your husband come back, we can cook it for lunch." Jiang Jiluo knows that the 4 chickens they raise are for laying eggs. Killing one chicken makes her feel a bit sad. "Mom, this chicken still lays eggs. Why did you kill it?" This chicken provides 1 egg a day, and in a month, they can sell about 15 coins worth of eggs. Egg prices are roughly 2 eggs for 1 coin. For rural people, 15 cents was a lot of money, enough to buy 3 jin of coarse rice. Mrs. Yi said, "This chicken doesn't lay many eggs anymore. Keeping it is just wasting food. It's better to kill it. Don't worry. When the weather gets warmer, it can hatch a new batch of eggs. After a few months, it will lay eggs again, so there's no need to worry about this." Mrs. Yi said this to avoid making her daughter feel guilty. She is usually very frugal, but when it comes to feeding her daughter and son-in-law, she is willing to spend. When her daughter and son-in-law visit home, she always wants to serve them some good things. She has no regrets about that. Jiang Jilu felt a little sad inside. If the family was better off, they would just eat 1 chicken at a time. But their family still relies on selling eggs from this chicken. If they eat it, she feels guilty. It seems she still needs to find a way to improve her family's situation. After helping her mother pour water for her sister and brother-in-law, Jiang Yunmian quickly sat down to pluck chicken feathers. She was quick and skillful with her movements. Jiang Jalu said, "Fifth sister, let me do it." Jiang Yunmian looked surprised. "Big sister, don't work too hard. Don't tire yourself out. Just rest with brother-in-law. I can do these chores." Since she was young, Jiang Yunmian had been taught a deep-rooted idea that the eldest sister is the family's treasure. When her big sister ran away from famine and hardships, the younger siblings had to cherish her. They couldn't let her get hurt or tired. If anything happened to the big sister because of them, they would have nowhere to cry. So, even though Jiang Yunmian was only 8, she was as capable as an adult when it came to chores. She also had a somewhat strong-willed personality. She looked a bit like her father, with a hint of bravery in her eyes. Jiang Jalu was speechless. In the past, at home, her younger brothers and sisters fought to do chores, and she only did some light, easy tasks. It was very relaxing. Jiang Jalu took a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Yunmian, saying, "This is for you." When Jiang Yunmian saw the candy, she was surprised but couldn't help smiling, clearly happy. In the village, they didn't get many good things to eat, and candy was the best treat they could see. With its sweet taste, eating it made their hearts feel very sweet. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yunmian didn't refuse her sister's kindness and said, "Big sister, thank you. Why do you keep saying thank you to your sister? In the future, sister will bring you good things." Jiang Jiluo feels a little sad for her younger brother and sister. At such a young age, they're still in school in this modern era and are the family's treasures. But here, they're already treated like adults, understanding their responsibilities and working hard. Of course, everyone in the village is the same. Few families can afford to send their children to school. The costs of tuition, ink, paper, and brushes are not small expenses. Without at least a few dozen taels of silver a year, it's hard to imagine sending children to school. Jiang Yunmian listens to her sister and thinks she is too naive. She shows a worried look but can't help but advise, "Sister, if you have good things, just keep them for yourself and your husband. You're married now, and my brother and I can't do much to help you. Take good care of yourself, and we won't have to worry too much." Jiang Jiluo is surprised and opens her mouth but can't say anything. That's true. Her previous self was not very clever, which made her younger siblings worry. But she feels warm inside. It's really nice to have such caring younger siblings. Jiang Jiluo hugs Xian and talks to her mother. "Mother, I saw some willows by the river. They've started to sprout, and we can pick the willow buds to make dishes, dumplings, and buns." She originally planned to go to the river to pick some willow buds, but she has been very busy these past few days and didn't get around to it. Yi Shi is a bit surprised and asks, "Daughter, can you really eat willow buds?" She has lived in the village for many years and has never heard of this before. However, when they fled here with the escape team years ago, there wasn't much to eat, and gnawing on tree bark and roots to fill their stomachs was normal. Most people in their village came here fleeing hardships. Having gone through those times, no one now wants to eat anything related to tree bark. They only eat grains, and no one wants to eat wild vegetables. Jiang Jiluo says, "Mother, fresh willow buds are indeed edible." Hearing her confident tone and seeing her clear, intelligent eyes, Yi Shi is stunned. She feels a sharp jolt in her heart. Has her daughter truly recovered? Yi Shi's face looks a little pale as she tentatively asks, "Daughter, are you thinking about things from when you were a child?" Jiang Jiluo looked at Ye's pale face and shook her head, saying, "No, mother. What's wrong?" Ye's heart eased and said, "It's nothing. I'm just worried you might remember the old times when we fled from famine, but it's okay now." This also reminded her of something the master once said, but she didn't say more. It's good that my daughter has improved. Jiang Yunmian worked quickly and tidied up the chicken feathers. She said, "Mother, later we can dry these feathers outside, and they can be used as fuel for the fire." Although Jiang Yunmian is only 8 years old, she has learned to be thrifty. She doesn't like to waste anything. When the chicken feathers are no longer needed, they can be burned as firewood. If we throw them away, it would be a waste. Also, dried feathers can help start a fire. If the firewood is wet, it's hard to light. When Jiangji Luo heard that the feathers could be used as firewood, she felt it was a waste. Mother, using these feathers as firewood is a waste. I think if we wash and save the feathers, we can make a quilt. A quilt filled with chicken, duck, or goose feathers would be very warm. Plus, we need some feathers to make the bellows. When making the bellows, the last step is to put the feathered windboard into the bellows, so it works better when pulled.
You was surprised.
They had never tried to make a quilt from feathers before. Maybe her daughter was right. They could try making a quilt. If it's warm enough, they could use it. Their winter quilts are old cotton ones used for many years, and they are not very warm anymore. Fresh cotton is very expensive, and since they have many children, they can't afford many new quilts. They have to keep using old ones. But here in the cold north, winters are very cold. If they could make warm bedding from other materials, it would be worth trying. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunmian was more curious about the second part. She looked up at Jiangji Luo and asked, "Big sister, what is a bellows? Why does it need to use feathers?" Jiang Yunmian had never heard of a bellows before and was curious. Jiangji Luo paused slightly, thinking. She realized that in this time most people didn't know what a bellows was. A bellows is something used to air into the fire, making it burn more fiercely. Jiangji Luo couldn't explain the scientific details because the physics would be hard for her younger sister to understand. She could only explain it in simple words. Jiang Yunmian is very smart. When she hears something, she quickly gets excited and says, "Sister, is it the kind of feeling when the wind blows, making the fire burn very strongly? When I light the fire, sometimes I see the flames are small. I with my mouth, but sometimes the wind eye is weak, and the flames don't get big. But if I use something to with, making the wind stronger, the fire burns better." Is that what you mean by something to with? Jiang Yunmian thinks that if she had such a thing, it would be easier to light the fire in the future. Sometimes, on rainy or cloudy days, the firewood is damp, making it hard to burn. Winter is the same. Some firewood is freshly cut from the mountain and not fully dried, so it's also hard to burn. She prefers to burn very dry firewood, which lights easily and burns well. When she was about 3 or 4 years old, she helped her mother light the fire, but she wasn't very good at it. She took a long time to learn how to control the flames better. Seeing how clever her younger sister is, Jiangji Luo smiles and nods, saying, "Yes, that's right. Later, when father makes one, you'll see if it works well." Jiangji Luo is also thinking of asking her father to make one for her. Although she remembers her previous life, in that life, her parents and siblings spoiled her and she didn't do much work or learn to light fires. She doesn't know much about it now. She can make all kinds of delicious food, but she's not good at burning firewood. And in this era, people are quite frugal with firewood. Sometimes, if she doesn't need a bundle of firewood, she can sell it for 3 or 4 coins. Some villagers also chop firewood to sell in the town. It's not easy to sell, but a bundle can bring in 3 or 4 coins. Xian, sitting in Jiangji Luo's arms, cheerfully says, "Dad is amazing. Dad can make many things." Jiangji Luo's expression changes slightly. Indeed, her father can do some woodworking and carpentry, so the family is better off than most in the village. Otherwise, her younger siblings wouldn't even get half a full meal. But her father isn't a professional carpenter. He only makes simple things. He can't make complicated furniture. Usually, he makes wooden baskets and sells them at the market. But these items are hard to sell because many villagers prefer to make their own. Fortunately, the family has 3 acres of land. Her father is strong and works the farm alone, which is enough to support the family's food needs. Because there are many younger siblings at home and many people to feed, it is hard to make sure everyone is full every meal. Mrs. Yi looked at her daughter, thinking how much her daughter had become smarter. Maybe getting married helped her daughter become better. Indeed, letting her daughter marry the person she liked was the right choice. So, Mrs. Yi was very happy when she saw Cui Hejin. While they were talking about the bellows, Jiang Xiangchuan came back carrying 2 big buckets of water on a pole. Jiang Xiangchuan is tall and handsome. Carrying 2 buckets of water, he did it easily. But his leg was not very good, so he walked with a limp. Jiang Jalu heard the noise and came out happily, saying, "Dad." "Oh, my daughter is back." Jiang Xiangchuan looked serious and a little cold, showing no smile. But when he saw his eldest daughter, he grinned happily. Cui Hejin also slowly came out and respectfully bowed, saying, "Dad." Jiang Xiangchuan also responded happily. Xian quickly got down from Jiang Jalu's arms and ran to Jiang Xiangchuan, saying, "Dad, I'll help you." "You're still small. I can carry it," Jiang Xiangchuan replied. Carrying that weight was nothing for him. He had plenty of strength. Mrs. Yi asked, "Why did it take so long?" Jiang Xiangchuan said, "Today, there were many people fetching water, so I waited in line for a while." Jiang Zilu knew that in this rural area, most families shared a well or two for water. People had to go to the river to fetch water. The Cui family was also like this in Dongha village. It would be better if they could dig their own well, making water easier to get. Fetching water was quite inconvenient. Fortunately, they washed clothes in the river. Without the river, washing clothes and fetching water would be very hard. Jiang Xiangchuan poured the 2 buckets of water into a large basin, which quickly filled up. Jiang Jalu went over with a water scoop, quietly adding a little spiritual spring water. After talking with her father for a while, Jiang Jalu started explaining how to make the bellows. She didn't have paper at home, so she drew diagrams on the ground with sticks, explaining how to make it. Jiang Xiangchuan understood right away. "Daughter, I know how to make it now. If you need, I can make one for you early." Jiang Xiangchuan and Yishir both love Jiang Jalu very much. Whatever their daughter needs, they are eager to make it quickly. Jiang Jalu thought for a moment and said, "Dad, I want to start a small business, like setting up a stall to sell snacks. Can you help me make a small food cart?" Jiang Jalu thought that whether or not to use a bellows doesn't matter, but making money is the most important thing. With money, many things become easier. She plans to sell food, including brown sugar and malt sugar. She isn't sure which business is best, so she tries both, earning as much as she can. She also doesn't want to see her parents work so hard. She knows that her father's leg was broken by cargo in the past, so he can't go hunting or work at the dock anymore. Before, her father would either hunt or work at the dock to earn money to support the family. Jiang Jalu wants to help her father heal his leg, but her current special ability is too weak. Even to heal her father's leg, she would need a set of silver acupuncture needles and to restore some of her wood element healing powers. Only then could she fully heal her father's leg. She also hopes to heal Cui Hejin's hand. Many people need nutritional care for their health. There are many things she wants to do, but she needs money first. So, Jiang Jalu is now eager to earn silver quickly. Xiangchuan Jiang said, "That's nothing. Once you're married, you're still our daughter. Just tell us what you need. Do you want to make a small food cart like those at the market?" Xiangchuan Jiang has been to the dock and knows what those small push carts used by vendors look like. Jiang Jalu shook her head and said, "Dad, it's not the same as theirs. I'll tell you how to make it." She then used a stick to draw on the ground, explaining the size and details to her father. She described how to install the wheels and how to set up the cart. Jiang Jalu was very detailed, including measurements, and Xiangchuan Jiang understood immediately. He promised to make a good one for his daughter. Jiang Jalu said, "Dad, you can also try making a bellows when you have time. If it works well, we can promote it in the village or town. It's really useful for burning fire. In this era, there's no gas for cooking, so everyone uses firewood. Whether villagers or wealthy families, everyone cooks with firewood. If the bellows work well, many people will want to buy them. This is a huge market. The bellows don't cost much. Dad just needs to make it himself. The wood can be cut from the back mountain. There's no need to spend money on food ingredients or rely on time, like cooking. There are many household chores that still need mom and dad to do. If dad only makes the bellows, he can do it in his free time at home without any problem." Jiang Xiangchuan happily said, "All right, the daughter understands more." In the morning, Jiang Yinshu and Jiang Yinzheng came back. Jiang Yinshu is already a 14-year-old boy. Although he wears rough cloth clothes, he is slim, fair, and handsome, with a gentle look and a warm smile. Jiang Yinzheng is 10 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His smile is as bright as the morning sun, with a slightly tan skin and a wild look. Seeing Jiang Jalu and Cui Hejin, Jiang Yunshu politely called them big sister and uncle. Jiang Yunjung happily jumped over and called out, giggling. Looking at these two younger brothers, Jiang Jalu feels very fond of them. They have different personalities but are both very good. Jiang Jalu thinks about her second brother, Jiang Yunshu, and feels he is very suitable for studying. But the family can't afford to send him to school. Her fourth brother is restless. Even if he were to study, he might not be able to learn well. But he is strong and brave, just like their father. Although he is only 10, he helps with many chores at home. He eats a lot because he works hard, and he's always hungry. Because he often eats until he's full, he has become very thin. Jiang Jalu sighs inwardly and gives the two children some sugar she bought. They both are very happy. Jiang Yunjung takes his water bucket and says, "Big sister, my second brother, and I are fishing with forks in the river. At noon, Mom can make fish soup for you and brother-in-law." Big sister is very happy to eat the fish you caught. Actually, Jiang Jalu wanted to make braised fish, but braised fish needs sugar, which is expensive. She feels a bit embarrassed to ask her parents to use it. Her parents already killed a chicken to entertain her when she returned home. Jiang Jalu helps her mother cook. Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunjung like to bother Cui Hejin, wanting to hear stories from books. They know their brother-in-law is very knowledgeable, so they like to ask questions. Cui Hejin is very patient with children. Whatever they want to know, he patiently explains. Even if they want to hear stories, he will tell them. His voice is very pleasant to listen to, and he speaks in a way that is not boring. He also tells stories, which makes Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunjung feel quite fascinated. Even though Jiang Jalu is busy cooking, she keeps thinking that Cui Hejin's voice is really beautiful. Xian sees his older sister cooking and, being well-behaved, doesn't bother her. Instead, he runs to Cui Hejin and asks his brother-in-law to hold him. Seeing him stretch out his hands as if wanting to be held, Cui Hejin smiles helplessly but gently picks him up. His storytelling voice naturally becomes softer. Jiang Jalu watches this scene and feels a little moved. She thinks that he is very patient with children. If he had children of his own, he would surely be very caring and patient with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Jalu looks a bit absent-minded. But when she remembers what he said that night, she feels cold all over again. She knows she shouldn't think about these things. Jiang Jalu blocks out these messy thoughts and focuses on helping her mother cook. Jiang Yunmian helps with the fire. Jiang Xiangchuan, unable to sit still, chops wood in the yard. Jiang Jalu worries a little about her third sister. Why isn't third sister back yet? Just as she finishes her thought, Jiang Yunhua returns carrying a basket of fungi and mushrooms. Seeing Jiang Jalu, Jiang Yunhua feels happy, but she still shyly greets her and habitually keeps her head down, not daring to look at people. Jiang Jalu looks at the scar on her third sister's face and feels a bit uncomfortable inside. That scar was left when they were young, fleeing with their parents, and she fell and hurt herself. It has always been with her. As she got older, she became more self-conscious about her scar and rarely went out. Even when she did go out and talk to others, she kept her head down, showing her low self-esteem. Her third sister is very gentle and always quietly does things. She is very kind to Jiang Jalu, her older sister. Although Jiang Jalu is the oldest, her third sister often takes care of her, and sometimes it feels like she is the younger sister and Jiang Jalu is the older one. Such a good third sister, but her face looks like this. Seeing the deep scar on her face, Jiang Jalu understands that medicine alone can only do half the job. She also needs to use her wood healing ability to fully heal her sister's scar. She plans to quickly recover some of her wood element powers so she can help her sister heal her face faster. While thinking about all this, she feels there are many things she needs to do. A heavy sense of responsibility weighs on her heart. Because Jiang Yunhua brought back many wood ears and mushrooms, Yishir made chicken stew with mushrooms at noon, following Jiang Jiluo's advice. They also made fish soup with fish. After lunch, The family sat together and talked for a while. In the early afternoon, Jiang Luo and Cui Hejin went home. However, Jiang Xiongchuan and Yishir also brought Jiang Luo many things. They brought fish caught by her two younger brothers from the river and a bowl of chicken stew with mushrooms. At noon, her mother specially kept a big bowl for her to take home for her mother-in-law to eat. She also brought some rice cakes, made from millet that her mother bought just for her. These rice cakes are like small buns filled with millet and sugar, so they taste very sweet and delicious. Such food is very rare in the village. When they were about to go home, Jiang Luo saw some pine trees on the hillside behind Shanxing village. She said to Cui Hejin, "I want to go there and see if I can get some resin. Are you going home first, or do you want to come with me?" Jiang Luo originally thought about letting Cui Hejin go home first, but he was just accompanying her to her family's house. If he went alone and people from Donghe village saw him, they might gossip, which wouldn't be good for old Mrs. Cui or Cui Hejin. So Jiang Luo asked him. There were only a few candles left at home. They used them sparingly at night. Buying candles was expensive. Each candle cost 50 coins. Jiang Luo felt that since it got dark early at night and she couldn't sleep, it would be easier if she could light a candle to do other things. But she didn't want to spend money on candles, so she decided to make her own. She didn't see any pine trees on the mountain near Donghe village. But Shanxing village's mountain had pine trees, and Jiang Luo suddenly thought of pine resin. She could make candles from pine resin. It might not look pretty, but it would work. Then she wouldn't need to save candles anymore. Although Cui Hejin was curious about what Jiang Luo wanted to do, he still quietly said, "I'll go with you." So, Cui Hejin accompanied Jiang Luo to the half mountain. Jiang Luo found some pieces of pine tree stumps and collected some resin. Looking at the collected resin, Jiang Luo was very happy. Now she could make many candles. With these candles, she wouldn't need to save them at home, and she wouldn't have to buy candles for a while. Cui Hejin looked at Jiang Luo's bright smile, her expression deep and thoughtful. On the way home, she thought Cui Hejin might ask something, but he didn't ask anything. He remained cold and distant the whole time, seeming uninterested and unwilling to inquire about her affairs. Jiang Luo's smile faded slightly. She wanted to explain something but hesitated and ultimately said nothing. When they returned home, Madame Cui was very happy to see them back. She was especially pleased to learn that Jiang Luo's parents had brought a lot of rice cakes and a bowl of chicken stew with mushrooms, which made her feel grateful. She thought to herself that her daughter-in-law was truly very good. Madame Cui was also thinking about making brown sugar. She pulled Jiang Luo aside and asked, "Luo, do we still make brown sugar? I've already prepared firewood at the stove, so we can start any time." Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Mother, please trouble you to boil the beets to extract the sugar water. I also want to cook some of the fat to make candles." When Madame Cui heard about candles, her expression became excited, and she almost thought she had heard wrong. Candles? Candles? Luo, can you make candles? Candles are very expensive. Usually, Madame Cui wouldn't light candles at night unless it was absolutely necessary. She was very reluctant to use even a little. Since a single candle costs a lot and would need to be replaced once used up, she could buy a lot of grain with that money. So, hearing Jiang Luo say she could make candles, she thought she must have misheard. While washing her hands and fetching water in the yard, Cui Hejin overheard Jiang Luo's words and paused his actions. He looked at Jiang Luo from the side, his eyes filled with complex emotions. So, she was making that fat into candles. But the secret recipe for candles was known only to a very few merchants. How could an ordinary person know the secret? Thinking about some things his wife's younger siblings had said, Cui Hejin looked at Jiang Luo with a deep, thoughtful expression. Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Mother, this fat can be used to make candles. If we have candles, we won't need to be so frugal at night. We can light candles whenever we want." Good. Madame Cui was very excited inside. She actually wanted to light candles at night to do some embroidery. But thinking about how expensive candles were, she hesitated to light them. If these things could really be used to make candles, she could light candles at night and do embroidery work. She could make more embroidery and sell it at the town's embroidery shop to earn some money. Madame Cui felt warm and excited inside. Jalu, just focus on your work. Mother is burning fire to cook these beets. The beets were cut into small pieces to make it easier to boil the syrup. Jalu set up a small stove in the yard, with firewood inside, and placed a small basin on top. She put the fat into the basin and started the fire below. Once the fat melted into liquid, Jalu removed any impurities. Filtered fat and water were very useful. Jalu took several small wooden buckets from her father, stood them upright, and tied a long rope inside each. She poured the fat into the buckets. When cooled, they could be used as candles. She poured into 9 small buckets in total. Carefully, Jalu fixed them in place, thinking that once cooled, she could remove the outer molds and the candles would be ready. While waiting for the mixture to cool, Jalu helped Madame Cui watch the pot, stirring it with a spoon. Time passed slowly. When the syrup in the pot was ready, a sweet smell of sugar water filled the air. Jalu gently fanned the mixture with her hand, smiling. It was as if she saw red sugar candies. Madame Cui, who was tending the fire, excitedly said, "Jalu, do you smell the sugar water? It's very sweet, such a nice smell." At first, Madame Cui was a bit doubtful, unsure if it would work. But now, smelling this aroma, she believed that they could really make sugar. Her heart warmed with excitement, and she worked the fire more diligently. Jalu nodded and said, "Yes, Mother, it's the smell of sugar water, but it needs to cook a little longer." "Good. We have enough firewood. We can cook as long as needed." Seeing that it was almost ready, Jalu prepared a large basin and a clean, coarse cotton cloth for filtering. After everything was set, she said, "Mother, it's ready. No need to keep the fire burning now." "Okay. Is it good like this?" Jalu replied, "Yes, pour it out first. We'll need to keep the fire going later." Using a large mesh scoop, she carefully scooped the mixture from the big pot little by little. The beets were caught in the cotton cloth and the sugar water filtered into the basin. Then she poured the sugar water back into the pot and continued cooking. Time passed slowly. Jalu knew that cooking would take a long time. "Mother, should I start preparing dinner first?" Madame Cui placed a piece of firewood into the stove and said, "Jalu, I'll help you cook dinner." In the past, for Madame Cui, eating was just a task, and she had to think hard about how to cook. Even if she was very hungry, the food she made often tasted bland and waxy. But since Jalu cooked 2 meals, Madame Cui finally understood what good food is. Even the simplest dishes could taste delicious when made by Jalu. So, when Jalu said she would cook dinner, Madame Cui started to look forward to it. Jalu shook her head and said, "It's okay, Mother.
I can do it myself.
Just help me light the fire." Madame Cui watched Jalu work quickly and neatly, feeling that her daughter-in-law was very talented. "Jalu, I just placed some firewood in the stove. It can burn for a while. Is there anything I can do to help? Maybe wash some vegetables?" Madame Cui didn't want her good daughter-in-law to get tired. Cui Hejin, with her cold and stern personality, didn't know how to show more care. The Cui family was no longer the noble family it once was. As a mother, she could only do more to make her daughter-in-law feel the warmth of home. If one day she couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to leave Hejin, there would be nowhere to cry. Jalu thought for a moment and said, "Mother, why don't you help me pick some chives?" Madame Cui smiled and said, "Okay." Having something to do made Madame Cui feel useful. Jalu then kneaded dough with coarse flour and water in a basin. Of course, she also added some spiritual spring water, so even the rough flour would make tasty pancakes. After kneading the dough, Jalu covered it with a clean cloth and let it rest for a while. By then, Madame Cui had already picked the chives. Jalu said, "Mother, I'll go wash the vegetables." She carried the basin to the yard, poured water to wash the chives, and poured the used water onto the vegetable field to water the plants. In ancient times, Water was free, but fetching water was hard work, so they saved water this way. While Jiangji Luo was washing the chives, someone stood at the door, looking inside and asking, "Brother Cui, is Cui Xiong here?" Jiangji Luo heard the noise, stood up to wipe her hands, and went to the small courtyard gate. She looked at the young man dressed like a scholar in front of her. He wore a rough cloth long gown with clear eyebrows and eyes, his skin a dark bronze with a pale tint. He looked refined and gentle but also seemed a bit stubborn and straightforward. He appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old. Lu Ting'an looked at the girl, who seemed about 15 or 16, and was momentarily stunned. Did he come to the wrong place? He hadn't heard that Brother Cui had a sister. Lu Ting'an clasped his hands and asked, "Miss, may I ask which household Brother Cui Hejin lives in?" Jiangji Luo replied, "This is it." Then she called inside, "Husband, someone is looking for you." Hearing this, Lu Ting'an was so shocked he almost stumbled and fell. He felt dizzy, thinking he must have heard wrong. Brother Cui is getting married. It hit him like a thunderbolt. Such a noble and pure person as Brother Cui is getting married. He found it hard to accept. Although the girl in front of him looked pretty, she wore rough cloth clothes and seemed like a villager. Brother Cui is so good. How could he marry a village girl? Brother Cui is getting married? Seeing the expression on the girl's face, Jiangji Luo seemed to understand what he was thinking. She looked a bit amused and had a sly look in her eyes. "Yes, we got married a few days ago. My family lives in the next village." Lu Ting'an's pupils shrank sharply, feeling a bit sad for Brother Cui. "Did you force Brother Cui to marry you?" Recently, Brother Cui had said he wouldn't marry and had no plans to do so here. So, it must be this girl who forced him. Jiangji Luo shrugged and said, "Why say it so harshly? What do you mean force? I fell in love with my husband at first sight, and I am completely devoted now." You. Lu Ting'an's face reddened. He thought the village woman was shameless to say such things. Jiangji Luo pouted and said, "What do you mean you? Are you implying I'm shameless? You scholars are so old-fashioned," she added. "Do you think that only those who can recite poetry and add fragrance to their red sleeves are worthy of you scholars?" Jiangji Luo crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at Lu Ting'an. Lu Ting'an seemed to realize he had said something wrong, and his face turned red with embarrassment and anger. But he also felt that the woman in front of him was too sharp-tongued. He couldn't win against her. Jiangji Luo was not naturally gentle or weak. If it weren't for her debt to Cui Hejin in that past life, she would have been kind to him long ago. Since Cui Hejin was not around, she would speak her mind freely. Cui Hejin came out of the house just in time to overhear their conversation, and he paused slightly, surprised. Perhaps he didn't expect his usually gentle and obedient wife to show such a side. And every word she spoke didn't sound like someone uneducated. Cui Hejin couldn't help but think deeply. When Lu Ting'an saw Cui Hejin, he excitedly said, "Brother Cui." But then he remembered that Cui Hejin married a village woman, and he felt a little sad for him. "Brother Cui, it's all my fault. If there hadn't been an emergency at home, I wouldn't have come back. Why did you suddenly?" Before Lu Ting'an could finish, Cui Hejin interrupted him, saying, "Let's go inside and talk." All right, let's go inside." Cui Hejin took Lu Ting'an into the inner room. The two of them talked inside. Jiangji Luo finished washing the vegetables and then rinsed the black fungus. These were things her parents asked her to bring back. After washing, she carried them into the house and started chopping chives and black fungus. She also prepared scrambled eggs and seasoned the filling. Once the filling was ready, she placed the dough on the table by the stove and began making chive pockets. Jiangji Luo worked quickly. In no time, she had made several chive pockets. Meanwhile, Lu Ting'an inside the house still looked uncomfortable and said, "Brother Cui, I think that village woman isn't very kind. You must be feeling wronged." Cui Hejin replied calmly, "You're overthinking." Lu Ting'an continued to speak to himself. "I know she must be forcing you with tricks. Otherwise, with your talent and looks, you wouldn't marry a village woman. I know for sure the daughter of the bookstore owner liked you. Their family is much better off than ours. They offered such good conditions, but you didn't agree. You didn't even look at the bookstore owner's daughter, let alone a village woman. She doesn't even know how to read or write. Lu Tingyan felt sorry for Brother Cui. Jiangji Luo paused her work of wrapping the chive pockets. The scholar was inside the house talking to Cui Hejin. Although the door was closed and the voices were low, old lady Cui couldn't hear them. However, Jiangji Luo has wood element abilities. Even though her powers are weak now, her hearing is very sharp, and she can easily hear even the faintest sounds nearby. So there was such a story behind it. Indeed, to others, it seemed that the daughter of the bookstore owner was more talented and capable than her, and her family was better off. If she hadn't used certain tricks, Cui Hejin wouldn't have married her. Even if he married her, he honestly couldn't give her true feelings. In that past life, if she hadn't provoked such a good man, he would have been a straightforward and cold person. Jiangji Luo sighed inwardly, feeling a bit guilty. She automatically blocked her wood element abilities, so she didn't hear any more sounds from inside the house. Jiangji Luo continued wrapping the chive pancakes. Old Lady Cui didn't know what was being said inside, but she was happily helping to build the fire. She occasionally looked at Jiangji Luo, thinking that this was the chive pancake Jiangji Luo mentioned. Even in the capital city, she had never eaten or seen chive pancakes. Even at court banquets, she had never seen the royal chefs make them. If everyone knew how delicious chives are, they would definitely make them, but they didn't exist in the capital. Old Lady Cui looked at Jiangji Luo and felt that her daughter-in-law's demeanor and elegance didn't look like someone from the countryside at all. After Jiangji Luo finished wrapping the chive pancakes, "Mom, the sugar in this pot still needs to cook a little longer. It's getting late, so let's fry the pancakes first," she said. There were 2 pots on either side of the stove. Originally, the main house lent them this room, so these things were here. But normally, Old Lady Cui and Cui Hejin only used 1 pot, and the other pot had been unused for a long time. It was only after Jiangji Luo fried eggs and made the chive pancakes in the afternoon that she cleaned the second pot and fried some eggs. Now, the pot still had a little oil from the afternoon, but it was clean, so she didn't need to wash it again. Just pour in some oil and cook the pancakes directly. Old Lady Cui said, "Ji Luo, I can build the fire. Using both sides of the stove with firewood won't affect anything. Placing a piece of wood at the stove could keep burning for a long time without much attention, so using both burners wouldn't delay anything." Okay. Jiangji Luo stirred the sugar in the pot with a spoon. Seeing that another pot was heating up, she added some oil and started frying chive pockets. Lu Tingyan was inside talking with Cui Hejin about the schoolmaster's position. There's a vacancy for a teacher at the graphite school in Huaihua Lane. They pay 2 taels of silver a month. Brother Cui, you are very knowledgeable and don't want to take exams for fame. Why not give it a try? I believe you'll be chosen. I used your previous calligraphy to ask about it. I spoke with the owner of the graphite school. Mr. Li, the head of the school, was very impressed with your writing.
Tomorrow you should go and try.
Cui Hejin didn't reply, seeming to think deeply. Lu Tingyan secretly admired Brother Cui very much, especially his broad mind and rich talent. Not only that, his calligraphy was excellent, better than many famous scholars. There's only this private school in town. If you go, you'll just teach some children. It won't be tiring, and you'll often get a break. It's close to your house. If you want to stay at the school, you can. If you want to go home at night, you can. It's very convenient. Lu Tingyan thought that with Brother Cui's knowledge and ability, he would surely succeed in the exams. Sadly, Cui didn't want to take the exams. He remembered how Cui once helped him clear his name when he was falsely accused while selling books and helping people write letters in town. Without that help, his reputation would have been ruined, and he wouldn't have been able to study or take exams. Brother Cui was his benefactor. He also admired even more the books Cui had copied, which were astonishingly good. His admiration grew stronger. Lu Tingyan thought, just looking at Brother Cui's appearance, children would find him very pleasing to look at, and they'd probably want to go to school. At that moment, Lu Tingyan caught a whiff of delicious food in the air. He sniffed hard. What's that? It smells so good. It looks like it must taste amazing. His stomach was starting to rumble. He hadn't felt hungry before, but the tempting smell made him feel hungry, and his mouth was watering. Cui Hejin slightly lifted his eyelids and gently tapped the table, seeming to be pondering something. Lu Tingyan took a deep breath and leaned against the door. "No, Brother Cui, are you cooking something delicious at home? But what good food could be made in the village?" Lu Tingyan's family was quite well off. They owned a lot of land left by ancestors, which allowed him to study. But even so, the family was very frugal. The cost of ink, paper, brushes, and tuition was very high. Even so, he had never smelled such a fragrant aroma before. What delicious food did Brother Cui's family make? No, given Brother Cui's situation, he knew a little about it. How could there be good ingredients for cooking? I don't know. But he guessed that Jiangji Luo was probably cooking. He knew very well how good his mother's cooking was. He couldn't cook himself. At most, he could light a fire. When he was at the Duke's residence, he learned from a young age to read, write, compose essays, and study both civil and martial arts, including the 6 arts of a gentleman. He had never learned to cook, so after being exiled, he still couldn't cook even after a year. Although Lu Tingyan was curious, he thought about Brother Cui's family situation. Since they were preparing to eat, he decided it was best to leave quickly and not cause trouble. "Brother Cui, remember to go to school tomorrow. It costs 2 taels of silver a month. I happen to have a holiday these days. I'll come to find you tomorrow and go with you." After giving his instructions, Lu Tingyan was about to leave. He opened the door and went to the stove, where the aroma became even stronger. Facing Grandma Cui, Lu Tingyan cupped his hands and said, "Madam, I apologize for bothering you today. I will leave now and visit again another day." Grandma Cui was happy that Cui Hejin had made a friend here. She also thought he looked like a scholarly person, full of literary air, and was pleased that Cui Hejin had such a friend. "No problem, no problem. Hejin doesn't have much to do at home. Having you as a friend who can chat with him makes us all happy." Although Grandma Cui wanted to invite him to stay for a meal, she felt that the chive pockets were made by Ji Luo, and she didn't want to take over her work. Lu Tingyan felt the fragrant smell grow even stronger and couldn't help but look toward the side. He saw Cui's new wife standing by the pot, busy cooking. He wasn't sure what she was making, but it smelled so good. Jiangji Luo turned the chive pockets over, making sure both sides were evenly cooked. Hearing the noise, she looked up slightly, but then turned her gaze to Cui Hejin, who had just come out of the house. He looked at her with deep, flickering light in his eyes, which disappeared quickly. But his gaze seemed to hold some unspoken words, capable of enchanting people. Jiangji Luo guessed something inside her heart and then said to the scholar, "I made some extra chive pockets. Since you're my husband's friend, please stay and eat with us." Lu Tingyan didn't expect Cui's wife to say such a thing. He seemed to have a not-so-good attitude towards her earlier. Thinking about how he spoke poorly of her to Brother Cui inside the house, he felt a bit uncomfortable and awkward. "No, I can't. I have something at home and need to go back quickly." Although Lu Tingyan really wanted to try something so delicious, he held back. He couldn't cause trouble for Brother Cui just for food. He said this and quickly walked toward the yard. Jiangji Luo didn't say much. Just then, 2 chive pockets were ready. Jiangji Luo wrapped 2 in oil paper and handed them to Cui Hejin, saying, "They're freshly made. You can give them to your friend." After handing the pockets to Cui Hejin, Jiangji Luo turned back to watch the pan, occasionally flipping the pockets to prevent them from burning. Cui Hejin went to the yard. When he reached the door, he handed the 2 wrapped chive pockets to Lu Tingyan and said, "Here, take this." Brother Cui, Lu Tingyan felt a bit shy. Cui Hejin, as always, was cool and distant, saying, "If you consider me a friend, then take it." Lu Tingyan knew Cui Hejin's personality was cold but kind-hearted.
Then, I won't be polite. All right.
Lu Tingyan couldn't help but take a bite. Though it was hot, it left a fragrant taste in his mouth. "Brother Cui, I didn't expect your wife to cook so well." Cui Hejin's expression moved slightly, and he said softly, "Maybe." Lu Tingyan knew Cui Hejin didn't like to talk much, so he didn't mind. He happily ate the delicious food with a big smile. When Lu Ting'an left, he reminded Cui Hejin to go to the school tomorrow. Cui Hejin nodded. Jiangji Luo finished frying all the chive pockets. It was getting dark, and she finally managed to make the brown sugar. After boiling it, she poured it out and let it cool. Once cooled, she could cut it into blocks of red sugar. Old Lady Cui looked at the color and rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Ji Luo, you really boiled it. Is this red sugar? Knowing her mother was a bit doubtful, Jiangji Luo used chopsticks to pick a small piece and offered it to her, saying, Mom, try it. You'll see if it's real. Old Lady Cui carefully put a piece in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. She was so excited her eyes widened. Ji Luo, it's really sweet. A very sweet taste, just like red sugar. Thinking about how expensive and hard to buy red sugar was, Old Lady Cui got very excited. Her hands holding the chopsticks trembled slightly and were a bit unsteady. She truly felt like she was dreaming. The daughter-in-law is so talented, she can even make brown sugar. If she can make red sugar, then she can definitely make candles too. At this moment, her vision was a little blurry. Jiangji Luo went to the yard to check the small wooden buckets and found that the wax candles had cooled down. She used a knife to cut open the outside of the wooden buckets. Thus, she obtained individual candles. Jiangji Luo happily brought them inside and lit one with a flint. Mother, look, this is pine resin candle. Old Lady Cui nodded happily. Yes, it's bright, really bright. It's a candle. Jiangji Luo took out the other 8 candles, handed one to Old Lady Cui, and said, Mother, this one is for you to use tonight. This one is for our room. The remaining 6, keep them for now. Old Lady Cui looked at the candles in front of her and felt a strange sense of unreality. She cupped her hands around them. The candles were a bit dark in color, very different from the red candles, but they could still burn and light up without any problem. Just these many candles, if bought, would cost at least a few hundred coins. So, Old Lady Cui carefully held them, afraid of dropping them. Mother, it's okay. After using these, I can make more. The candles weren't very pretty, but they still served their purpose of lighting. In ancient times, many villages were built along the mountains. Building along the mountains made it easy to gather firewood and collect things from the mountain. Old Lady Cui said happily, Good. It's hard for you, but thank you. Mother, it's not hard. Making these is simple. She only gathered some pine resin from the hillside. If she went further up the mountain, she might find even more. There was plenty of pine resin on the hillside, and she only took a part of it. The house was filled with a strong, fragrant smell. During dinner, Cui Hejin washed his hands and sat quietly. Jiangji Luo watched his peaceful and gentle expression, feeling that under the candlelight of the pine resin candles, his cold features seemed to soften with a hint of warmth. The flickering shadows in his beautiful eyes looked like shimmering stars. Seeing him like this, Jiangji Luo couldn't help but think that if he was gentle, he would be very warm and comforting. Jiangji Luo's expression moved slightly, but she said nothing. During dinner, Old Lady Cui praised the chive flour buns she was eating, unable to stop praising them. Jalu, this chive is really a good thing. It tastes great when cooked, and wrapping chive pockets is also delicious. Old Lady Cui thought, it's similar to making steamed buns, which have filling inside. But steamed buns are made with leavened dough, while these chive pockets don't need leavened dough, making them simpler and tastier. Since she was exiled, she hadn't eaten anything this good. Just eating the chive pockets made Old Lady Cui feel a little moved. They are truly delicious. Jiang Jalu quietly ate, not saying much, but seeing that Jiang Jalu was eating a bit more than usual, she knew he liked these foods. After dinner, Old Lady Cui tidied up. Jiang Jalu took out the wheat soaked yesterday, then found a clean sieve, lined with a clean cotton cloth, and spread the wheat on it. After waiting 3 or 4 days, they could make malt sugar. Tomorrow morning, she planned to go to the town to sell some brown sugar. She wanted to sell it piece by piece, as selling by weight would be too expensive for ordinary people. Most people would buy just a piece or 2 to use. Jiang Jalu planned to sell it in pieces, so ordinary people might be willing to buy a piece for a few cents. She decided to sell each piece for 2 cents. In the afternoon, she boiled red sugar from sugar beets, cut it into pieces, and had about 30 or 40 pieces. She could earn over 70 cents. This doesn't include the cost of the sugar beets, since they are from her own garden. If she makes more red sugar from sugar beets later, she will need to buy from the village. After subtracting the cost of the sugar beets, she could still earn around 60 cents. The main reason is that sugar beets are cheap, costing about 1 cent per jean. If she buys from the village, the price might be even lower. If she can sell every day, she could earn at least 1 silver coin in a month. This doesn't include the future business of making malt sugar or other foods. If her business does well, her daily needs will no longer be so frugal. With some capital, she could start other businesses later. Earning more money might allow her to buy a piece of land and build a tiled house. Right now, Cui's house is the village chief's house, and it's a mud house. It's too small and doesn't even have a yard wall. She wants to build a better house, following her design, so her family can live comfortably. It would also be much more convenient for washing and bathing at night. Jalu enjoys reading. If he had a separate study room, he would probably be very happy. Jalu sat on a bench, looking at the wheat in the basket, lost in thought. Old Lady Cui finished tidying up and hurried over, saying, "Jiluo, if you need anything, just tell your mother. I can do it. It's cold outside, so go inside and warm up." Although it's spring now, the nights are still cold. The family can't afford to buy fabric for clothes, so everyone wears relatively thin clothing. Old Lady Cui was worried that Jiluo might get cold. Jiluo has a wood-type special ability. Even though it's still weak now, it can keep her warm. So she didn't feel cold sitting outside. Jiluo thought having a good mother-in-law was very important. She smiled and said, "Mother, it's okay. I was thinking of selling brown sugar in town tomorrow morning to see how it goes. If it sells well, I could make a few dozen coins a day. Then I think we should keep doing the brown sugar business." Old Lady Cui immediately saw that Jiluo had a plan and ideas. Not to mention a few dozen coins a day, just thinking about it made her very excited. She knew the price of brown sugar. Each piece could sell for 2 coins. If all the brown sugar was sold, even at a low price, it would be about 50 coins. In 30 days, that adds up to around 1,500 coins. That's more than a tael of silver. If the Cui family still had the Marquis estate, they wouldn't care about a tael of silver. But now, the Cui family no longer has the estate. In the village, they can't even afford plain rice and often go hungry. She realized how much a tael of silver really meant. Ordinary farming families work all year, but may not save even a tael of silver. And a month's worth, 12 taels of silver in a year. That means a family could eat plain rice every meal and still have enough to eat. For Old Lady Cui, food and warmth were her top priorities now. Because only when people are fed can they survive. She excitedly held Jiluo's hand and said, "Jiluo, I know you're capable. I trust you. Whatever you decide, I'll support it. After breakfast tomorrow, I'll go with you to set up the stall." Old Lady Cui thought that by staying nearby, she could help her daughter-in-law and protect her. No one would dare to bully Jiluo with her around. Seeing Lady Cui support her, Jalu felt happy and said, "Mother, if we can sell everything, we should make more brown sugar later. We also need to buy some sugar beets from the village." Lady Cui nodded and said, "All right, leave this to me. I've gotten to know the villagers well over the past year. We can buy sugar beets from their homes, and they will definitely be happy." Last winter, every household also harvested many sugar beets, just like cabbages and radishes. People couldn't eat so much, so they naturally wanted to sell some to make extra money. But since everyone grows these vegetables, selling them at stalls isn't easy. If we buy them directly, they don't have to sell at stalls. They can sell right at their doorsteps, so they'll be happy to sell to us. Lady Cui still knew the market situation in the village. And if they knew about the door-to-door sugar beet collection, they would probably be very pleased. Jalu said, "Let's buy at market price, 1 coin per jean. That will definitely work." After discussing for a while, the two went inside. When Jalu finished her bath and entered the room, she saw Cui Hejin lighting a pine oil candle and reading a book. The dim, yellow light flickered inside, adding a warm feeling to the room. Jalu dried her hair and sat at the table. With the candlelight, she could do some work. But sitting so close, she could faintly smell a light ink scent on him. Jalu took a piece of paper and used a charcoal pen to draw toy building blocks. Her father could make simple carpentry, so making these wooden blocks should be easy. Her parents loved her younger siblings very much, and she also wanted to do something for them. It's better to teach people how to fish than just give them fish. She needed to find ways for her parents to learn some skills and earn money. Making a bellows was complicated. Her father might not be able to make one in a day. But making building blocks was simple. He could produce several sets in a day. She also visited the market in town and learned that many people are willing to buy things for their children, even if they are expensive. There aren't many toys on the market now, unlike in the technological age when all kinds of toys are available. Many children have little to play with and just play street games. She believed that building blocks would be quite popular. Thinking about this, she started drawing the building blocks on the paper. Cui Hejin was quietly copying a book on paper, gazing at the pine wax candle on the table. Under the candlelight, a gentle glow seemed to flicker in his eyes. When he looked at Jalu again, he naturally noticed what she had drawn on her paper. The table was too small, making it easy to see her work. His expression slightly trembled. He had never seen this kind of painting method before. Cui Hejin's hand holding the brush stiffened slightly. After a moment, he slowly put down the brush and glanced sideways at Jalu. They had been married for 4 days, but Cui Hejin had never seriously looked at or observed his young wife. At this moment, he realized she was different from his impression. She didn't seem illiterate. When she was painting, she looked focused and serious, with a unique aura. After thinking for a while, Cui Hejin's expression grew cold, as if he suspected something. Jalu was entirely focused on how to do business and make money, and how to help her parents develop a craft to earn a living. She didn't notice Cui Hejin's changing expression. While she was drawing and painting, Cui Hejin suddenly spoke clearly, "I will go to the town tomorrow." Hearing his voice unexpectedly, Jalu was stunned. She looked up slightly at Cui Hejin, but immediately met his deep, enchanting eyes. There was a hint of charm in them that made her heart skip a beat. This person was truly captivating. Jalu slightly looked away and nodded, saying, "Yes, I will also go with my mother to sell red sugar in the morning." As she spoke, Jalu seemed to remember something. She took 20 coins out of her pocket and said, "Here, this is for you. If you can't come back at noon, remember to buy some food in the town so you won't go hungry." The few hundred coins she had left from previous shopping were stored in her space. The space was better for storing things and more convenient to access. Cui Hejin thought Jalu would ask him what he was going to do in the town, but she didn't ask. Since Cui Hejin had said such things before, Jalu decided to fulfill her role as a wife and not interfere with other matters. "It's not necessary. This is your money." Jalu pouted and said, "Do we really need to be so clear about it?" Jalu said these words without anger or unhappiness. She just felt that his personality was too cold, as if he was detached from worldly affairs and emotions. Cui Hejin's expression was gentle and calm. Just looking at her little wife's slightly distressed expression, he finally gently explained, "Although you are my wife now, I don't have much to give you yet, so it's better for you to keep some secret savings." As he spoke, Cui Hejin seemed to have emotional fluctuations and coughed again. Cough. Cough. The coughing echoed in the room, sounding broken. Jalu saw him coughing and became a bit worried. Without thinking, she stood up and went to Cui Hejin, gently patting his back. After a while, she quickly poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him, saying, "Drink some water first." In the past few days, he felt much better after drinking spiritual spring water, but unexpectedly, he still coughed. When he coughed severely, it felt like his heart and lungs were about to come out. Cui Hejin took the cup and drank a few sips, easing a bit. Jalu was worried. He still felt unwell, so she quietly infused a small amount of her weak wood element healing ability into his body. But because of this, she suddenly felt dizzy. Not good, my wood element ability is too weak. I gave him too much. My strength is almost drained. Jiangji Luo realized this and thought if she continued like this, she would faint. She didn't care about anything else and quickly took the cup Cui Hejin had just drunk from, brought it to her lips and drank a few gulps. Feeling slightly better, she finally had some strength. She hurriedly took off her shoes and lay on the bed inside. Feeling dizzy, uncomfortable, and with her heart pounding, she knew she might faint if she stayed standing on the ground. After lying down, Jiangji Luo soon fell asleep. Cui Hejin listened to her shallow breathing, wanting to cough but holding back, not making a sound. He remembered the warm feeling that suddenly surged in his back earlier, which made him feel better, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. As he looked at the cup on the table where she had just drunk water and thought about what just happened, his ears involuntarily turned slightly red. The night was quiet, and inside the house, only her gentle breathing could be heard. Cui Hejin remained still for a long time. He had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Jiangji Luo woke up feeling much better, though her face was still pale and looked quite weak. Old Lady Cui was shocked when she saw Jiangji Luo's condition. Jalu, why do you look so pale? Did you not sleep well last night or did you catch a cold? Last night was fine. And before, Jalu looked healthy, but now she seems very pale, almost like she's sick. Old Lady Cui couldn't help but look at her son, with a worried expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Jalu naturally didn't know what Old Lady Cui was imagining. She touched her cheek and shook her head, saying, "Mom, I'm fine. I'm not sick or catching a cold. Don't worry." Jalu couldn't explain everything to Old Lady Cui. Plus, she didn't want anyone to know about her wood element supernatural power. "Jalu, you don't look well. Why don't you rest at home?" Jalu replied, "Mom, I really am fine. I can go to the town to sell brown sugar. That way, I can learn about the market and see how sales are going." While Jalu was washing up, Old Lady Cui went to check the chicken coop, took out 2 eggs, washed them, and boiled them for breakfast. Jalu looked at the 2 eggs in front of her, while there were none in front of Old Lady Cui and Cui Hejin. A warm feeling filled her heart. "Mom, I'll just eat chive buns. I won't eat the eggs. You and Dad can have them." Old Lady Cui said, "Mom wants to eat chive buns, but doesn't want the eggs. You eat them. Both of these you should have." Old Lady Cui was worried that Jalu might tire herself out. Reluctantly, Jalu couldn't refuse her and, under her insistence, ate 1 egg. She knew that in this era, eggs in the village were precious and good for nourishing the body. After breakfast, Jalu cut the brown sugar into small, equal-sized pieces. Old Lady Cui watched Cui Hejin go to the town, then followed him into the yard and approached her son. Cui Hejin thought his mother had something to say, so he stood quietly, patiently waiting for her to speak. Old Lady Cui whispered, "Hejin, I know you're newly married and happy, but you need to be careful. Look at how exhausted Jalu is. She's still young, so you should be gentle. This is your wife. You should care for her and not just think about yourself." Cui Hejin felt stiff all over after hearing this. After a while, he seemed to understand what his mother was talking about. He reached out and pinched his forehead hard. He realized there was a big misunderstanding. Such matters are naturally difficult for Cui Hejin to explain. Cui Hejin softly said, "Mother, it's not what you think." Old Lady Cui knew she couldn't control her son's private affairs, so she simply said, "I know I talk too much. Just keep your own thoughts in mind." Then she waved her hand and said, "All right, go to the town." Old Lady Cui didn't know what Cui Hejin was doing in town. Cui Hejin also didn't mention going to the school. He preferred to act carefully and hadn't told his mother or Jiangji Luo before deciding to teach at the school. He looked inside the house and only saw a busy figure. Thinking about last night's strange events, Cui Hejin slightly lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling a little. Jiangji Luo naturally didn't know about this interruption. She was placing a clean cloth into a basket and then putting pieces of brown sugar inside, ready to take to town to sell. It was half an hour's walk from the village to the town, which was considered very close by villagers. Beyond the mountains, there were other villages, and villagers going to town to buy and sell goods had a much harder time. Jiang Jiluo said, "Mother, let's carry the basket on our back and take this basket to town." Okay. Seeing the beautiful pieces of brown sugar Jiluo had cut, old lady Cui thought about the 2 coins each, feeling very excited. She wished she could sell the brown sugar immediately. Jiang Jiluo and old lady Cui locked the house door and also locked the fence gate. Then they carried the basket on their back and took the basket to town. The sun was shining on the earth, and the sunlight made everyone feel warm and cozy. Most villagers had gone to the fields. Although it was early spring and planting hadn't started yet, everyone was busy clearing weeds and preparing the land that had been left idle all winter to make it ready for planting in spring. The village children were running around and playing, full of energy. When they saw old lady Cui and Jiang Jiluo, they stopped and politely called out, "Big lady Cui." Old lady Cui responded kindly, smiling warmly. Some of the older children also called Jiang Jiluo, Sister Jiang. Most of the children didn't know Jiang Jiluo yet, but seeing their lively and energetic appearance, Jiang Jiluo couldn't help but smile. After Jiang Jiluo and old lady Cui walked a little way away, the children started talking among themselves. "That is Brother Cui's bride. Senior Sister Jiang just smiled at us a moment ago. Mother said she is not a good woman and forced Brother Cui." "Nonsense. Senior Sister Jiang is so beautiful. Brother Cui must like her." "Daquan, how old are you? Do you even know what liking someone means?" The children were discussing something. Jiang Jiluo heard a few words and couldn't help but smile. Children really speak without hesitation, but they don't understand much. It's understandable. The villagers are bored and have no entertainment. Whenever someone has a new story, the whole village knows within a day. Adults talk in front of children without much care, so the children naturally listen and remember. On the way to the town, some fields are abandoned or overgrown with weeds. Jiang Jiluo couldn't help but ask, "Mother, are these fields ours?" Old lady Cui shook her head and said, "These fields are not very good. They produce low yields of vegetables and grains. Even if you work all year, by harvest time, you'll only get a little more grain. It's not worth it. These are lands that the government hasn't sold. Our village's land is to the east and in front and behind the village. Some are top-quality fields, some are medium. Top-quality fields produce a lot of grain. Medium fields are okay, but these poor fields are not worth working on all year." Based on her memory, Jiang Jiluo knew that taxes on grain were low now. Buying land to grow grain was very profitable. She had space, so she didn't need to worry about grain yields. As long as the things from her space were planted outside, whether seeds or crops, they would adapt well to the land. And if she used water mixed with spiritual spring water to irrigate, it could improve the soil quality and turn poor fields into top-quality land. Jiang Jiluo searched her memory and asked, "Mother, does top-quality land cost 5 or 6 taels of silver per mu?" Old lady Cui replied, "Near the town dock, land is more expensive. Top-quality land costs 6 taels per mu, and medium land costs 4.5. Thinking about how expensive good land was, old lady Cui gave up on the idea of buying land. She also wanted to buy land, but she had no silver, so she didn't dare think about it. The family has only cleared 1 acre of land to farm, so they can only plan on it for now. Cleared land is different from proper farmland. They can grow crops but cannot sell them, so the land doesn't really belong to them. However, the soil is quite fertile and much better than poor land, so they can grow grains that produce a decent harvest. Jiang Jiluo knows that Cui's family only has that 1 acre of land to use. And clearing the land took a lot of effort. This is an ancient, fictional setting with simple farming tools, so clearing land is not as easy as in modern times. Planting a small amount of grain on 1 acre is not enough. This place is in the northern cold region, where most farmers grow winter wheat. Cui's family has planted half an acre of winter wheat on their 1 acre of land. In spring, Cui's elderly lady plans to plant peanuts, corn, red beans, green beans, and some vegetables. After calculating, they realize 1 acre isn't enough, so they have to use the land sparingly. Now it's February, and after the rains in March or April, they will start spring plowing and planting. Jiangji Luo naturally wants to buy more land during this time, so she can grow more crops. It's better than just renting. Even if she hires people to work in the fields later, it will be more cost-effective. At this time, labor is scarce. People working at the dock for a whole day might earn only 20 or 30 coins, doing the hardest work. In the village, when asking villagers to help build a house, most don't get paid. They only work during farm off-season and are fed. The food isn't even very good. Jiangji Luo has been thinking and increasingly wants to buy more land. Mother, how much silver does 1 acre of land cost? The elderly Lady Cui paused, looked at Jiangji Luo, and explained, it seems to be 2 taels of silver per acre, but most of it is stony or sandy land. 2 taels is a bit expensive, especially since it's near the dock in town. Without that, it wouldn't be so costly. Jiangji Luo understood. She isn't afraid of sandy or rocky land. In fact, sandy land is good for growing grapes, watermelons, and other fruits, and also for planting peanuts and yams. Fruits are rare here, unlike in modern times, where many varieties are available. Grapes and watermelons are very uncommon. If she could buy a few more acres to grow grapes and watermelons, it would be very convenient. But planting these fruits here would make her stand out too much. So, Jiangji Luo needs to think carefully about what to plant. And she also needs to find the seeds for these fruits first. No matter what ideas they had, earning money was the first priority. While thinking on the road, Jiangji Luo and Madame Cui arrived in town. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning. The dock was especially busy, with many stalls set up and people shouting to attract customers. Several ships were docked nearby, unloading goods. There were many pedestrians coming and going. Madame Cui had previously sold eggs and vegetables at the market, but she didn't have much experience. She looked around and said, Ji Luo, let's go to the market inside the town. There are also many people there. Jiangji Luo shook her head and said, Mother, let's try here first. Holding a basket, she walked and called out, selling brown sugar. Anyone want brown sugar? Healthy brown sugar. Women drink it to improve blood and health. Jiangji Luo's clear and bright voice stood out at the lively dock, sounding quite different from the voices of other small vendors, making her sound especially nice. Madame Cui was stunned. She followed Jiangji Luo, feeling shy and blushing when people looked over. She nervously fidgeted with her clothes. Previously, Madame Cui had prepared herself mentally before selling eggs at the market, but even then, she just sat there waiting for customers. If no one came, she wouldn't speak. So, even if she sold eggs, she might sit all day without selling a single basket. Later, when Madame Cui was sick, it was Cui Hejin who went to the town. Because Cui Hejin was so handsome and charming, he didn't need to say much. People eagerly bought his goods, and everything sold well. Are you selling brown sugar? Really selling brown sugar? The women nearby quickly heard about the brown sugar, worried they might have misheard. After listening twice, someone came up to Jiangji Luo and asked, Miss, do you really have brown sugar here? How is the brown sugar in your basket?
Can we see it?
Jiangji Luo lifted the cloth covering her basket, revealing some brown sugar, and took out a piece to show everyone. She smiled and said, Everyone, take a look. Our brown sugar is sweet and good for health. It costs 2 coins per piece. Everyone looked at the color and size of the pieces and thought they looked quite good. Mainly, Jiangji Luo used spiritual spring water when making brown sugar, which is a very good ingredient. Although only a little, it greatly improves the quality of the brown sugar. Eating it is truly good for health. Some people are tempted just by looking at the brown sugar, but everyone is used to bargaining. It's a bit expensive. Can you make it cheaper? Jiangji Luo smiled and said, This brown sugar isn't ordinary. It's brought from the capital by a distant relative. 2 coins per piece isn't expensive. You can soak it in hot water to drink or cook it with eggs. Both are good for health. Once you try it at home, you'll see how good our brown sugar is. The quality is definitely genuine. With spiritual spring water, Jiangji Luo confidently speaks like this. And I don't have much with me, so it might be gone soon. While talking, some women gathered around to see what was happening. Some men who work on boats also came over, thinking of buying a few pieces for their wives to help improve their health. Living on the water all year, they feel the cold strongly and want to buy some to strengthen their bodies. Selling brown sugar. 2 coins per piece. Our brown sugar is really good. After you take it home and try it, you'll find it tastes great. Because Jiangji Luo had researched the market and knew brown sugar was rare, she didn't run any special promotions. Soon, someone directly said, "Give me 6 pieces." "I'll take 6. Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "All right, I'll pack 6 for you." Mrs. Cui, who was originally close to Jiangji Luo, was pushed out of the way shortly after. Jiangji Luo turned to look and saw that Mrs. Cui was no longer there. She looked outside and called, "Mother, come here."
Ah.
Mrs. Cui hurriedly squeezed inside to help Jiangji Luo collect money. Mrs. Cui took the money, and Jiangji Luo packed the brown sugar for everyone. "I'll buy 2 pieces. Let me try soaking them in water first." Hearing 2, Jiangji Luo happily packed 2 pieces, and Mrs. Cui was responsible for collecting the coins. Counting the coins, Mrs. Cui's hands trembled slightly. She looked at the coins with wide eyes, almost unable to believe it. It felt a bit unreal. "I'll buy 2 pieces to try at home, see if it tastes good." Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "Don't worry, our brown sugar is definitely good. After you try it, you'll want to come back for more. Plus, it makes your complexion rosy and your health stronger." The young girl has a pretty smile and a sweet mouth. Everyone looked at Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo. Although they wore simple linen clothes, they looked clean and fresh. Especially when they smiled. Their smiles were sweet and soft, like sticky rice candies. "Thank you for your kind words, sister," Jiangji Luo said, addressing everyone in a friendly way. So, everyone couldn't help but smile more. The baskets, which held 2 or 3 pieces of red sugar each, only contained a total of 41 pieces. In just a short time, they were all sold out. "Sorry, there's no more red sugar. It's all gone," Jiangji Luo said. She guessed the business would be good, but didn't expect it to be this fast.
It was gone in just a little while.
What?
There was a whole basket just now. How come it's gone? Yes, I just turned around to get my money, and it was all sold out. Miss, is there really no more here? Yes, we were just about to buy some, someone replied. At first, some people hesitated. After a while they went back to the boat to get money, the red sugar was already sold out. Some of those selling at the dock had planned to buy a few pieces for their daughters, but by the time they hesitated and came back, they missed out. People are used to observing good things before buying. But when everything is sold out, they feel a bit annoyed, thinking they should have bought earlier. This makes them want to buy even more now. Jiangji Luo said, "Ladies, there really is no more. Maybe it's because everyone sees that the red sugar I sell is good quality and big pieces, so they want to buy it all quickly." Hearing this, everyone looked even more disappointed. Those who hesitated before now thought they should have bought some. Jiangji Luo looked at everyone's expressions and felt a bit emotional. Red sugar is rare in the north, which is why it sells out so fast. If it were in the south, where sugarcane is more common, it probably wouldn't be so scarce. So, there's no need to worry about what good things to sell. When people see that the business is good, they start to imitate. First, red sugar needs a steady supply to sell well. Even boat traders who see the good quality of red sugar wouldn't find it worthwhile to transport it from the south just to sell here. Sugar was expensive at this time, and the production process wasn't very advanced. Plus, the cost of transporting it back and forth wasn't worth it. They'd rather use their ships to trade other goods, like silk or porcelain. That's why Jiangji Luo felt confident about her business. "Will you come again tomorrow to sell brown sugar?" "Young girl, do you still have brown sugar? If you come again, I will buy more." Everyone looked at Jiangji Luo with hopeful eyes. Jiangji Luo deliberately frowned and said, "I don't know if I still have stock. I need to ask my relatives. You know, brown sugar is in short supply." If it weren't for needing to support my family, we wouldn't want to sell it right now. Jiang Jiluo said this on purpose to open up sales for her future brown sugar business. After lifting everyone's spirits, Jiang Jiluo smiled and said, "But if I come, it will be here at the dock in the morning." Everyone felt relieved upon hearing this. Most likely, this young girl will come again to sell brown sugar. Old Lady Cui stood there, a bit confused by the wind. She wondered where Jiang Jiluo was and what she was doing. Were the copper coins in her purse real? She really wanted to count them now, but she was afraid of attracting attention, so she just stood stiffly. She didn't know what to do. She only watched Jiang Jiluo talking with some women. She could handle herself easily while dealing with everyone. Old Lady Cui showed admiration. Last night, she worried whether she could sell the brown sugar and was anxious, tossing and turning until she finally fell asleep late at night. After Jiang Jiluo took Old Lady Cui away, and they walked far enough, Old Lady Cui finally came back to her senses and whispered excitedly, "Jiluo, did you really sell everything so quickly? Who would have thought that sugar beets could be used to make brown sugar? And it really became a way to earn money." Jiang Jiluo smiled and said, "Mother, this morning when I cut the brown sugar, I counted it. There are 41 pieces, so I sold for 82 coins. This was her first income since coming to the ancient times, and Jiang Jiluo was very happy. 82 coins. Old Lady Cui's mouth opened wide. 80 coins a day, in a month, that's about 2.5 taels of silver. She couldn't believe it. She carefully clutched her purse, walking cautiously and not daring to take big steps, watching her surroundings carefully. Old Lady Cui handed her purse to Jiang Jiluo and said, "Jiluo, you keep it. I feel uneasy holding it." This was Jiluo's money, and she was afraid of losing it. Jiang Jiluo was not being overly sensitive. Since many people came and went in town, she felt uneasy leaving her things outside. She decided to store them safely in her space. "All right, I'll keep it with me for now. Mother, when we get home, we can count everything carefully." Old Lady Cui handed Jiang Jiluo her purse and finally relaxed. Hearing this, Jiluo felt both excited and happy, a smile shining in her eyes. Although she knew how much money they had earned, counting it at home was something she looked forward to. Her daughter-in-law was truly capable. "Jiluo, what should we do next? Should we go home and buy some sugar beets so we can make red sugar?" Old Lady Cui felt energized. She wished she could go home right now and start making red sugar. She realized that business could be done this way. Seeing how many people eagerly bought the red sugar Jiluo just sold, she felt so good. Jiang Jiluo said, "Mother, no rush. Let's walk around first and buy some things to take home." "Buy what?" Old Lady Cui didn't expect to buy anything specific. But then she thought Jiluo might need something, so she said, "If you want to buy something, just go ahead. I support you." Jiluo smiled and said, "Mother, let's look around first, see if there's anything good." She was also exploring the market to see if there were any business opportunities or cheap items to buy. As they wandered, they suddenly heard someone crying out, "Doctor, please."
Uao don't skada mother.
Dr. Chiu, you're the best doctor in town. You must have a way. Please save him." The old doctor hurried over and said, "He's having another attack." He then started giving injections to a boy about 7 or 8 years old. The boy, who had looked wild and crazy, began drooling after the needle was inserted.
Ah!
The old doctor was startled. Did he eat something bad? I don't know. "Oh no, doctor. What's happening to him? Why is he like this?" The woman was panicked and helpless. "Hurry, call young Master Xiao over." When Jiang Jiluo approached, she saw the scene clearly. Many onlookers were watching. Could this be life-threatening? Master Chiu is the best doctor in our town. He came from the capital. How could he have caused someone to die? If Master Chiu really caused someone's death, the medical clinic would have to close. He probably won't go to jail, right? Master Chiu is such a good doctor. Old Lady Cui saw this scene and nervously grabbed Jiang Jiluo's arm, worriedly muttering, "Is this person going to be all right? Master Chiu has helped us before. When old lady Cui was sick and couldn't pay for treatment or medicine, Master Chiu didn't charge them and let them owe the medical fees. Later, Hejin sold books to pay off the debt. Old lady Cui had heard that Master Chiu is kind-hearted and has helped many poor villagers. Seeing Master Chiu's face turn pale, Zhangji Luo knew this was serious. She had never seen a situation like this before. Hearing old lady Cui's words, Zhangji Luo quickly stepped forward, loosened the boy's collar to help him breathe, then turned him over. She took the silver needle from the doctor and quickly pricked several key points on his body. Soon, the boy coughed a few times and vomited out what was inside his stomach. He finally caught his breath. He's fine now, everything's okay. Everyone watching sighed in relief. At that moment, a young man about 18 or 19, riding a horse, hurried over. He had handsome features and a gentle, refined aura, and he saw what happened. Zhangji Luo saved the boy and didn't stay long, pulling old lady Cui quietly away. The manager of the clinic saw the young man get off the horse and respectfully said, "Young master, you finally arrived." It was just a false alarm. Old lady Cui was still a bit stunned. After Zhangji Luo led her a little way away and they couldn't see the others, she finally regained her senses. "Ji Luo, you just saved someone. Ji Luo, do you know medicine?" Zhangji Luo looked at old lady Cui's surprised face and nodded. "Yes, mother. I know a little. I learned some from a wandering doctor before." Zhangji Luo found it hard to explain how she knew medicine. Her parents, brothers, and sisters all knew she didn't have medical skills. Suddenly knowing how to treat people, she had to come up with a clumsy excuse first. Plus, she really planned to open a medical clinic someday. Before opening a pharmacy, she needed to invest a lot of money because the pharmacy required many medicinal herbs. Treating patients also meant changing people's views about women practicing medicine. Her idea for the pharmacy was different from others of the time. She wanted to make ready-made medicines, like headache and cold remedies. People with minor ailments could buy medicine directly based on their symptoms without needing a full consultation. They could also buy some medicine to keep at home for emergencies, like when they catch a cold or have a headache. This way, they wouldn't have to stay up all night searching for a doctor or wait until the next day to visit the clinic. On good weather days, it was easier, but in winter snowstorms, the clinic often closed, and some people still had to endure their discomfort. However, this was just her initial idea, and making it happen wouldn't be easy. At that time, women didn't usually run clinics or practice medicine openly. Although Granny Cui was surprised, she didn't think much of it. "You're lucky you know how to do this. It was very dangerous just now." "Jilua, you're really impressive. You saved someone's life." Jiang Jilu replied, "Mother, don't you think my medical skills are quite extraordinary?" She and Granny Cui left quickly to avoid trouble. Granny Cui had experienced many things and had changed her thinking. It's nothing. Women knowing medicine is just a skill they should have. You don't know, during exile, if someone got sick, they could easily lose their life. Among us, there was a female doctor whose father was an imperial doctor. Because of the exile, her family's medical tradition was passed down to her. The family's rule was that only men could practice medicine, but the imperial doctor was more open-minded and taught his daughter some medical skills. Thanks to her, on the way to exile, she saved many people. Doing good deeds is a good thing. Others might want to learn, but they can't. Granny Cui knew some skills could only be learned with talent. Jiang Jilua's eyes lit up and asked, "Mother, what happened to that female doctor?" Granny Cui felt sad and shook her head. "She's gone on the road." Jilua's face changed and they didn't talk about it anymore. Jilu wasn't in the mood to shop anymore. She said, "Mother, let's go see the meat stall and buy some things to take home." She had eaten the leftover chive pancakes from last night. She couldn't eat chives every day, so she was thinking of making something else. She thought about willow tree buds. Maybe she could buy some meat to bring home and make steamed buns with the buds. Zhangji Luo originally wanted to make a pie, but pies need to be fried in a pan with oil. So, she decided to make steamed buns instead, which could be cooked and eaten directly. "Okay. By the way, Mother, we only have a little salt at home. We should buy some more." Old Lady Cui felt a little pain in her chest when she thought about how expensive salt was. But salt was a necessary purchase, needed for cooking every day. Without salt, dishes would have no flavor and would be hard to swallow. Old Lady Cui agreed after hearing Jalu's suggestion. All right. Jalu and Old Lady Cui first went to the meat stall to buy meat. They planned to go to the market's meat stall, which was lively and busy. However, to avoid attracting attention, they decided to pass through a quiet alley behind the medical clinic they just saw. As they were about to cross this alley, they unexpectedly saw a small meat stall. It was a quiet little stand, but it was very clean and tidy. A neat, well-dressed, plump girl was organizing the meat on the stall. Old Lady Cui was surprised. There's even a meat stall here? It's so remote. But it looks very clean. Jalu looked at how tidy it was and pulled Old Lady Cui to walk over. Miss, how much is your pork belly? The plump girl saw a customer and smiled. 19 coins per jean. Old Lady Cui's eyes lit up. That was cheaper than the meat at the market. If you and your daughter want to buy meat, I also have some pig offal. I'll give it to you for free. Old Lady Cui couldn't believe it and whispered to Jalu, this is really a good deal. People still buy pig offal these days, but it's hard to clean, so it's cheaper. A set might only cost 1 or 2 coins. 1 or 2 coins is still money. Jalu knew the market price as well. This was a good deal. At the market, because of the good location, pork belly costs 21 coins per jean, and regular meat costs 20 coins. Seeing that they weren't speaking, the girl with a smile said, Don't worry, our pork is fresh, from pigs we raised ourselves. Just then, a teenage boy, about 13 or 14, ran out and said, My parents just slaughtered a pig this morning. It's the freshest. The young boy was not as plump as the girl but was a cheerful, healthy-looking boy who appeared very energetic. This made Jalu think of her younger brother. The gentle girl said softly, Little brother, why are you here? I came to help my sister, he replied. Jalu asked, Did you just open the stall? The girl, smiling, explained, We've been doing this for many years. At first, we sold pork in the village and only recently moved to the town. Usually, local residents buy meat from us. During market days and festivals, we also go to the village to help with pig slaughtering. But before, we did everything at the market. After my father got injured, we stopped doing that there, and I moved here. Jalu talked to the girl for a while and learned her name was Lin Juju and also understood a bit about her story. Lin Juju's parents used to slaughter pigs in the village. Their family was well off before, and her parents paid for her brother's education. Last year, her father was injured and fell ill, and her mother was weak, so she took over the meat stall. Now she is 18 years old. Over the years, because she was out in public working at the stall, some people talked behind her back. A few years ago, her family arranged a marriage for her, but it was cancelled because her reputation was not good. But she didn't mind these rumors. She believed she was honest and upright, so she wasn't afraid of what others said. After taking over the stall, she could earn money to treat her father's illness and send her brother to school. She felt she was doing nothing wrong. At first, people thought it was strange for a girl to do pig slaughtering, but I believe if men can do it, why can't women? I've been helping my father since I was young, and I'm stronger than most. I do it more skillfully than they do, Juju said with a smile in her eyes. Although she looked a bit chubby, her smile was quite pretty. Jalu said, I'll buy half a kilogram of pork belly. Even though she only bought a small amount, Lin Juju used a tall scale to weigh it carefully. She also gave Jalu a set of pig offal. Jalu was quite happy because pig offal is good to cook with. That way, she didn't need to make buns. She could use the offal to make meat sandwiches. Old Lady Cui, smelling the smell of pig offal, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Jalu, are we really going to eat this? We don't know how to prepare pig offal. Most importantly, Old Lady Cui thought her refined son probably wouldn't eat such things. My son is very clean and has a strong preference for cleanliness, so he probably can't even smell anything. Jalu said, Mother, don't worry, I will handle it. Normally, they could use flour for cleaning, but flour is too expensive, so they used ash from plants and trees instead. This saves money. Then they went to the grocery store to buy salt. However, a jean of salt costs 70 coins. Hearing this, Jiang Luo frowned. This salt is too expensive. Is there a cheaper option? Only coarse salt is available. These large grain coarse salts cost 35 coins per jean. The shopkeeper looked at the coarse salt in the corner, which nobody bought much of. People thought eating coarse salt might not be good for health. Jiang Luo's mind moved. She knew she could extract fine salt from coarse salt. She said, "Then I will buy 2 jeans of coarse salt." Old Lady Cui grabbed Jiang Luo's hand and said, "Luo, eating coarse salt isn't good. I heard it might even be toxic." Jiang Luo knew some coarse salts contained chemicals. But as long as she used filtering and purification methods, she could remove some impurities. Boiling the ash from plants and trees could neutralize certain contaminants. "Mother, don't worry, it's fine," Jiang Luo said calmly. Old Lady Cui looked at Jiang Luo's expression and, for some reason, felt convinced. It was as if whatever she said was the truth. Old Lady Cui thought, 30 coins is also expensive. If it can't be used, it would be a waste. She felt a little pain in her heart, but then she remembered that Jiang Luo earned this money herself. She thought, fine, let Luo do what she wants. The shopkeeper looked at them with surprise. But seeing their simple clothes, he just thought they couldn't afford salt. The money earned from selling brown sugar wasn't enough to buy 2 jeans of coarse salt. Jiang Luo then took out a little of the several hundred coins she had stored in her space before and bought 2 jeans of coarse salt. She also bought some spices at the grocery store. Since the spices weren't complete, she went to the market to buy more pepper, chili, and a little wine, spending over 50 coins. Mainly, these seasonings are hard to find and cost more at the spice stall. Even regular wine costs 18 coins per jean. Old Lady Cui didn't know what to say. She worried that her spending might make it hard to save money, but then she thought, as long as her daughter-in-law is happy, it's fine. They could earn more money later. After that, Jiang Luo didn't buy anything else and went home with Madame Cui. As soon as they arrived, Jiang Luo started burning wood ash and used it to clean pig offal. Madame Cui felt that such dirty work should be done by her. Her delicate and beautiful hands shouldn't get rough. "Luo, it's fine if I do these chores. I can wash them clean." Seeing her daughter's delicate and clean hands, Madame Cui knew she was well cared for at home and that she could do some chores herself. Madame Cui insisted, so Jiang Luo had to let her do it. She went to clean the spices and prepare the seasonings. They bought a good amount of seasonings, enough for many uses. She stored the spices in a small box, put them in the pot when cooking, and after using, took them out for next time, which also saved some. After preparing the spices, Jiang Luo packed the coarse salt they bought and crushed it. She planned to purify it herself later. She also made a simple filter using fine sand, coarse sand, burned wood ash, string, and a small piece of cloth. To refine the coarse salt into fine salt, she needed to crush it, dissolve it in wood ash, then filter and purify it. She watched every step carefully to ensure she could produce fine salt. Madame Cui followed Luo's method of washing pig offal with wood ash. While washing, Madame Cui was surprised to find that it really cleaned well and the smell was much lighter. Encouraged, she worked even harder, believing that doing things as Luo suggested was right. She was curious about what kind of flavor Luo could create with these ingredients. If her son didn't like it, she would eat it herself. She definitely wanted to support her. Meanwhile, on the other side, early in the morning, Cui Hejin arrived at the school with Lu Tingen. Because they had called ahead, Mr. Li had already come to the school to meet this young master. But when they saw him, they were stunned. They had never seen someone so talented in both poetry and painting. Just standing there, he looked like a beautiful painting, pleasing to the eye. Truly, a person like Jade on the road, a rare young master.
"Greetings, Mr. Li." Cui Hejin bowed politely.
Lu Tingen also bowed and said, "Grandpa Li, this is the friend I told you about. His name is Cui Hejin." Mr. Lee took a moment to regain his composure, then quickly reached out and said, "Young Master Cui, no need for formalities. Please sit down. Ting and you sit as well." Lu Ting and's family knew Mr. Lee, so they called him Grandpa Lee. Just by looking at young Master Cui's noble demeanor, Mr. Lee felt he was not an ordinary person. However, Mr. Lee didn't ask many questions. He simply observed Cui Hejin's knowledge. Every answer Cui Hejin gave pleased Mr. Lee and made him think he was well-read and thoughtful. Especially when Mr. Lee tested him with a question, Cui Hejin immediately wrote an essay on the spot. Looking at the writing, Mr. Lee couldn't help but blink, impressed by how beautiful and pleasing to the eye it was. Even with others watching, Cui Hejin remained calm and composed while writing his essay, steady and relaxed. He wrote quietly from start to finish. His demeanor was elegant. After finishing the essay, Mr. Lee examined it, stroked his beard, and nodded repeatedly. "Young Master Cui, this essay is very well done." Not only that, but his handwriting was also beautiful. Such handwriting, if sold, would be a rare treasure, highly sought after. Moreover, Mr. Lee admired the insights in his essay. His talent was beyond what he could compare to. He had been dedicated to studying, but he knew he was not as learned as this young man. He was not upset. Instead, he felt a sense of admiration for talent. Young Master Cui, with such knowledge, you could surely pass the imperial exams and earn fame. Just from reading his essay, Mr. Lee believed Cui Hejin had the potential of a top scholar. Cui Hejin spoke softly. "Fame and success are not what I seek." He had already restrained himself when writing this essay, not wanting others to see his true talent. He never expected Mr. Lee to advise him to take the exams. If it weren't for the current emperor, Cui Guogong's family wouldn't have been exiled, and his grandfather, grandmother, and father wouldn't have died. Seeing Cui Hejin's calm expression, Mr. Lee sighed inwardly, feeling it was a pity. But he also understood that everyone has different goals. Many talented scholars hide away in the countryside. Some pursue high positions in the court, while others seek a peaceful, stable life. Everyone has their own wishes. He himself, in the past, was also disillusioned with the corrupt officialdom and nearly had his identity stolen during the imperial exams. Feeling discouraged, he came to a small town and opened a private school. Over the years, it gained some reputation, and families with good backgrounds would send their children to study there. This place is like a small learning hall. With young Master Cui's knowledge, he is somewhat underappreciated. Mr. Lee stood up seriously and said, "Young Master Cui will start formal lessons at the school tomorrow. The fee is 2 taels of silver per month. His private school is not as grand as those large academies." Cui Hejin cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lee. It should be me thanking young Master Cui. If my school gains fame in the future, it will surely be because of him." At this moment, Mr. Lee couldn't help but have a thought. Perhaps one day, his small school would become famous because of this young man. This person is truly extraordinary. This small school and town cannot contain someone so talented and outstanding. Even after just a brief morning conversation, based on his demeanor, temperament, knowledge, speech, and writing, one can see his potential. Cui Hejin whispered, "Mr. Lee, you're too kind." Lu Tingyan was very happy to see Mr. Lee praising Cui Hejin. It felt like he was praising him too. Knowing that Mr. Lee was also a learned man, and learned people often have pride, but in front of Cui Hejin, Mr. Lee was very humble. After Cui Hejin and Lu Tingyan left the school, Lu Tingyan excitedly said, "Brother Cui, I knew you wouldn't have a problem. Look, Mr. Lee even praised you." Cui Hejin looked very calm, as if going to school to teach was just an ordinary thing. Lu Tingyan also knew that Cui Hejin was cold by nature and didn't talk much normally. But he couldn't help but enjoy talking more with Brother Cui. His excitement was as if he was attending school himself. Thinking of something, Lu Tingyan whispered, "Brother Cui, look, Mr. Lee said that the school has dormitories. If you want to stay, you can stay at the school. If you want to go home, you can go home. I think staying at the school might help you get rid of that woman's harassment." Cui Hejin had been silent all along. When he heard this, His beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a cold aura surrounded him as he said, "She is my wife." Lu Ting'an could tell that Cui Hejin's words were serious and sincere.
Oh.
Lu Ting'an was a bit confused. Clearly, that woman forced Cui Hejin to marry her, so why does Cui Hejin still protect her? Well, Cui Hejin was a responsible person. Even if he didn't like her because she was his wife, he would still protect her. Lu Ying'an changed his tone and said, "But Brother Cui, the things she makes are really delicious. Last night I ate 2 pies, and I don't know what they were made of, but they tasted so good that I can't stop thinking about them." Cui Hejin looked at the sky and said, "Thank you for today. It's getting late, so I will head home now." After saying goodbye to Lu Ying'an, Cui Hejin went home. At noon, Zhang Luo had already filtered the fine salt carefully. She looked at the pure, fine salt in the pot and smiled. "Mother, come look. I've refined the salt." Old Lady Cui had just finished cleaning the pig offal when she heard Zhang Luo's voice. She didn't bother to wipe her hands and quickly stepped into the kitchen from the yard. Then, following Luo's gaze into the pot, she was stunned when she saw it. "Is this such white, fine salt?" Old Lady Cui reached out and gently pinched a bit of salt at the edge of the pot. She looked closely at her fingers. Old Lady Cui opened her eyes wide and looked carefully, still unable to believe it. She went to the yard, looked at the fine salt sticking to her hands in the noon sunlight, and exclaimed, "Wow, so fine and white." The salt she had eaten in the capital was never this fine or white. After being shocked, Old Lady Cui was also very excited and happy, her mouth curling into a smile. She hurried into the kitchen and whispered, "Luo, this salt is really good. So fine and white, it looks so pleasing. I didn't expect that even low-quality coarse salt could be refined into such good salt. These salts are worth at least 100 coins each." 2 jin of raw salt yielded more than 1 jin of very good refined salt. It's really cost-effective. It's much better than the salt sold in shops for 70 coins per jin. Zhang Luo said, "Drying it and storing it like this makes it even more useful. Using this for cooking and seasoning with salt will be more accurate and can save some." Yes, Luo really has a way. At this moment, Old Lady Cui admired her daughter-in-law even more. She's a fairy daughter-in-law.
She knows so many things.
Fortunately, she didn't stop Luo from doing it at the time. Old Lady Cui thought to herself, from now on, whatever Luo wants to do, she just needs to support her. She doesn't need to interfere. After all, listening to Luo is always the right choice. Lady Cui was happy for a while. Then she said to Zhang Luo, "The pig offal has been cleaned thoroughly. I scrubbed it several times until it was very clean." Lady Cui is naturally very clean herself. Knowing that this ingredient will be cooked and eaten, she naturally took care to clean it well. Zhang Luo went to the yard to look and smiled. "Mother, you cleaned it very well, very good. Then, tonight we can make meat-filled buns to eat." Using meat for these buns is quite expensive. Even if she wanted to eat them now, Zhang Luo wouldn't want to use meat for that. A pound of meat costs about 20 coins, which could buy a lot of rice. If they earn more money in the future, they could cook braised meat to make these buns. But for now, if they want to eat such buns, they can use boiled pig offal to make a flavorful broth, which would taste just as good when stuffed into bread. It's already noon, and there's not enough time to cook from scratch. Making the broth and braising meat takes a long time. Lady Cui was curious about how to make the buns since they only bought a pound of meat, but she didn't ask much. She thought whatever Luo planned to do was fine. "Luo, what shall we eat for lunch?" Zhang Luo asked. "Mother, do you have something you want to eat?" Lady Cui thought for a moment. She had many cravings. Having eaten so many different foods in the capital, she was used to it, but after being exiled, she missed those foods even more. Especially meat, which had become a rare treat. Lady Cui also knew that their family was poor now, so it wasn't about wanting to eat, but about what they could eat. She hadn't dared to think about eating well before. Since Luo arrived, the family had almost every meal well-fed and delicious. Because they had eaten chive-filled buns in the morning, they felt full and satisfied, so after a busy morning, she didn't feel very hungry now. I think anything is fine, Jiluo.
You can decide, she said.
Jiang Jiluo thought for a moment. She still had many chores to do this afternoon. It's already noon, and preparing a complicated meal would take a lot of time. It would be better to make a simple, quick lunch and have something nice for dinner. Jiang Jiluo wanted to make egg fried rice, which is quick to prepare. But to make egg fried rice, she needed freshly steamed rice, which takes time. Suddenly, she remembered something and said, "Oh right, Mother, we still have steamed buns at home, right?" "Yes, we have 2 buns left. I was thinking of making some steamed cornbread." Previously, Jiluo and Hejin got married, so she steamed a pot of plain steamed buns. But plain flour is expensive, so after eating some, Madame Cui didn't want to make more and decided to use cornmeal to make small steamed cornbread instead. Whenever Jiang Jiluo thought of cornbread, she felt like it was a bit hard to swallow and hard to digest. She still preferred eating fine wheat flour buns. "Mother, now that we can earn money, just eating some fine flour rice is enough." Madame Cui thought about it and agreed. Now they could make money from sugar making, so life wasn't as tight as before. They could definitely eat fine flour buns. Also, their family only has 3 people right now, so even eating white flour buns wouldn't be much. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you, daughter." "Mother, let's make fried buns for lunch." Madame Cui was a bit surprised, as she had never heard of fried buns before. But she nodded and said, "If you need help, just tell me." "Mother, please help me wash some radishes, some green onions and garlic, and also wash these chili peppers." Jiang Jiluo bought some chili peppers at the market, one for making marinated dishes. Adding a little seasoning to fried rice makes it tastier, and a touch of spice makes it even better. Jiang Jiluo also plans to plant some chili peppers in the yard. Once she buys land, she wants to grow more chili peppers there. She also wants to plant some in the space. If the space's field is large enough, she'd like to grow more chili peppers there. Madame Cui went to wash the vegetables as Jiang Jiluo instructed. Jiang Jiluo took 2 buns from the cabinet and cut them into small pieces. While they were busy, Cui Hejin came back. Seeing her son return, Madame Cui happily said, "You're just in time. We're about to cook. By the way, I have some good news to tell you." At this moment, Madame Cui was sitting on a small stool, washing radishes, and gestured to Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin crouched down gently so his mother could speak to him comfortably. Madame Cui looked around. Since there was no courtyard wall, she was worried someone might overhear their conversation. Mrs. Cui lowered her voice and said, "This morning's sugar has all been sold, earning 82 coins. We used some of it, and Jalu added some herself. You don't know, everyone wanted to buy it, and when they heard we had some, they bought it. And that coarse salt, such big chunks of poor quality salt, Jalu turned it into fine white salt. You wouldn't believe how pretty and fine it looks." Mrs. Cui spoke softly, afraid someone might overhear. "I'm telling you, this is a secret. Don't tell anyone. The court doesn't allow private salt trading, so they can't make money by producing fine white salt, but it's very cost-effective for their own use." Cui Hejin raised an eyebrow, showing surprise. "Don't doubt it. Jalu knows a lot." "Mother, I understand," he replied. Looking into her son's calm eyes, Mrs. Cui always felt he was so composed. Yes, her son was steady and rarely showed his feelings, so it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Jiang Jalu saw Cui Hejin return but didn't say much. Instead, Cui Hejin came to the stove, standing in front of Jiang Jalu and asked, "Want to start a fire and cook?"
Jiang Jalu was surprised.
Was Cui Hejin deliberately talking to her? She smiled gently and said, "Yes, I'll make a small stir-fry later." Cui Hejin nodded and sat down to light the fire. His movements were slow and graceful, even just tidying up the firewood at the stove, looking noble and elegant. Jiang Jilu opened her mouth but didn't refuse. After chopping the vegetables and preparing everything, Cui Hejin saw she was ready to cook and lit the fire. Jiang Jilu felt that his calm demeanor while tending the fire made it seem like a waste of good talent. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. She really needed to cook first. Mrs. Cui watched her son help with the fire and smiled happily. After Jalu finished cooking, she warmed up the small chicken and mushroom stew they brought back yesterday. Then the three of them washed their hands and sat down to eat. Each person had a bowl of steamed buns and stir-fried vegetables. Mrs. Cui and Cui Hejin had never eaten like this before. But when they tried a bite, they found it was indeed delicious. Mrs. Cui thought Jalu had a special talent for seasoning, always making the dishes taste especially good. While eating, Mrs. Cui discussed with Jalu about going to the village in the afternoon to harvest sugar beets. Jalu nodded and said, "Yes, mother. You should take more, so we can make more brown sugar this afternoon. We'll use both pots together this afternoon." Jalu was thinking about making dough right after lunch to prepare bread for meat sandwiches. At the same time, she also planned to boil pig offal in another pot. Once everything was ready, she could cook the brown sugar in the same pot. She was mentally calculating and felt busy this afternoon. She also wanted to gather some willow buds by the river, but probably wouldn't have time. After Lady Cui and Jalu discussed their afternoon plans, Lady Cui finished her meal and set down her chopsticks before speaking slowly. "Starting tomorrow, I will go to the town school to teach. I will earn 2 taels of silver each month for household expenses." As soon as Lady Cui finished, both Lady Jiang and Jalu paused their eating. They looked at Lady Cui at the same time. Lady Jiang asked, "Are you going to be a teacher? 2 taels of silver a month is quite a lot." She knew her son's education well. Being a teacher was not a problem. Lady Cui replied softly, "Yes." Lady Jiang's face changed slightly. She knew her son had no intention of returning to the capital city or taking the imperial exams. He was once the heir of the Duke of Gui's family, inheriting the estate and title, so he didn't need to take exams or prove his learning. But now, the Duke of Gui's family was gone. If they wanted to restore their family, they had to go through the imperial examination route. However, it was clear her son didn't want that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a teacher. "Are you doing this just to earn those 2 taels of silver?" Lady Jiang asked. Lady Cui replied, "Not entirely." Lady Jiang sighed. She found her son's thoughts increasingly hard to understand. Jalu didn't say anything because any words at this moment felt empty. Even if she wanted to persuade Lady Cui to let her study at the county school, they needed silver for that. Without silver, she couldn't support studying. Although he said he would earn 2 taels of silver each month for household expenses, Jalu thought she should earn more silver quickly so that Lady Cui wouldn't have to worry about earning money to support the family. Lady Jiang asked, "Is teaching at the school tiring? Do you have free time? Will you need to stay at the school?" Cui Hejin slowly explained, "The school is close to home, so you don't have to stay there. Classes start at dawn and end at noon, with a break of 1 hour at midday." Jalu listened quietly and calculated in her mind that classes probably start around 9 in the morning and finish at 4 in the afternoon. She also thought there was a 2-hour rest at noon, making the schedule much easier. She believed the school might also have a day off for rest. However, Cui Hejin could come home every day, so whether he rested or not didn't matter. That was good, because then he wouldn't have to strain himself copying books and ink. After lunch and tidying up, Jalu and Madame Cui started working together. Jalu gave Madame Cui 100 coins and said, "Mother, buy more supplies. We'll make red sugar to sell these days." She was thinking of buying more sugar beets now, as they might become scarce later. Sugar beets are winter vegetables, and since there are no greenhouses here, all vegetables depend on the season. Without sugar beets, they can't make sugar because there are no sugarcane here. If they had sugarcane, she wouldn't worry about not having red sugar. Madame Cui knew Jalu was organized in her work, so she followed her instructions. "Mother, visit a few more shops, but you still have some copper coins, so don't give me any." Last time, Cui Hejin sold eggs and bought some coarse flour, leaving 50 coins. Jalu insisted, "Mother, just keep it." Madame Cui didn't refuse, so she took the money. Then, Madame Cui went to buy sugar beets. Jalu started kneading and fermenting the dough. After kneading it into a ball, she covered it with a clean cloth to let it rise, so she could make meat-filled buns later. Next, she began preparing pig offal for braising. She planned to cook over the fire while doing these tasks, but she was a bit busy, so Cui Hejin tidied up some things in the house. When he came out, he saw Jiangji Luo watching the fire and stirring the pot. The firewood was running low, so she took a piece and placed it in the stove, then washed her hands and used a spoon to stir-fry in the pot. Cui Hejin's expression changed, and he walked over to sit down and help with the fire. Seeing someone helping, Jiangji Luo relaxed and said, "Thank you." Cui Hejin moved his lips slightly and said, "It's I who should thank you. Thank you for everything she did for the family." He could see that her mood had been good these days and she didn't have time to worry or think too much. All of this was thanks to his little wife. Jiangji Luo smiled softly and said, "Doing these things is just what I should do. Don't worry too much. I'm also doing it for my own good." After stir-frying and simmering, Jiangji Luo asked Cui Hejin to help light the fire and watch over the pot. She then went to the yard to peel the remaining beets from their home, her hands busy the whole time. Madame Cui thought about harvesting the beets and first went to the Li Zheng's house. Their fields were larger, so they probably had more beets. Moreover, the current wife, Zhu Shi, often helped her, and she was grateful for that. "Miss Zhu, are you at home?" Zhu Shi had just finished eating and was planting vegetables in the yard. Hearing the voice, she hurried outside. "Oh, Sister Cui, what wind brought you here? Come in quickly." Zhu Shi now looked very warm and friendly towards Madame Cui. After pulling Madame Cui inside, she also mentioned the previous rescue. "It's thanks to your daughter Jiang Jiluo. The county magistrate's steward said they would thank you properly later. But I saw that the magistrate's family seemed busy at the time, so I didn't say much. Still, since Jiluo saved the county magistrate's noble daughter, it was a great deed, and they all benefited from it." When Madame Cui heard this, she was surprised and hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Madame Cui remembered Jiangji Luo rescuing someone earlier that morning in town. Her daughter-in-law was truly kind-hearted. She had already saved 2 people. Madame Cui smiled and said, "My Jiluo is indeed good. Ever since she married Hejin, our family's life has clearly improved, and I feel happier too." What she said was sincere. Zhu Shi, who had a good relationship with Jiluo's mother, Yi Shi, naturally wanted to speak well of her. Seeing Madame Cui so pleased with Jiluo and sincere, Zhu Shi felt reassured. Madame Cui then mentioned that she was here to buy beets at market price, 1 coin per jin. Hearing this, Zhu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief and asked, "Sister Cui, are you joking? Are you really buying beets?" Their family grew some beets, and if the harvest was good, they had quite a lot. She had planned to sell some in town to help with household expenses. But unexpectedly, no one was buying beets at 1 coin per jin. They had spent the whole day in town, but hadn't sold much. After a few times, she decided not to go to town anymore and just kept the beets at home for her own use. However, as the weather warmed up, leaving the leftover beets was not a good idea. She thought beets were tasty, but eating them every day would be enough. So when Lady Cui said she wanted to buy some, she was really happy and even wondered if she had heard correctly. Lady Cui smiled and said, "You take good care of us regularly, and we are very grateful. We're not joking. It's all true. Since I don't want to buy beets, I just came to see you first." Mrs. Zhu smiled happily. As the village head's wife, she naturally helped whenever someone needed it. She also liked Lady Cui's kind personality and felt sorry for her, so she often helped out. She wasn't expecting anything in return, but it felt good to be appreciated. After a few friendly words, Mrs. Zhu said cheerfully, "How much do you want to buy? I'll go to the cellar and get it." Her husband and 2 sons were working in the fields, so she was alone at home. She knew how to get things from the cellar herself. During this farming break, she would soon plant grains and vegetables, and she planned to help in the fields then. Now, she was planting some vegetables in the yard garden. Lady Cui smiled and asked, "How much can you sell?" Mrs. Zhu widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Are you saying I sell how much and you buy how much?" Though surprised, she couldn't help feeling excited. Her beets and cabbages produced a lot, and every household grew them, but they weren't worth much. She had grown many beets. If she could sell them all, she wondered how much money she could make. Thinking about it made her feel warm and excited. Lady Cui didn't hesitate and said, "Just take everything." Mrs. Zhu grinned and said, "Wait, I'll go get it from the cellar now." Almost every household in the village had a cellar dug in the Kong, hearth, cavity for storing vegetables. Cellars stayed warm in winter and cool in summer, which helped prevent vegetables from freezing in cold weather. Lady Cui said, "I'll help you carry it." Mrs. Zhu didn't refuse. She led Lady Cui into the house. Mrs. Zhu crawled through a small hole under the Kong, stepped down the stairs, and took out a sack of beets. Lady Cui helped at the entrance, catching what was brought out. Mrs. Zhu then took out a few more. They had a scale at home, so she weighed the beets, totaling 103 jin, about 51.5 kilogram. Older sister Cui, "I've brought everything out." Old Lady Cui was surprised. "Won't you leave some at home to eat?" Mrs. Zhu smiled and said, "There are still cabbages and radishes at home. Why not eat those instead of beets? Beets can be sold for money." Mrs. Zhu was eager to sell them quickly to make more money and help with household expenses. Since beets are valuable, they naturally wouldn't eat them. Even eggs, which are delicious, are kept because they can be sold for money, and every family saves them to earn extra income. They must know how to live wisely. Old Lady Cui thought the same way. She also agreed with Mrs. Zhu. She smiled and said, "That's true." Old Lady Cui gave Mrs. Zhu 103 coins. Mrs. Zhu didn't want the small change, just wipe off the cents. One thing and another, Old Lady Cui felt it wasn't right to take advantage of small amounts. Mrs. Zhu cheerfully said, "Since you've taken so many beets from me, it's only fair to round down the change. If I sold these in town, I wouldn't get the full price. Maybe I'd have to give an extra pound for every pound I sell, and I might not even sell them all. So, don't be polite with me." Old Lady Cui didn't argue anymore. Because there was quite a lot of stuff, Mrs. Zhu and Old Lady Cui couldn't carry it all. Mrs. Zhu pushed her cart out, loaded with beets, and helped Old Lady Cui carry everything back. When they reached the door, Mrs. Zhu smelled a strong, lovely aroma. The smell made her saliva almost flow out. But she held back, didn't ask about it, and didn't go inside. She just helped Old Lady Cui unload, and then hurried back home. Mrs. Zhu knew that although the village had many residents, life was hard for everyone. People didn't usually make fancy food. Even if they did, it was just a little. If she asked, old sister Cui and Jalu might feel embarrassed and give her some. She couldn't do that. Everyone was trying hard, and she didn't want to take advantage. Also, she was happy to have received 100 coins, and her smile couldn't be hidden. Her eldest son was already 16 and old enough to marry. If she saved a little more, she could arrange a marriage for him. The conditions in Dongha village weren't very good, and many girls didn't want to come to the village. Even if they were from good families, it didn't matter much. Money was more useful. Offering a higher bride price could help her son marry a kind and good wife. She didn't have any particular desires. She just hoped her daughter-in-law would be diligent and caring, and that she and her son would live happily together. With a child, she could also help take care of it. Thinking of such a scene, Zhu's dark face lit up with a bigger smile. While Jalu was peeling beets in the yard, she heard some noise outside and quickly came out to help Lady Cui carry the beets inside. "Mother, have we already gathered so many in such a short time?" Looking at the beets, Jalu seemed to see a pile of candies and felt very happy. Lady Cui said, "This is just from your Aunt Zhu's place." She even deducted 3 jin, a unit of weight, from the total. Lady Cui explained everything to Jalu in detail. "I thought your Aunt Zhu might ask what we plan to do with so many beets, but she didn't ask anything." Jalu nodded and said, "Aunt Zhu is very reasonable. She usually doesn't pry into other people's affairs." Because the village head's uncle and Aunt Zhu were kind and good at handling matters, they were well respected in the village. Looking at the beets, Jalu said, "Mother, let's gather these today and start boiling the beets to make red sugar." Jalu originally thought they would only gather about 100 jin in the afternoon, mainly because she didn't want to spend too much money buying beets, which would cost a lot of copper coins. It was more important to make red sugar quickly and sell it to make money. Lady Cui naturally had no objection and listened to Jalu. The two of them began washing and peeling the beets. After peeling some of the beets, Jalu quickly cut them into pieces and then used another pot to cook the beets. She poured in well water from the spring and then thought about needing to light a fire. She couldn't help but look at Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin seemed to sense something and turned to look at Jalu, meeting her bright, clear eyes. Her eyes were as pure and transparent as glass, shining with a lively glow when looking at someone, almost as if they could speak. Cui Hejin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he lowered his eyebrows softly, saying, "I'll light the fire and watch over both pots." A bright light flashed in Jalu's eyes. She thought he was very good, just like the him from that past life. Even though she hadn't said anything, he understood. "Thank you for your trouble." Cui Hejin looked at her happily and shook his head with a faint smile. Jalu handed over the tasks here to Cui Hejin and went to the yard to continue working with Lady Cui. When the first pot of beets finished cooking and the sweet syrup's flavor became evident, Jalu stirred it again. She then looked at another pot and saw that the pig offal had already been braised. When she opened the lid, a strong, fragrant aroma wafted out. Old Lady Cui, who was peeling beets in the yard, couldn't help but turn around and say, "It smells so good." Old Lady Cui naturally recognized the smell as the braised pig offal. She hadn't expected this dish to be so fragrant, and she wasn't sure what it would taste like. She only remembered Jalu saying they would make meat sandwiches for dinner.
She didn't know what a meat sandwich was.
Jalu looked at the pot, where the braising was done. She stored the contents in a large clay jar, covered it to keep heat in. If it cooled down, she could just reheat it later. The main reason was to pour it out for cooking the beets. The other pot of beets was ready, so Jiang filtered out the beets and poured the syrup back into the pot to simmer. The second pot was used to cook the beets. With both pots in use, they should be able to cook all the beets by midnight. But she still needed to make the buns for the meat sandwiches, which had to be baked once ready. There was no flat pan at home, only a large pot. Jalu planned her time carefully. First, she went to help peel the beets in the yard. After all the beets were peeled, Old Lady Cui watched over the pot. She saw that the dough had already risen, so she took out the dough board and started making the buns. Old Lady Cui looked at her daughter-in-law organizing everything so smoothly and felt a bit impressed. She thought that someone like Jalu, managing the kitchen affairs in the Duke's estate and taking care of a big family, could definitely manage well. Her abilities were too strong. If she had to do so many things at once, her mind wouldn't keep up. Plus, she was really fast at work. Peeling beets was especially quick. While stirring the syrup in the pot, Old Lady Cui watched Jalu knead the dough quickly, her hands moving so fast they looked like after images. By evening, she had already simmered 2 pots of brown sugar. She poured out one pot and baked the buns. The other pot was reheating the previously cooked pig offal. Once the buns were baked, Jiang sliced the braised pig offal into pieces on a cutting board and stuffed them into the buns. She prepared 9 buns first. Some of the braised meat was stored in jars, and some buns were set aside to be filled when eaten the next day. Madame Cui looked at the way of eating and was stunned. "Jalu, is this a meat sandwich?" It looked very appetizing. If she didn't know it was made from pig offal, she would think it was a fancy delicacy. Just by looking at and smelling it, she believed it would taste very good. Jalu said, "Actually, the real meat sandwich is better made with pig front leg meat, but that is expensive and costly. So I thought about braising it and using pig offal to make the sandwich." When Jalu mentioned pig offal, she clearly saw Cui Hejin's face turn paler. His originally calm and elegant eyes now seemed to have a faint mist. Cough, cough. Cui Hejin's long, delicate fingers with clear joints, like cold jade, were gently pressed to his lips as he suppressed a cough. Jalu looked at the meat sandwich in her hand and blinked, saying, "If you don't want to eat it, I can make you something else." She thought that eating just the bread with some stir-fried dishes should be fine. Madame Cui also looked at her son carefully. Her son had always been particular about his meals since he was young. Even after being exiled, some habits were hard to change. There were some foods he would not eat, even if he was hungry. But Madame Cui was also worried he might say something to upset Jalu, who had worked hard all afternoon to make this. Besides, everyone wants to eat something good, but given their family situation, they could only use pig offal for these meat sandwiches. If they used pig front leg meat, it would cost a lot of money. Jalu was just trying to save money for the family. Madame Cui was about to say something when she heard Cui Hejin softly say, "It's fine. Just eat this." She doubted she heard him right, but seeing his serious expression, she knew he meant it. So she let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Jalu said, "You don't have to force yourself. Stir-frying some vegetables is also very simple. It's okay. Food is precious." Jiang Jalu hesitated and explained, "This is washed very clean, and it tastes just as good. I was also thinking that after Dad helps me finish the small food cart, I might set up a stall to sell these meat sandwiches." Jiang Jalu really had this idea. In the morning, she could sell food at the stall, and in the afternoon, she could sell brown sugar at home. It would be busy and tiring, but she could earn some money early to buy land. Madame Cui said, "It smells good, tastes delicious, and I'm sure many people will buy it." Most people on the dock eat casually, especially those who work on ships or handle cargo. For them, just having enough to eat is enough. Of course, wealthy families might be more particular and avoid eating pig offal. "Jalu, just arrange everything, and I will help you later," said Mother. Jiang Jalu nodded and smiled. The three of them sat at the table and started eating. Jiang Jalu took a bite and found it was really tasty, cooked until soft and flavorful. Eating the warm food made her feel much better. After a few bites, Old Lady Cui was amazed. "This dish made from pig offal is surprisingly delicious. Jalu, I think your idea of selling meat sandwiches at a stall is good. Since this is so tasty, many people will want to buy it. Besides, when cut into small pieces, no one can tell that the filling is pig offal. It tastes oily and rich, even better than regular meat. Jalu, you really know how to season food." Her cooking skills are truly impressive. Old Lady Cui felt very comfortable after eating. It was so delicious. No wonder it smelled so good. The taste was simply perfect. Old Lady Cui decided she would like to eat this from now on. Unconsciously, she ate 3 servings and looked eager for more. It was just too tasty. She wanted more, but her stomach was full. Fortunately, Jalu had prepared some extra, so she could eat again tomorrow. Thinking about being able to enjoy such juicy, flavorful meat sandwiches every day, she smiled happily. These days felt hopeful. She looked forward to each new day, to earning money and enjoying good food. Old Lady Cui realized she hadn't been thinking much about the capital city lately. Every day was busy and full of purpose, which made her feel truly fulfilled. At first, Cui Hejin didn't move, but after a while, he started eating gracefully, slowly and calmly, with a peaceful expression that revealed nothing. However, after seeing Cui Hejin eat 2 pieces, Jiang Jalu knew he wasn't forcing himself. She also thought the taste was indeed good. "Mother, it's not just about seasoning. The flavor comes from these spices used in braising." Old Lady Cui suddenly realized, "So, you bought the spices to make seasoning." Earlier, Jiang Jalu bought spices at the market, and she thought she was going to use them for dyeing clothes. Thinking about the old habits of bathing and burning incense in the capital, I realize I can't be so particular anymore. Here, my first thought every day is how to fill my stomach. No wonder a little food costs so much, but it's really worth it. Jiang Jalu nodded and said, "Yes, pig offal isn't expensive, and I have some seasonings left. I only need a little each time I cook, so I won't need to buy seasonings often. If I sell meat sandwiches at a stall, I just need to make the bread, which costs some money for flour." Jiang Jalu briefly calculated in her mind. If the business is good, she could earn quite a bit. Although Old Lady Cui wants to make money, she doesn't want her daughter-in-law to tire herself out. "Jalu, if we make red sugar and snacks, you'll be very tired." Jiang Jalu shook her head and said, "Mother, it's okay. I can't sit still anyway. It's better to do something." In this time, there are no phones or computers. If she's idle, she'd be truly bored with nothing to do. If her family had fine clothes and plenty of food, she wouldn't need to be so busy. But now, the Cui family doesn't even have a proper place to live, and their clothes are all old. Her father, mother, brothers, and sisters patch their clothes repeatedly. At such a young age, she has to help with chores, and they often can't even eat enough. Her father's legs hurt, and her mother looks weak. Thinking of all this, Jiangji Luo can't bring herself to relax and play. Old Lady Cui sighed inwardly. Her daughter-in-law is truly kind and capable. After dinner and tidying up, Jiangji Luo and Old Lady Cui only need to burn firewood to boil the red sugar. It's simple, and both can handle it easily, so Cui Hejin doesn't need to help anymore. Cui Hejin went back to his room. Boiling all the sugar beets into syrup and then cooking it takes time. Jiangji Luo believes she can manage alone and wants Old Lady Cui to rest. But Old Lady Cui refuses to let Jiangji Luo stay up alone, insisting on staying with her. Alternatively, she suggests Jiangji Luo rest while she watches over the pot. So, the two sit together, lighting pine resin candles and staying up late. By the time they finish, it's quite late, almost midnight, but they've finally made the red sugar. Jiangji Luo estimated she could cut about 500 pieces. It's tiring to work so hard, but thinking that she could earn 1 or 2 silver coins from about 500 pieces, she doesn't feel it's too hard. Jiangji Luo feels very sleepy. She quickly washes up and goes back to her room to sleep. When she returned to the house, Jiangji Luo saw Cui Hejin sitting by the table. She was startled and shivered, feeling her tiredness fade a little. "A husband?" Cui Hejin responded clearly and softly, yes. Hearing his gentle, clear voice, Jiangji Luo doubted if she had heard correctly. She thought he wouldn't answer if she called him like that, but to her surprise, he really did. She steadied herself, blinked with curiosity, and looked at his quiet figure under the candlelight. She softly asked, "It's so late. Are you not sleeping yet?" "Yes, I am organizing the lesson plans." Jiangji Luo felt confused. Even if he was preparing lessons for children, it shouldn't take so long. She bit her lip, hesitated, and then asked cautiously, "It's so late. Why don't you rest early? You need to get up early for school tomorrow."
All right.
Cui Hejin put down his brush, washed his hands, and then went back to bed. Jiangji Luo was already lying inside, feeling sleepy. He blew out the candle, and the room suddenly went dark. Jiangji Luo almost fell asleep instantly. In her subconscious, she seemed to hear a long, gentle sigh, but she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. She slept well through the night. After breakfast the next day, Cui Hejin left early for the school. Jiangji Luo and Old Lady Cui prepared the brown sugar, cut it into pieces, packed it up, and then carried it to the town. When they arrived in town, it was still late morning. At the dock, several women were waiting. As soon as they saw Jiangji Luo approaching, they hurried over without waiting for her to call out, "Young Lady Jiang, is the brown sugar here?" Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "Yes, I brought the brown sugar. I brought a bit more this time, but that's all." She patted the basket on her back. Since there was so much brown sugar, it couldn't fit in the basket, so she placed it in the backpack. "Is it still 2 coins each?" Jiangji Luo nodded. "Yes, that's the price. Everyone, please feel free to buy. I'll take 10 pieces. I'll buy 20. Give me 8. Everyone was talking excitedly about how many pieces they wanted to buy. Jiangji Luo happily packed the goods for everyone, and Old Lady Cui smiled as she took the money. Yesterday, she had planned to sell the brown sugar and count the money at home, but after Jiangji Luo bought things, she couldn't go home to count the coins. Today, with so many sales, she should be able to take the money home and count it. She is now thinking about enjoying the pleasure of counting money. But the feeling of receiving money is also very exciting and happy. Jiangji Luo didn't shout much, but already sold over 100 yuan worth of goods. Taking advantage of the break, Jiangji Luo loudly called out, "Brown sugar, selling brown sugar. 2 coins per piece. Drinking it strengthens the body." Jiangji Luo said a lot of good things. At this moment, a young man came up from the dock. He didn't care about the women around him and hurried over, saying, Miss, I also want to buy brown sugar for my mother and my wife. I bought 2 pieces yesterday. My mother drank it and gained strength, no longer needing to wake up at night. My wife also said it made her feel warm and comfortable. I want to buy more. The man's voice was honest but loud, and it sounded a bit out of place among the women's voices. Everyone looked at him together. Being watched by everyone, the man blushed and scratched the back of his head, saying shyly, Can I buy more brown sugar? Luo smiled and said, Of course. How much do you want to buy? 50 yuan worth, please. Their bodies are cold from working on the boat. His mother used to work on ships, and in cold weather, her legs often hurt, making it hard to sleep at night. But after drinking the brown sugar last night, her legs didn't hurt as much, and she slept soundly all night. His wife also felt warm all over. He felt it worked better than the brown sugar bought in the shop. Luo dared to call out that it was good for health, because the brown sugar was made with spiritual spring water, which really benefits the body. And the effects are quite noticeable. Luo knew that many people bought 1 or 2 pieces suddenly yesterday, just to try drinking it. Once they knew it was good for health, they naturally wanted to spend money to buy more. All right, I'll pack 50 yuan worth for you. Luo saw that he already had a basket. She packed 50 yuan worth, and he paid 100 coins. Seeing this, someone who initially wanted to buy 5 or 6 yuan worth decided to buy 12 or 15 yuan worth instead. Everyone bought a little more. An elderly woman hurried over, catching her breath. Oh, Miss, you were selling brown sugar here yesterday, right? Luo patiently replied, Yes, I came here to sell brown sugar yesterday. Madam, do you need anything? The elderly woman looked at the young girl's sweet smile and found it both charming and lovely. She smiled warmly and said, I'm glad you're here. My daughter said she bought the brown sugar here yesterday. Luo understood and asked, Ma'am, are you here to buy brown sugar? The elderly woman replied, Yes, to buy brown sugar. My daughter is busy today and can't come herself, so she asked me to buy some. I was worried you wouldn't come, and I also didn't want to come too late since we live at the west end of town, which is a bit far. She added, I'm not sure how this brown sugar is made, but it tastes really good and makes the stomach feel comfortable. The elderly woman continued, My young granddaughter just had a baby and is resting after giving birth. I thought I'd buy some more for her. Seeing the young girl's gentle and kind appearance, she couldn't help but say a few more words. Actually, her eldest daughter had come over last night with severe stomach pain. Strangely, after drinking this brown sugar, her body warmed up, and the pain seemed to go away. The elderly woman naturally believed that this drink was effective. Luo thought to herself, Indeed, spiritual spring water is good for health. Yesterday, Cui Hejin's cough seemed much better. If drinking brown sugar could help everyone feel healthier, that would be a good deed, and Luo was happy about that. So yesterday, when she boiled the brown sugar, she also added some spiritual spring water. Ma'am, how much do you want to buy? Let's start with 20 pieces. Young lady, will you come to sell brown sugar again? I should come for the next few days. If they run out of sugar beets, she might not come to sell anymore, but she would think of other ways to make money. Then I'll buy 30 pieces.
All right.
Because some regular customers came to buy, saying the effect was good, many people followed the crowd and bought a few pieces to try. Business was quite good. People kept coming and going at the dock, and Luo started calling out. Mrs. Cui took a bag of copper coins, feeling heavy and full of excitement. She no longer hesitated and joined in calling out, Selling brown sugar. Selling brown sugar. Hearing Mrs. Cui's shouts, Luo was surprised. She didn't expect that this refined lady, who grew up in a noble family, was well-mannered and proper, could also shout to sell things. Although she was shouting loudly, Mrs. Cui's face turned a little red. But after a few calls and getting used to it, she felt it wasn't so embarrassing anymore. So, Luo and Madame Cui sold brown sugar together. By noon, all of it was sold out. Madame Cui looked at the empty basket, her face excited and her eyes shining. Luo, all the brown sugar is sold. I didn't expect selling things at the dock to be so successful. You don't know, before I only had a small basket of eggs and I couldn't sell much even after a whole day at the market. Thinking about her past experience selling at the market, Madame Cui sighed with emotion. Because selling at the market was hard, she didn't like coming to town to sell things. But unexpectedly, following her daughter-in-law to sell, she didn't have to worry about not selling out, and the business was very good. They didn't rest all morning. Madame Cui handed Jiang Jiluo the money pouch, asking her to keep it safe. Jiluo said, "People find the brown sugar useful, so they will naturally buy more." Madame Cui asked, "Should we go collect sugar beets this afternoon?" Jiluo nodded. "We'll gather some, but not as much as this morning. Working until late at night is too tiring and bad for health." In recent days, they had enough to eat, and with the spiritual spring water nourishing her, Madame Cui's health improved a bit. She no longer got out of breath after working, but staying up late every day is still not good for her health. She shouldn't work at such a high intensity. Madame Cui thought about saying she wasn't tired, but then she remembered her daughter-in-law was still young and looked thin. She didn't want to tire her out, so she nodded in agreement. The two of them didn't stay long in town and went straight home. This time, they closed the door to the inner room, sat at the table inside, and started counting the copper coins from the money pouch. 1 won, 2 won, 3 won. Madame Cui looked at the big bag of money, happily starting to count. Jiluo also helped count. She grabbed a handful of copper coins, listening to the clinking sound, which felt quite satisfying. Jiluo spread out the coins and estimated the total amount. This was a skill she learned in her previous life in the organization. But now, in this place, she still enjoyed experiencing simple pleasures. She counted them one by one, putting every 100 won aside. After counting twice, Madame Cui was excited and said, "Jiluo, it's 982 won. That's how much we earned in the morning." Madame Cui couldn't believe it, but after counting twice, the amount was the same. Definitely correct. Furthermore, in the morning, they cut a lot of brown sugar, and they knew the amount. Some people bought more, and Jiluo would give a piece or two as a gift. Jiang Jiluo nodded gently with a smile and said, "Yes, mother, that's the amount." Old Lady Cui excitedly grabbed Jiang Jiluo's hand and said, "Including what we had before, it's about 1 or 2 silver coins." After being exiled, Old Lady Cui understood what 1 or 2 silver coins meant. She couldn't help but feel excited. If she continued this business, she could earn a lot in a month. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Jiang Jiluo was relatively calm, but seeing Old Lady Cui so happy, she couldn't help but smile. Old Lady Cui handed the money to Jiang Jiluo for safekeeping, trusting her to handle family affairs. Jiang Jiluo didn't fuss and safely stored the money in her space. In the following days, the two of them sold brown sugar every morning at the market. While busy, Jiang Jiluo almost ignored Cui Hejin. Although Cui Hejin was teaching at the school, he returned home every night to rest. Jiang Jiluo was busy making and selling brown sugar, so she didn't pay much attention to anything else. However, one night, when Jiang Jiluo was sleeping in the middle of the night, she heard Cui Hejin coughing violently. Even though he tried to suppress his cough, his discomfort grew worse. Hearing his cough, Jiang Jiluo quickly got up to check on Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin, wake up. What's wrong? Jiang Jiluo sensed something was off. He was coughing badly, but when she called him, he seemed unconscious and not fully awake. She reached out and gently touched him, noticing he had a fever. "He's burning up." Jiang Jiluo hurriedly lit a candle with pine oil, noticing that under the candlelight, Cui Hejin's face was flushed with a reddish hue, giving him a charming, alluring look in the night. But she knew his fever was serious. He was fine during dinner earlier. She quickly took his pulse and found the situation was quite serious. She hurried to pour a glass of water, adding spiritual spring water. "Cui Hejin, wake up, wake up." Jiang Jiluo couldn't let him fall into a feverish sleep like this. After calling him for a while, Cui Hejin slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and calm, like a painting, with a faint charm that was cold yet captivating. Jiang Jiluo's heart started pounding uncontrollably. But at this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. Cui Hejin, you have a fever. Drink some water first, it will help a little. She supported Cui Hejin and helped him drink water. Cui Hejin's head hurt badly. In his hazy state, he looked up at Jiang Luo's clear, worried eyes. He composed himself and finished the water in the bowl. Cough, cough. Jiang Luo placed her hand on his back, blending her wood-based healing ability into his body, while helping him lie down. Her current ability was still weak, so she could only slightly ease his fever. She quickly found a cloth, soaked it in water, and placed it on Cui Hejin's forehead. Rest here first. I will go get medicine. Before Cui Hejin could say anything, Jiang Luo quickly dressed and left the room, then knocked on Old Lady Cui's door. Old Lady Cui woke up and hurriedly got out of bed. Luo, what's wrong? Did something happen? If nothing was wrong, she wouldn't have called her in the middle of the night. Mother, Hejin is sick and has a fever. Please watch over him. I will go to the town to buy medicine. Old Lady Cui's face changed. It's so late. The town clinic is closed. I can't get medicine. But there is a doctor in Wudong village. I will find someone. Old Lady Cui thought it was too late for Luo to be wandering around, so she decided to find a doctor herself. Jiang Luo frowned. Mother, Wudong village is too far. I will go to the town clinic. She didn't have time to argue with Old Lady Cui anymore and hurried into the night. Old Lady Cui rushed to the door but saw Jiang Luo had already disappeared into the darkness. She sighed helplessly. This child. She could only go inside to take care of Cui Hejin. When she saw Cui Hejin had a fever, her eyes turned red. Did he get tired from teaching at the school these days? Why did he suddenly get a fever? Old Lady Cui looked at Cui Hejin's weak state and felt her heart ache. Cui Hejin, who was usually strong and skilled in both literature and martial arts, rarely caught colds, even in cold weather. But ever since the Cui family got into trouble, Cui Hejin was punished, his martial arts were taken away, and he was exiled and suffered hardships. His health became even weaker. After drinking water, Cui Hejin felt a little better, but his body was still weak and his head hurt badly. He weakly said, Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. With you like this, how can you say you're fine? If Luo hadn't noticed your fever, who knows what might have happened? The rural doctors' medical skills are not as good as those of the imperial doctors in the city. In the village, if anyone has a headache or a fever, it could be life-threatening. Old Lady Cui is also worried. Jiluo is a good girl. She ran out in the middle of the night, saying she was going to the town clinic. It's so dark now, and the clinic is closed. I don't know if she can find a doctor. The most important thing is she's just a young girl. I'm very worried about her. Old Lady Cui feels upset and can't help but keep talking. Cui Hejin listens to her words and can't stop coughing again, cough cough. Jiang Jalu leaves the village and quickly runs toward the town. Fortunately, she has become familiar with the roads in recent days, so even at night, it doesn't slow her down. When she reaches the town, Jiang Jalu is sweating a little on her forehead. When she arrives at the clinic, the door is indeed closed. Jiang Jalu keeps knocking on the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? She knows the clinic has a backyard and normally there should be someone guarding the side rooms. She isn't worried about finding a doctor. She can treat herself. Her main goal is to get medicine. The medicine boy, awakened in the middle of the night, comes out from the back room and opens the door, saying, Miss, we closed the clinic in the evening. The doctors won't be here until morning. Clearly, the medicine boy is used to this situation. Sometimes, people come knocking at night looking for a doctor. Jiang Jalu takes a deep breath and says calmly, I'm not here to find a doctor. I need to get medicine. Could you please help? Someone at home is in urgent need. The medicine boy nods and opens the door. Come in then. He lights an oil lamp and asks, What medicine do you need? Jiang Jalu uses the clinic's pen and paper to write down the medicines she needs. After the medicine boy helps gather and package the herbs, he hands them to Jiang Jalu and says, That will be 2 silver coins and 215 coins in copper. Jiang Jalu quickly takes out the money and pays him. In the past 7 or 8 days, she has been busy selling red sugar and earned over 4 taels of silver. She didn't expect that just 3 prescriptions would cost more than 1.5 silver coins. However, some of the herbs in her prescriptions are quite expensive. Jalu also deeply realizes that medical standards in this era are poor, and doctors are very rare. The doctor from Wudong village that the daughter mentioned is the same doctor who serves many nearby villages. Whenever someone has an emergency in the middle of the night, they go to this doctor. However, this doctor mainly treats minor illnesses, with average medical skills and limited medicines. For proper medication, people still go to the medical clinic. Young man, do you have acupuncture needles for the doctor to use? The young apprentice frowned and replied, yes, we do, but those are temporarily kept here by our young master. During the day, he also uses them to treat patients. Jiang asked, may I borrow some? Don't worry, I will return them tomorrow morning. If you're not sure, I can hold something as a guarantee and return the silver needles when I bring them back tomorrow. The apprentice hesitated for a moment and said, that day, you saved someone, and our young master saw it too. I believe in you. If the young master knows, he probably won't blame me. Jiang was surprised to learn that her rescue was witnessed that day. The apprentice was a close servant of their young master, Zhuang Xing'an, so he lent her the set of silver acupuncture needles. Jiang quickly ran back to the village with the medicine and the acupuncture set. It took about an hour for the round trip. Although it's spring, the temperature difference between day and night is large, and it can be quite cold at midnight. But she ran all the way without feeling cold, even sweating slightly. She ran back to her home as fast as she could. When she arrived, she was a bit out of breath. Old Lady Cui saw Jiang return and finally relaxed. She was very worried about her. Because of her concern, she kept mentioning Jiang good qualities to her son, Cui Hejin. For more than half an hour, Old Lady Cui watched over Cui Hejin, occasionally soaking a towel in water and placing it on his forehead to help lower his temperature. I'm glad you're back, Jiang said. Mother, I've prepared the medicine. Please help boil it and I will watch over him. Old Lady Cui nodded. Jiang explained how to prepare the medicine to her, then went to the kitchen to light a pine oil candle and boil the medicine. She took out the set of silver acupuncture needles, checked them to make sure they were fine, then went to the bed and gently began to undress Cui Hejin. At this moment, Cui Hejin suddenly grabbed Jiang Jiluo's hand. His beautiful eyes opened, filled with a cold, icy glow, and he weakly asked, what are you doing? Jiang Jiluo thought Cui Hejin was asleep and unaware, planning to help him take off his clothes. But unexpectedly, he opened his eyes suddenly, catching her off guard. She maintained her calm, believing that her own embarrassment was nothing compared to others' discomfort, and said softly, you have a cold, fever, and cough. The situation is serious. If not treated promptly, it could lead to pneumonia. Since there's no doctor tonight, I can give you acupuncture treatment. It will help you recover faster. But for acupuncture, you need to take off your upper clothes. If you don't trust me, I understand. Taking medicine would be much slower. And constantly taking medicine costs a lot. Acupuncture can help you get better sooner. Plus, you wouldn't want your mother to worry, right? Her acupuncture method wasn't ordinary. It combined her special wood element energy, which could quickly cure Cui Hejin. It all depended on whether he cooperated or not.
You.
Cui Hejin's ears turned slightly red, but under the cover of night, it was hard to see clearly.
Cough.
He knew that almost every word Jiang Jiluo said touched on his soft spot. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to suppress the turbulent emotions inside, and his hand trembled slightly as he said, I'll do it myself. Jiang Jiluo withdrew her hand and shrugged. The candlelight was dim, so even if Cui Hejin took off his clothes, she couldn't see clearly. Her skill in acupuncture was excellent. Even if she couldn't see well, she wouldn't make mistakes. She turned around and said, All right, call me when you're ready. Cui Hejin took a few deep breaths, then extended his slender, jade-like fingers and took off his outer coat. Cough, cough. As he moved, his cough worsened, as if his lungs were about to come out. After a while, Cui Hejin closed his eyes and said, I'm ready. Jiang Luo turned back around and quickly inserted several silver needles into his acupuncture points with swift, precise movements. Her speed was so fast it looked like a blur. As the silver needles entered his points, her wood element energy flowed along with them, spreading a warm, gentle force that seemed to seep into his limbs and bones, driving away his coldness. Gradually, Cui Hejin felt much better, perhaps from extreme exhaustion, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed. When she was half asleep and half awake, Cui Hejin opened her eyes and was awakened by Madame Cui, who gave her a bowl of medicine. She fell asleep again. The next morning, as the sun rose, Cui Hejin slowly opened her eyes, looking a bit dazed. When she turned her head and saw the person lying by her bed, her expression changed slightly. She remembered what happened last night, and her ears turned slightly red. But when she looked at her clothes, they were still intact and properly on her. If she didn't remember clearly, she might think last night was just a dream. So, did she help him put on his clothes? Thinking this, Cui Hejin's ears and face turned pink. Cough. When she tried to cough, she quickly suppressed it. Now she felt much better. Her head hurt less, and her body was lighter. She could control her cough now. She carefully checked her throat. It was much better. Cui Hejin looked at Jiang Luo sleeping beside her, her gaze deepening with some thought. After Madame Cui woke up and finished preparing breakfast, she gently pushed open the inner room door and saw her son awake. Then she saw Jiang Luo sleeping by the bed and softly said, "Luo, wake up." Jiang Luo, who had shallow sleep, quickly woke up when she heard the voice. Seeing that Cui Hejin was fine, she let out a breath of relief. Madame Cui said, "You've been busy all night. Eat breakfast first. After breakfast, go to my room and rest for a while. I'll take care of Hejin." Jiang Luo shook her head and said, "It's okay. I'm not tired anymore once I wake up." When she just woke up, her voice had a sweet, childlike tone, very different from her usual self, making her look adorable. In her past life in the organization, she once had a mission where she only slept 2 or 3 hours a day, so it wasn't a big deal. She didn't know how she fell asleep last night, but she felt fine after a short rest. She didn't think about herself and instinctively reached out to check Cui Hejin's pulse. Then she touched his forehead and said, "The fever is gone. You're much better. After taking medicine for 3 more days, you should be fine." Jiang Luo didn't notice that when she placed her hand on Cui Hejin's head, his body stiffened suddenly. Jiang Luo went to the courtyard to wash up. Old Lady Cui looked at Cui Hejin and said, "Last night, Luo took care of you all night. I wanted her to sleep, but she refused, saying her medical skills would make you feel more at ease. You don't know how serious it was last night. I was really frightened. Luckily, Luo knows medicine, and your fever finally broke. In the countryside, there aren't many good doctors. Catching a cold or cold wind can be life-threatening at any time." Old Lady Cui didn't sleep well all night.
Luo is so good to you.
Remember to treat her well in the future. Such a good wife. You should cherish her. Old Lady Cui knew her son was cold and might not understand how to take care of girls, so she tried to give her advice as a mother. After she finished speaking, she didn't see any reaction from Cui Hejin. She looked up at Cui Hejin and saw her son leaning against the bedpost, gazing out the window with a look in his eyes that seemed captivating. She didn't know what he was thinking or if he was listening to her words. Old Lady Cui looked at her son, who appeared so cold and detached from the world, and couldn't help but sigh. "Are you thinking about the capital city?" Cui Hejin didn't reply. Only his eyes looked hazy. Old Lady Cui looked a little sad and said, "There's no point in thinking about it. We can't go back to the capital anymore. The current emperor has always been wary of the Su family. The reason he hasn't wiped us out completely is because he still cares about his reputation. It's better to forget about the capital. You and Luo should enjoy your life, and I will feel at ease." Cui Hejin softly said, "Mother, I'm fine." Jiang Luo washed her face with well water, tidied herself up, and immediately felt more awake. Cui Hejin was feeling much better and could get out of bed to wash up. After breakfast, the family ate together. Jalu helped Cui Hejin prepare medicine and gave it to him to drink. She then took her set of silver needles and went to the town's clinic. The clinic had already opened, but it was still early in the morning, so there were few patients. When Jalu entered, the young apprentice immediately saw her and said, "Miss, you're here." "Miss, please wait. I'll go call our young master," he said, and before Jalu could respond, he ran upstairs. Soon, Zhuang Xing and came down from the second floor. Jalu heard the movement, looked up, and just saw a young man coming down the stairs from upstairs. The young boy looked about 17 or 18, tall and slender like a bamboo. He wore a dark green shirt, with clear and delicate features that gave a gentle, refined impression. However, his face was very pale, almost sickly white. When he stepped down, Jalu could almost smell a faint medicinal scent on him. The boy cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Miss." Jalu looked at his face and eyes, calming her expression, and said, "Thank you for last night." Zhuang Xingen, elegant and graceful, replied, "You're welcome, Mississippi. You're also helping to cure and save lives. That day, you saved someone, which also protected our clinic's reputation. I haven't had a chance to thank you." Jalu understood that the medicine boy was referring to the time she happened to save someone. It was just a small favor while passing by. "This is the acupuncture set I borrowed last night. I am here to return it." Since she saw it, she thought it was right to return it rather than ignore the situation. Zhuang Xingen said, "This is a brand new set of silver acupuncture needles and used. If you find them useful, they are yours. Good deeds should not be rewarded." Indeed, Jalu found these silver acupuncture needles very effective. "By saving people, you also helped our clinic's reputation. We wanted to thank you, and now this set of needles is a small token of our gratitude." Jalu carefully looked at the young man in front of her. His eyes were clear and kind, giving a sense of goodness. Moreover, the Xinglin clinic had a good reputation among the common people. But Jalu didn't want to take advantage for nothing. She slightly scratched her head, feeling a bit impatient. Zhuang Xingen spoke, "Not to hide anything, miss, I saw your medical skills that day. I would like to ask you to examine me." The medicine boy beside him immediately changed his expression. "Young master," he thought, how could the young master let someone examine him so casually? If she couldn't cure him, the young master might lose his life. Many famous doctors had already examined him, and even imperial physicians couldn't help. Could this female doctor really be capable? Honestly, he had never seen a female doctor before. Zhuang Xingen waved his hand to stop the medicine boy from speaking further. Jalu stroked her chin and said, "It's possible, but the consultation fee will be quite expensive." "It's fine." Jalu nodded and asked, "Do you really trust me like that?" Initially, she also wanted to open a clinic and become a doctor, but women doctors weren't always trusted. Plus, she didn't have enough money to start a clinic now. Just buying medicinal herbs would cost a lot. Zhuang Anxian nodded and said, "Miss, please follow me." Zhuang Anxian took Jalu to the second floor. The private room on the second floor is quieter, and this is probably where Zhuang Anxian works. Jalu checked Zhuang Anxian's pulse and said, "You have been poisoned. It's a hereditary poison from birth. It's been hidden inside you and only showed up when you were 10 years old. The symptoms are feeling cold easily, allergies to pollen, and when the weather gets cold, you need to wear thicker clothes." Jalu explained several symptoms, and Zhuang Anxian's face changed color. She was right. He had seen many doctors when he was young. They only said he was born prematurely and weak. Later, some doctors said he was poisoned, but there was no cure for this poison. He was not willing to just wait to die. But, is there a way? Zhuang Anxian almost dared not ask this question. He had asked many doctors before. Jalu nodded and said, "There is a cure, but it requires some rare and hard-to-find herbs. You will need to find the herbs yourself. Once you find the herbs, I can help you detoxify." Seeing the calm and confident look on the young girl's face, It seemed like she was saying something very simple. But for Zhuang Onxian, it was a matter of life and death. He was willing to believe, because he had no choice. Belief is life. Disbelief means death. When Jiang Luo left the medical clinic, she had 10 taels of silver as consultation fee and some herbs she needed. 10 taels was just the consultation fee. Once Zhuang Onxian found the herbs written on the paper and gathered them, she could help him detoxify. After truly curing him, she would earn some silver as payment for her treatment. 10 taels of silver was already quite high. With this money, her family could finally breathe a little easier. After deducting the expenses for food and supplies over the past few days, she still had about 2 taels of silver, totaling 12 taels. She actually wanted to use some of it to buy land, specifically the cheapest land she had seen before, 1 acre for 2 taels of silver. But both Old Lady Cui and Cui Hejin were not in good health, and Jiang Luo still wanted to focus on healing them first. Holding these herbs, she could help Old Lady Cui and Cui Hejin improve their health. After thinking for a while, Jiang Luo first went to the meat stall. Lin Juju was very happy to see Jiang Luo arrive. She said, "Sister Jiang, you're here. I saved 2 portions of pig offal for you, and there's pork liver too. Take them home to eat. Last time, you gave me some brown sugar. My mother drank it for a few days and said her health improved a lot. The chive pockets you made were also very delicious." The first time Jiang Luo came to buy a pound of meat with Madame Cui, Lin Juju gave her a discount and also gave her a portion of pig offal. When Jiang Luo visited the town again, she brought a few pieces of brown sugar for Lin Juju. Gradually, they became quite familiar with each other. Previously, Lin Juju made chive pockets and also gave a few to Jiang Luo. Lin Juju couldn't stop praising how tasty they were. "That's good to hear. Please weigh a pound of ribs for me." Jiang Luo thought that Cui Hejin was weak and shouldn't eat greasy food. She planned to make a light and nutritious rib soup. Lin Juju weighed a pound of ribs for Jiang Luo and added an extra piece. "Sister Jiang, I've never seen or tasted the chive pockets you made. Nothing on the dock tastes that good. You could set up a small food stall here. I believe it would do very well." Thinking about the taste of the chive pockets, Lin Juju still felt a bit regretful. One day, a lady came to buy pig trotters. She smelled the aroma and asked what delicious food I had made. I told her it was chive pockets, but she had never heard of them. Lin Juju was talking about what happened a few days after Jiang Luo brought her the chive pockets. "Sister Jiang, I think you could also start a small food business at the dock. As long as the food is good, you could earn quite a bit every day." As Lin Juju and Jiang Luo interacted more, she grew to like Jiang Luo very much and treated her like a sister. She couldn't help but encourage her to do some small business. Seeing her wearing plain cloth and clothes, Lin Juju knew her family was ordinary. She rarely bought more meat, but she always gave her some extra. Most importantly, Lin Juju thought that if Sister Jiang set up a food stall, she could buy some food herself. She still wanted to eat the chive pockets. Since her father fell ill, he had lost his appetite. That day, Jiang Luo gave her 4 chive pockets. She took them home, and her parents praised them endlessly, saying they were very tasty. Jiang Luo pondered, "I've thought about starting a food business, just setting up a stall at the dock, but my family doesn't live nearby. You know I live in Dongha village. It's inconvenient to carry things back and forth, so selling red sugar is simpler. I just need to bring the items over." Jiang Luo sold red sugar at the dock for a few days and observed the snack stall business. The ones doing well really make good money. They sell buns, vegetable buns for 3 cents and meat buns for 5 cents. In the morning, selling a few hundred buns can earn several taels of silver. She thinks it's more profitable and saves time compared to making red sugar. Making red sugar involves boiling it all afternoon, and in one day, she might only earn a few hundred coins. Boiling red sugar in a large pot takes too much time. "It's nothing. The dock is close to my place. You can just leave the things at my house. Come in the morning to pick them up. I usually stay here anyway." To make her meat stall business easier, Lin Juju usually stays in the small courtyard behind. Jiangji Luo didn't refuse Lin Zhuju's kindness and smiled, saying, "I'll think about it carefully later." After leaving the meat stall, Jiangji Luo looked at the time and thought it was about right. She went to the school to ask Cui Hejin for leave. Old Mr. Li learned that Cui Hejin was sick and kindly said, "Don't worry, young lady. Let Cui Gongzi rest at home. It's not too late to come back after he recovers." Seeing Cui Hejin's wife, Mr. Li sighed inwardly. She didn't look like a girl from the countryside at all. Her appearance, temperament, and speech were all extraordinary. When did rural areas become so full of hidden talents? When Jiangji Luo carried her basket home, she kept thinking about what kind of business to start. Making red sugar took 7 or 8 days, and she only earned 4 taels of silver. It was a bit slow. If it weren't for Zhuang Xing entrusting her medical skills and letting her see patients, she wouldn't have been able to buy some medicinal herbs with the reason of consulting. These herbs alone cost several taels of silver. And that doesn't include the most precious few herbs. If she wanted to fully restore Madame Cui's and Cui Hejin's health, she would need a lot of silver. She also wanted to buy land to grow grains and vegetables. When Jiangji Luo returned home, it was already late morning. At this time, Madame Cui wasn't at home, and Cui Hejin was inside reading. The sunlight was just right. When Cui Hejin heard the door open, she turned around and saw Jiangji Luo, looking even more elegant and refined. Sunlight streams through the window, casting a gentle glow on him, creating a poetic and radiant scene. His eyes and eyebrows shimmer with a captivating light because of the sunlight. He turned to look at her because of her voice. His usually cold expression now seems focused and charming. For a moment, Jiangji Luo quickly looked away to avoid being captivated by his gaze. "Are you feeling better?" Cui Hejin slightly relaxed his expression, tightening his grip on the book. He softly said, "Yes, much better. Thank you for last night." Jiangji Luo was surprised. Was he really thanking her? Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt that his voice when speaking to her was warmer than usual, no longer as cold and distant as before. But she didn't want to overthink it. No need to thank me. Helping him was her duty. She owed him that. He didn't remember those past things, so it was fine if he didn't know. "Where did your mother go?" She was worried because she didn't see her mother when she entered the house. She went to wash clothes by the river. Today was a sunny day. Recently, they had been busy making red sugar and had no time for household chores. Since they weren't going to town today, and Cui Hejin looked healthy enough, the old lady took some clothes to the river. Jiangji Luo nodded and said, "I earned 10 taels of silver today from seeing patients, plus some herbs. This is my mother's medicine, and this is yours. It will help you recover. Is there anything you want to buy?" Jiangji Luo sat on a chair and took out the 10 taels of silver to look at it. Cui Hejin watched her, a slight surprise flickering in his eyes as he looked at the silver. "Just keep the silver. I don't need anything right now." Jiangji Luo nodded and said, "Yes, I also asked for leave from the school for you. You should rest at home for a few days. When you're feeling better, you can go back to school." After a pause, she added, "Things will get better at home, and the silver will increase. You don't need to work so hard. Your health is the most important." She thought Cui Hejin wouldn't say much or might insist on something, but he simply responded softly, "Okay." It made her feel like he was listening to her, as if Cui Hejin would follow her arrangements. After saying a few words to Cui Hejin, Jiangji Luo put down her things and went to the yard to check on the malt she had planted earlier. Seeing that the malt had grown well, Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "Now I can make malt sugar." She thought that after making the malt sugar, she would give some to her parents and younger siblings. They would probably be very happy. Jiangji Luo pulled out all the malt and washed it in a basin. While scooping water, she noticed the water in the jar was running low. So, she took a pole and a wooden bucket to the village well to fetch water. The sun was shining just right. Children in the village were playing and running around. Many elderly people sat on stools outside, enjoying the sunshine. Some people were herding ducks and geese toward the river, and there were dogs barking nearby. All these sounds mixed together like a rural melody, giving a peaceful countryside feeling. When Jiang Luo went to fetch water, she happened to meet Zhou Zhaoxi, the eldest son of the village chief, also drawing water. The young man had a bright, handsome appearance, with healthy, sun-kissed skin. His muscles showed strength as he carried water. When he saw Jiang Luo, he smiled cheerfully and said, "Sister Jiang, do you want to fetch water? I can help carry it back for you." Hearing his friendly words, Jiang Luo was momentarily stunned. Then she remembered that he was the village chief's eldest son. The village chief's wife, Zhu Shi, was from Xing Mountain Village and was close to her mother. Naturally, she knew Zhou Zhaoxi. He was straightforward and kind-hearted, probably told by his mother Zhu Shi to take good care of her. Jiang Luo shook her head and said, "It's okay, I can carry water myself." Carrying water was not a big effort for her. But Zhou Zhaoxi remembered that his mother had told him Jiang's sister was gentle and weak, with little strength. So he insisted on helping her carry water, taking 2 buckets on his pole and bringing them back for her. Jiang Luo looked at the enthusiastic young man and opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Zhou Zhaoxi poured the water from the bucket into the jar and said, "Sister Jiang, my mother told me that if you need anything, just tell us. I have strength and can help." Jiang Luo smiled and replied, "Thank you very much." No matter what, he was kind-hearted. Just then, there was a creaking sound from the inner room door. Cui Hejin came out of the house. Seeing Cui Hejin come out, Jiang Luo was also momentarily surprised. Zhou Zhaoxi saw Cui Hejin, scratched the back of his head, and cheerfully called out, "Big brother Cui." Cui Hejin nodded and said, "I'll do it." Before they could react, Cui Hejin picked up the water bucket beside the water jar and poured all the water inside. Jiang Luo was slightly surprised. Cui Hejin had always appeared weak, giving her the impression that he couldn't carry anything heavy or lift things with his hands. But now he looked quite strong. Zhou Zhaoxi saw the water was filled, and since there was nothing more to do, he scratched his head and smiled. "Big brother Cui, Jiang girl, there's nothing else. I'm going back now." Jiang Luo nodded and said, "All right, thank you for your help." Zhou Zhaoxi waved his hand and said, "It's just a small favor. Jiang girl, don't be polite. If you need help in the future, just tell me." Jiang Luo smiled softly and said, "Okay." He was a kind-hearted young man. After Zhou Zhaoxi left, Jiang Luo's smile faded. She turned to look at Cui Hejin and asked, "Are you tired?" Cui Hejin's delicate and stunning features looked deeply at Jiang Luo. He sighed softly and said, "I'm not that weak. From now on, I'll handle tasks like fetching water." Even if his martial art skills were lost, doing some physical work wouldn't be a problem for Cui Hejin. Jiang Luo remembered that the water jar seemed to be full every day. Could it be that Cui Hejin was the one fetching the water before? She hadn't paid much attention before. Maybe he was sick last night and didn't have time to fetch water. He probably didn't want others to think he was powerless or weak. So Jiang Luo didn't argue and simply nodded, saying, "All right." Seeing her obedient look, Cui Hejin's eyes moved slightly. He softly and gently asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Jiang Luo initially planned to do things herself, but when she looked into Cui Hejin's deep, misty eyes, she instinctively said, "Could you help peel the peanuts?" "Okay." Jiang Luo continued washing the malt, then cut it into pieces. Next, she heated the fire and steamed the glutinous rice. After the rice was steamed, she added the chopped malt and stirred everything together, then kept it warm to ferment. Turning around, she saw Cui Hejin sitting aside, peeling peanuts quietly. He was peeling the peanuts silently, with a delicate and beautiful side profile. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a subtle, pleasant scent from him. It made her think of many beautiful, poetic things in an instant. The bowl beside him was already filled with many peanuts. Feeling something, Cui Hejin sitting nearby slightly looked up. Jiang Luo was caught off guard when she met his eyes. His gaze carried a faint, hazy darkness, with a kind of careless, captivating charm. Jiang Luo's heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. If you're tired, you can rest for a while," she said, trying to hide her moment of awkwardness. "It's okay," he replied. Jiangji Luo then quickly continued preparing lunch with ribs. While steaming glutinous rice in the pot, she also steamed some regular rice, planning to eat rice with rib soup at noon. Fortunately, there were 2 pots at home, so these tasks didn't interfere with each other. As noon approached, old Lady Cui returned. She placed a wooden basin on the ground and took out clothes to hang on the yard's clothesline. After hanging the clothes, she went into the kitchen and saw Jiangji Luo returning. She spoke gently, "Ji Luo, you're back.
You didn't rest well last night.
Go take a nap. If there's anything, Mother will handle it." "Mom, it's fine. I'm not tired. I can sleep early tonight," Jiangji Luo replied. Old Lady Cui nodded and said, "All right, then let's not stay up late making brown sugar today. Let's make less. By the way, it seems there aren't many sugar beets left in our village. If we want to buy some, we'll have to go to another village." As she spoke, Old Lady Cui went into the house. She immediately saw Cui Hejin busy nearby. Her face lit up with a smile. This showed that her son and daughter-in-law got along well. Just looking at them gave a warm feeling. Jiangji Luo naturally didn't know what Old Lady Cui was thinking. She was only pondering business matters. "Mom, I think maybe we shouldn't buy more sugar beets to make brown sugar. There probably isn't much left. In the afternoon, I plan to make some maltose to sell tomorrow," she said. "I also want to try making some food, like meat sandwiches or chive pockets. Meat sandwiches are easy to imitate, but the flavor can't be exactly copied." Of course, if Jiangji Luo made meat sandwiches, she wouldn't put actual meat inside. She'd use marinated pig offal, which is just as tasty. And with chives, people don't usually know or use them in cooking. If she made chive pockets, it would be unique and likely very popular. Old Lady Cui had no objections. She knew her daughter-in-law was capable and confident. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll trust your judgment." During lunch, Jiangji Luo also mentioned earning 10 taels of silver and some medicinal herbs from her medical consultations. Old Lady Cui felt deeply touched, thinking that her daughter-in-law was truly good for the family. After eating, Jiangji Luo began to prepare the medicine. Old Lady Cui's medicine was different from Cui Hejin's, requiring 2 pots to brew. Old Lady Cui asked, "Jiluo, I'm healthy, so do I need to take medicine too?" Just looking at the herbs made her feel distressed, thinking about how much silver was spent, and she felt reluctant to waste it. Her daughter-in-law's earnings didn't come easily either. She worked hard for them. She believed she shouldn't waste that money. Jiangji Luo replied, "Mother, you have a cold and wind, and you've suffered injuries and hardships during your exile. When the weather is bad, you tend to get headaches and leg pains. Drinking medicine to recover, eating better, and getting enough nutrition will help your body heal, and you'll sleep well at night." Old Lady Cui listened to Jiangji Luo's words and felt a mix of sourness and warmth in her heart, both moved and comforted. This daughter-in-law was truly kind, as caring as a little cotton-padded jacket, attentive not only to Cui Hejin but also to her. Old Lady Cui choked up slightly and said, "Jill, you shouldn't work too hard. You handle everything inside and outside the house. You also need to take good care of yourself." Jiangji Luo gently smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry. I won't get tired. Doing a little each day makes me feel fulfilled." The daily chores were nothing compared to the busy life in her previous organization. Old Lady Cui knew Jiangji Luo was comforting her. "Don't worry. Once I'm healthier, I can do more things." When she was in good health before, Old Lady Cui was very capable, managing the entire Cui residence efficiently. Actually, Jiangji Luo didn't want Old Lady Cui to tire herself out, but she also felt sorry for her. In this life, it was wonderful to be able to get along with Cui Hejin's mother like family. In the past, her mother had passed away early, which was a deep pain in her heart. While chatting with Old Lady Cui and preparing the medicine, Jiangji Luo poured the medicine into a bowl and handed it to her. Another pot of medicine was poured into a bowl, which she then took inside to Cui Hejin, saying, "Drink your medicine first." Cui Hejin, with her fair and delicate hand, took the bowl. Jiangji Luo felt her fingers accidentally touch Cui Hejin's fingertips, and in that instant, a cool, Tingling sensation spread from her fingertips to her chest. Jiang Jiluo's ears suddenly felt hot, and she coughed loudly, almost choking on her breath. Cui Hejin's beautiful eyes fell on her, and her voice was gentle and clear like moonlight, but with a hint of worry, asking, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Jiang Jiluo was stunned by her question. She looked at him. His slender fingers held the medicine bowl, and his gaze lingered on her with a calm but warm expression that made her heart feel a gentle warmth. She thought it must be her imagination. She steadied herself and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. You should drink your medicine first." After speaking, Jiang Jiluo quickly left the room. She looked at her fingertips with a helpless feeling. He has such a strong influence on me. After Mrs. Cui took her medicine, she watched Jiang Jiluo standing aside, somewhat distracted, and asked worriedly, "Jiluo, why don't you go rest in your room? If there's anything you need help with, tell me, and I'll do it." Mrs. Cui thought Jiluo must be tired from taking care of Hejin last night and not sleeping well. Hearing Mrs. Cui's voice, Jiang Jiluo snapped back to her senses and said, "Oh, mother, I'm not sleepy. I was just thinking that once the glutinous rice and malt ferment, we can make malt sugar." Hearing this, Mrs. Cui became excited and said, "I'll stay with you and make it together." She didn't know why, but right now her favorite thing was to make things with Jiluo. This process made her feel full of anticipation. She was also looking forward to making malt sugar herself. Jiang Jiluo saw Mrs. Cui's happy expression and smiled, saying, "Okay." At this moment, Jiang Jiluo also caught a whiff of the sweet malt aroma. She opened the lid of the pot and saw water boiling inside. Mrs. Cui came over and looked, finding it very fascinating. "It smells sweet and fresh, very nice," she said. "I never thought you could make malt sugar from glutinous rice and malt," Jiang Jiluo said. "It's actually simple. With such a big pot, we can make a lot of malt sugar," she added. Mrs. Cui, curious about the fermentation process Jiang Jiluo mentioned, asked, "Is this what you mean by fermentation is complete?" Jiang Jiluo nodded and said, "Yes, it usually takes about an hour and a half to ferment. It's just right now." She pressed a spoon into the mixture, and rich juice flowed out. "Jiluo, what do we do next?" "Mother, we need clean gauze to filter these things and extract the water." Old Lady Cui now understood what Jiang Jiluo meant when she mentioned filtering. "Sometimes my daughter-in-law uses new words that I don't understand at first, but after a while, I get the meaning." Old Lady Cui went to get clean gauze and a large basin for filtering. After bringing everything, Jiang Jiluo scooped the fermented glutinous rice and malt into the gauze, letting the juice drain through. "This is slow. I'll squeeze it with my hand." Old Lady Cui had already washed her hands thoroughly, so she gently squeezed the gauze. Jiang Jiluo also helped, and once all the juice was filtered into the basin, the leftover solids could be discarded. "Mother, we don't need these leftovers. We can pour them away." Old Lady Cui hesitated a bit and said, "These can be fed to the chickens." Jiang Jiluo was surprised. "Yes, these could be used to feed the chickens. It's true, we shouldn't waste them. Given the situation at the Cui family, saving everything is important." "Mother, all these in the pot need to be filtered out." "All right, once filtered, we can make a lot of malt sugar." Jiang Jiluo nodded and said, "Yes, we can make a lot." When it's ready, we cut it into small pieces, wrap each piece with oil paper, and it's a piece of candy. Old Lady Cui said, "When I used to sell eggs at the town market, I saw that the stalls selling pastries and candies had the most people. Children love sweet treats. For parents, they usually save money and are reluctant to buy anything extra, but candies and candied fruit sticks, they're sometimes willing to buy these. Villagers might go to the market, walk around without buying much, and just buy a piece of candy for their children." Last year during the New Year, next door, Shan Mao was holding a piece of sugar candy at the door, playing with a group of children. They didn't want to eat it, just licked it, and many children cried out in envy. At that time, Old Lady Cui heard the loud crying of the children outside. Back in the capital, if someone told her this, she might not understand. But after living in the village for a year and seeing how everyone lives, she understood everything. Jiang Jiluo could imagine that scene. "Thinking about my younger brothers and sisters, I feel a bit sad. I also wonder how my father is doing with his bellows work. Mother, our village is very close to the town and there's a dock where people come and go, so it's lively. No one has ever thought about making some snacks or food. Old Lady Cui shook her head and said, people in the village don't usually do that. They rarely use white flour for meals and often eat just enough to fill their stomachs. They don't want to waste white flour or meat and vegetables on making special dishes. Some learn the craft from family members or go to be apprentices. I heard that being an apprentice is very hard. You do all kinds of chores and the master might not teach you everything. So, even after a few years of working, you might not learn much. I've tried many foods before, but I can't make them myself. At most, I help Jalu a little. But seeing how Jalu's hands can create all kinds of patterns, Old Lady Cui thinks she's really talented. Jiang Jalu listened and understood why the food culture in this era is a bit behind. Cooking is a skill, and it's all in their own hands. No one thinks about passing on that skill. Jiang Jalu and Old Lady Cui kept talking while busy with their tasks. Working together, they finished quickly. Soon, a big pot of glutinous rice malt was filtered into 2 large bowls of malt water. Old Lady Cui looked at the large amount of malt water and smelled its sweet aroma, feeling very happy. Jalu, do we need to start a fire and boil it now? When making brown sugar before, they boiled it, so she guessed it's the same here. Jiang Jalu nodded and said, yes, mother. I'll clean the pot first, then pour in the malt water to boil. Old Lady Cui said, I'll go get some firewood from the yard. After cleaning the pot, Jiang Jalu poured the 2 bowls of malt water into it, and Old Lady Cui started the fire to boil. Jiang Jalu stirred the mixture with a spoon. When it was ready, she scooped it out and let it cool in a bowl. Is it ready after cooling? Old Lady Cui remembered that the malt sugar in town wasn't like this. Jiang Jalu shook her head and said, after cooling, it still needs to be pulled and stretched. But, Mother, I plan to make a different kind of malt sugar. I want to add peanuts to make it more fragrant, and it will sell for a higher price than the town's malt sugar. Mrs. Cui was initially worried that the expensive items might not sell well, but thinking that Jalu's creations would surely be different from others, she felt more at ease. Can we add peanuts? Last year during the New Year, she bought some maltose, which was just simple sugar without any peanuts. Jiang Jalu nodded and said, yes, we can add peanuts. We can also add sesame and soybeans, but those will cost extra. Just use peanuts then. Mrs. Cui knew that soybeans could be used to make tofu, so they were more expensive. Sesame was a rare ingredient, but because it was not grown locally, it was also pricey. Peanuts were common because every household needed them for cooking oil, so everyone in the village grew some to eat. Because of this, Cui Hejin planted some peanuts in the fields last year. Thinking of her son peeling peanuts at noon, Mrs. Cui's face lit up with a smile. Finally, her son was starting to care for his wife. Jalu, how do you add peanuts into the maltose? Jiang Jalu replied, first, roast the peanuts until they're cooked, then crush them into small pieces. The finer, the better. You can also use a rolling pin to crush them on a board. Mrs. Cui nodded and started helping Jiang Jalu. Roasting the peanuts was quick. But soon, the sugar had cooled down. Jiang Jalu then began the process of stretching the sugar into loops. Mrs. Cui watched Jiang Jalu exert so much effort and hurried to wash her hands to help. Do you need to pull so hard like that? Jiang Jalu nodded and said, yes, keep stretching until it turns white. Mrs. Cui helped and couldn't help but comment, it's quite tiring. If Hejin still had his martial skills, pulling this wouldn't be a problem at all. Jiang Jalu overestimated her strength, feeling she might not finish anytime soon. She looked around and asked, Mother, do we have a clean wooden post? The one standing over there. We can hang it on that, and then we can pull the sugar from one side. Mrs. Cui thought carefully about the wooden post. It would need to be clean. It seems we don't have one. Maybe we should go up the mountain and chop a piece. Just then, the door to the inner room creaked open. Cui Hejin stepped out, as elegant and noble as ever, with every movement graceful. He spoke clearly and softly, let me do it. Jiang Jalu didn't expect Cui Hejin to come out. You're not feeling well. You should rest more. This requires strength. Cui Hejin raised an eyebrow, giving her a meaningful look with a hint of deep, dark light. He didn't say anything. He washed his hands and then gently stretched back and forth. Jiangji Luo watched in surprise as his hands moved lightly, as if he wasn't using much effort. Especially those long, delicate hands, like perfect art, and even while doing this, he still carried an elegant aura like jade. Jiangji Luo looked at him in amazement, feeling very proud. Cui Hejin saw her surprised expression and said softly, "Is this okay now?" He looked at her quietly, his usually cold eyes now softened with a gentle glow like moonlight. Seeing this look, Jiangji Luo felt as if something was holding her heart tight. She blinked quickly and snapped back to herself. Yes, that's fine now. Thank you. You can go rest now." Jiangji Luo was worried about tiring Cui Hejin out. Earlier, old Madame Cui said Cui Hejin had lost his martial skills, and her pulse diagnosis showed he had suffered serious injuries. Cui Hejin softly replied, "It's okay." Then he reached out and took a small basin of roasted peanuts into the room. Soon, they heard the sound of crushing peanuts inside. Jiangji Luo was a bit worried and wanted to go in to persuade him. But old Madame Cui quickly held her back and said, "Hejin is worried about you. It's fine. He can do this little task. He's a man, he won't get tired." Worried about her? Jiangji Luo didn't think so. She carried a shiny, sticky malt candy into the room, placing it on the table, and helped Cui Hejin with the work. Old Madame Cui quietly watched the two of them, then quickly stepped back and quietly closed the door. She didn't want to disturb their private moment. Jiangji Luo rolled the dough with a rolling pin until it was thin. After Cui Hejin crushed the peanuts into small pieces and put them on a plate, Jiangji Luo looked at the peanut crumbs in front of her, surprised and happy. "Wow, how did you do that?" It was like using a high-tech blender from the modern age. Jiangji Luo was very excited. She looked at Cui Hejin with shining eyes, full of bright, sparkling light. At this moment, she felt like she was not looking at Cui Hejin, but at a high-end blender. Cui Hejin watched Jiangji Luo happily, and his eyebrows moved slightly. The sunlight outside the window shone in and fell on him, making him feel as if he was wrapped in the warmth of early spring. It was hard to tell if it was the warmth of the sun or the gentle, warm expression on his face. "Next time I need to do something like this, I can do it myself," he said. Jiangji Luo snapped out of her thoughts and looked at him carefully. "Are you feeling better now?"
Cui Hejin nodded.
"Yes, much better." He seemed to think of something and moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. But at that moment, Jiangji Luo was already focused on rolling peanut powder into malt sugar, then rolling and mixing it until it formed thin, long strips. The entire large tray couldn't hold all of it, so Jiangji Luo shaped it into a circle, filling the whole tray like a big plate. After finishing, she was very happy and ran straight to the kitchen to find old Madame Cui. Seeing her feeding chickens in the yard, she happily called out, "Mother, the malt sugar is ready. Come and see, and taste how it is." Old Madame Cui instinctively wanted to stand up, but then she remembered and said, "Ji Luo, I'm busy now. I'm feeding the chickens with the filtered glutinous rice malt. You let Hejin try some. He's eaten many things, and if he says it's good, then it must be good." It was a joke. Her son was finally willing to get close to his wife, and she didn't want to ruin the moment. Jiangji Luo didn't think much and had to go back to the house. She looked at Cui Hejin, standing quietly like a painting, and took a small piece of the malt sugar with a knife. She offered it to him and said, "Why don't you try a bit and see how it tastes?" She thought he might refuse. Some boys don't seem to like very sweet things. She was ready to bring the malt sugar back, but unexpectedly, Cui Hejin reached out and took the piece from her hand. His finger accidentally touched her palm lightly, which she felt even though it was a gentle touch. She quickly withdrew her hand, feeling as if it was burned. Lowering her head, Jiangji Luo looked at her palm and suddenly remembered some past memories. The room was very quiet. As she focused, she could smell a light, elegant fragrance of medicine and ink from Cui Hejin, very pleasant. Cui Hejin didn't usually eat sweets, but at this moment, eating the malt sugar made by his wife, he felt a sweet but not greasy taste. It also carried the rich aroma of peanuts. Jiangji Luo felt Cui Hejin's silence. She looked up at him and asked softly, "Is it not tasty?" She had added some spiritual spring water when steaming the glutinous rice, so normally the maltose should taste good too. Cui Hejin replied gently, "No, it's very tasty." After a moment, he added, "Much better than the maltose in town." During the new year, his mother bought some candies and let him eat a few pieces, saying these treats are for the new year. So he could tell the difference. Hearing Cui Hejin say this, Jiangji Luo felt more confident. She also cut a piece and put it in her mouth. It seemed delicious. She smiled sweetly, her eyes curving like a crescent moon, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. This pure smile was very bright, like the warm sunlight of spring spreading out layer after layer, shining into Cui Hejin's heart. It was so sudden that it seemed to dispel a bit of darkness in his heart. The door inside the house was open, and a gentle spring breeze blew in, lifting a strand of Jiangji Luo's hair from her cheek, as if blocking her view for a moment. Cui Hejin moved his fingers, but ultimately did not reach out to do anything. Jiangji Luo squinted her eyes, tidied her hair, and happily said, "Then we can go to town early tomorrow to sell maltose. We need to cut it into small pieces first, then wrap them in oil paper to keep it clean." Jiangji Luo noticed that many candies in town, like maltose and rock sugar, were sold in bulk on racks. People bought as much as they wanted, and vendors packaged and settled the bill together. She thought maltose was different from brown sugar. Most people ate maltose in chunks. Without individual packaging, holding it with hands felt a bit dirty. Some people cared about cleanliness, and wrapping it separately made it look more upscale. Having lived in a technological age, Jiangji Luo understood the importance of good packaging even more. Cui Hejin asked, "How big should the pieces be?" Jiangji Luo took the knife and cut several pieces, saying, "About this size. I plan to sell 2 pieces for 3 cents. With good packaging and it being tasty, we should be able to sell it. But we also need to save some for Dad, Mom, and the younger siblings." She still cared about her family. After speaking, Jiangji Luo looked up at Cui Hejin, thinking that now, given her status, she was still part of the Cui family. If she kept thinking about her family back home all the time, he might not be happy. Based on her understanding of this time period, it seems that this is the custom of the era. Cui Hejin looked at his young wife's clear, flowing eyes and saw a hint of hesitation. His heart moved, and he softly said, "It's time to leave some for our parents, brothers, and sisters. Just leave it to you to arrange." Jiang Jalu looked at Cui Hejin and saw he was not upset, so she finally relaxed. If Cui Hejin was unhappy, she couldn't secretly do these things. It's better to do them openly and honestly. Her parents love her so much, and her brothers and sisters are so kind. She finds it hard not to think about them. Jiang Jalu thought for a moment, then went to the kitchen to get some oil paper. She cut it into small pieces with scissors, perfect for wrapping malt candies. When she returned to the room, she was surprised to see all the malt candies on the table had been cut into pieces, all the same size as before, each piece like a work of art, exactly identical, as if carved. Jiang Jalu looked at Cui Hejin with amazement. "Your knife skills are so good." Cui Hejin looked at his hands, silent for a moment, and explained, "I used to practice swordsmanship." Actually, he had been practicing martial arts since he was 2 years old. Cutting things was the easiest task. Jiang Jilu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Thanks to Cui Hejin in the afternoon, making malt candies was so quick. It saved a lot of time. At this moment, Jiang Jilu found Cui Hejin more and more charming. She smiled sweetly at him, her voice soft and gentle. "Thank you so much." Cui Hejin sighed lightly and smiled gracefully. "Silly girl, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you last night." Jiang Jilu didn't want to dwell on what happened last night, afraid Cui Hejin might feel uncomfortable, so she quickly interrupted. I was a bit fuzzy last night and forgot everything. If you're not busy, please help me wrap this malt candy." Cui Hejin looked at her with a teasing smile but said nothing more, simply saying softly, okay. After Jalu taught Cui Hejin how to wrap the malt candies, they each wrapped and twisted the pieces. See, this is how you do it. Okay. The two of them worked together, filling the room with a warm, cozy atmosphere. Old Lady Cui peeked in secretly, watching the harmonious scene between them, and a smile almost overflowed from her eyes. Madame Cui silently went to prepare dinner. After wrapping the malt candy and the family finished eating, Jiangji Luo brewed medicine for Madame Cui and Cui Hejin to drink. After washing up, Jiangji Luo and Cui Hejin sat together at the table. Cui Hejin was as usual copying books. Jiangji Luo wanted to ask him to borrow some paper, but when she looked up and saw him still copying, she asked, "Aren't you teaching at the school? Why are you still copying books?" Jiangji Luo thought copying was hard work and didn't want Cui Hejin to continue doing it. "It's not really necessary. Someone came to ask, and I couldn't refuse." Actually, Cui Hejin was copying books very neatly and without mistakes, and his handwriting was excellent. The books he copied sold very well at the bookstore. The person who had helped him before came to ask again. He couldn't refuse, but mainly, Cui Hejin wanted to do something to earn money, which he could use for his little wife's household expenses. As a man, it should be his responsibility to support the family. Jiangji Luo didn't notice the change between them. Now, whenever she asked something, Cui Hejin would patiently explain everything to her. Jiangji Luo looked at Cui Hejin's fair, snow-white wrist and thought how pleasant it was to see him hold a pen. He had a pure and elegant aura, like a figure from a painting. The candlelight in the room was dim and yellowish, and a breeze gently blew through, causing the candle's flame to flicker and sway. It seemed to cast a tender glow over him, creating a hazy, romantic atmosphere. This made his already refined features look even more delicate and beautiful. Jiangji Luo's heart was involuntarily touched, as if a string inside her was gently plucked. She opened her mouth to say something, but realized Cui Hejin was quite stubborn. Once he made up his mind, it was almost impossible to change it. Continuously copying books was tiring and delicate work, and he might be in pain but wouldn't say. She could only think of ways to help him recover sooner. Jiangji Luo carefully sensed her own wood element supernatural power, but it was still very weak. She couldn't help but sigh. Cui Hejin heard her sigh and slightly raised his eyes, softly asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Jiangji Luo blinked and looked at Cui Hejin softly, smiling sweetly, and said, "My husband, are you caring for me?" Faced with Jiangji Luo's straightforward question, Cui Hejin was momentarily stunned, seeming unsure how to respond. Seeing his slightly uncomfortable expression, Jiangji Luo rarely saw him like this. Jiangji Luo wouldn't really make him answer anything. She simply said, "I feel sorry for you, because writing by hand hurts your wrist. I heard from my mother that you've lost your martial skills and over time, your wrist will hurt. Feeling sorry?" Cui Hejin's expression flickered slightly. No one had ever said such words to him before. But this sentence sounded familiar, as if there was an inexplicable sense of recognition deep in his soul. Cui Hejin softly said, "It's okay. If you're tired, rest early." Jiangji Luo knew he was stubborn, so she didn't persuade him further. She asked, "Can I borrow some paper?" The paper was recently bought by Cui Hejin, and she knew it was expensive. Cui Hejin paused for a moment, then stood up and took half a sheet of paper from the drawer, placing it in front of Jiangji Luo, saying, "If you want to use something at home, just take it. No need to ask me." Although Cui Hejin said this, Jiangji Luo wouldn't casually go through his belongings. That night, when Jiangji Luo was about to sleep, she had a dream. She hadn't dreamed for many days. This time, her dream was about Cui Hejin. In the morning, Cui Hejin finished breakfast, felt fine physically, and went to the school to teach. At noon, he went to the kitchen to cook and heat the meal. But because the back kitchen of the school was rarely used and had been poorly maintained over the years, the beams on the ceiling were about to fall. Cui Hejin was burning firewood, and the sound was a bit loud, but he still keenly heard unusual noises. He looked up, and his face changed. He quickly tried to extinguish the flames. If he didn't put out the fire now, the kitchen would collapse and the fire would spread, risking the entire school being burned. So Cui Hejin calmly grabbed a water bucket and started pouring water. At this moment, several children from the school ran over. I saw Teacher Cui in the back kitchen, and the chimney is smoking. Quick, let's give Teacher Cui some food. My mother makes really good buns, I want to give them to Teacher Cui. My mother's pickled vegetables are also delicious. Cui Hejin taught at the school, not only knowledgeable and interesting but also easy to remember. He was very patient with his students, never scolding them, always teaching kindly, and the students liked him very much. I think the new teacher, Cui Fuzi, is better than the previous one. He is very knowledgeable and looks very kind. The students liked to get close to him. When they heard he was sick, everyone wanted to be nicer to him. Some students went home at noon to bring him food. Many parents are happy because their children have learned more words and understood more ideas in a short time. They also want to thank the new teacher and invite him to their homes for dinner. However, Cui Hejin politely refused. The students didn't know if Cui Fuzi would come to school that day, especially since he had taken a leave of absence yesterday. But when class started in the morning, everyone was very happy to see him arrive. One student said, "My dad said that Cui Fuzi needs to eat well to get better, so I brought my mom's special dish." Another added, "Yes, we want Cui Fuzi to recover soon so he can teach us. We don't want other teachers to teach us." A third child said, "Yes, the last teacher used to hit us. Once, Xiaopeng got hit and fell sick." The children were talking quickly as they approached the kitchen. Cui Hejin hurriedly poured water on the fire to put out the flames and loudly shouted, "Don't come any closer." The children didn't understand, and hearing the noise, they slowly moved inside, still holding the food they brought from home. After putting out the fire, Cui Hejin quickly ran outside. Just then, a beam collapsed and the frontmost student stepped inside. It looked like it was about to fall on his head. Cui Hejin didn't think twice and hurriedly protected him. Because of this, Cui Hejin was hit by the falling beam and fell to the ground. His right hand was struck and broke several fingers. Although he saved the children, he was injured and could no longer teach at the school. Plus, with his hand broken, he couldn't write or read anymore. This caused him great emotional pain. Later, Cui Hejin sat in a chair, looking very sad and broken, which made people's hearts ache just to see him. Because of this, Madame Cui lost her eyesight from crying. When Jiangji Luo woke up from her sleep, she held her chest and still felt a suffocating sensation there. Thinking of the figure she saw in her dream, memories from her past life in ancient times flooded her mind. She only felt her chest was painfully swollen. "No, I must stop this from happening," Jiangji Luo softly murmured. She looked at Cui Hejin by the bed, noting that it was still early morning. She quietly got up to wash and prepared breakfast early. Jiangji Luo knew that in her dreams, she could learn things that helped her avoid danger or make decisions. Like the time she dreamt of Jian Yunin, and that day she saved her. This time it seems real too, she thought. Jiangji Luo believed it was better to trust what she saw in her dreams than to ignore it. She couldn't risk Cui Hejin's safety. While making breakfast quietly, she tried not to disturb Old Lady Cui. But Old Lady Cui, hearing the sounds in her sleep, slowly opened her eyes. When she came out of the room, she saw Jiangji Luo cooking and was surprised. "Ji Luo, why are you up so early today?"
she asked.
"It was just dawn.
Did you not sleep well last night?
P.S. Dear little ones, please vote for me." Usually, Jiangji Luo would wake up around dawn. But now she was almost finished with breakfast, so Old Lady Cui started to worry. Jiangji Luo didn't say much, fearing she'd make her worried. She said, "Mother, I think it would be better to sell the malt sugar at the town's morning market." Old Lady Cui paused, confused. "Not at the dock. At the market instead?" Jiangji Luo explained softly. "The dock is usually crowded from noon to afternoon, especially with boat workers. The market mostly has local residents buying vegetables and daily goods. Many families go to the market with their children, so selling malt sugar there would be better." Before selling brown sugar, Jiang Luo had carefully checked the town. She knew the local places well. Malt sugar is mainly bought for children. So, in places with many kids, it sells well. Also, vendors at the market would see the malt sugar and probably want to buy some for their children at home. Old Lady Cui didn't understand these details at first, but after listening to Ji Luo, she quickly understood. I didn't realize there were so many tricks to selling things everywhere, she said.
Ji Luo knows a lot.
Let's go to the market now. Jiang Luo said, Mother, I can go by myself.
How can that be?
It's tiring for you alone. Since I have nothing to do, I'll stay with you, and it will be easier for both of us. Old Lady Cui didn't want all the household burdens to fall on Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo replied, Mother, I was thinking we could steam cornmeal buns for lunch. When I go to the market, you can prepare the dough at home. I'll be back very soon. Hearing this, Old Lady Cui thought Ji Luo might be craving buns. She hesitated for a moment and nodded, saying, All right, don't overwork yourself. If you can't sell everything, it's okay. Come back early. Jiang Luo nodded. Mother, my husband drank some medicine last night that helps him sleep. Let him rest a bit longer. Jiang Luo knew Cui Hejin liked to wake up early, which made it hard for him to rest well. So, she added a bit of sleep-inducing herbs to his medicine, helping him sleep more soundly. Old Lady Cui felt touched and thought her daughter-in-law was very thoughtful. Since her son was exiled, he hadn't been able to rest well. She knew this but couldn't do anything about it. It was her daughter-in-law who had a way. Jiang Luo ate a simple breakfast to fill her stomach, packed some malt sugar into a basket, and carried a basket as she left the house. It was just dawn. She calculated the time and arrived at the market just as it was getting light. It was the perfect time for the morning market to start, when it was lively and busy. When Jiang Luo reached the market, she saw that most stalls were already set up. Many women and elderly ladies carried baskets, shopping and bargaining. They often talked and haggled over prices. This cabbage looks a bit old. Can you give me a cheaper price? I'll peel off the outer layer for you, and the inside will be fresh. This mountain produce looks good. I come here often to buy vegetables. You're a regular customer, so maybe give me a little extra. Most people were bargaining, taking their time to negotiate. Even saving just a penny could take a long while. There were also some wealthy buyers' maids who didn't haggle much. They hurriedly bought their items and left. Jiang Luo wasn't in a rush to sell her malt sugar. She first observed the scene. However, when she arrived at the market, there were no stalls left. She had to marvel at how early everyone set up their booths. Maybe they started before dawn, all trying to get the best spot. Jiang Luo looked around for a while and found a spot inside. Anyway, she was just selling some malt candies. There weren't many items. Just a small corner was enough. Jiang Luo took out some wax paper and a charcoal pencil from her space and wrote down the prices. Some listed a malt candy, others a piece of brown sugar, and one paper listed 5 malt candies. There weren't many prizes, mainly to help promote sales. Jiang Luo loudly announced, selling malt candies made with a secret recipe. The taste is absolutely delicious. You can taste them for free. If you buy more than 10 pieces at once, you can enter a lucky draw. Prizes include brown sugar and malt candies. Made with a secret recipe, these malt candies are tasty for both adults and children. Kids will enjoy them and eat more rice. The brown sugar in the prizes is good for your health. You can win it in the lucky draw. The morning market was bustling. Jiang Luo's clear, sweet voice, gentle and pure, stood out amid the noisy crowd. Because her voice was so pleasant and unique, it immediately caught everyone's attention across the market. People who were bargaining paused and looked toward the sound. They saw a girl standing in a corner at the back of the market, about 14 or 15 years old. She wore simple linen clothes, but her face was clean and fresh, with a quiet, elegant aura like a rare flower in a secluded valley. She had a slender figure, fair skin like snow, and the morning sunlight shone softly on her, giving her a gentle glow. She looked like a blooming camellia, so bright and charming. Many people were amazed by her beauty. Older women liked to look at such a pretty girl, especially because her soft, sweet smile reminded everyone of sticky rice candies. One elderly woman nearby thought of her grandson who loved sweets but was picky about eating. She quickly approached and asked, "Little girl, is this malt candy really so magical? Does it really help open the appetite?" The elderly woman was well off and wasn't interested in the lucky draw. She just cared whether it could really make her grandson eat better. Her grandson was only 7 but very thin. Her son and daughter-in-law tried many ways and changed several cooks, but nothing worked. Jiangji Luo smiled sweetly and explained softly, "Madam, my malt candies are made with a family secret recipe. They taste good, and children really find them appetizing. If you don't believe it, you can buy a few to try at home." Maltose was mixed with a little spiritual spring water, so Jiangji Luo was confident about this. She knew that most people who ate maltose were children. Worried that some children might not get enough nutrition from their meals, she added more spiritual spring water, which was also good for health. She wasn't just being kind. She believed that taking good care of her family and doing meaningful things could also help improve her space. Additionally, if everyone enjoyed eating her products and found them useful, they would be willing to come back and buy from her again. While talking, Jiangji Luo opened the clean cloth covering her basket, allowing everyone to see the maltose inside. The old woman looked at it and said, "Oh, this looks nice, and each piece is wrapped up." The old woman liked the neat appearance and preferred to buy clean things. Her basket was filled with vegetables and nothing else. If she bought loose candies, she wouldn't be able to carry them back easily. Plus, if several pieces of candy were wrapped together and left for a long time, they might melt and stick together. Jiangji Luo said, "Yes, each piece is wrapped, so it stays clean." She had also prepared some small pieces of maltose in a tiny dish, each pierced with a toothpick. She took a small piece and offered it to the old woman, saying, "Grandma, you can try a bit. If it tastes good, you can buy some." While Jiangji Luo was talking to the old woman, many other women and elderly ladies gathered around. "Is there really a prize? Can we get a free prize just by buying something? Are there really prizes? Don't fool us. Isn't there also brown sugar? How much is this maltose? It looks different from others sold nearby. Does it have filling inside?" Everyone crowded around, asking questions excitedly. Since the real solid maltose was wrapped in paper, it was easy to see that the samples in small dishes were open for tasting, and everyone could see the fillings inside. Hearing everyone's questions, Jiangji Luo smiled patiently and explained one by one, "Our special secret recipe makes our maltose different from others at the market. It costs 3 coins for 2 pieces. Yes, there are prizes. If you buy 10 pieces of maltose at once, you get a chance to enter the lottery. That means just 15 coins gives you a chance to win a prize." Actually, Jiangji Luo observed the morning market and realized that to sell so much malt candy quickly, she needed to run some promotions. Because her malt candy was quite expensive, people wouldn't buy it unless they knew how good it was. Unlike brown sugar, which is in high demand, malt candy is not a daily necessity, so buying it is optional. Many people might just buy 1 or 2 pieces for their children to try. But Jiangji Luo didn't want to sell these candies for several days. She hoped to sell out early and go home sooner. Luckily, the local people weren't very skilled at promotional tricks, unlike in the tech era where everyone competes fiercely. Some women, wanting to get a small bargain, would be attracted by the lottery activities. Jiangji Luo understood that attracting people to her stall was key. With traffic, her products would sell better. She smiled at everyone, patiently explained, and her clean fingers and tidy packaging made her look friendly. While she was talking, the old lady had already tasted the malt candy. Her expression changed as she said, "Not bad, very fragrant and tasty, sweet but not greasy, with a nice aroma. Even I like it. Give me 5 pieces, no, 10 pieces." For the old lady, a few cents didn't matter. She just wanted to try her luck in the lottery. Jiangji Luo nodded happily and quickly handed her 10 pieces of malt candy. The old lady paid 15 cents and said, "Just put it in my basket." Since each piece was well packaged and clean, she didn't worry about it getting dirty in her basket. Jiangji Luo smiled and placed the candies in her basket, then set the lottery box aside for her to draw. Using a bit of her special ability, she subtly guided the old lady to pick a prize that said 5 pieces of malt candy. "Oh, look, it says 5 pieces," Jiangji Luo said with a smile. "Congratulations, ma'am. You won. Here are 5 pieces of malt candy. I'll give them to you." Knowing most people couldn't read, she drew pictures on paper to show what the prize was: several pieces of candy. The old lady's eyes widened in disbelief, and she smiled happily. She felt this was a very special experience. "No way, I really won? There's a prize? It's not a scam. Let's see. It's true. Could it be that someone specifically bought it? No way, you can't fool me. That is Aunt Lou from our alley. We know her. We often buy candies and snacks for her grandson. Her grandson is very picky about what he eats." The old woman was very excited. Seeing everyone around her look at her with envy made her feel even happier. She straightened her posture as she walked. She loved this feeling of being admired. The old woman thanked Jiangji Luo and took her caramel candies and the lucky draw prize home. At this moment, the onlookers came back to their senses. "Wow, it really is possible to win. I'll buy 10 yuan worth too. I was planning to buy just 1 or 2 to try, but I'll buy 10 to have a better chance in the lottery. Give me 10 yuan worth." Jiangji Luo was very happy. She smiled as she collected coins and handed out caramel candies to everyone, letting them draw prizes. She was busy but organized. Of course, there were some unhappy voices. "Your caramel candies are more expensive. Other stalls sell them for just 1 cent each, but yours cost 3 cents for 2. And the free tasting is so little, you can't really taste the flavor." A woman looked quite dissatisfied. She wanted to taste more for free, but didn't want to buy. Seeing her expression, Jiangji Luo understood what she meant. She smiled and said, "Because my homemade caramel candies use a special secret recipe. They taste good and are appetizing, so they cost a bit more than regular ones. But it's okay. If you don't think it's worth it, Annie, you don't have to buy. It's all voluntary. You can taste for free, and if you don't like it, you don't have to buy. Buying things is always voluntary. Everyone has different tastes. Some like it, some don't. That's understandable." Jiangji Luo seemed very easy to talk to, making people think she was very kind. They often came to the market to buy things or visited shops, but they had never met such a nice girl. Sure enough, she was young and had a good temper. Some women looked at Jiangji Luo with affection. Some thought she was about the same age as their own daughters. They were willing to support her business. "I'll buy 10 yuan worth too." Most people who drew the lottery managed to get 1 or 2 candies. Some of the stalls are empty. Only in this way can people feel a sense of pride when winning a prize. Some people even win red sugar, which makes them very happy. Because of this, Jiangji Luo's sale of malt candies is very popular. Of course, some vendors at the market see how good the business is here. Seeing many people buying malt candies, they also feel a desire to join in, thinking maybe it's really a good product. "Boss, I see your stall. Go buy 2 pieces of malt candy and give some to the kids to try." 2 pieces of malt candy cost 3 cents, the same as a string of candied hawthorn. Thinking about how happy the children will be when they get home, they decide it's worth buying to make them happy. The man selling mountain goods at the stall listens to his wife and looks over at the corner stall. "Business is really good, so many people. If only we had that many customers in front of our stall. His goods are different. Malt candies, everyone wants to buy some for their children. 2 pieces for 3 cents might be a bit expensive." The man hesitates. Although they live at the foot of the mountain and can pick mountain goods to sell, good days can earn them a few dozen cents a day. But sometimes if the business is slow, they might not sell any mountain goods all day. Sometimes they can't find enough mountain goods to sell, so they can't set up their stall. Therefore, they try not to spend money unless necessary. They are very careful when buying things. Sometimes they stay at the market all day and don't buy anything for lunch, bringing water and dry food to eat by themselves. When the weather is cold, it's okay, but in hot weather, their dry food might spoil by noon. The woman says, "Sometimes we buy some candy for the kids to make them happy. Last month, Swayze's mother went to a relative's house for a feast and brought back a piece of malt candy. The children were jealous for days. Usually we don't see it, so it's okay. But when we do, let's buy a couple for the kids. The woman takes a cloth from her pocket and carefully unfolds it, revealing 3 copper coins. Reluctantly, she hands them to her husband. He thinks about the eager eyes of the children and feels both soft and a little sad. He stands up, takes the 3 coins, and heads forward, determined to buy malt candies. The woman looks at the coins in the cloth and can't help but want to count them. She's used to being very careful with money and feels distressed even about spending 1 cent. Just then, a figure ran past her and snatched her handkerchief. The woman almost didn't react, her face turning pale with panic. "Stop the thief! Stop the thief!" She forgot about the mountain goods and hurriedly chased in that direction. Because she had fallen while picking mountain produce yesterday, she was limping, but she still tried to catch up. She had saved money for a long time, planning to sell mountain goods to buy medicine at the clinic. Money meant to save her mother-in-law.
Stop!
Stop the thief! Her voice was trembling with tears. Her husband, who was in line at the corner to buy malt candy, heard her shouting. He quickly ran toward her. But because it was crowded outside, especially near the market, more people were around, pushing and shoving. He got bumped several times and couldn't get through. Jiangji Luo heard the noise and saw what was happening. Her face changed. She jumped from the corner, using the wall for leverage, and pushed through the crowd to chase the thief. Jiangji Luo was very fast. The thief, proud of his stolen money, was confident. He was surprised when he saw someone chasing him. His face changed. How is someone catching up? He believed he was fast and that most people couldn't catch him. He knew the town's little paths well, twisting and turning to confuse pursuers. He had been lurking at the market for a while. He saw the couple selling mountain goods and thought they looked simple. But since they were just a couple selling things, he didn't plan to steal from them directly. He was watching the people buying vegetables. When the man went to buy something, he saw the woman limping and decided to her money. "Stop right there." A clear, cold voice called out behind him. The thief was stunned. She was a young girl. He didn't take her seriously. Jiangji Luo saw him trying to turn into an alley. She stepped onto a nearby pile of grass, jumped, and flipped over to land beside him. "Hand over the stolen money." The thief, feeling bold, sneered, "Mind your own business." He quickly drew a small knife, aiming to attack. Jiangji Luo's eyes narrowed dangerously. She dodged swiftly and kicked him in the leg, then grabbed his wrist tightly.
Ow!
"That hurts." The thief's dagger fell to the ground. Jiangji Luo quickly knocked the person to the ground and stepped on his hand. "Heroine, please spare me. Please, it hurts, it hurts." "Hand over the stolen money," Jiangji Luo said, applying a little more pressure. The thief felt his fingers almost breaking from the pain. He knew he was in serious trouble. This girl looked about 14 or 15, thin and weak, but surprisingly skilled. The thief's whole body ached badly, especially his fingers. "Please, heroine, forgive me. I was confused. I have an old parent and a young child at home. I had no choice."
Snap!
Jiangji Luo broke his wrist directly. Seeing him still trying to play tricks, she broke one of his hands. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't give it up, I'll break the other hand." Jiangji Luo acts decisively and doesn't waste words. Although her skills now aren't as good as in her previous life in the organization, they are enough to deal with small-time thieves. The thief's face turned pale. He had never seen such a tough girl before. Looking at her expression, he inexplicably felt a strong killing aura around her, making him sweat coldly from the soles of his feet. It was a terrifying feeling. He dared not play tricks anymore. "I'll give it. I'll give it." Trembling, he reached out with his other hand and took out the money he had just stolen from the woman. Perhaps because he was too scared, his hands trembled so much that several money pouches fell out of his arms. He hurriedly tried to pick them up, but Jiangji Luo's foot was already pressing him to the ground. "How many people did you steal from?" "No, those are mine."
"Oh."
"Your money pouches are quite different. with various patterns and fabrics. She glanced at the pouches and understood. 2 of them were roughly made from coarse cloth, probably from poor families. Inside, there wasn't much, just a few copper coins. But perhaps these were the coins those people needed urgently. Jiang Ziluo's gaze turned cold. Just then, the woman's husband, along with a constable, rushed over. The woman was limping behind them. The man, named Ding Zhuang, looked at the scene and wiped tears of gratitude. "Thank you, miss. Thank you so much." Jiang Ziluo looked at the money pouches on the ground and said, "Check which one belongs to you." The man picked up the copper coin wrapped in a handkerchief, which contained over 300 coins.
These are it.
My wife and I saved these coins for 2 months. We planned to sell some mountain goods today to buy medicine for my mother. He was worried about what he would do if these 300 coins were lost. The man was very grateful to Jiang Ziluo. The woman staggered over and, upon learning her money was found, knelt down to thank Jiang Ziluo. Jiang Ziluo quickly helped her up. The officer was patrolling the street when he heard someone shouting thief. He hurried over to see what was happening and encountered a strong young man. After learning the situation, he followed in that direction. When he saw several money bags on the ground, his face darkened. When he recognized the person on the ground, he was stunned. "Black thief, it's you. We really caught you." It turned out that this person was someone wanted by the county magistrate. He had been hiding for a while but learned that the magistrate was out of town on urgent business, so he dared to come out and steal. He thought he could steal more and then run away. But he was caught instead. When Jiang Ziluo returned home, the people at the market asked with concern, did they catch the thief? The couple from Dingzhuang came back and saw that their stall was still intact, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, don't worry. We've been watching your stall. Nothing is missing. Everyone's keeping an eye on things." It was really frightening to see a thief just now. That scene made everyone reflexively check their own money pouches and hold them tightly. People who had been selling at the market for years were very alert. The Ding couple had been selling for 2 months and didn't know much about the town's situation. They were very moved and bowed to everyone with both hands. "Thank you all. Thank you." They still felt scared but were touched by everyone's kindness. "It's thanks to Miss Jiang. It was Miss Jiang who helped catch him. Miss Jiang is a good person. If it weren't for her, he would have run away, and he even pulled out a knife to threaten people. The thief is a habitual thief called Black Thief. He stole many people's money bags. If anyone loses a money bag later, they can ask the yamen." At this moment, someone was looking for their purse, an elderly woman. When she heard, she quickly thanked everyone and went toward the government office. Everyone's faces changed upon hearing this. "Unbelievable. This person has been watching us at the morning market all along. Such cruelty. Fortunately, Miss Jiang helped us just now. Miss Jiang really saved us from a big problem. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Oh, that young girl was so quick just now. Even I, an old lady, was stunned. She is both strong and kind. She's truly admirable. Yes, yes. We were just buying some malt candy from her. She said it helps with appetite, and it really does. That's right. Miss Jiang is so kind. The things she sells must be good." Because of this incident, everyone now had a very good impression of Jiang Ziluo. They trusted her more and felt closer to her. If they were robbed at the market, they hoped someone as capable as Jiang would help them. Moreover, if they had to chase a thief, they wouldn't be fast enough. If the thief had a knife, they might not dare to go after him. Thinking this way, everyone admired Jiang Ziluo even more. Of course, since Jiang just helped someone do a good deed, no one tried to steal from her stall. When they saw Jiang had returned, they all came forward to buy more malt candy. Soon, Jiang sold out all her malt candy. She suddenly earned 700 won, which made her very happy. She didn't expect to sell everything in just half a morning. After packing up her stall, Jiang bought some tofu. In this era, tofu was cheap, 8 won per jean. Jiang bought a little tofu. The strong couple also packed a basket of mountain produce for Jiang. Jiang didn't really need it, but they insisted on giving it to her, and she didn't want to refuse. Inside were many large, fresh wood ears. The mushrooms were also very fresh, picked just yesterday afternoon from the mountain. Jiang was thinking about what to eat for lunch, perhaps steamed cornmeal buns made by Grandma Cui, and what vegetables to serve. She could make a dish of mushu pork, and since they had cabbage at home, they could also make a cabbage and tofu dish. 3 people, 2 dishes, and cooking a bit more should be enough. The mushrooms could be saved for dinner. Jiang Luo thought about her dream from last night. She quietly passed by the Inkstone school and sneaked over the wall to the back kitchen. The layout and items inside the back kitchen were exactly the same as in her dream. Upon closer look, she saw that the house was old and in poor condition, clearly neglected over the years. To prevent anyone from entering at noon, Jiang Luo locked the kitchen first. Then she quickly went home. Madame Cui had already prepared the dough and went to work in the fields. When Jiang Luo returned home, she checked the dough on the stove. It was almost ready. She then started making cornmeal buns. After steaming the buns, she began washing and chopping vegetables. She wanted to finish cooking early, so she could call Cui Hejin to come home for lunch before his class at noon. This way, he wouldn't go to the back kitchen and the students wouldn't either, avoiding any danger. When Madame Cui returned from the fields, she passed by the alley and was stopped by her neighbor, Mrs. Niu. She said, "Oh, Sister Cui, what delicious food do you make every day? It smells so good." Mrs. Niu's house was next to the Cui family, separated only by an empty lot. Despite that, she often smelled the tempting aroma and craved it. Sometimes, her children would cry and fuss just from the smell. Madame Cui smiled and said, "It's nothing special. You know our family situation. We bought some pig offal earlier and my daughter-in-law skillfully fried it with oil, making it smell nice." When she mentioned pig offal, Mrs. Niu showed a look of disgust.
"Not many people ate that,"
she said. "Your son, who's like a fairy, only eats that?
"And your daughter-in-law is really—"
Madame Cui's face changed, and she said, "My Luo is the best. Before she came, we couldn't even get enough to eat. Since she arrived, I've felt much easier. She's thoughtful, sensible, filial, and good at cooking and working hard." Madame Cui couldn't stand others speaking badly of Jiang Luo. She praised her endlessly, speaking with flowery words. Mrs. Niu felt embarrassed and didn't say anything. She just listened to Madame Cui praise her daughter-in-law, but her lips twitched bitterly. Was this really praising her daughter? Even her own daughter wouldn't be praised like that. Everyone knew Jiang's girl was not very smart, just a fool. Madame Cui proudly carried her basket and went home. No one knew how good her daughter-in-law really was. She knew that the villagers were not bad people, but Mrs. Niu was talkative and loved to listen to others' affairs. However, even so, she would not allow anyone to speak poorly of her daughter-in-law. When old lady Cui returned home and saw Jiang Luo, her mood instantly improved. "Luo is back." Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Yes, mother. I just steamed some buns. I will cook some dishes soon, and I'll go to the school to call my husband back for dinner." "Isn't he having lunch at the school?" Jiang Luo replied, "I happened to steam the buns at noon, so I thought I'd call him to come home and eat. And the malt sugar has been sold out, earning 720 coins. I also used some of the malt sugar for a lucky draw promotion." Jiang Luo cheerfully shared her joy about selling the malt sugar with old lady Cui. Old lady Cui was surprised. She knew that malt sugar wasn't as easy to sell as brown sugar, yet Luo had sold it so quickly and even came back early to steam the buns. Because she didn't expect it to sell so fast, old lady Cui thought Luo might come back only at noon. She went to work in the fields after kneading the dough. If she had known, she would have come back earlier and wouldn't have let Luo work alone. When she heard about the lucky draw promotion, old lady Cui was stunned. Could it really be done this way? She thought about it and realized she couldn't have imagined such a promotional method. "Luo, you're amazing." Luo's cleverness was much better than that of the noble daughters carefully raised in the capital. Old lady Cui looked at Jiang Luo with shining eyes, full of admiration. Jiang Luo felt a bit shy under her gaze. "Mother, it's nothing much. There are many people at the market, and everyone is willing to buy malt sugar. She didn't mention the theft, not wanting Old Lady Cui to worry. Old Lady Cui snapped out of her thoughts, quickly washed her hands, and helped Jiangji Luo. Old Lady Cui lit the fire, and Jiangji Luo cooked the dishes. She made a dish of cabbage stewed with tofu and another of moose shoe pork, filling 2 large plates. They ate with cornmeal buns, which should be enough for the 3 of them. Jiangji Luo also made mushroom soup, then placed 2 dishes on a crossbeam over the big pot, covered it to keep warm. Mother, since the food is hot, I'll go to town and call my husband back for dinner. Or I'll go instead. It's tiring to keep running back and forth like this. Madame Cui could sense that Jiangji Luo was truly sincere about this family, both for herself and Hejin. She felt grateful that Hejin had found a good wife. She looked at Ji Luo working hard and couldn't help feeling sorry for her. Jiangji Luo softly said, "Mother, I can go myself. I'll be quick." Without waiting for Madame Cui to reply, she left for the town. She was in a hurry. She arrived just as the school was about to end. Jiangji Luo said to the gatekeeper, "Young man, please tell Master Cui at the school that I have urgent matters to see him." Yesterday morning, Jiangji Luo came to ask Master Cui for leave, so the gatekeeper and his helpers knew her well. "Miss, wait a moment. I'll go inside and tell Master Cui." Just then, class was ending, and Cui Hejin was about to heat some dry food in the kitchen. When he came out of the classroom, the gatekeeper hurried over. "Master Cui, your wife is here looking for you. She said it's urgent." Hearing urgent, Cui Hejin forgot everything else and quickly went to the door. Jiangji Luo was waiting at the entrance. When she saw Cui Hejin come out, her eyes brightened. She couldn't help but admire in her heart, such a noble person, unmatched in the world. Cui Hejin saw Jiangji Luo standing at the door, her cold expression softening a little. He looked her over carefully, making sure she was fine, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Cui Hejin didn't realize the strange change in his feelings. He approached her and asked softly, "Is something wrong?" Jiangji Luo replied, "Let's go home first." She couldn't tell him about her dream. If she did, he wouldn't believe her. It was better to bring him home first. Cui Hejin didn't ask further and nodded, saying, "All right." Just then, students from the school started coming out one after another. Seeing Cui Hejin and Jiangji Luo standing together, they looked at them curiously. "Who is that beautiful older sister? I just heard. Master Cui's wife is looking for him." "That's Master Cui's wife." "Wow. Master Cui is handsome, and his wife is pretty too. We call her the master's wife." A few young children looked up at Jiangji Luo obediently and cheerfully called out, "Hello, mistress." Everyone's clear. Bright eyes looked at Jiangji Luo, finding her very beautiful and unable to stop glancing at her again. Jiangji Luo looked at their adorable expressions and was amused by them. She also thought of her younger brother, Xian. Fortunately, there were some malt candies left in the space. She recognized the small boy at the front, about 7 or 8 years old, as the one who held something for Cui Hejin in the dream. The others behind him were also the same. Jiangji Luo smiled and nodded, squatting down softly and saying, "Hello, everyone. Master's wife, you look very beautiful." Being sincerely praised by children made Jiangji Luo feel very happy. "You are also very cute and sensible. Master's wife, I like you very much." A chubby 5-year-old boy looked at Jiangji Luo and expressed his affection. He liked this gentle and beautiful older sister. Children are very sensitive. They can feel whether someone likes them and whether they are kind. Jiangji Luo chuckled and shared her honest feelings, saying, "Master's wife likes you too. Here, I'll give you some malt candies." The children waved their hands and said, "No, we can't take Master's wife's things." "Yes, we shouldn't take them. Master's wife works very hard." Jiangji Luo softly reassured them, "Don't worry, these aren't bought by me. I made them myself. Would you like to try and see how they taste?" Finally, everyone reached out and took one each. When they left, they looked back at Jiangji Luo with reluctance, taking 3 steps and then turning to look again. Jiangji Luo waved goodbye to them and went back with Cui Hejin. On the way, Jiangji Luo felt very happy, walking lightly and humming a tune softly. She wasn't a superficial person, but being praised by children made her feel good all day. Cui Hejin glanced slightly at her and could see her face shining with a bright, radiant smile. The noon sun shone on her, and under the blue sky and lush grass, she seemed to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, glowing with dazzling light, radiant and eye-catching. Cui Hejin's eyes trembled slightly and he looked away, his expression becoming more reserved. When Cui Hejin returned home, the old lady was in the yard, beating and airing out the quilts and bedding. The sun was good, so she took out the quilts and bedding to dry in the sun. "You're back?" Cui Hejin softly asked. "Mother, is there an urgent matter at home?" The old lady was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Cui Hejin to ask this. However, upon reflection, he thought, it's because Ji Luo cares about you and worries about you. She was afraid you wouldn't eat well at school, so she steamed buns and prepared food, specifically calling you home to eat. Cui Hejin's expression moved slightly. Jiangji Luo had already washed her hands, entered the room, and brought out the buns, dishes, and soup. At lunch, Cui Hejin ate very well, enjoying fresh and tasty cornmeal buns, vegetables, and soup. Old Lady Cui watched Cui Hejin's appetite increase and felt very happy. In the past, her son ate very little. She knew it might be because she wasn't good at cooking and didn't suit his taste. But Old Lady Cui could see that Cui Hejin liked the food Ji Luo made. After lunch, Cui Hejin rested for a while before returning to the school. As soon as he arrived at the school, he sensed something unusual. Many people nearby had gathered at the school gate. Usually, the school gate wouldn't be crowded with so many people. Cui Hejin saw everyone blocking the entrance and thought he needed to ask them to make way so he could enter the school. But just then, he heard the crowd discussing. That was really close. Yes, just hearing about it is frightening. What's going on at the school? Don't they usually hire craftsmen to repair the buildings? If it fell on someone, they might have been hurt or worse. That's not entirely true, but even if no one died, someone could have been seriously injured. The roof of the kitchen collapsed with a loud bang. I live nearby, and I heard it clearly. I'm glad I had my children come home for lunch today. I wouldn't have gone near the kitchen. But I heard that teacher Cui didn't go back for lunch and just warmed his food in the kitchen. Luckily, teacher Cui isn't here today. If he were, he might have been buried inside. Everyone was chattering excitedly. Cui Hejin could no longer listen to the voices behind him. His head was buzzing. All he could think about was the sound of the collapse. The entire kitchen had fallen. He had planned to warm his lunch in the kitchen at noon. If not for that, a cold shadow seemed to fall over his elegant features. His face also looked a little pale. Someone behind him approached and saw Cui Hejin calling out, "Teacher Cui, you're here." The crowd at the door turned around upon hearing the voice and looked at Cui Hejin, saying, "Oh, Teacher Cui, you're safe. That's such good news. I heard from my little brother that your wife called you away. Luckily, you left just in time, and the kitchen collapsed shortly after." Old Mr. Lee had a craftsman come to check and said the beams in the back kitchen were old and damaged. Since the kitchen wasn't used often, Mr. Lee never repaired it. It's quite a coincidence. Your wife seems to be a lucky person who can bring good fortune to you. Some people are superstitious and believe that when Cui Fuzi's wife calls someone away, it helps him avoid danger, which shows she is a lucky wife. Talking about Jiangji Luo, Cui Hejin's serious and deep eyes seemed to soften with a gentle glow, as if holding a quiet warmth. Cui Hejin politely said, "Thank you all." After nodding to everyone, he went into the school. Old Mr. Lee was still watching from the back kitchen. Cui Hejin saw the pile of collapsed wood, and his expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "Old Mr. Lee." Mr. Lee turned to look at Cui Hejin and sighed. "It's a good thing you weren't in the kitchen. The damage was my oversight because it was old and neglected. But your wife is indeed a good person." Cui Hejin stood quietly, radiating a calm, pure aura, but no one knew what he was thinking inside. At Cui's family in Dongha village, Jiang Luo calculated that Cui Hejin would be safe returning to school, so she felt relieved. She brewed medicine for old Madame Cui and made her drink it. After drinking the medicine, old Madame Cui couldn't help but ask, Luo, what shall we do this afternoon? I'll follow your plan. Mother, I'm thinking about what food to make, Jiang Luo replied. Old Madame Cui was surprised and asked, Are you talking about setting up a stall to sell food? Yes, either at the dock or at the market. Making food is better than selling brown sugar malt candies. We might sell brown sugar malt candies for a few days when business is good, but over time, fewer people will buy. These aren't daily necessities, but food is. Jiang Luo kept thinking about this. Making brown sugar and malt candies is complicated and time-consuming. People buy them, but they won't eat them every day. But food is different. If it's tasty, many people will buy and eat it every day. Mrs. Cui thought for a moment and said, You're right. Luo, you make a good point. People buy sweets mainly during festivals or New Year. They don't buy them every day. But for those working in town, they need to buy some food at noon if they don't bring their own. I see that vendors selling steamed buns can sell several baskets of buns in a day. At least a few hundred buns, 3 cents for vegetarian ones, 5 cents for meat-filled ones. That adds up to at least 1 or 2 silver coins a day. She calculated that selling buns is more profitable than making brown sugar and malt candy. Mrs. Cui used to be hesitant about starting a food stall or business, but after tasting Luo's cooking, she gained confidence. Jiang Luo said, It's okay, mother. You rest now. Don't worry. I'll think it over carefully. Actually, she had many business ideas in mind, but she needed to consider what kind of small snack stall to start. She thought it was better to start with a small investment. Keeping costs low was best. Mrs. Cui was restless. That afternoon, with nothing much to do at home, she told Jiang Luo, you rest at home. I'll go out for a walk. Mrs. Cui carried a basket and went out. Jiang Luo sat in the yard, pondering whether to make chive pockets or set up a wonton stall. She knew many people working outside liked hot, soupy foods. Sitting down to eat a bowl of wontons and then drinking some wonton soup felt very comforting. But running a wonton stall could also be profitable. A bowl of wontons costs about 15 or 16 cents, which is quite reasonable. Plus, she could prepare many kinds of fillings at home, and the wonton wrappers are thin, using not too much flour. Alternatively, she could prepare the chive pockets at home, then sell them in town, cooking them fresh on the spot. Since it's early spring and the weather is still a bit cold, she didn't need to worry about the food spoiling. She could also braise pig offal, using the seasoning she still had. Braising pig offal was the cheapest option. Jiang Luo thought about starting with braised pig offal to see how the business went. She took out the seasoning she had bought before and planned to go to town to buy a few more sets of pig offal from Lin Juju. Although Lin Juju often gave her a set of pig offal when she bought meat or ribs, if she didn't buy meat, she still had to pay for the pig offal separately. Fortunately, buying pig offal alone was inexpensive, just 3 cents for a large bucket. Just as Jiang Luo was about to leave, Jiang Xiangchuan, carrying his 5-year-old son Jiang Yunxian, came over. Jiang Xiangchuan pushed a small cart with a bellows on it, and Xian helped push it, walking on his little legs very seriously. When he saw Jiang Luo, Jiang Yunxian excitedly said, Sister. Jiang Luo was happy to see her father and little brother and cheerfully said, Father, Xian. She looked at her father pushing things, walking unsteadily, and felt a bit worried, but her father still came from far away to bring her the small cart. Jiang Xiangchuan was also very happy to see his daughter and smiled, saying, Daughter, this is the small cart you mentioned, and this is the bellows. They are all ready. Xian sweetly said, Sister, the bellows work very well. I can help Mom and Dad the fire with it now. Jiang Luo smiled and said, Xian is really amazing. Hearing her sister praise him, Xian's face lit up with a happy smile. Very adorable. She held her brother's hand with one hand and pushed the small cart with the other, saying, Let's go inside and talk. Jiang Xiangchuan waved his hand and said, Daughter, it's okay. I won't go inside. I'll just give you the things and go back. Jiang Xiang Chuan didn't want to trouble his daughter. Jiang Xiang Chuan knew that his daughter was now married and living with Cui Hejin and her mother-in-law. Although Cui's family members were good people, if they were unhappy or showed her disapproval, it would make his daughter uncomfortable. Thinking about his daughter being upset made Jiang Xiang Chuan feel bad inside. But his daughter was grown up and had to get married eventually. Fortunately, Cui Hejin was chosen by his daughter herself, and as long as they were happy together, that was enough. Still, with her mother-in-law's opinions, it probably wouldn't be completely easy. Jiang Luo and her father pushed the small cart into the yard. Seeing her father's worried expression, she understood what he was concerned about. She said, "Father, don't worry. My mother-in-law treats me very well. Now, my husband and mother-in-law are not at home. You and your brother can go inside and sit for a while. I will go pour some water." Jiang Xiang Chuan looked at the small yard without a wall, feeling both sour and distressed. He shook his head and said, "We won't go inside. I'll tell you about the bellows and the cart. Also, the basket has buns made with willow leaves by your mother." To make it easier to bring things, the small basket was placed on the cart. Xian said, "Sister, Mom packed some buns for lunch, and they're still warm." Jiang Luo felt very touched. "Dad, you and Mom don't need to worry about me. I'm eating well here. It's better for you to save some food for your younger brothers and sisters. They are growing fast." Jiang Luo knows her family's situation and understands that outside of festivals, they rarely make white flour dishes or buns. Jiang Xiangchuan said, "They can't eat much, but they're still worried about you." Xian nodded seriously. "Sister, I can eat less and you eat more." Jiang Luo's nose tingled, and she felt uncomfortable inside. "Foolish Xian, you need to eat more so you can grow up fast." Xian tilted his head and thought, "Then I will grow up quickly, and I will have strength to do things and be good to sister." Jiang Luo patted his head and said, "Yes, Xian, you must eat more and grow stronger." Jiang Xiangchuan also handed her 200 coins and said, "Luo, this is the money I earned from selling building blocks.
Take it."
Jiang Luo's face changed. "Dad, I can't take your money. The money I earned from selling the building blocks is yours. Keep it to buy some good food for you, Mom, and the younger brothers and sisters to help them stay healthy. Dad, I also earned money from selling brown sugar and malt syrup recently. I really have silver coins." Jiang Luo deliberately looked serious. Jiang Xiangchuan, afraid his daughter would be upset, had to take the money back. Talking about the building blocks, Jiang Xiangchuan explained, "Yesterday, I went to Yanglu village market and sold a set of building blocks. Xian was playing nearby, and a boy saw it and liked it. His mother bought a set." The detailed drawings of the building blocks Jiang Luo made before, including how to play with them, were understood by Jiang Xiangchuan, who then taught Xian how to play. Jiang Luo knew that most villagers buy things during the village market days. Not every village has a market. Usually, large villages with a tradition of market days have small vendors from nearby areas who come to sell goods. People from 10 or 8 villages might come to the market on that day, because the prices at the village market are affordable for villagers. Jiang Luo was worried her parents might be concerned, so she briefly explained her recent business activities, just to reassure them. "By the way, Dad, can the bellows be sold?" Jiang Xiangchuan shook his head and said, "Most people don't know how to use the bellows. When I explain at the stall, many people gather out of curiosity, but no one buys. They think spending 20 or 30 coins on a bellows isn't worth it, since normal fire doesn't need it. But both my wife and I believe that using a bellows can save firewood. When the fire is strong, it burns very quickly, and the water boils in no time." Jiang Xiangchuan looked at the bellows with bright eyes. Others might not understand, but he liked using it. Jiang Jalu knew that it really saved firewood. When the weather was dry and there was plenty of firewood, it wasn't obvious. But if the weather was damp and the firewood was wet, making it hard to light, the bellows could help a lot. Jiang Jalu talked with her father and brother, then took out a bag of malt candies, which held more than 30 pieces.
"Dad, these are for you," she said.
Then she took 2 pieces and handed them to Xian, saying, "This is something I made myself. Here, take and eat. You shouldn't eat too much in one day. Let Dad hold on to these, and later he'll give you small portions to eat. Hearing this, Zhang Xiangchuan was surprised. Daughter, did you make these candies? Zhang Jalu nodded and said, yes, I did. Dad, try one. I think it's better if you stop making the bellows and building blocks for now. These things probably won't sell well at the village market. Actually, she had initially misunderstood. She thought her father, being a carpenter, could make a good living from carpentry work. But when most people were struggling to meet basic needs, they weren't interested in buying other things. So, it's better to do food-related business. Zhang Jilu asked, Dad, do you want to try selling some food, like setting up a small stall? Zhang Xiangchuan thought for a moment and said, Daughter, I'm not good at talking or cooking. I only know some carpentry. I might not do well in the food business. If I waste flour and vegetables, it would be a shame. Now that spring is here, it's time to focus on planting. I want to get the fields ready first. Zhang Xiangchuan felt that planting the fields well was the most important. With a good harvest each year, he'd feel more at ease. Plus, he had bad legs, making it inconvenient to set up a stall outside. Mainly, he didn't want his daughter to worry about him. If he did these things, his daughter would have to help with ideas and worry about him. Daughter, don't worry about the family. Take good care of yourself so your mother and I can rest assured. Zhang Jiluo understood her father's worries. Maybe once she had a better life and earned more money, she could help her parents without them feeling guilty. However, Zhang Jiluo still told her father how to make malt sugar. It didn't need to be sold every day. Sometimes, she could sell a little at the village market to earn some coins to help with household expenses. After talking for a while, Zhang Xiangchuan took Xian and left. Before they left, Zhang Jiluo gave them a few steamed cornmeal buns for lunch. The family ate 2 buns, and she also gave 6 more to them. Zhang Xiangchuan refused to take them, but Zhang Jiluo insisted, so he finally took some. Zhang Jiluo couldn't bear to see her obedient little brother go, so she hugged him, told him a few things, and then let him go home. When Xian followed his father back, he kept looking back every few steps. After they walked out of the village and couldn't see Zhang Jiluo anymore, Xian's eyes turned red as he looked at his father and asked, Dad, can I come see Zhang Jiluo often? Zhang Xiangchuan looked back with a sad expression and said, Your sister got married. We can't trouble her, so we can't visit often. The mother-in-law probably wouldn't like her daughter-in-law visiting her family all the time. They often came to see Jiluo, but if her husband or mother-in-law had issues with it, it would affect her life. Xian's eyes turned redder. He lowered his head, looking very sad. He used to see his sister every day, but now he hadn't seen her for many days. He missed her very much. Since he was born, Zhang Jiluo mostly took care of him. Back then, Zhang Jiluo wasn't very smart, but her family loved her and didn't let her do much work. Zhang Xiangchuan, Mrs. Yi and Zhang Yinshu all had things to do and couldn't stay with Xian all day. So, Zhang Jiluo was the one who watched over him, and their bond grew very deep. Xian actually relied a lot on Zhang Jiluo. He was still too young to understand what marriage meant. Dad, is it like Sister Chunxia, who can only come home during the New Year? Xian was 5 years old and didn't fully understand what marriage meant, but he knew that Sister Chunxia from next door could only come home once or twice a year. Niusheng said Sister Chunxia's mother-in-law makes rules for her. She can't visit her family often or see her family members frequently. Xian felt sad whenever he thought about his older sister having a hard life. Will he be able to help her when he grows up? Zhang Xiangchuan looked at Xian, who was feeling upset and also felt uncomfortable. You sister's mother-in-law and husband are very kind. They are different. Your sister said she will come home to see you when she has time. Hearing this, Xian suddenly brightened up. Then I will eat well and grow up quickly. No, I can eat less so that my older brother and sister can eat more. Zhang Xiangchuan was talking to his son as they walked toward Shanxing village. Zhang Jilu stood at the gate of the small yard surrounded by a fence, lost in thought. She looked at her father, who was limping because his legs were weak, and then at her 5-year-old younger brother Xian, who had come from far away just because he missed her. They didn't stay long after arriving and refused to stay for dinner. Even the cornmeal buns she offered were forcefully handed to them. Her father's coarse cloth clothes were a bit old, but she knew that was his best outfit. Xuanxuan's clothes and shoes were too big because they were hand-me-downs from his older siblings. Clothes that are a bit large are usually not altered. They are just waiting for him to grow into them. Most families with multiple children in the village do the same. In her memory, Xianxian never wore a new outfit of his own until he was 5 years old. Jiang Jalu sniffed and suppressed her sour feelings. She knew she had to live well and earn more money so she could support her family better. Otherwise, her parents wouldn't want what she gave them. Earlier, she took 10 taels of silver from the clinic's young master, Zhuang Xing'an, after treating him. She said it was just because she happened to help someone and they thanked her. She secretly put 5 taels of silver in her father's pocket, knowing he would see it when he changed clothes. That afternoon, her father wore his best clothes, which he only wore when going out. At home, he usually wore old patched clothes that wouldn't mind getting dirty or torn. If she had given him the silver directly, he probably wouldn't take it, so she had to hide it. After a long while, Jiang Jalu finally looked away and returned to the yard. She glanced at the bellows and sighed. Dad's craftsmanship is really good. She also saw a small food cart, and her eyes lit up. Her father knew she wanted to start a food business. The small cart was equipped with an iron plate and a small iron pot. There was space underneath to burn firewood. Her father had previously said that their family had extra iron plates and pots to install on the cart. Jiang Jalu really needed these now and didn't care about being delicate. She just wanted to earn more money so she could better support those around her. Since it was still early, Jiang Jalu tidied up and closed the small yard gate before heading to town. When Lin Juju, who sold meat at the stall, saw Jiang Jalu arrive, she happily called out, "Sister Jiang, you're here." Jiang Jalu handed Lin Juju 6 pieces of malt candy and said, "Here are some malt candies. Take them home to share with your family." She knew Lin Juju often worried about her parents and younger brother. "Oh, Sister Jiang, these malt candies are quite fancy. Why are you giving me such expensive treats this time?" "I can't accept them," Jiang Jalu replied. "I made these myself. The things you usually bring me aren't cheap either, so don't be polite." Lin Juju felt touched. She ran a meat stall, but many looked down on her. They thought it was rough for a girl to be killing pigs every day. Even though many nearby customers bought from her, they still thought her prices were relatively low, and sometimes she even gave away some leftover parts. Usually, women understood women best, but many ladies looked at her with disdain. Once, a lady passing by with her daughter said she should learn embroidery properly. If she couldn't master a skill, she might end up like Jiang Jalu, having to kill pigs and see blood. Did they think of her as a negative example? Only Jiang Jalu treated her normally, like a regular girl, which made Lin Juju feel very comfortable and relaxed when talking to her. "Then I won't be polite anymore. Do you want pig offal today? I happen to have a big bucket of it and I can give it to you." Jiang Jalu said, "I'll buy your pig offal." Lin Juju was anxious. "That won't do. My pig offal isn't worth much and no one really wants to buy it." Since it wasn't very popular and few people made it, Lin Juju only realized how delicious it was after Jiang Jalu made marinated pig offal last time. Jiang Jalu said, "Don't worry. I'm thinking of starting a business selling marinated pig offal and other preserved meats." Lin Juju's eyes brightened and said, "That's really great. The braised pig offal you made is truly delicious. It's better than any pig head meat I've ever had. The things you make will definitely sell well." Jiang Jiluo asked, "Do you know how much braised pig head meat usually sells for per jean here?" Lin Juju replied, "There's a meat stall at the market that sells fresh meat and braised meat. Their business is very good. It costs about 50 to 60 coins per jean and many people buy it." Lin Juju sighed and said, "It's a pity though. Braised meat is made with a special secret recipe, and we don't know how to make it." She looked a bit regretful as she said this. People who buy meat, whether raw or cooked, all know to go to that stall. Even if they buy just a small piece once, many people buy from there, so it makes good money. "Jiang sister, I believe your business would do very well. Jiang Luo thought for a moment and asked, would you like your meat stall to also sell braised flavors? When Lin Zhuzhu heard Jiang Luo's suggestion, she was immediately surprised. She was stunned and couldn't respond right away. She didn't quite understand what Jiang's sister meant. Jiang Luo wasn't in a hurry and gave her time to think. After a moment, Lin Zhuzhu came back to herself and said, Jiang's sister, if you want to make braised flavors, you can totally sell them here on consignment. This place isn't a market. The backyard is my own house, so it's easy to store things. The entrance is spacious, and I can set up a chopping board to sell braised flavors. Your braised flavors are so delicious that people will come mainly for your food, and they will often buy other things too. When they come frequently, they'll also buy meat from me. Lin Zhuzhu wasn't worried that selling braised flavors would hurt her meat business. Her father had told her many times before that if they knew how to make braised flavors, their meat stall business would be even better. Unfortunately, their family didn't know how to braise. She also saw how the market's meat stall was doing. At first, it was just an ordinary meat stall with average sales. But once they added braised meat, their business improved a lot. People in town are different from villagers. Many town folks are used to buying ready-made food that can be eaten directly after purchase. Villagers live frugally. They usually buy a piece of meat only occasionally and cook it at home. Jiang Luo also thought Lin Zhuzhu was honest and straightforward, so she felt confident doing business with her. She then explained her plan. Although I want to sell marinated meat here, I can't just give you the space for free. I thought that I could buy pig offal from you, prepare marinated meat, and sell it here on a commission basis, giving you a 10% cut. I plan to price the marinated pig offal at 29 cents per jean. There is a difference between 29 and 30 cents. If this were a modern time, she might set the price at 29.9 cents. Everyone would think that a price over 20-something cents isn't too expensive, but once it hits 30 cents, people might feel it's a bit costly. Lin Zhuzhu was immediately shocked and widened her eyes. No, pig offal can be sold at this price? It's even more expensive than pork belly. Of course, pork belly is raw meat, while this is marinated meat. But recalling the marinated meat made by Jiang Mimi before, Lin Zhuzhu wasn't surprised anymore. She remembered eating a feast with her parents once, where she tried marinated meat and thought it was very delicious. Now, after thinking carefully, she felt that Jiang Mimi's marinated meat made from pig offal still couldn't compare in flavor. Jiang Luo said, you can also go home and discuss it with your family. Coming back to her senses from her surprise, Lin Zhuzhu quickly said, no need, no need.
I can decide this myself.
It's a good deal. She hardly had to do anything to earn her commission. She felt a bit embarrassed. But she still hoped that the marinated meat business could boost her meat stall's sales. Plus, her meat stall was sometimes slow, and managing both the stall and the marinated meat business was manageable. From now on, I'll keep the pig offal for Jiang Mimi, she said. Jiang Luo thought about whether to buy or not. In the end, after some persistence, they agreed on a large bucket priced at 2 cents. Initially, Lin Zhuzhu wanted to give it as a gift, but Jiang Luo believed that for a long-term business, it was better to buy the ingredients. If in the future people see how delicious the marinated pig offal is, they might also buy pig offal themselves. When the price of pig offal could rise, she would be getting it for free here. That wouldn't be right. So, it was better to settle the business terms from the start. Lin Zhuzhu was very happy and excited. After buying the pig offal, Jiang Luo went home. She started burning wood ash to prepare for cleaning the pig offal. Since she was still focused on solving her basic needs, she didn't mind whether the pig offal had a smell or not. She quickly made a simple mask with cloth and started cleaning. At that moment, Madame Cui hurried back home. Luo, are you at home? Jiang Luo looked up at Madame Cui's hesitant expression, her face slightly pale. Mother, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Madame Cui finally spoke, it's Grandma Zhao. She went to the mountain to gather firewood and was bitten by a poisonous snake. The doctor saw her but couldn't do anything. She's getting worse, and I wonder if you might have a way. Mother, I didn't want to say it, but Grandma Zhao has 2 grandchildren. She relies on them for support, and if she passes away, the family will have no backbone. The younger one is already crying so much he's lost his voice. Madame Cui felt upset hearing this. She thought about Jiluo's medical skills and wondered if she could help. Jiang Jiluo's face changed instantly. She quickly put down her work, washed her hands, and took her set of silver needles. "Mother, take me to see her quickly." Jiang Jiluo knew the situation of the Zhao family. Grandma Zhao's son had gone to the army and died in battle. Her daughter-in-law took the funeral money and ran away, leaving Grandma Zhao to raise her 2 grandchildren alone. This family depended on Grandma Zhao. Madame Cui saw Jiluo was eager to go and felt her earlier hesitation was wrong. "She's in the house over there in the east." Madame Cui hurriedly took Jiang Jiluo there. Many villagers heard the news and came to see what they could do. Everyone tried to help, but no one could. The best doctors in town shook their heads, saying Grandma Zhao should prepare for her passing. "Sniff, Grandma. Grandma, please don't leave us," a crying 8-year-old boy begged desperately. The older boy, 15, knelt by the bed. Some kind-hearted women secretly wiped their tears. "Miss Cui, why are you here?" The village chief and his wife, Zhu, also came to help and comfort the children. Madame Cui said, "My family's Jiluo came to check. She's not dead yet, so we can't give up." When Zhu heard this, her expression changed. "Jiluo."
She.
She suddenly remembered that the magistrate's daughter had been saved by Jiluo before. She thought it was just a coincidence, but could Jiluo really be able to save and treat people? She suddenly remembered her good sister Yi from Xing Mountain Village. Her parents said that Jiang Xiangchuan and Ye's family all came from the mountain village fleeing famine, but their looks and temperament didn't seem like ordinary people. As their daughter, Jiluo, it was normal for her to have some skills, right? Cui's daughter-in-law? She doesn't look stupid. Who says she's stupid? If she were, how could she find a way to force young Master Cui to marry her? You guys keep talking about pressure. Cui's family is very happy with her daughter-in-law, and they won't hear a word against her. Naturally, it was Nio's family speaking. In the morning, Nio's family had a few words with Cui's family, but was rebuffed. Now, in front of the villagers, they had to say a few words. Villagers love gossip the most. Just now, because Grandma Zhao caused a gloomy atmosphere, everyone couldn't help but chat a little. Cui's family is satisfied, but her son might not be. She's like a fairy. Just one look makes her seem like a painting.
Exactly.
We've never seen someone so beautiful, yet she's stuck in cow dung. Young Master Cui probably doesn't like her. Zhu's family was protecting Jiang Jiluo. Hearing these words, she was no longer happy. Jiluo is a good girl, and you all are talking about her like that. Our village doesn't believe in bullying others. If a village isn't united, it's not really a village. Jiluo is beautiful and kind-hearted. What's wrong with that? Zhu's family was the wife of the village head, highly respected, so no one dared to say anything more. Of course, they couldn't help but think a few more things. Everyone had seen that when young Master Cui married Jiang Jiluo, his expression was cold, without a single smile. It didn't look like he liked her. Hadn't they seen other young men in the village get married, smiling so broadly that their teeth almost showed? When teased, they blushed, showing they liked her. Old Lady Cui and Jiang Jiluo didn't bother arguing with the villagers now. Saving people was more important. When Jiang Jiluo entered the house, she saw Zhao Dalan, a skinny 14-year-old boy, secretly wiping tears nearby. Zhao Erlin, only 8 years old, was gasping while crying. Zhao Erlin stared blankly at his beautiful sister walking over and gently touched her head. "Don't cry, your grandma won't be hurt." This gentle words made Zhao Erlin forget to cry or speak. Zhao Dalan was stunned. While they were all frozen in shock, Jiang Jiluo had already stepped forward with a silver needle. She used the needle to block Lady Zhao's acupoint, stopping the snake venom from spreading further. Then she carefully treated Lady Zhao's wound again. Using her wood element ability, she gently forced some of the snake venom out of Lady Zhao's blood. Cough, cough. Lady Zhao eased a little and coughed softly. Her cough surprised Zhao Dalan and Zhao Olin, who were both stunned. Grandma. Just moments ago, Grandma seemed to have no breath left, and the doctor said to prepare for her passing. But now, seeing her cough with some strength, they believed Jiangji Luo's words even more. They gave her some spiritual spring water to drink. Her wood element ability was still weak and couldn't cure Grandma completely. She needed to find some herbs now. Everyone nearby was shocked. Really? Ji Luo can actually save people? This is snake venom. If bitten by a venomous snake, you usually don't survive. The villagers didn't dare go to the back mountain to pick herbs, mainly because they were afraid of wild animals and snakes. Before, villagers who went to the back mountain were bitten by snakes and died. Even doctors couldn't help once bitten. It's just a cough and she was saved. Have you heard the saying, a dead horse is better than no horse at all? Maybe it can be cured. It's better than just waiting for her to pass away. You're talking like that. We're all from the same village. Of course, I hope Grandma Zhao gets better. Old Lady Cui was upset now. She said, my girl Ji Luo came to help out of kindness. If she can't save her, she'll be blamed. If that's the case, no one will dare to try to help anymore. Miss Cui, that's not what we mean. Yes, yes. Zhao Dalin finally recovered and knelt down suddenly, saying to Jiangji Luo, Sister Jiang, I believe in you. Please, save my grandma. Zhao Dalin was 14 years old. Coming from a poor family, he had already taken on responsibilities early. In the village, 15 was considered an adult. He knew that only Jiang Jiejie could save his grandma. Even a small hope was worth trying for. Jiangji Luo looked at Zhao Dalin and thought he was sensible and smart. She spoke softly, I can only buy her one more night. I will go find herbs. You stay here and watch over your grandma. Don't let anyone hurt her. As long as we find the right herbs and give her medicine, she will be fine. For Jiangji Luo, being bitten by a poisonous snake can be treated, but since medical knowledge is limited in this era, she needs to find the herbs herself. She remembers seeing some medicinal plants during her walk to pick chives on the back mountain, which could help cure snake venom.
She knows the way.
Zhao Daling and Zhao Olin, for some reason, feel that Jiang Jiejie's words are very convincing.
Zhao Daling nods seriously.
When Jiangji Luo plans to go to the back mountain to pick herbs, Old Lady Cui quickly says, Ji Luo, I'll go with you. She doesn't want Ji Luo to go alone into the mountain. Jiangji Luo replies, Mother, my husband will be home soon. If no one is at home, he will worry. Please tell him. Also, the pig's offal isn't washed yet. It's hard work for you to go home and help clean it. Jiangji Luo knows that if Old Lady Cui waits here anxiously, she will get worried. It's better to let her go home and do something so she won't overthink.
But,
Mother, it's okay. I saw the herbs earlier, and I will pick them quickly. When Zhu Shi hears this, she quickly says, It's almost dark. How can I let you go up the mountain alone? I'll go with you. A few women who were chatting and gossiping earlier also quickly agree. We'll go with you. The back mountain isn't safe. Yes, more people are stronger. It's getting dark, and we can light lamps. Although everyone likes to gossip normally, they mean well and are kind-hearted in critical moments. Jiangji Luo refuses everyone's help and quickly heads up the mountain without giving them time to react. It's not yet dark. Jiangji Luo moves quickly, but it's not easy to reach the back mountain and come back in a short time. At Cui's house, Cui Hejin comes home from school and sees her mother busy in the yard calling out. Old Lady Cui responds absent-mindedly and continues washing the pig's offal. Cui Hejin thought she would see her mother busy as usual, but this time she doesn't. She feels a strange sensation in her heart, perhaps a bit unfamiliar. She circles around but doesn't see Jiangji Luo. She returns to the yard, looks at her mother silently for a moment, then can't help but ask, Mother, where has Ji Luo gone? When this topic was mentioned, Mrs. Cui looked a little nervous and said, Hejin, Ji Luo went to pick herbs in the back mountain. It's almost dark. What if she encounters danger? You ask me how I can face her, and you, she added. This child is just honest. Why didn't I realize earlier? I should have gone with her. At that moment, Mrs. Cui was very anxious. By the time she reacted, Ji Luo had already gone to the back mountain. She didn't ask anyone for help. Hejin's delicate and beautiful face suddenly turned a little pale, and her eyes trembled uncontrollably. She softly and hoarsely said, "Mother, you mean she went to pick herbs?" Hejin knew that gathering herbs required going deep into the mountains, where wild animals or poisonous insects might be found. Mrs. Cui tried to calm herself and explained the situation. Without hesitation, Hejin decisively said, "I will go to the back mountain." Mrs. Cui was stunned and naturally understood what her son meant. He was going to find Jalu. Mrs. Cui immediately stood up and said, "I'll go with you. We must find Jalu quickly." Mrs. Cui felt very guilty. The more she thought about it, the more she felt scared. Even Lady Zhao was bitten by a snake. If Jalu also got bitten tonight, what would happen? She quickly dismissed the thought. No, she shouldn't think like that. Her Jalu must be safe and sound. Nothing will happen. Seeing her mother looking distracted, Hejin softly said, "Mother, stay at home. I will go to the back mountain. If Jalu comes back and doesn't see me, she will be worried." The forest was too dense, and Hejin was worried that if he took one path into the mountain to look for her, Jalu might come back from another side. Still, he was determined to find her. Mrs. Cui was worried and said, "It's so late, and the forest is so dense. How can we find her?" Hejin lit an oil lamp and headed outside, softly saying, "Mother, some things must be done." Before Mrs. Cui could say anything more, Hejin had already gone toward the mountain. There was a path around the mountain's edge that many people used. Following this path inward, the forest became very thick. Fortunately, it had rained a few days ago, and the moisture still lingered in the woods. The ground was soft, and Hejin could recognize a footprint. He followed the footprints step by step. "I don't know how long I walked, but the night grew darker." Cui Hejin arrived at a cliff on the hillside. There were no footprints left, and looking around, Cui Hejin's face changed.
Jalu.
"Jalu, are you there?" "Jalu." A gentle, Guqin-like sound slowly echoed in the quiet night. Listening carefully, I could hear a hint of worry in the voice. Jiang Jalu was gathering herbs behind a large rock on the hillside. The key herb was hidden near the edge of the cliff. It was hard to pick and needed to be pulled out carefully without damage. Hearing the clear, melodious voice in the night, she thought it might be a hallucination. She never expected her name to be called out by someone, especially in such a low, husky tone that sounded so beautiful, almost touching the heart. Jiang Jalu thought it was a hallucination, but after hearing a few more words, she felt something was wrong. She slowly stood up and saw Cui Hejin standing behind the large rock, holding a lantern. He wore a simple black robe that almost blended into the night. He carried a dim yellow oil lamp, which seemed to cast a soft glow over him. The faint moonlight filtered through the leaves, shining on the forest and on him, making him look like a faint moon in the sky or a mysterious, enchanting figure under the night, with a strange, beautiful, fantastical aura. Jiang Jalu's heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. She even thought she was seeing a hallucination.
Cui Hejin?
She couldn't believe she saw Cui Hejin here. Could he really be some kind of Aga mythical creature, transformed into such a handsome appearance to lure and deceive? At this short distance, Jiang Jalu could almost see the mesmerizing brightness in his narrow eyes. When his picture-perfect eyes looked at her quietly, they seemed to carry a dark, seductive charm. Cui Hejin saw that Jiang Jalu was safe and recognized her. Then he slowly let out a breath of relief. But before he could fully relax, a snake suddenly shot out from the cliff, attacking Jiang Jalu. "Be careful." Cui Hejin's expression changed. He moved his finger, and a tiny blade pierced the snake's vital point.
Ah!
Jiang Jalu had been watching Cui Hejin and was slightly distracted, not noticing the danger. But instinctively, she felt something was wrong and reflexively moved to avoid the attack. But she forgot that there was a cliff behind her. She only stepped back and bent down, but she immediately stepped off the edge. Just as she was about to fall, Cui Hejin leapt over and quickly leaned over the cliff edge, grabbing her wrist.
"You!"
Jiang Jalu stared in shock. Everything in front of her was beyond her imagination, leaving her stunned. Cui Hejin thought she was just scared. His face was pale, and he pulled her up forcefully, softly saying, "Don't be afraid." These simple words carried a gentle warmth in the quiet night. His voice was pure and tender, like a feather lightly scratching her heart. Under the cover of night, Jiangji Luo saw Cui Hejin's face, which was a bit pale. She also tried to stand firmly on the cliff and pushed herself up. When Cui Hejin pulled Jiangji Luo up, due to inertia, he fell backward. Jiangji Luo's foot accidentally twisted, causing her to lose her footing. Because Cui Hejin was protecting her, he retreated backward, and Jiangji Luo fell directly into his arms. Cui Hejin let out a muffled sound but still protected her, preventing her from falling to the ground. He himself fell onto the ground, hitting his back on something, but he endured without making a sound. Jiangji Luo could smell a fresh, clean scent, with a faint hint of fragrance, which was very alluring. She recognized it as Cui Hejin's scent. Realizing what was happening, Jiangji Luo quickly and nervously got up, saying, I didn't mean to. Oh my. Could Cui Hejin think she did it on purpose? God knows her foot twisted painfully after slipping on the cliff edge. It hurt so much, she felt it deep in her bones. It was really an accident just now. With Cui Hejin's personality, Jiangji Luo thought he would be very upset. Seeing her helpless look, Cui Hejin softly said, "It's okay." Jiangji Luo felt that Cui Hejin probably didn't want to have too close contact with her. His face seemed even paler. But she still worried about him and softly said, "Are you okay? Maybe I should help you up." She tentatively reached out her hand, thinking he might not take it. Unexpectedly, Cui Hejin reached out and grabbed her hand, then stood up from the ground. A cool, gentle touch immediately transferred to her palm, giving her a tingling, electric sensation. As Cui Hejin stood up, Jiangji Luo hurriedly tried to pull her hand back, as if struck by an electric shock. Fortunately, Cui Hejin also withdrew his hand after standing. Jiangji Luo blinked and looked at Cui Hejin, feeling that he was different tonight from usual. Suddenly, Jiangji Luo asked, "Are you perhaps a male spirit in this forest?" Hearing this, Cui Hejin looked down at Jiangji Luo, his eyes like a dark whirlpool ready to swallow someone. After a moment, he gave a low, lazy smile and looked at her with a half-smile, saying, "What do you think?" Then, Cui Hejin slowly tidied his clothes, still maintaining his noble and elegant appearance. Jiangji Luo was even more confused. Cui Hejin was always cold and distant, never smiling before. Jiangji Luo thought for a moment, tugged at her hair, and said hesitantly, "Anyway, I'm not tasty." Cui Hejin looked down at her, a clear smile on his lips, and even his beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. He didn't expect his little wife to have such a cute side. He sighed softly and muttered, "Fool." At this moment, Jiangji Luo had come to her senses. She squatted down, preparing to put the gathered herbs into her space bag. But thinking of Cui Hejin nearby, she honestly placed them into her small basket. As she moved, she let out a sharp ouch in pain. Her body was too sensitive to pain. It was just a twisted ankle, so why did it hurt so much? Cui Hejin's expression darkened, and he softly asked, "What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?" His voice was clear and magnetic, now slightly husky, as if easily able to stir someone's heart. Jiangji Luo whispered, "Just a twisted ankle." She thought twisting her ankle was a minor issue and didn't care much. Plus, she was a doctor herself. She could just apply some medicine at home, and it would be fine in a couple of days. Cui Hejin gently said, "Don't move." "It's really nothing. I can walk a few steps," she replied. Cui Hejin's tone softened as he helplessly said, "Listen to me. Don't move first." He then supported Jiangji Luo and sat her down on a nearby stone, slowly kneeling in front of her. Jiangji Luo was a bit confused. Cui Hejin softly said, "Come up, I'll carry you home." Hearing this, Jiangji Luo's heart trembled intensely. This reminded her of that lifetime when he simply couldn't bear to see her hurt even a little. He loved her deeply and cared for her more than words could say. Such a good man. How could she let him suffer? She told herself that in this life, she would be the one to take care of him. I feel very heavy, but I'm really fine. I can walk. Cui Hejin, always patient and kind, said, "Don't forget that Grandma Zhao is still waiting for you to bring back the herbs." Hearing this, Jiangji Luo stopped pretending to be delicate. She had just finished gathering the herbs. She slowly reached out and placed her hand on Cui Hejin's back. He carried her up, walking steadily through the forest. At first, Jiangji Luo thought Cui Hejin was thin, but when he carried her, she realized he was quite strong. No wonder he could quickly pull the malt sugar tight. Leaning against his back, she felt tense at first, but thinking about that past life, her body naturally relaxed. In that life, she once faced danger, and he risked himself to save her. He carried her over 20 miles of mountain roads back then, never letting her suffer even a little. For a while now, she hadn't dared to think about those memories, afraid that facing his cold, distant face in this life would be too much to bear. But at this moment, lying against his back, memories flooded her mind uncontrollably. Her chest hurt painfully. She sniffed and said, "If you're tired, just tell me. I can get down and walk for a while. Don't worry. If you're uncomfortable, just rest for a bit. I'll wake you when we reach the village," he replied softly, sensing something was wrong in her voice and comforting her gently.
She didn't want to sleep now.
She wished they could stay like this forever. They were both alive, close to each other, and she could care for him. How wonderful that was. Slowly, Jiangji Luo reached out and hugged his neck. He stiffened for a moment, but then continued walking steadily, carefully making sure not to jostle her. Seeing that he said nothing, she dared to press her face against his back, letting herself indulge in this moment for a little while longer. Her heart was overwhelmed with emotion, but she forced herself to suppress it. "Hubby, what's wrong? Did you come to see me on purpose?"
"Yes."
Jiangji Luo's mixed feelings suddenly turned into a hint of sweetness, and she asked, "Are you worried about me?"
"Yes."
This time, Cui Hejin also admitted it. Jiangji Luo's voice and tone became much lighter, and her nasal sound diminished.
"Why?"
She couldn't help but ask why. "Because you are my wife." Hearing this answer, Jiangji Luo still felt a little disappointed. Yes, even if only in name, she would worry a little. He is so responsible. But it's okay now, much better than before. Still, I am very happy. Thank you. Cui Hejin felt a strange sadness in his heart. He whispered, "Today at noon." That was what he truly wanted to ask. Jiangji Luo guessed what Cui Hejin would ask. "What's wrong today at noon? Is it because there's not much time for a meal at home? But it's okay. I plan to go to the town to sell snacks tomorrow, so I can bring you lunch at the school." Jiangji Luo wouldn't talk about her dreams or reveal the space. Cui Hejin's lips, like cherry blossoms, moved slightly, and he hesitated before speaking. "It's nothing, I just want to thank you too." Jiangji Luo pretended not to know anything, joking and laughing. "If you say thank you, that's just words." Cui Hejin had never seen his little wife be so playful before. He kindly asked, "Then what do you want?" His tone was slightly teasing, as if full of charm. Jiangji Luo blinked, a sparkle flashing in her eyes. She softly smiled, hugged Cui Hejin's neck, and leaned slightly toward his ear, saying, "How about you, husband, offering yourself in exchange?" Her breath brushed directly against Cui Hejin's ear, feeling light and ticklish like feathers. Cui Hejin stiffened slightly, feeling his heart tighten. Jiangji Luo wondered if Cui Hejin would get angry and put her down from his back. That way, he wouldn't have to carry her so hard, and she could walk on her own. She didn't want him to be so kind and good to her in this life. She wanted him to be a little selfish. But even so, Cui Hejin carried her steadily without saying he would put her down. The wind in the forest gently blows, causing their clothes to flutter and the leaves to rustle like bamboo flutes in the woods, hazy and faint. A strand of hair from Jiangji Luo's cheek is blown up and brushes past Cui Hejin's face, carrying a faint, youthful fragrance. Cui Hejin's eyes narrow slightly. At this moment, Neither of them speaks. It seems their hearts are stirred by the gentle breeze. Or perhaps the dim night makes everything feel a little confusing. Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo. A series of voices come from ahead. It suddenly breaks the peaceful silence. Jiangji Luo looks ahead and sees many torches lighting up the night sky nearby, as if they also illuminate people's hearts. At this moment, Jiangji Luo feels a warm, indescribable feeling inside as she listens to the villagers' voices. She thinks that their Dongha village is really a wonderful place. She happily says, "Aunt Shu and the others have come to find us. I'll come down first. Let's walk over." "No need, I'll carry you there," Cui Hejin says, carrying Jiangji Luo as they walk toward the crowd. Jiangji Luo responds to everyone's calls. I'm here. When she shouts loudly, worried it might hurt Cui Hejin's ears, she gently covers his ears with her hand. She is very thoughtful. Her voice echoes far away. The villagers on the other side hear her and say, "Oh, that's Jiangji Luo's voice." "Yes, it's that young lady from the Cui family. Hurry, let's go over there." Many villagers quickly walk over with torches. When they see Cui Hejin carrying Jiangji Luo approaching them, they are all stunned. Some rub their eyes hard, making sure they aren't seeing things. "It's young Master Cui, what are you doing here?" Jiangji Luo knows Cui Hejin isn't used to explaining much to others. She helps by speaking for him, saying, "My husband was worried about me, so he came to find me." Even though Cui Hejin usually appears cold and distant, she doesn't want anyone to misunderstand him or say anything bad about him. This reminds her of the village gossip she often hears. Oh, having a wife really changes a person, knows how to care for her. Zhu, the wife of the village head, pushes forward worriedly and looks at Jiangji Luo, asking Ji Luo, "Are you hurt?" She knew that Ji Luo was a good girl. If she hadn't been feeling unwell, she wouldn't have let her husband carry her like this. Everyone knew that Cui's young master was physically weak. Jiangji Luo nodded and said, "Yes, I twisted my ankle. My husband just wants to carry me back to the village." Jiangji Luo called her husband my husband with a sweet, soft voice, like sticky rice candy. Mrs. Zhu said, "There are so many of us, I should carry her. I have more strength, so your husband can rest." She knew the girl cared about her husband. Also, Mrs. Zhu was worried that Cui Hejin might get too tired and hurt himself. The one who was tired and worried was Ji Luo. Jiangji Luo was about to say she could walk by herself, and everyone could support her. But before she could say anything, Cui Hejin said, "Aunt Zhu, I'm fine. Let's go back to the village first." Since Cui Hejin said that, everyone couldn't say anything more. Jiangji Luo thanked the villagers. Some gossip-loving women walking behind couldn't help but chat. Who said Cui's young master doesn't like Jiangji Luo? Does this look like he doesn't like her?
Exactly.
We all know, and it's obvious he's caring and protecting her. He wouldn't let others carry her. Big sisterly, do you think I don't know? When I was young, the river water flooded the bridge, and Brother Zhou carried me across because he was worried I'd catch a cold. Li and Zhou Dazhuang were a married couple, very close when they were young. Over the years, their relationship was still good. The villagers couldn't help teasing a bit. Li's son was already quite grown up, and he had thick skin. She scolded, "My husband treats me well." But honestly, the young couple looks very sweet. Everyone stopped saying those things. Those are just rumors. So, rumors aren't trustworthy. Only what we see with our own eyes is real. Many villagers spoke loudly, and Cui Hejin and Jiangji Luo naturally heard these words. Even though they tried to stay calm, they couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Luckily, the night in the forest was dark, so it was hard to see clearly. But Jiangji Luo, leaning on Cui Hejin's back, saw his ears turn slightly red in the firelight. She was a bit surprised and wondered if he was shy. Soon, they left the forest and returned to the village. Jiangji Luo asked Cui Hejin to take her first to the Zhao family. It was already late in the evening, but a few villagers still stayed to watch over the house. The village chief and Mrs. Zhu organized some strong men and women to go into the forest to find help. Some people stayed in the village, including a few who remained at the Zhao family home, hoping to help if there was an emergency. When Jiang Luo returned, everyone felt relieved. Although no one knew how skilled Jiang Luo was at medicine, they also didn't know if she had learned medical skills when she was at her family's home in Xing Mountain Village. But everyone understood one thing. Whether Grandma Zhao could recover depended on Jiang Luo. As soon as Jiang Luo entered the yard, everyone looked at her. Without anyone asking, she explained, "The herbs are ready. I boiled medicine for Grandma Zhao to drink, which will neutralize the snake venom. She'll be fine." Hearing this, everyone relaxed. "That's great. You're amazing, Luo. You've saved the whole Zhao family. Luo, if you need any help, just tell us. We'll work together to help." Jiang Luo said, "It's okay, just need to boil the medicine." Everyone had already prepared pots for boiling medicine. Jiang Luo mixed the herbs, put them into the pot, and added spring water to boil the medicine faster. After about half an hour, she poured out the medicine and limped into the house to feed Grandma Zhao. Zhao Daling and Zhao Olin watched nervously from the side. After feeding the medicine, Jiang Luo checked her pulse for about 15 minutes. Seeing no problems, she told the brothers, "The poison is almost gone. The medicine is working. By tomorrow morning, Grandma Zhao will be fine. But she should rest well these next few days. Snake venom can make her weak, but she'll recover soon." Grandma Zhao was actually malnourished, prone to dizziness and anemia. These issues couldn't be fixed with medicine alone. She needed proper nutrition. But overall, it wasn't a big problem. "Eat well every day so your body stays strong," Jiang Luo advised. Zhao Daling suddenly knelt down with his brother Zhao Orlin and thanked Jiang Luo. "Thank you, Sister Jiang, for saving our grandma. From now on, you'll be our benefactor." In her hurry to help, Jiang Luo tried to pull them up, but she stood up too quickly and hurt her foot, almost falling again. Fortunately, Cui Hejin quickly caught Jiang Luo when she fell. Seeing Jiang Luo's anxious expression, Cui Hejin softly said to Zhao Daling and Zhao Olin, "You two should get up and talk first." Zhao Daling and Zhao Olin felt an indescribable pressure coming from Cui Gongzi. They couldn't help but obey his words and stood up. Jiang Luo spoke, "I'm not used to others kneeling to me. Besides, we're all from the same village, so there's no need to be so polite." Jiang Luo gave a few more instructions, telling Zhao Daling and Zhao Erlin to take good care of their grandmother. Afterward, the villagers each went home. Cui Hejin and Jiang Luo also returned home. Old Madame Cui washed the pig innards and then paced back and forth in the yard. Even though she was anxious, she remembered her son's words and stayed at home. Luo and Hejin must be well and safe. "It's all my fault," old Madame Cui muttered absent-mindedly, very worried, her heart almost in her throat. Cui Hejin softly said, "Mother, we're back." Jiang Luo also saw old Madame Cui's worried look, feeling both warm and a bit sad. Hearing the sound, old Madame Cui looked over excitedly. She saw her son carefully supporting his wife. "Luo, what's wrong with you?" Old Madame Cui looked up and down at Jiang Luo, worried she might be hurt. Jiang Luo replied, "Mother, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle. I applied some herbal medicine, and I'll be fine after a good sleep." During her time in Zhao's family, Jiang Luo had crushed some herbs for treating sprains and applied them to her ankle. She simply treated it first. Luckily, the sprain wasn't serious, and she should recover by tomorrow. "It's good that you're okay." "It's all my fault, Mother. Mother, if you had gone to the mountain with me, I might have moved more slowly. I can go up and down the mountain by myself faster." After talking for a while, they learned that Grandma Zhao was fine, and old Madame Cui finally relaxed. Cui Hejin still remembered how surprised and curious the villagers in Zhao's village looked earlier. They were amazed at Luo's medical skills. "I'm glad you're okay. Now that you're safe, I can rest assured. I saw some buns on the pot lid, so I just heated them up in the pot." Old Madame Cui saw the small dining cart and bellows in the yard, guessing those items, and the buns were brought by Luo's family. She didn't ask many questions, just worried that Jalu might feel uncomfortable. Jiang Jalu said, This afternoon, my father and sixth brother came, and they brought the buns. I took 5 taels of silver from the 10 taels I earned for the doctor, and also brought some maltose candy for them. Old Lady Cui softly said, Jalu, our family situation has improved thanks to you. The silver is also earned by you. In the future, just handle family matters as you see fit. You don't need to tell us everything. Just make the decisions. Jalu felt relieved. She appreciated the respect old Lady Cui showed her, which made her feel comfortable and relaxed. Previously, Cui Hejin also said she could handle family affairs herself. Sincerely, Jalu said, Thank you, Mother. Old Lady Cui gently held Jalu's hand and said, Mother also went through this when she was a daughter-in-law. Don't feel uncomfortable. Whatever I do, I understand and support you. We are family, so there's no need to be distant. You're probably hungry too. Let's eat first. They had indeed been busy all evening. Old Lady Cui took the buns out of the pot. The 3 of them washed their hands and sat at the table to eat the buns. Are these buns made with willow leaves? Old Lady Cui took a bite or two, and when she reached the filling, she was slightly surprised. Earlier, Jalu mentioned that willow leaves could be cooked and eaten. She had specifically picked some willow leaves, but only used them for stir-fry, not for buns. Now, tasting the buns, she realized the flavor was good. Jalu ate the buns her mother made and felt a warm sensation inside. It seemed to carry an unspoken feeling, perhaps her longing and concern for her parents. Eating their homemade buns felt as if they were nearby. Yes, Father said the willow leaves the younger siblings picked by the river could be used to make buns. I followed my method, and surprisingly, they turned out quite good, so I used plain flour. Initially, the buns were mixed with cornmeal, as she couldn't bring herself to use only white flour. Her mother knew her father was going to give her a small cart and a stove, so she thought of using white flour for the buns she brought. Old Lady Cui praised, I didn't expect the willow leaf buns to taste so good. Your mother is a good cook. While eating, Old Lady Cui suddenly asked, By the way, Jalu, how do you use that stove? She had heard Jalu mention the stove before, saying it was used to burn firewood more easily and save fuel. Jalu said, Mother, later when I braise pig offal, I will use the bellows. You'll see how it works. Old Lady Cui paused her actions, quickly swallowing her food, and said, Jalu, it's so late, and you're still braising pig offal. You're tired too. Rest early. Jalu replied, Mother, I'm fine. I plan to go to the town tomorrow to sell braised pig offal. We also have a small food cart now, so we can buy some snacks in town like chive pockets. She also mentioned borrowing a meat table to sell marinated meats, explaining the plan. Old Lady Cui admired her deeply. After dinner, Jalu, limping slightly, continued braising pig offal. Cui Hejin sighed softly, Let me do it. You tell me how to do it. Jalu didn't want Cui Hejin to stay up late. She waved her hand, saying, It's okay. You have to go to school early tomorrow. Rest early. She was worried she had tired Cui Hejin out earlier. It won't affect anything. Cui Hejin insisted on helping, so Jalu let him. She made a small opening next to the stove, aligned the bellows, and pulled it. Mother, watch the fire. The firewood had just been ignited. When she pulled the bellows, the wind blew strongly, and the flames quickly grew larger. Old Lady Cui was stunned, showing a surprised and happy expression. The flames are so big. That means this bellows is really good. If every household had a bellows, they could save firewood. In winter, it would save a lot of firewood for heating. With this kind of fire, the pot can be boiled quickly. Jalu shook her head and said, My dad tried to sell bellows at the market, but it didn't sell well. People mainly buy daily necessities, mostly food or urgent items. They think bellows are optional and don't want to spend money on them. Cui Hejin listened nearby and softly said, They could sell to blacksmith shops or pottery and brick kilns. Jalu's eyes lit up when she heard that. Yes, she hadn't thought of that. Especially for blacksmiths, having a bellows could improve efficiency when working with iron. I'll tell my dad about it later. She thought about what her father said in the afternoon, and felt that if they wanted to help him with business, they should make things that could be used intermittently. For example, these handmade crafts can be done by Dad in his free time, without delaying anything. But if Mom and Dad go to the town every day to set up a stall and sell food, they might not get used to it. Jiangji Luo felt happy inside. When she looked up at Cui Hejin, her eyes shone brightly and beautifully. Jiangji Luo softly said, "In that case, my dad would be very happy too." She hoped her parents could earn some copper coins, save silver, and have better days. Seeing Jiangji Luo smiling happily, Cui Hejin's usually cold eyes seemed to soften with a touch of warmth. Old Madame Cui silently watched the two of them, feeling things were much better than before. At first, the newlyweds might not be very familiar with each other. She thought that with time, they would naturally become closer. Old Madame Cui thought she might soon have a little grandson or granddaughter. She added, "Jiluo, you and Hejin are married. If anything comes up, just ask him directly." Back in the capital, Hejin read a lot since he was young, and he also traveled for study when he was young. He knows some things. Hearing about studying abroad, Jiangji Luo became curious. She looked at Cui Hejin with curiosity. Was studying abroad similar to traveling in the modern era? Jiangji Luo was a bit curious, but held back from asking too many questions. Just like when he used something to hit the snake's vital spot on the mountain cliff to save her, she had her doubts but didn't ask. They both had their secrets. Old Madame Cui watched Jiangji Luo busy with chopping firewood and quickly went over, saying, "Jiluo, you've been busy all day. You must be tired. Let me do the fire." "No, Mother, it's okay. When the water boils, I'll just add a few sticks to keep it burning, then I'll go to sleep." Jiangji Luo was indeed a bit tired, but the current conditions at home didn't allow her to rest properly. She needed to earn money quickly to buy land for building a house and to buy land for planting crops, vegetables, and fruits. Building a house would give her more space and comfort. She really wanted a dedicated study room for reading and writing and a separate bathroom for washing up. It was very inconvenient to wash up at the stove at night. The yard was just a simple fence, and there was no way to add an extension or additional rooms. Inside, candles made of pine resin flickered. Jiangji Luo repeatedly pulled the bellows, feeling tired and sleepy. Cui Hejin saw Jiangji Luo rubbing her eyes hard, sighed softly, and walked over to squat down, holding the handle of the bellows, saying, "Let me do it. Finish quickly so we can rest." Jiangji Luo's finger accidentally touched Cui Hejin's fingertip, causing a slight electric shock, and her hand loosened a little. She turned her head and met Cui Hejin's gaze. They were very close now, and his eyes held a stubborn, captivating look. Jiangji Luo's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little overwhelmed. She hurriedly looked away. "All right, you can help me start the fire first." Jiangji Luo understood Cui Hejin's look. He probably wouldn't rest alone until he finished his work. She quickly started preparing the marinated pork offal. Once it was simmering, she felt more relaxed. "That's good. Just add a few more sticks of firewood. The fire will burn on its own at the stove's opening." She closed the small door of the stove, and the fire inside would burn slowly. It would take a few hours to cook thoroughly. The family washed up and went to bed. After Jiangji Luo lay down, her tense body finally relaxed a little. Maybe she was just too tired. She fell asleep immediately after lying down. Cui Hejin lay down but couldn't sleep. He wanted to say something but heard her gentle breathing, knowing she was asleep from exhaustion. He slightly turned to the side, and in the moonlight shining through the window, he saw her sleeping peacefully. She was very beautiful, with a pure, elegant aura, but when she smiled at night, she looked like a fiery camellia. Her black, silky hair spread on the pillow. Perhaps because she was restless, she moved slightly, pulling the quilt open a bit, revealing her collarbone and smooth, icy skin. The contrast of her dark hair and white skin created a striking visual. Cui Hejin's deep, artistic eyes flickered with a dark shade. He gently reached out, pulled the quilt up for her, and softly tucked her in. Then he turned away and lay down. But after a long while, Cui Hejin still couldn't sleep. His breathing carried a faint scent of a young girl's fragrance. He slept peacefully through the night. Early the next morning, before dawn, Jiangji Luo woke up early. She needed to scoop out the marinated meat and make chive pockets, so she could fry them in town later. Jiangji Luo woke up very early. When she was about to go outside, she naturally passed by Cui Hejin. She moved quietly, just like usual, as she approached the bed. But she forgot that her foot was sprained last night, so when she felt pain, she lost her balance and nearly fell. Even though Jiangji Luo was very careful, she still almost hit the ground. Cui Hejin's sleep was quite light. Sensing something, he quickly sat up and reached out to protect Jiangji Luo. At the same time, Jiangji Luo suddenly fell into Cui Hejin's arms. A faint, pleasant scent filled her nose.
I'm sorry.
I really didn't mean to, she said softly. Last night was the same, and Cui Hejin probably wouldn't suspect that she was trying to take a chance to get close to him. She truly had no such intention. At this moment, Jiangji Luo felt like crying but couldn't. She looked up with her eyes full of tears, looking at Cui Hejin with a pitiful expression, hoping he would believe in her innocence. Cui Hejin still had his arm around her waist. With the warm, soft feeling of her in his arms, his eyes darkened, shining with a stunning, intense color. His throat moved slightly, and he softly said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay. You can get up now." Listening to Cui Hejin's cold tone, Jiangji Luo nodded obediently. Yes, okay. She hurriedly and clumsily got up, not caring if her movements were right or wrong, as if she was fleeing in a panic. Inside the room, Cui Hejin sighed long and helplessly. When Jiangji Luo washed her face with cold water, she felt more awake, and her face didn't seem so hot anymore. She remembered that she had pressed her hand on his chest and even sat on him, though she wasn't sure and thought it might be an illusion. Still, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. It must be an illusion. Jiangji Luo squatted in the corner, washing chives, wishing she could dunk her head back into the basin of water. Cui Hejin probably thinks I have improper thoughts about him. I can't clear my name now. Thinking about the first few words Cui Hejin said, she had once confidently promised she wouldn't do anything inappropriate. He probably no longer believed her. Maybe because of past experiences, Jiangji Luo couldn't help but care about Cui Hejin's opinion of her. "Ji Luo, what are you talking about, trying to clear your name?" When Jiangji Luo was feeling conflicted, a sudden voice sounded in her ear. It startled Jiangji Luo. Be careful. Your foot isn't well. Don't fall." Old Lady Cui quickly helped Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo almost jumped in surprise. She was so focused that she didn't notice someone approaching. "Mother, why are you awake so early?" Old Lady Cui said, "You said yesterday you wanted to set up a snack stall today. I thought you'd wake up early to get ready, so I got up to help you." Jiangji Luo didn't expect Old Lady Cui to get up so early to help her. She had gone to bed very late last night. Counting the time, they only slept for 2 hours. That's 4 hours in total. "Mother, I can do it myself. It's still early, and I have time. There's no way I'll let you work alone. I wake up early anyway and can't sleep, so I might as well do some chores." Old Lady Cui just wanted to help Ji Luo and didn't want her to feel burdened. Jiangji Luo understood this and felt very warm inside. Cui Hejin had planned to get up and leave the house, but realizing that his wife might feel a bit uncomfortable, he chose not to go out so early. Soon, Old Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo started working together, kneading dough, preparing chive filling. While busy, Old Lady Cui suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Ji Luo, you just said something about washing white. Is there a stain on your clothes that needs whitening?" She washed clothes yesterday noon. Could it be that the washing wasn't good enough? Jiangji Luo's mouth twitched and replied, "No, mother. Don't overthink. I was just saying the fine flour is very white." "Yes, the fine flour." Old Lady Cui didn't doubt her and didn't ask further. Jiangji Luo let out a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to her, when she was muttering to herself, her voice was quiet, but Cui Hejin, with his sharp hearing, overheard her. Soon, Jiangji Luo and old lady Cui finished making chive pancakes together. While Jiangji Luo was immersed in her busy work, Cui Hejin came out of the house, washed up and dressed. Today he wore plain white clothes, looking elegant and noble like a refined jade tree. After they finished their chores, Cui Hejin helped start the fire and prepared breakfast. The family finished breakfast. Jiangji Luo and Grandma Cui placed everything on the small cart, preparing to push it to the town. Even though Jiangji Luo's foot was not fully healed, she still planned to walk with a limp. However, the ointment from yesterday worked well, and her foot didn't hurt anymore. She just felt a bit unsteady when walking. She thought that in a few days, she would be fully steady again. After everything was packed, Grandma Cui said to Cui Hejin, "You rest at home first. When it's time for class, go to the school. Ji Luo and I will go set up the morning stall." They make delicious chive dumplings for breakfast and lunch. Since working with Jiangji Luo on the brown sugar business for a while, Grandma Cui was no longer worried about selling things in town. With Ji Luo's skills, she was sure they could sell everything. Plus, chives are something most people haven't seen or tasted before. Even Ji Luo found them very tasty. Compared to some delicacies in the capital, they had a unique and delicious flavor. Most people would probably find them delicious too. Cui Hejin, looking clear and gentle, said, "Mom, I want to go to town with you." Grandma Cui was surprised and asked instinctively, "Isn't class starting later in the morning?" It was still dawn. When they arrived at the early market in town, it was just getting light, the time when people usually come out to buy breakfast. So they needed to go early, about an hour before Cui Hejin usually left for school. School started quite late. Going early wouldn't mean the school was open yet. But Cui Hejin usually went early to read and prepare lessons. She looked down at Jiangji Luo's foot and softly said, "There's something at school today, so I need to go early." Seeing her son's expression and noticing his gaze fall somewhere, Grandma Cui quickly understood. She hurriedly said, "All right, school is important. Since you've already had breakfast, and there's nothing urgent at home, come with us. By the way, help push the cart for us." Ji Luo's foot isn't good. Jiangji Luo was stunned. How did it become Cui Hejin helping to push the cart in just a short time? Actually, it's not necessary. The cart isn't heavy. In fact, the main weight was the marinated food, an entire large wooden barrel of it. Of course, the barrel was clean, previously used for water, and she had washed it twice, preparing it specifically for the marinated food. It wasn't the same barrel used for pig offal before. Jiangji Luo has very high standards for cleanliness in food. Although Jiangji Luo said it wasn't necessary, Cui Hejin still stepped forward to help push the small food cart. This made Jiangji Luo feel much more relaxed. Although they were from Dongha village, which was not far from the town, about a 15-minute walk, roughly half an hour, they had to walk with difficulty because of her poor legs. Now, she felt much easier. Jiangji Luo walked behind, watching Cui Hejin's figure thoughtfully. After more than half an hour, they arrived in town. Cui Hejin accompanied them all the way to the morning market. Jiangji Luo waved to Cui Hejin and said, "You said you had things to do at the school. You should go now so you won't delay your work." Cui Hejin looked at the busy market but didn't say anything. At this moment, a woman with a basket hurriedly pushed forward, nearly bumping into Jiangji Luo. Cui Hejin gently raised his hand to block her, preventing her from hitting Jiangji Luo. Actually, with Jiangji Luo's skills, she could have avoided being bumped into easily. But markets are crowded, and that's unavoidable. She didn't mind, but unexpectedly, Cui Hejin protected her. Jiangji Luo's eyelashes fluttered. Was he protecting her? Or was it just his good upbringing, instinctively doing so? She looked up at Cui Hejin, who was just lowering his head, and met her clear, pure eyes. Her eyes were very beautiful, lively when blinking, as if they could speak. Cui Hejin's expression paused slightly, and a faint glow like moonlight shimmered in his eyes, mysterious and enchanting. "You have bad legs, be careful." "Oh, it's fine. I'm not that delicate," she replied. Compared to the injuries from the training in the organization last lifetime, this little leg injury was nothing. If Cui Hejin hadn't reminded her, she almost forgot about it. Cui Hejin felt helpless. This girl simply didn't know how to take care of herself. He softly said, "Don't get hurt again." Just as Jiangji Luo was about to reply, an elderly woman happily called out, "Oh, girl, you're here, Grandma." This elderly woman was the one who bought her malt candy yesterday and won a prize. "Girl, are you still selling malt candy today?"
No, Grandma.
"Today I'm selling chive flour buns," Jiangji Luo replied. "What's a chive flour bun?" Why do I smell something so fragrant? It smells like meat. Jiangji Luo patiently replied, "Ma'am, chive pockets are similar to pancakes, but they have a unique flavor. This morning, I also brought some marinated snacks. Since you're a regular customer, if you buy some, I'll give you a little extra weight. If not, you can still try a taste." When the old woman heard this, her small eyes squinted even more tightly. She smiled happily and said, "Oh, young lady, you're not only beautiful but kind-hearted. I really like buying your things. By the way, come over here. There's a stall nearby. You can stand right here. If you're late, there won't be any space left." The old woman lives near the morning market and often comes to buy vegetables and other goods, so she knows the market well. "Thank you so much, ma'am." "Oh, you're welcome. It's mainly because you're such a nice young lady. You're so pretty. Are you engaged?" The old woman looked at the young girl more and more pleased, thinking she looked about 14 or 15, maybe already of marriageable age. She thought perhaps her grandson was already married, but her own nephew was only 16. Jiangji Luo felt her face grow warm as she thought of Cui Hejin beside her. She carefully glanced at him. Seeing that he seemed fine, she quickly said, "Ma'am, I am already married." The old woman looked a bit regretful and said, "Oh, you're already married. My own nephew is also quite handsome." Jiangji Luo didn't say anything further. Actually, if Cui Hejin hadn't been nearby, she wouldn't have felt uncomfortable about the old woman's words. But Cui Hejin was right there. However, he probably didn't mind or care. Old Madame Cui sighed in relief. Of course, everyone could see how good Jiangji Luo was. She couldn't help but look at Cui Hejin with a bit of envy and said sadly, "Ji Luo's foot isn't feeling well. You should help her by holding her hand." Old Madame Cui wished she could help her son put his hand on Jiangji Luo's to show everyone that she belonged to their family. She wanted to emphasize, this is their girl, their family. Just then, the woman Jiangji Luo had saved yesterday saw her and excitedly waved. "Heroine girl," she called out. Jiangji Luo heard the voice and looked over, smiling and nodding politely to the sturdy couple nearby. "Heroine girl, we found a spot nearby. Come over here," they said, feeling grateful and friendly toward Jiangji Luo. They also felt that the kind girl was very capable. With her nearby, they felt safe. Cui Hejin looked quietly at her mother. Old Lady Cui also seemed confused. "I don't know anything. Why do everyone look so excited about Ji Luo? And there's someone called Benefactor?" Not only the strong men and women, but many people also moved aside to make space for Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo felt grateful. She found a relatively open spot and said to Old Lady Cui, "Mother, we can set up the stall here." She was worried that if people queued up, it might block neighboring stalls and affect others' business. She wasn't a kind person, but these simple folks showed her kindness, and she was willing to return it. Without much effort from Cui Hejin, Jiangji Luo and Old Lady Cui already stood in position, with a small cart ready in front. Jiangji Luo waved to Cui Hejin, saying, "Husband, we're fine now. You can go to the school." She looked eager to get started, not wanting Cui Hejin to block the view and affect the business. Old Lady Cui quickly added, "Ji Luo is worried you'll get tired." She also thought that with Ji Luo here, the business would be fine. Her son standing there was handsome, but it might scare others away.
"Didn't you see?"
Just standing nearby, the women looked at him in amazement and didn't dare come closer. Everyone whispered, "There's such a handsome young man at the morning market. He's tall and elegant, is he real? How does that saying go? Stop talking fancy words. He looks more than just ordinary." be careful. Don't accidentally touch him. Everyone felt that this young man was so good-looking, like he was from a different world, and naturally didn't dare to approach him. Cui Hejin looked at Jiangji Luo and realized she seemed to have forgotten about him. She was focused on taking things from the small cart. Worried that the wooden bucket was heavy and she couldn't lift it, he stepped forward to help. Jiangji Luo said, "I really can manage. I'm not that delicate. You can go busy yourself." Cui Hejin's lips curved into a gentle smile, and he softly said, "I'll go to the school first. If you need anything, come find me there." Jiangji Luo waved dismissively and replied, "Okay." She was busy looking down at her things, worried about whether she had pressed the chive pockets too hard, so she didn't lift her head. After Cui Hejin left, a few women quickly gathered around. "Miss Jiang, your stall smells so good. What are you selling?" "It's marinated food," Jiang replied. "Young lady, you also make marinated dishes? Is it braised meat?" Yesterday, everyone bought maltose candy and found it really tasty after trying it at home. Plus, the children really enjoyed it and found it appetizing. And because Jiangji Luo saved someone yesterday, everyone admired and respected her, so they were happy to visit her stall. At first, they didn't smell much, but when Jiangji Luo opened a lid slightly, the aroma became much stronger. Everyone became curious about what it was. Jiangji Luo didn't say what it was, just scooped out a piece and placed it on a plate, saying, "Everyone can try a free sample with a wooden stick." Free samples? Is it like yesterday with a raffle too? Some people remembered the raffle and were still thinking about winning a prize. Jiangji Luo said, "It's a small business. If everyone takes all the samples, I won't be able to sell. I hope everyone can be considerate and help support my stall. You're welcome to try it for free first. If you like it, you can buy some. We sell good food honestly." Jiangji Luo came here not just to sell marinated food, but mainly to sell chive pockets. She told Madame Cui, "Mom, let's fry the chive pockets." "Okay, I'll start the fire," Madame Cui replied. That morning, Jiangji Luo explained to Madame Cui how to use the small cart. "It's simple. There's a small stove with firewood underneath, and a small pot on top that heats up easily for frying the chive pockets." Jiangji Luo poured oil into the pot and took out the chive pockets to fry. While everyone was sampling the marinated food for free, Jiangji Luo was frying the chive pockets so people could see and smell them. The aroma made people more eager to buy. "Young lady, your marinated food is really delicious. What exactly is it? It smells so good." "Oh, it's so tasty, really delicious. I want to buy some. My husband will definitely like it. I bought marinated meat before, but compared to this, the difference is huge." "Exactly, this is so good. After eating this, I feel the marinated food I bought before was just average." Everyone was eating the marinated meat and saying how delicious it was. The flavor was very unique, with a hint of spiciness, but it was a level everyone could accept, making everyone feel it was very flavorful. They were curious about what it was made of. Jiangji Luo was worried that everyone might not accept pig offal right away, so she cut it into small pieces at first. She didn't explain what it was immediately. Instead, she let everyone taste it first, encouraging more people to try. Once more people had tasted it, she would then reveal what it was. Right now, she was busy frying chive pockets. Old Lady Cui didn't know much about running a business. When she was at the Marquis estate, she mostly just had trusted maids arrange for someone to help manage the shop. So now, Old Lady Cui didn't speak much, just quietly helped by lighting the fire. She knew Jiangji Luo was confident and careful in her business dealings. She was worried that if she said the wrong thing, it might affect Jiangji Luo's plans. "Miss, how much are you selling this for?" Everyone thought since it's all meat and tastes so good, they just wanted to ask the price. As long as it wasn't too expensive, they would buy a pound or two to try at home. "Yes, young lady, how much are you selling this for?" "It's really tasty, but the price should be a bit cheaper." "Yeah, we bought your malt sugar yesterday. If it's cheaper, we'll keep coming to buy from your stall." Everyone was asking eagerly. Jiangji Luo then told everyone, "This is marinated pig offal, 29 cents per jean."
What?
Pig offal? Pig offal, 29 cents per jean. When everyone heard it was pig offal, they look surprised. They really didn't expect it to taste so good. If they had known from the start it was pig offal, they probably wouldn't have tried it. But after tasting it, they realized it was truly delicious. They just didn't expect such a tasty dish could be made from pig offal. Everyone knew pig offal could be eaten, but the taste was usually strange, so most people wouldn't eat it. It wasn't that they rejected it, but they were simply shocked. "Miss, your pig offal is so expensive?" Jiangji Luo always smiled gently. Hearing everyone say it was expensive, she explained, "Madam, the reason I can make this flavor is because I use a secret family recipe and expensive seasonings. That's why it tastes so good." 29 when is already quite cheap. Everyone can enjoy the flavor of meat and eat well. Moreover, my braised soup is the real essence. If you buy, I will give you free portions of the soup. Soaking rice in the soup is very delicious. As everyone knows, I sell things at my stall mainly so that people can enjoy good food and feel happy. As usual, you can taste for free. If you like it, buy. If not, that's okay too. The more Jiangji Luo said this, the more people felt that the young girl was kind and decided to buy her food. It was really tasty, and compared to braised meat prices, it was half as expensive. The key is that the braised soup is also very good. Over at the market, braised meat costs 60 won per jin. When buying, it's not cheap and they don't give the soup for free. If you want the soup, you have to pay extra. Look at how the young girl runs her business. She's different. A little woman said, "Miss, give me 2 jin first. I bought your maltose yesterday. I gave my son a piece, and he ate a whole bowl of rice that night. He usually doesn't eat much, but I think your maltose really helps his appetite." The woman was very happy. No matter the reason, it was good that her son wanted to eat. Her family does some business, and they are well off. Although she's used to being careful with money, when she finds something good, she's willing to buy more. Besides, her husband often works hard delivering goods, so when she finds something tasty, she naturally wants to buy it for him to try. Jiangji Luo happily weighed out 2 jin for the woman and even gave a little extra, along with a large bowl of braised soup. "Thank you. Since you're the first customer, I gave you an extra 2 ounces. The woman saw the scale and smiled happily. "Thank you very much." Buying things is often influenced by the crowd. When people see others buying, they hesitate less. It's true. Her maltose might be expensive, but it makes sense. Yesterday, I had a piece and I felt my appetite improved. It's tasty, but there's no magic involved. Whether you believe it or not, I do. I think the young lady's products are good. Yes, she even helped save someone yesterday. A girl willing to risk her life to help others must be a good person, and her products are probably good too. Some people really support Jiangji Luo, and others think the marinated snacks are tasty, so some buy a jin, some buy 2 jins, and some buy half a jin. Jiangji Luo watches the pot while weighing for everyone. Old Lady Cui is lighting the fire and collecting copper coins. They used to sell brown sugar together and developed a good understanding, so now they work very well together. When the leek pancake is almost done and the aroma starts to spread, some people who initially thought the marinated snacks were too expensive and hesitated to buy suddenly see the leek pancakes. "Young lady, what are you frying? It smells so good." Jiangji Luo replies, "These are leek pancakes made with a new kind of vegetable called chives. It's not common here, so you probably haven't tried it before. There's also eggs inside. Once they're cooked, you can try some." Hearing this, everyone becomes interested immediately. They pause their plans to leave and keep watching. A few people gather around the stall from time to time. The leek pancakes are ready, and Jiangji Luo uses a spatula to lift them out, wrapping them in clean cloth, then cuts a few pieces onto a plate for everyone to taste for free. No one refuses free samples. Everyone quickly reaches out, cutting the pancakes into 8 small pieces, which are quickly taken. Those who are slower don't get any. "Hey, line up, line up. How come you're taking them so fast?" The woman shouting scolds and stomps her foot. But everyone ignores her and eats directly. Once they taste it, they are truly conquered by the delicious food. It's so good. What kind of vegetable is this? Why is it so tasty? We often buy all kinds of things here, but we've never had this flavor before. It's really delicious. Some praise excitedly, while others finish eating silently and quickly ask, "Young lady, how much for these leek pancakes?" Jiang Luo replies, 3 cents each. Hearing that, those who often buy things at the market think it's cheap. Although a plain stuffed bun also costs 3 cents, eating buns every day can get boring. Plus, they usually make buns themselves, but they've never tried these leek pancakes before. The woman asking the price quickly says, "Miss, I'll buy 8. She has 3 children, so she plans to buy at least 8 treats for them to try. For her, spending 24 coins to buy 8 chive-filled pastries is not a big deal. When she heard there were 8, Madame Cui's hand that was scooping broth froze. She knew some people liked the pastries, but didn't expect someone to buy 8 at once. Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Okay, they'll be ready soon." Jiang Luo turned the pastries in the pan, quickly cooking all 8. She wrapped the pastries in oil paper and handed them to the woman. The woman paid 24 coins. Madame Cui helped collect the coins, holding them in her hand, excited by the clinking sound. She put the coins into her purse. The jingling made everyone feel happy. Madame Cui's face was full of smiles as she called out, "These delicious, fragrant chive pastries are even better than marinated pig head meat. Come and see, everyone." Many people who didn't want to buy anything still came over to taste for free and join the crowd. Seeing the lively scene, the stall looked even busier. When someone carrying a basket approached and saw the crowd, they wanted to come and look. "Look at all these people at this stall, that means the food must be good. Let's go see." "Yeah, if the food is good, we can buy some to try. That was just marinated meat earlier, I don't know how it tastes. My parents like marinated pig head meat. I like it too, and my son does as well. We can try some later. If it tastes good and the price is fair, we'll buy some." Did I hear right? Chive pastries? What are those? I haven't heard of them, but since so many people are lining up, they must be good. At this moment, someone came out holding a chive pastry. "Mom, I want to eat." "All right, take this and eat carefully. It's hot." The little boy, only 8 years old, happily held the pastry, ignoring the heat, and took a big bite. The bite was crispy and fragrant. He took 2 bites, showing a blissful expression, and excitedly said to his mother, "Mom, you should try it too. It's so delicious." His father was busy with work, so his mother usually took care of him. They came to the market early in the morning together. Seeing her son so happy made her even more joyful than eating herself. "It's okay, I'm not hungry right now. You eat." A mother watches her son enjoy eating and feels reluctant to take a bite herself. The little boy doesn't understand adult feelings very well but is happy and keeps eating. People gathered around see this scene and notice how happy the boy looks, making them almost swallow their saliva. It's just dawn, and most people heading out to buy things at the morning market haven't had breakfast, so they're less resistant to the smell of food. Once they smell it, some feel their stomachs growl with hunger. Some plan to buy ingredients to cook at home, but if there's delicious ready-made food, they think it's okay to buy some and take it home. They live in the town and buy food often, knowing which stalls sell tasty treats around them, and they buy from these stalls frequently. After a while, even the most delicious food can become boring. Naturally, they want to try new, fresh, and tasty foods. It looks really delicious. I'm drooling just looking at it. It seems really tasty. This must be a new kind of food.
Probably.
I've never heard of this chive dish before. I've lived here for decades and have tried all the good food around. After a while, it gets boring, and I just want to try something new.
Exactly.
I used to think Lin's steamed bun shop made the best buns, but after eating them so many times, I don't want to buy them anymore. Lu's pastry shop makes such delicious snacks. After eating there many times, I don't crave it as much. But my son and daughter are still young and find it fresh. They always want to buy some. The women talking are from well-off families nearby. The ordinary farmers or poor families in the town rarely buy even a bun, let alone other things. Fortunately, North Ning town is close to the dock, with good transportation and many merchant ships coming and going. This makes the town very prosperous, with many people doing good business and living comfortably. So, there are many shoppers every day. As long as the food is good, business tends to be better. Later, when people line up at the stall, Someone says, "Young lady, give me 2 chive pockets. By the way, how much do your marinated snacks cost?" Even if some know the prices, they still ask Madame Cui and Jiangji Luo again, afraid of making a mistake. If they can get a cheaper price by a little, they will. Jiangji Luo was busy making chive dumplings when Madame Cui smiled patiently and said, "Braised dishes cost 29 coins per jin. You can taste it for free first. If you like it, then buy some." Is braised food really that cheap? Hearing this, the woman became very excited. Her son loved eating braised meat, and every few days, she bought 1 or 2 jin to give to him. She was very familiar with the prices of braised meat in the town. Not many shops made braised meat. The best was from a meat stall at the market, but it cost 60 coins per jin. Ordinary braised meat, made with common flavors, usually cost at least 50 coins per jin. So, hearing that it was just over 20 coins per jin, she wondered if she had heard correctly. Most importantly, it tasted so good. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, but she held back her expression to negotiate later. Madame Cui said, "Our braised dishes are made with pig offal, but we use many kinds of seasonings, some of which are herbs and medicinal ingredients that are good for health." Now, Madame Cui was also able to speak confidently. But she was right. Ji Luo had mentioned that some of those spices were actually medicinal herbs, which made them more expensive. 2 of the spices were bought by Ji Luo at the pharmacy. People here didn't know much about medicinal herbs. Whenever they heard medicinal or spices, they thought it was expensive. Really delicious. "Give me 3 jin, no, 2 jin first," she said. She wanted to give some to her son first, not sure if he would eat pig offal. Anyway, she thought it was tasty, and if her son didn't eat it, she would still eat it herself. She felt the price was very reasonable, but she didn't mention the price aloud, feeling uneasy inside. "Look, I'm buying 2 jin at once, and I'm also buying your chive dumplings. Please give me a good deal, make it a little cheaper. I come here often." At this point, Jiangji Luo didn't need to say anything. Madame Cui responded just as Jiangji Luo had initially suggested. "You see, we're a small business. We use good ingredients. Our chive dumplings have eggs, and I can give you some braised soup and a little more braised broth. It won't just be a few coins." Hearing this, the woman smiled. All right then. She understood that the braised broth, eaten with bread or soaked rice, could make a full meal. The meat stall at the market sold braised pig's head, which was not cheap, and the braised broth cost extra. But the food was truly delicious, so they didn't worry about selling it, and naturally it wasn't cheap. This family is good at doing business. The sales look promising, and they're willing to give some of their marinated soup. So, Madame Cui and Jiangji Luo worked together, and their business was doing well. They were both very busy, constantly moving and answering many questions from customers. People kept asking about the prices, and they had to repeat the same answers many times. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to drink water. However, their firewood was running out, so Jiangji Luo took out 10 coins to buy 3 bundles of firewood. By mid-morning, all the chive buns they made that morning were sold out. But they only sold half of the marinated pig offal, with half a bucket remaining. Madame Cui said, "Ji Luo, we made about 200 chive buns this morning, right?" She estimated it was over 600 coins, not counting the money from the marinated pig offal. It feels easier and simpler than making brown sugar, or malt sugar for sale. Making brown sugar and malt sugar costs a lot. Brown sugar needs to be bought from sugar beets, peeled, sliced, and boiled, which takes a lot of time. But making chive buns is simple, almost no cost. The chives come from their own vegetable garden, and the eggs are from their chickens. And 1 bowl of chives only uses a few eggs, not 1 egg per bun. The key is that making chive buns takes very little time, saving effort. In just a short while, all of them were sold out. Thinking about it, Madame Cui felt excited. If they made more, maybe they could sell even more. Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "It's really simple and easy, and the cost is low. So I think from now on we should just set up a stall to sell food instead of making brown sugar and malt sugar. Eating well and feeling full is everyone's basic need." At this moment, some people came over and asked, "Are you selling chive buns at the stall?"
Yes.
"Oh, I found a spot. I'll buy 10. I'll buy 5. Jiang Jiluo said, sorry, everyone, the chive buns are all sold out now. We don't have any left. Oh no. How could that happen? My sister-in-law just bought 2, and now they're all gone so quickly. Yes, we didn't take long to come from home here either. Jiang Jiluo smiled patiently and explained, yes, we have sold out. Maybe everyone thought it was delicious and bought a lot.
How can that be?
My son still wants to eat some. Yes, my lady also thinks it's tasty, so she asked me to buy a few more. Everyone looked disappointed. Some just bought 1 or 2 to try at home. When their families liked it, they came back to buy more, but unexpectedly, it was all gone quickly. Jiang Jiluo's expression changed and said, everyone, don't worry. We will prepare more at home later and come back for lunch. Hearing this, a few people brightened their eyes. You really will come back at noon? You won't trick us, right? Yeah, and you won't raise the price just because we want to buy more? Jiang Jiluo replied kindly, of course not. Ladies and aunties, if you want to buy my things, it's just to support my business. The chive flower buns are only 3 coins each, and the price won't go up. Alright then. Is it still at this place? Jiang Jiluo said, if we come back at noon, we might not be at this spot. We may be a little further inside, but still near the market. Just look around, you'll find us. Everyone was happy to hear that. They also thought the young girl was very polite and well-spoken, especially because she spoke with a smile. Her voice was clear and pleasant, making people feel comfortable. Okay, we'll come back at noon to buy again. After everyone left, Jiang Jiluo quickly said to Granny Cui, Mother, let's go home and prepare more chive flower buns for lunch. We should make more so we can earn more. If they made more buns at noon, they might sell 2 taels of silver. That's not comparable to selling brown sugar or malt sugar. If they earned 2 taels of silver in a day, they could soon buy land and build a house. Of course, that doesn't include the money from selling marinated snacks. Not only was Jiang Jiluo excited, but Granny Cui also felt very warm inside. Jiluo, we've sold 16 jin of marinated snacks already, and there's still some left. At first, many people bought marinated pig offal and more asked about it, but not many actually bought. Unlike the chive flower buns, which have so many buyers. Jiang Jiluo calculated and said, including the marinated snacks, we're making pretty good money. Would it be better to just sell marinated snacks directly? Jiang Jiluo shook her head and said, it's good, but there are still few people buying marinated snacks. Everyone knows it's made from pig offal, and I think soon others will copy it. So, we can't just sell pig offal all the time. Pig offal is cheap, and those who marinate meat and pig heads will find ways to marinate pig offal too, probably at lower prices. In the morning, we've only sold a little. We can't set up a stall all day. That would take too much time. Plus, we don't know what might happen later. It's better to sell chive flower buns. No one can copy them quickly, and the more we make, the more we earn. Old Lady Cui thought Jiang Jiluo's idea made sense. So, what should we do? Should we take what's left and go home? Jiang Jiluo said, Mom, I have a plan. Remember what I told you about working with the meat stall? Actually, she had already discussed this with Lin Zhuzhu in advance, so Jiang Jiluo planned to send her marinated snacks to sell on consignment. Old Lady Cui remembered what Jiang Jiluo said last night. They quickly packed up their things. They pushed their small cart to Lin Zhuzhu's place. When they arrived, Lin Zhuzhu was busy. After the 3 people buying meat and bones at her stall left, they approached. Lin Zhuzhu saw Jiang Jiluo and was excited and happy. Sister Jiang, you're here. Last night, she told her parents about helping Jiang's sister sell marinated snacks, and her parents were very excited. They said it was a good business. We've tasted the marinated pig offal made by Miss Jiang, and it's really delicious. It makes you forget it's pig offal. Not to mention, this isn't a guaranteed money-making business, but if more meat stalls sell marinated snacks, they can attract more customers. Even if they only buy snacks, they'll also buy some meat. It's because people trust you that they sell their stuff here, and they even give you a commission. We should be honest in business, and you must do a good job. That was her father's advice. Her father had dealt with many people in business and had unique insights. But their family didn't have any secret recipes, so they could only do meat stall business. Her mother also sighed and said, "From what you've described, I think this girl is quite capable." Her younger brother, who had studied, also spoke up. "Sister, I think Sister Jiang has been educated. She's a cultured and wise person, just like the teacher said." Thinking about what she discussed with her parents and younger brother last night, Lin Juju felt even more that Jiangji Luo was shining with happiness. When Lin Juju looked at Jiangji Luo, her eyes sparkled with joy. "I told my parents and younger brother about what happened yesterday. They all support my decision." Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "That's good. Today, I brought some marinated pig offal to sell here first. Try selling it today and see how it goes. If it sells well, I will cook some every day to sell here. But in business, people don't know how good the marinated food is. You can let them taste it for free first. If they like it, they will buy more." Lin Juju was not a delicate girl from a noble family. She understood business quickly after working in the meat stall for a while. She nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." She thought it was rare for someone to be so generous to offer free samples, especially for such expensive marinated food. Also, it's better to be more flexible in business. The cost of marinated pig offal isn't high, so when weighing, give a little extra. If more people buy, you can even offer a free spoon of marinated soup. Jiangji Luo explained some details to Lin Juju. Her expression changed slightly, feeling she had learned a lot in an instant. When they moved the marinated food to the stall, Lin Juju noticed Madame Cui. Jiangji Luo said, "This is my mother." Lin Juju warmly and politely greeted, "Hello, madam." Madame Cui also smiled and exchanged a few words with Lin Juju. After arranging everything, Jiangji Luo and Madame Cui prepared to go home and make chive pockets. On the way, Madame Cui said, "That way we don't need to buy a scale. Won't this scale be unnecessary now?" Their family didn't have a scale and couldn't weigh things. It was Madame Cui who borrowed one from the Zheng family early in the morning. They had thought if they kept doing the marinated food business, they would need to buy a scale later.
Now, they didn't have to.
"Yes, mother. We don't need to weigh things for now. Just return it to Aunt Zhu tonight." Madame Cui nodded and said, "Using a scale is really inconvenient and time-consuming. When I was weighing the marinated food, you could already sell several chive pockets." Madame Cui and Jiangji Luo returned home feeling very excited about the money they earned in the morning. But at this moment, they didn't bother counting the coins. They needed to hurry and make more chive pockets. Mrs. Cui said, "Ji Luo, your dough is good. You knead the dough and I will handle the chives." Jiangji Luo also planned the same, and the two quickly got busy. Mrs. Cui thought about money and felt full of energy while working. She didn't delay and quickly cut, pick, and wash the chives. Jiangji Luo hurriedly scooped and kneaded the dough. Mrs. Cui looked and said, "Oh, we don't have enough flour. We should buy more later." Jiangji Luo replied, "Luckily, my husband bought some last time. Today it's enough. We'll buy more in the afternoon when we come back. Now that we have money, we can buy more grains at once." Mrs. Cui nodded. "We won't sell the eggs from our chickens anymore. We'll keep them for ourselves and to make chive pockets." Fortunately, they've saved some eggs recently. Actually, making a big batch of chive pockets doesn't use many eggs. It mainly needs some flour. Jiangji Luo's chive pockets have thin wrappers and lots of filling, which also saves flour. Jiangji Luo nodded. "Yes, then we won't need to buy eggs. I think it's better to hatch some chicks. That way, with more hens, we can get more eggs. Eggs are good. There's no need to worry about having too many." Mrs. Cui naturally agreed. In the past, we didn't have enough to eat, and the grain was scarce. We only kept 2 hens. Now that conditions are better, we can raise more hens to lay eggs. When the chicks grow up, if there are roosters, we can also slaughter some for chicken stew. The two of them planned this and quickly started making chive pockets. Jiangji Luo was quick and efficient. After they finished packing the chive pockets, more than an hour had passed. Jiangji Luo looked at the sun, calculated the time, and it was almost 11 o'clock. When they arrived in town, it should be about 11:30. Before leaving, Mrs. Cui looked at the corner and said, "We're out of firewood." Jiangji Luo said, "There's no time to worry about firewood now. I'll ask the neighbors in the village to buy some first. Firewood sold in town is more expensive. Buying from neighbors in the village should be cheaper." Mrs. Cui said, "I'll go to Aunt Zhu's house. Her yard has a lot of firewood, and I can exchange it for weight." Mrs. Cui went to the village chief's house, where Zhu was. Zhu's 2 sons are strong workers and usually don't need Zhu to do much. Lady Cui went on a trip and returned with a large bundle of firewood. Then they went to the town. When they arrived, the spot where they usually set up was still empty, but someone had already taken the stall nearby. "Young lady, come here quickly." Both Jiangji Luo and Lady Cui were surprised. They didn't recognize the people at the 2 stalls next to theirs. "Big sister, the stall is reserved for you. Come here." They walked over somewhat confused. This stall was nice and easy to recognize. "Oh, you're finally here." Many people came asking about your chive pocket snacks. They said they are very tasty. "Since you're here, our business has improved a lot." More people came over mostly to buy vegetables, and seeing what was on their stall, they also bought some. Moreover, the young lady and her mother selling food didn't interfere with their sales. Instead, they helped boost their business. Naturally, they were happy to have them set up a stall here. Jiangji Luo smiled politely and thanked them. After cooking the chive pockets, she gave one to each of the 2 stalls. "Ah, this is too kind. Only 3 cents each." An old lady, smelling the aroma, was almost drooling. She had been smelling it all morning, but because it cost only 3 cents, she didn't dare buy one and resisted the temptation of the delicious smell. Unexpectedly, the young lady was so kind that she simply gave her one. The old lady was very happy. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she accepted it. Another stall belonged to a young couple, about 16 or 17 years old, selling dried fruits. While selling, the young lady also sat nearby making embroidery, sachets, and embroidered handkerchiefs. Jiangji Luo gave them one, but both the young couple didn't want to eat it alone. They kept pushing it back and forth, unwilling to be the first to eat. Eventually, they shared it together. Watching them, Jiangji Luo felt a gentle warmth in her heart. She couldn't help but think of her past life in ancient times, when he saved her and brought her back. During that journey, food was scarce, and he said he had already eaten so she could eat too. Even the wild fruits they picked from the mountains and forests, he didn't want to eat any himself, only leaving them for her. He loved her so much. Jiangji Luo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she lowered her head, slowly suppressing her emotions. She spoke, "Mother, I will fry a few first to send to my husband at the school for lunch." Old Lady Cui was touched when she heard this. She almost forgot about her son's lunch, but didn't expect Ji Luo to remember despite being busy. "All right, I'll watch the stall. I'll fry the chive pockets." Old Lady Cui knows how to fry chive pockets and how to make them. Just then, someone arrived. An elderly woman holding her grandson's hand looked at the stall and said, "Oh, young girl, we arrived just in time. Are they ready? I'll buy 6. Behind her, a young woman said, "And me, I'll buy 4. Jiangji Luo gently explained, "This pot has 6, but they're not for sale. If you want some, you'll have to wait for the next batch." This pot only had 6, which she planned to send to Cui Hejin soon. The old woman looked unhappy and said, "Aren't there 6 in this batch? I bought 6, so why do I have to wait for the next? We agreed first come, first served." Old Lady Cui was squatting by the fire when she heard this, and immediately got angry. She quickly stood up to protect Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo stopped Old Lady Cui with a wave and smiled patiently at the woman, explaining, "It's like this. My husband teaches at the school. He works very hard and I worry he might go hungry, so I want to send him some first. I'm really sorry. The next batch will definitely be for you first." Jiangji Luo spoke softly and calmly, with a gentle smile on her face, which eased the woman's anger. She looked at Jiangji Luo and was surprised. "Oh, young lady, you're already married and have a husband?" Jiangji Luo nodded with a smile. "Yes." Good. The old lady, like to see young couples living happily. You clearly care for your husband, and my daughter-in-law also cares for others. Very good. The old lady thought of her own son and daughter-in-law. Her eldest daughter-in-law only cared about herself. When her son came home late from work, she never asked about him. Thinking of this made her head ache. Luckily, her younger daughter-in-law was caring and loving. She had a good relationship with her son, understanding each other's feelings, and they lived happily. She didn't need to worry. So, the old lady looked at Jiangji Luo and thought she was good too. Jiangji Luo's lips curved slightly. My husband is very good. Although he didn't say much, he truly knew how to care for others. The elderly lady listened to Jiangji Luo's words and smiled. Then she looked at Grandma Cui and immediately understood. Is this your daughter-in-law? She is both beautiful and capable. With such a daughter-in-law, your family will prosper. Grandma Cui's smile almost seemed to overflow from her eyes. Exactly. This girl is wonderful. Ever since she married my son, our family has been doing much better. If Grandma Cui praised Jiangji Luo, she could go on talking for a long time. The old lady watched her, nodding in her heart. As a mother-in-law who understands things clearly and a clever, capable daughter-in-law, this family is very good. Someone nearby overheard and was stunned. Oh, she's not a young girl. She's a young lady. They are married? She looks very young. She's probably 15, so she's of marriageable age. Such a beautiful young lady is married now. That's a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, not mother and daughter. I was actually thinking about asking my son, who just returned from the capital, what he thinks. Seeing a son of suitable age for marriage, and noticing Jiangji Luo's beauty, good temper, and capability, some people couldn't help but have some thoughts. Grandma Cui listened to their discussion and felt a strong sense of crisis. No, she must go home and talk to Hejin seriously. She has to tell him to treat Ji Luo well. Look how popular she is. Jiangji Luo just smiled at everyone's teasing words. The chive box was cooked, and she quickly packed it up and hurried toward the school. Grandma Cui stood at the stall, watching Jiangji Luo rush by, her eyes filling with warmth. This child is really good. Her son marrying such a wonderful wife, she could finally rest assured. Shimo School Jiangji Luo walked very quickly, even started to run behind her. She was afraid that if she arrived late, Cui Hejin would go hungry. But when she arrived, the school hadn't finished class yet. Jiangji Luo let out a sigh of relief and waited at the gate. The young servant already knew Jiangji Luo. When he saw her, he hurriedly said, "Young Madam Cui, you're here to see Master Cui, right?" Jiangji Luo nodded with a smile. "Yes." "Then I'll go in and tell Master Cui." Jiangji Luo waved her hand. "No need. Don't disturb his class. I don't have anything urgent. I'll wait here for a while." Although Jiangji Luo was anxious to go back and cook more chive boxes to sell, nothing was more important to her than Cui Hejin. So she patiently waited at the gate. The young servant scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. Jiangji Luo stood under a large tree, the spring breeze gently warming her face and blowing her loose hair. It seemed as if the cheerful sound of reading from the school reached her ears. At this moment, her heart became calm and peaceful. Perhaps wherever he was, she could always feel at ease. She thought the sky was very blue, the air was fresh, and the sunshine was bright. After a while, the school bell rang, and the children's laughter and chatter came from inside. The young servant looked at Lady Cui, who was quietly standing like a picture, then went inside to tell Cui Hejin. After class, Cui Hejin didn't rush to leave the classroom, but calmly organized his lesson plans at his desk. Just then, the young servant entered and said, "Master Cui." Cui Hejin softly replied, "Yes, is there something?" "Your wife came to see you about 15 minutes ago. She's waiting at the door. I told her I'd call you inside, but she didn't want to disturb your class and has been waiting there." Worried something might be wrong, Cui Hejin hurriedly left to check outside, ignoring his lesson plans and students' homework. When he reached the door and saw Jiangji Luo's figure, his expression slightly moved. Jiangji Luo had been watching the door, and as soon as she saw Cui Hejin, she thought he looked like a gentle breeze under a bamboo, with a warm and elegant aura like spring rain on apricot blossoms. The moment she saw him, she smiled softly and walked over happily. Cui Hejin took a few steps toward her, looked down at her, and asked softly, "Is something wrong with the stall?" Jiangji Luo's expression changed slightly and she pouted, saying, "Nothing's wrong. Can I come to see you?" Hearing this, Cui Hejin roughly understood that nothing was wrong, and he felt a little relieved. Jiangji Luo blinked at him, seeming a bit upset. He looked into her bright, water-like eyes, which seemed to speak, and after a moment of silence, he softly said, "It's nothing. Don't think too much." Jiangji Luo knew that although he looked cold and distant, he was actually easy to talk to. Jiangji Luo smiled softly and handed the paper-wrapped food to Cui Hejin, saying, "These are freshly made chive pockets. I made them for lunch." Cui Hejin looked down at the large paper package she handed him, clearly filled with many chive pockets. As he looked at her, his eyes seemed full of countless stars, shining with tiny glimmers, full of happiness. His eyelashes fluttered gently, and when he looked down at her, his eyes carried a warm, spring-like, gentle glow. He reached out to take the package and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Jiangji Luo smiled slightly and replied, "Bringing you lunch isn't hard work. Plus, my mother and I usually sell things at the market, so bringing you lunch is just a quick stop." Jiangji Luo didn't want Cui Hejin to feel any burden. Cui Hejin sighed softly and said, "Silly girl."
Huh?
Jiangji Luo was a bit confused and whispered softly. Cui Hejin didn't say anything, only gently brushed aside a strand of her hair blown loose by the wind, using his slender, jade-like finger to carefully tuck it behind her ear. His movements were gentle, with a cool, distant aura, careful not to touch her skin. Even so, since they were close, Jiangji Luo could smell the elegant, faint fragrance on Cui Hejin. It carried a subtle scent, very charming, almost intoxicating. Her heart beat faster, uncontrollably, feeling a flutter of excitement. When she looked up, she met his deep, enchanting gaze, which seemed layered with misty rain, hazy and difficult to read. Despite this, she felt as if her mind was enchanted, her heart strangely tingling. Cui Hejin softly asked, "Are you tired? I can go help." Jiangji Luo hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No need, no need. The stall is small, and the small cart is also tiny. When there are many people, we can't stand. You should rest in the classroom." She knew he was busy in the classroom too, preparing lesson plans and studying during lunch. "Besides, I'm just frying some chive pockets. It's not tiring. Make sure to eat well. I'll go to the market first." With that, Jiangji Luo waved goodbye to Cui Hejin and headed toward the market. Cui Hejin watched her figure for a long time, lost in thought until her figure disappeared around the corner. Only then did he return to the classroom. Jiangji Luo quickly walked toward the market, but by then it was already noon, and the streets were busier. Many workers in the town were heading to buy lunch, while some sat in corners eating dry food. "Brother Sean, stop eating dry food. You've had stomach pain these days because you've been eating dry food with cold water." "Yeah, Brother Sean, we do hard work, so we should eat something good at noon. Otherwise, our bodies can't handle it. Maybe we could buy some hot buns at the market." The man called Brother Sean looked tired and said, "2 buns are just enough to fill our stomachs. We work hard all day and only earn 20 or 30 coins. Sometimes there's no work, and we don't have much money. Buying 2 plain buns costs 6 coins, not to mention noodles, which cost over 10 coins a bowl." "That's right. Nothing in the town is cheap. My mother cares about me and brought me an egg for lunch. Eating only pickles every day isn't good. It would be nice to have some food to go with dry rations. But braised dishes are so expensive. Who can afford them?" As Jiangji Luo walked toward the market, she passed by an alley and saw a few strong men sitting on a wooden corner, eating dry food. They had nothing else to eat with, so they ate dry food and drank water. But in early spring, the weather was still a bit cold, and drinking cold water wasn't good for health. If they had soup noodles or wontons, which cost at least 10 coins a bowl, they wouldn't buy them. Seeing this scene, Jiangji Luo felt a little sad. She realized that many ordinary workers in the town couldn't even afford buns. They had no vegetables to eat with, just dry food, which was hard to swallow. But even so, they still needed to eat enough to have energy for the afternoon. Thinking about this, Jiangji Luo looked thoughtful. When she arrived at the market, more than 10 people were gathered in front of a stall, waiting to buy chive flour buns. Old Madame Cui was busy working. Jiangji Luo went over and said, "Mother, I'm back." Old Madame Cui smiled and said, "We've sold a lot." She couldn't remember exactly how many pots she had sold, only that she hadn't stopped working. Many people wanted to buy chive flour buns. "Mother, you rest for a while. I'll start frying the buns." Mrs. Cui happily said, "It's okay, I feel full of energy." Business is busy, and she is full of strength. Plus, this work isn't tiring at all. It's nothing compared to the hard work in the fields. And constantly collecting copper coins makes her very excited inside. Jiangji Luo watched Mrs. Cui working with great energy and smiled softly. She helped with lighting the fire and collecting copper coins, while Mrs. Cui was in charge of frying chive pocket snacks. Since there were no more marinated foods at the stall, they didn't have to work on two things at once or explain so much to customers, which made things easier. "Mom, you should eat first and fill your stomach." Mrs. Cui was so busy, she didn't think about eating. "It's fine, I ate a lot this morning, and now I'm not hungry at all." While talking, she kept busy with her hands. Her mind was full of the idea to work quickly and earn more copper coins. Jiangji Luo insisted, "Mom, your health is important. If you get too tired, no one will help me run the stall. Don't think you can't feel anything now. Over time, your body definitely can't handle it." Since Jiangji Luo had spent a lot of time with Mrs. Cui, she knew what she would listen to. Hearing this, Mrs. Cui's mind relaxed a little. She really needed to eat for her health. "All right, I'll eat first." Jiangji Luo took the shovel and started working, while Mrs. Cui took a chive pocket snack and ate nearby. Eating like this made her look like she was doing a live eating broadcast. People watching nearby bought even more. At noon, the market was crowded. Town residents and workers came here to buy things. Some strong men and young boys also gathered around. But they mostly just looked around to see if there was any cheap food. If not, they wouldn't buy anything. People wandered in groups, looking at the stalls. Some came to look at the chive pockets. "This looks really tasty. But they're small. With our appetite, we'd need 4 or 5. No, that's too expensive. Everyone try one and see how it tastes." "Hey, Nyodan, why don't you buy one? Aren't you saving money to buy jewelry for your wife?" The group teased and laughed, and the person called Nyodan looked a little pale. He hesitated but didn't buy anything, waiting nearby for everyone else. Before long, he suddenly doubled over in pain and collapsed to the ground, sweating coldly on his face. "Hey, look! What's wrong with him?" someone shouted, and the people around quickly reacted. The 3 young men who had been planning to buy chive pocket snacks saw this scene, and their faces changed dramatically. Nyodan, what's wrong with you? Nyodan, you don't have a stomach ache again, do you? Hurry, take him to the clinic." By now, the person called Nyodan was in so much pain, he couldn't speak. Everyone moved Nyodan, who was trembling all over from the pain, sweat pouring down his face. At this moment, the crowd around Jiangji Luo's stall parted suddenly, making way for a large open space. "Hurry up and call a doctor. He's in danger of dying," someone shouted. "What's happening? Did he eat something bad? Didn't those people say he didn't eat anything? Maybe he's hungry." In the old days, some elders in the village starved to death. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more worried. But the young men from the same village as Nyodan tried to move him, yet he seemed to shiver even more from the pain. "Nyodan, what's wrong? Don't scare us," they said. "We can't move him anymore." "Hurry, call a doctor," someone urged. Jiangji Luo saw this scene, and her expression changed. She quickly took out her set of acupuncture silver needles and moved forward. "Don't move him yet. Let me check him first," she said. Initially, Everyone was anxious and uncertain, but when they saw the young girl in front of them, they froze in surprise. They shouldn't have believed her, but somehow, when she spoke, she made people feel convinced. Jiangji Luo quickly checked Neodon's pulse and examined his condition. She then took out her silver needles and carefully inserted them into him a few times. In a short while, Neodon stopped trembling, and his face looked a little better. He looked at the girl with red eyes and said, "Thank you, miss. The pain is not so bad anymore." Although he still felt some pain, it was no longer the excruciating kind he had before. He had thought he was going to die just now. The pain was really terrible. Hearing this, everyone around was suddenly shocked. Really? This girl knows how to treat illnesses? How does she know medicine? Usually only male doctors do that. There are no female doctors. Her family actually let her learn medicine. What's wrong with the female doctor?
She still helps people.
If it weren't for this young lady's help just now, that person might have died. And she didn't do much either. Exactly. She only pricked a few times with that needle, and she covered her face with a cloth while taking her pulse. Helping to cure people is a good thing. This young lady even helped recover a stolen money pouch before. We support her, and no one should speak badly of her. Jiangji Luo knew that people in this time had some prejudice against female doctors, so when she was taking a pulse in front of everyone, she covered her face with a cloth and never touched the patient directly. Still, she didn't encounter any trouble from that stubborn person. However, some people who held prejudices also supported her. Niu Dan and a few others were very grateful to Jiangji Luo. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you so much." They all came from the same village and were related or familiar with each other. If Niu Dan had died, they wouldn't know how to return to their village. Just then, the doctor from the Xinglin Hall arrived. "Dr. Chiu is here." When Dr. Chiu comes, there's always a way. Dr. Chiu was the best doctor in town. He used to be a military doctor and worked as a doctor in the capital. Later, he followed the young master to the town's Xinglin Hall. As soon as Dr. Chiu saw Jiangji Luo, he recognized her immediately. "Little Miss Jiang, it's you." Dr. Chiu was close to young master Zhuang Xing'an and naturally knew about Jiangji Luo's medical skills. Moreover, once she had saved a young boy on the spot, which also protected their clinic's reputation. Jiangji Luo nodded at Dr. Chiu. Dr. Chiu examined Niu Dan carefully and said, "Thanks to little Miss Jiang's help just now. Otherwise you wouldn't have lasted long. I came just in time." Dr. Chiu was the most authoritative doctor in town. Everyone trusted his words. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiangji Luo differently. Who would have thought she really knew medicine? She just saved someone. This young lady has helped people before. She's a kind person. We just bought her homemade chive dumplings. Such a good person. We should support her business. A girl learning to be a doctor. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with it. Girls can do business and be doctors. Helping others is a good thing. You're a woman too. How can you look down on women? Madame Cui said seriously, "My daughter-in-law saving a life is a great deed, like building a 7-story pagoda. Why would anyone look down on her? If someone criticizes my daughter-in-law, or if she really faces an emergency, she shouldn't be blamed for helping. My daughter-in-law can do whatever she wants. She hasn't even eaten at your house, so why do you care? In my son's eyes, my daughter-in-law is the best. No one can criticize her." When Madame Cui was angry, she showed a powerful presence, which surprised others. Her commanding voice quickly silenced any dissenting voices. Of course, since her mother-in-law and husband didn't mind, they said whatever they wanted. And besides, she truly saved a life, which is a good thing. Some people felt ashamed and lowered their heads, saying nothing. Others thought this daughter-in-law and mother-in-law were very good, and everyone was happy to support their business, especially since their products were excellent. "Hey, big sister, young lady, I was at the front of the line just now and said I wanted to buy 4 chive pocket pastries. And I want 8 because my family is big and eats a lot." Everyone quickly gathered around the stall again, talking about buying chive pocket pastries. Madame Cui and Jiang Luo also immediately got into business mode, smiling and chatting with everyone as if the tense atmosphere just moments before had disappeared. Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Auntie, I remember. They're frying right now, and they'll be ready soon." By noon, they had sold over 300 chive pocket pastries. When they packed up, Madame Cui couldn't hide her happiness, saying, "Luo, including the ones in the morning, we've sold about 500 or 600. That's almost 2 taels of silver." Just thinking about it made Madame Cui excited. This is much easier and more energetic than making brown sugar. While frying and selling the pastries, they felt more motivated. And this is only in the morning. In the afternoon, we can relax. If we sold malted brown sugar, we'd be busy all day. Selling in the morning and making at home until dark leaves no free time. They earn more from selling the pastries than from making brown sugar. Plus, the cost of making the pastries is low. "Are we going to sell chive pocket pastries again tomorrow?" Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Yes, we've been selling them lately. But we don't have much flour left at home, so we should buy more today so we can make more tomorrow. There are still eggs at home, no need to buy more." Old Lady Cui thought for a moment and said worriedly, "There are some chives left in the yard, but after a few more days of harvesting, they'll be gone. It will take some time for new ones to grow back." She was worried that the chives wouldn't be enough. Old Lady Cui thought to herself, if she had known that the chive pancake business was so good, she would have eaten fewer chives before. The key is, these aren't sold at the market. Jiang Luo's space has planted an acre of chives. Right now, her space only has that 1 acre, so she transplanted all the chives there. Her space has a strong aura of wood energy, so whatever she plants grows quickly, well, and produces a lot. Recently, she has also absorbed some of the spiritual energy from plants and trees. Although weak, this wood energy is increasing every day. Once the wood energy becomes stronger, she can fully cure Cui Hejin's health and upgrade her space. When the space upgrades, the land becomes larger and she can plant more things.
Jiang Luo said, "Mom, don't worry. There are still many chives in the back mountain.
When I harvest some, I can replant them, and we can plant more in the yard." Old Lady Cui couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if our yard were bigger, or if we had more land. They only cleared a 1-acre plot mainly for growing wheat and corn. Having food is essential for basic living. Without planting grains, relying solely on buying food isn't enough. Last year, their wheat and corn harvest provided enough food, and they ate sparingly, which helped them get through the winter peacefully. During that winter, food prices rose and buying food was quite expensive. So, Old Lady Cui felt that growing grains in the field gave her peace of mind. Seeing her worried look, Jiang Luo softly comforted her. "Mom, think about it. Today, we only made 1,740 coins from chive pancakes. There are also some marinated snacks. If we sell all of them, we could earn over 2 taels of silver. When added together, it's almost 3 taels. With this, we can work for about a month and then buy land and a house. Later, we can buy more land and have a bigger yard, where we can grow vegetables in both the front and backyards, and even some fruit." Jiang Luo was thinking about planting watermelons and grapes. But she had visited the town before and hadn't heard of watermelons or grapes being grown there. Even strawberries are not well known to everyone. However, people know about raspberries, which are small red fruits found in the woods, similar in size to mulberries but red in color. People usually call them raspberries. They are the kind of fruits you might see when chopping firewood or working in the fields, and sometimes you pick a few to eat, but not many. Listening to Jiang Luo describe this scene, Old Lady Cui suddenly became excited. Yes, if we work hard and try our best, we will have our own house soon. Thinking about having her own house with a real yard made Old Lady Cui happy. She had never dared to imagine buying land and building a house before. Old Lady Cui said, "Luo, you always have good ideas. I trust you." Seeing that Old Lady Cui looked better, Jiang Luo relaxed and said, "Mom, then let's go buy some flour first." "Okay, let's go buy flour." They went to the town's grain shop to look around. Coarse flour costs 8 cents per jean. Fine flour costs 19 cents per jean. Old Lady Cui initially wanted to buy the fine flower, but when she heard the price, she thought it was expensive. But she didn't say anything and looked at Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo looked at both the coarse and fine flower. She said, "This fine flower is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? If it's cheaper, we can buy more." Jiangji Luo thought that saving a few cents per jean and buying more could save a lot in total. The shop assistant saw that the old lady and the young girl were dressed simply and didn't pay much attention, acting quite indifferent. He looked down on them and said dismissively, "If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Have you thought about it? There are only 2 grain shops in town, and the prices are the same. Ours is the cheaper one. If you don't buy here, go to the city and buy it at a higher price. If you don't want to buy, then don't block the shop entrance. Other customers might want to buy too." Hearing this, Old Lady Cui's face darkened and she looked upset and angry. Before, it was Hejin who bought the grain, and she didn't realize the shop staff had such an attitude. Even though her sharp edges had been worn down by exile, she still felt a bit embarrassed now, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. It's okay if she was humiliated herself, but she didn't want Jiluo to be treated so badly. "Your shop is open for business, and we're just bargaining. What's wrong with that?" The shop assistant sneered. "We don't bargain here. If you can't afford to buy our plain clothes, then just don't buy. What's there to talk about?" Jiangji Luo stopped Lady Cui and said, "Madam, don't be angry." Jiangji Luo was not angry. She simply looked at the shop assistant and said, "Young man, if you won't bargain, then forget it. It's rude to insult people." Her expression was calm, but her eyes carried a sharp coldness. The shop assistant originally wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but when he saw her gaze, he felt a strange chill running from his feet. He didn't know why, but suddenly he felt a wave of fear from deep inside. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, an elderly woman with white hair entered, carrying 2 large burlap bags. "Excuse me, is this a grain shop?" she asked nervously, her voice carrying a regional accent. Her clothes were patched, and her shoes were torn, exposing her toes. The old woman looked timid and spoke softly. The shop assistant waved his feather duster and said, "Go away, quickly. Our grain shop isn't for everyone. Don't dirty our place." The old woman stumbled back a few steps, hurriedly explaining, "I'm here to sell grain. I brought freshly ground wheat flour to sell." The shop assistant frowned and said, "Your village has dedicated grain collectors. Just sell to them." The old woman hesitated, lowering her head without answering, and softly asked, "Does your grain shop buy grain?" "I have very fine flour," she added. The shop assistant went to the door, opened a bag, and looked inside. "This flour isn't fine at all. It's rough. We buy it at 6 coins per jean. If you want to sell, fine. If not, please leave quickly." But, "This is good flour, really fine flour, with no mixed grains," the old woman hurriedly explained. But the shop assistant was firm. "If you don't believe me, ask another grain shop. They might not even pay 6 coins per jean." The old woman was conflicted and hesitant. She desperately needed to sell her grain for some money, but the price was too low. This was top-quality fine flour. She wiped the sweat from her forehead but still wanted to ask more, to try her luck. She tightened the opening of her burlap bag, picked up her shoulder pole, and prepared to leave. The shop assistant, unhappy, threatened, "Old lady, I tell you, if you leave now and come back to sell grain later, the price won't be the same. It will be 5 coins per jean." Madame Cui watched this scene with anger in her heart, recalling last year's grain collection in the village, feeling even heavier inside. The old lady hesitated upon hearing this. Jiangji Luo chuckled softly and walked over to the old lady, saying, "Grandma, I think your noodles look good. How about I buy all of them at the market price, 19 coins per jean?" The old lady initially felt overwhelmed, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her chest. She felt anxious and hopeless after being scolded by the shop assistant. But suddenly, she heard these words, like a ray of hope shining through. She hesitated, then looked up in disbelief. In the backlight, a young girl stepped forward, bright-eyed and shining, dazzling everyone. The old lady was so amazed she couldn't speak. Grandma, what do you think? The old lady snapped out of her surprise, feeling excited yet unsure, and choked out, Miss, is what you said true? You want to buy my noodles? She quickly added, my noodles are really good. No grains are mixed in, just high-quality wheat ground by me. I ground it myself, really. Jiangji Luo smiled gently and said, Grandma, I believe you. I want to buy noodles. I think your noodles are very good. I'll buy all of them at 19 coins per jean. No need, that's too much. I can't use so many. Their good noodles have never been sold at such a high price before. Although the old lady said she didn't need so much, Jiangji Luo still planned to buy her fine noodles at 19 coins per jean. It's okay, I need to buy noodles anyway. Jiangji Luo asked how many jeans she wanted, knowing the old lady must have weighed them before leaving. She estimated in her mind as well. The old lady carried 2 large bags of noodles, totaling over 100 jean, but she felt touched and a bit guilty that the young girl was helping her so much and offering such a high price. She slightly underreported the weight, just 100 jean. Jiangji Luo knew it was more than that. She counted out 2,000 coins and handed them to the old lady, saying, no need to give change, just take it. The shop assistant was still stunned, watching the young girl buy the old lady's fine noodles. He clearly knew those were top-quality noodles. Anger flashed in his eyes, and he hurried out, pointing at Jiangji Luo and saying, how bold you are, daring to steal business from our Songji grain shop. Jiangji Luo crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and looked coldly at the shop assistant. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light, and she said, are you trying to steal business from Songji grain store? You just drove an old lady out of her grain shop, she continued. The old lady didn't want to sell her grain to you, so she carried her pole and left. Now, it's not inside your shop, but right outside the door, Jiangji Luo pointed out. So, your Songji grain store is so powerful that you even control the business at the door? Why don't you say that the stalls outside are also part of your store's business? The shop assistant didn't expect a young girl to speak so cleverly. If it weren't for you, she could have sold us grain for 5 coins. Jiangji Luo had seen many bossy people, but she had never met someone so domineering. 5 coins? You used 5 coins to threaten the old lady into selling fine flour, then you sell it for 19 coins. Why not just steal it directly? Don't think that because this is Beizhou and the emperor is far away, you can do whatever you want. You treat your Songji as if you're the emperor of the land, and you want to control the buying and selling of grain by the common people. The shop assistant didn't expect that this small matter would escalate to involving the emperor. His face darkened. Do you even know who we are? Jiangji Luo leaned lazily, squinting her eyes. If you're too blind to read, why ask others? Can't you read the sign on your own shop? I'll tell you, this is Songji Grain Store. The shop assistant's chest rose and fell with anger. He almost ran out of breath. He was sent by his father to work in the grain shop, hoping to make a name for himself and surpass his older brother. He usually looked down on everyone. The farmers who sold grain tried to flatter him, and he was used to pushing down prices. Besides, their grain shops were connected, and he hadn't done anything wrong. But today, he was so angry at a young girl that he nearly fainted. We have connections with the county magistrate, he said fiercely. If you dare offend the Song family, I think you've got some nerve. The shop assistant, who was actually the second son of the Song family, pointed at Jiangji Luo with his finger, threatening her. Old Lady Cui, who had been stunned and unable to react, suddenly ran out to stand in front of Jiangji Luo. Why do you dare to bully my daughter-in-law? She shouted. If you dare to move, I'll tear you apart, she warned. Old Lady Cui was once a noble lady from a noble family, elegant and dignified. But after being exiled to survive, she learned a few things from some women in the village. In this place, if you're not strong, you'll be bullied. Seeing Madame Cui rush out to protect her, Jiang Jilu felt warm inside. Jiang Jilu pulled Madame Cui behind her and said, Mother, I'm fine. If anyone dares to make a move, Jiang Jilu naturally has many ways to deal with him. When the old lady saw this scene, she was afraid of dragging her young girl into trouble. Miss, I can't let you get involved. Jalu patted the old lady's hand and comforted her. "We're just doing normal business on the street. Others can't interfere. Don't worry. Even if the county magistrate comes, he will only punish him." Jalu remained confident and calm throughout, which suppressed the arrogant attitude of the shop assistant. No one noticed that across the street was the second floor of a bookstore. The windows on the second floor of the bookstore were open, and some scholars saw what was happening below. It was because Cui Hejin had just finished the last page of a book at noon and brought it over, coincidentally witnessing this scene. His expression flickered, and silently, he picked up a piece of wood from the window frame, watching the shop assistant's actions below. Some scholars looked on and admired, saying, "Whose young lady is this? Her courage is impressive. She's a brave woman, kind and beautiful. This Song family is really bullying people." A minor son dares to claim he has connections with the county magistrate. If Brother Jian were here, he definitely wouldn't tolerate this. Unfortunately, Brother Jian had his hand crushed by a carriage some time ago and went to the provincial hospital for treatment, so he can't see scenes like this. Our county magistrate is a fair official. His wife even sold her dowry shop to treat Brother Jian's hand. Do you think someone is deliberately targeting the Jian family? The county magistrate's daughter even divorced for unknown reasons. Let's not talk about these. We should go down and help that young lady. We don't want her to be bullied. Some of the scholars present came from well-off families and naturally weren't afraid of a small Song family. Cui Hejin watched below, a deep, cold light flashing in his eyes, like icy frost. Jalu thought clearly and responded sharply, making the shop assistant almost explode with anger. The shop assistant threatened and warned. Just then, a simple carriage passed by. Hearing the noise, Jian Yunin lifted the curtain of the carriage and immediately saw her savior. She suddenly became excited, and her dull eyes lit up instantly. She had just returned from the provincial government and was about to visit her benefactor when she unexpectedly encountered him here. Jian Yunin eagerly pulled aside the curtain of the carriage, ignoring everything else, and jumped down directly. "Benefactor." Jian Yunin's eyes reddened with excitement as she tightly grasped Jiang Jiluo's hand. Jiang Jiluo was still arguing with the shop assistant and didn't notice the surroundings. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed, and she instinctively moved to defend herself. But in that moment, she saw Jian Yunin. Jiang Jiluo was momentarily stunned. Seeing Jiang Jiluo's expression, Jian Yunin hurriedly said, "Benefactor, I am Jian Yunin, the daughter of the county magistrate. I was in Donghe village before. You saved me there. Don't you recognize me?" Jiang Jiluo suddenly remembered. Could she really almost forget? "You were dressed differently back then, so I didn't recognize you immediately." At that time, Jian Yunin looked very disheveled, soaked in water, and unrecognizable. Now she was wearing a light pink dress, giving off a fresh, delicate vibe. Jian Yunin finally relaxed, worried that her benefactor wouldn't recognize her. "My brother." Jian Yunin initially wanted to say that something happened at home, and as soon as she returned, her parents took her to the provincial government. She had just come back herself. But since they were on the street, it wasn't convenient to say more. "I just returned from the provincial government, and was thinking of going to Donghe village to find you, benefactor. I didn't expect to meet you here. Did something trouble you, benefactor?" Jian Yunin looked at the shop assistant who had been acting arrogantly earlier and frowned. She was so excited to see her benefactor that she hadn't realized what was happening. The shop assistant, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was now stunned when he heard Jian Yunin say her name. This is the daughter of the county magistrate. Isn't she married? Why is she here? Most importantly, wasn't the county magistrate and his family gone to the provincial government? In this entire county, the county magistrate was the real ruler. Everything was decided by him. Although the Song family was powerful, they were just merchants, commoners with a lower status, and they wouldn't dare to challenge officials. Not to mention the county magistrate himself. Moreover, he was only a son from a collateral branch of the Song family. The shop assistant quickly backed down and didn't dare say another word. Jiang Jiluo said, "It's nothing, just that this person said he has connections with the county magistrate and threatened me. I was just buying noodles from the old lady at the door, not in a shop. I've never heard of business on the main street, and the Song family is also using their power to interfere. Jiangji Luo never tolerates bullies. Just now, she almost dragged the person into the alley to teach him a lesson, hitting him hard. If they weren't in the busy street, she would have fought him without hesitation. When Jian Yunin heard this, her anger flared up instantly. She scolded, "The Song family is so proud. I didn't know that people doing business on our county street are under your control, Song family. You're lying and slandering, trying to use my father to oppress the common people."
Guards.
The officer beside the carriage quickly stepped forward. Jian Yunin pointed and said, "Catch this person and bring him to the county office for a proper investigation. I want to see who dares to act so boldly, to lie and use my father to oppress the people, and even ignore our county's laws, and threaten those doing business on the street. How dare he? It's best to investigate whether the Song family has committed any crimes." Jian Yunyin's anger carried a commanding force. The shop assistant was immediately frightened and stunned. "No, I didn't do anything. I really didn't. Miss, please spare me, spare me." The shop assistant, who was also the second young master of the Song family, knelt down on the ground. His grandmother already disliked him, and he was only an illegitimate child. His father favored his mother and him, which is why he got the job at the grain shop. His father secretly promised that if he did well, the shop would be handed over to him in the future. But now, everything had gone wrong. He was dressed so poorly. How could he know the daughter of the county magistrate? She even called him benefactor and protected him so fiercely. He had really hit a dead end. "Spare me, miss, please spare me." If his grandmother found out he caused trouble for the family, she wouldn't know how she would discipline his mother. Even his father wouldn't openly favor him anymore. If something happened to the Song family because of this, he might even be expelled from the family. Young Master Song knew how to beg Jiangji Luo for mercy at a critical moment. Jiangji Luo coldly said, "When you threaten and bully this old lady, you probably never thought that 1 pound of flour, which earns just over 10 cents, might be the family's only way to survive. Even if you refuse to buy at a lower price, threatening to interfere with others is no different from killing." Although the old lady didn't speak, her anxious appearance and clothing showed she was facing an urgent problem. Otherwise, she wouldn't be selling so much bread at this time. Normally, they make wheat flour in autumn and sell it then. Hearing the young lady speak for her, the old lady couldn't hold back her emotions and tears fell. Her son had gone out to work, fell from the roof, and was injured, needing medicine and care. A few months ago, they had arranged a marriage for her grandson, spending all their savings, but now the bride had run away. They simply couldn't afford more money, so she had to grind the stored wheat into flour to sell and get some silver to help her son recover. No matter how hard or sad she felt, she had never cried before. Now, hearing the young lady defend her, she felt her nose sour and tears started to fall. This young lady was truly a kind person. Jian Yunin saw the old lady's expression and felt uncomfortable inside, even more angry at the Song family. She quickly ordered the Yamen officer to take them away. People watching nearby cheered when they saw this.
That was so satisfying.
Yes, the Song family's grain shop has been bullying people more than once. This young lady is really admirable. Our county's daughter is also a righteous person. Our county magistrate Jian is very good too. He personally led people to build dikes and encouraged farming. But I heard the county magistrate faced difficulties. His son even lost his hand and couldn't take the imperial exams. His wife sold their shop and took Jiangongzi to the provincial capital. Jianji Luo had good hearing and listened for a while. She thought, no wonder the Yijing family sent Jian Yunin to the county office, saying the county magistrate's family seemed to be in trouble and had called several doctors. They said they would thank them later. So it was because Jian Gongzi's hand was broken? Hearing the people discuss their family, Jian Yunyin's face turned pale. I didn't expect anyone in town to know about what happened to their family. Her older brother is so good, but Jiang Luo glanced at Jian Yunyin's unhappy expression and didn't ask more, knowing this wasn't the place for talking. She turned to the old lady selling noodles and said, "My family lives in Donghe village. My husband's family name is Cui. If you still sell noodles in the future, you can find me in Donghe village." "Thank you, young lady." "Thank you, young lady." The old lady trembled as she took the copper coins and knelt down to thank Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo helped her up and said, "Grandma, I happen to want to buy noodles. Your noodles are better than those in the shop. Buying from you is a good deal. You don't need to thank me." Jiang Luo didn't want anyone to feel burdened. The old lady, being quite old, had seen many people, but she knew this young lady was truly kind. She stored this kindness in her heart, thanked her, and hurried off to call the doctor for medicine. Jiang Luo then prepared to go home with old lady Cui. Old lady Cui was still stunned, not expecting her daughter-in-law to know the county magistrate's daughter. This shock left her unable to recover quickly. Jiang Luo looked at Jian Yunin and said, "We need to go home now."
You.
Previously, Jiang Luo saved Jian Yunin partly because of a dream and partly because she couldn't bear to see someone in danger. She didn't expect anyone to thank her. Moreover, their home was simple and the county magistrate's daughter might not want to come along. Before she finished speaking, Jian Yunin softly said, "Can I go back with you? I haven't properly thanked you yet. I brought a carriage, and it's just right to use it to deliver these 2 bags of noodles home." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Luo couldn't use her space magic, but she could easily carry the 2 bags of noodles on her back. Seeing how carefully Jian Yunin wanted to get close, Jiang Luo's heart softened and said, "Then, thank you very much." Jian Yunin was so happy to hear she wouldn't be refused that a smile appeared on her face. She quickly stepped forward to help. Old lady Cui didn't want her daughter-in-law to do the work, so she prepared to load the bags onto the carriage. At this moment, a constable came forward to help load the bags onto the carriage. The group then set off towards the village in the carriage, with the constable pushing a small cart along. At this time, a few scholars from the bookstore watched the scene and couldn't help but feel amazed. Who would have thought that the young lady still knows the county magistrate's daughter? This young lady wasn't a girl originally. She is already married. She just said her husband's family name is Cui. Oh, such a good young lady married so early. She is brave and clever, very smart. Cui Hejin stood by the window, watching the carriage leave from sight. Only then did she put down what she was holding and went downstairs to the school. When she returned home, Jian Yunin followed into the simple house. Old Madame Cui looked a bit embarrassed and said, "This humble home is simple. Sorry to trouble Miss Jian." Jian Yunin waved her hand and said, No, I didn't mean to cause trouble." After experiencing some things, Jian Yunin became a little more timid. For some reason, she felt very safe around her benefactor's daughter. Here, although simple, she felt very relaxed. Moreover, because of her separation from her family, others looked at her strangely. But she knew her benefactor wouldn't. Old Madame Cui quickly left after pouring water, making space for her daughter-in-law and the county magistrate's daughter. She knew they probably had something to say. She stayed nearby, but the county magistrate's daughter might not feel completely at ease. After the old lady left, Jian Yunin said, "Thank you for saving my life earlier. It was just a small effort. I happened to see it and helped." Jian Yunin lowered her head and asked, "My parents know about my situation. They helped me separate from that person. Do you think what I did was wrong or shameful?" Jiang Jalu sat at the table and softly said, "Although I only saw the injury on your arm, I can guess what happened. Your parents raised you to live a good life. They want you to survive well, not to lose your life because of others' opinions or reputation. And if you lost your life, the people who hate you would be happy, but those who truly care for you would be sad. You should live according to your own heart." She knew that in this era, people's thoughts were still somewhat conservative. Being divorced could harm a woman's reputation and even affect her family's honor. Although Jian Yunin's separation was better than being abandoned, she would still be looked at strangely. Jiang Jalu, having lived in the modern world, viewed this with a calm mind. Jian Yunin choked up and wiped her tears,
Thank you. Thank you for understanding me. Even her grandmother had some criticisms, but her parents and brother loved her very much. She originally wanted to hang herself at that family's door, but thinking of her parents and brother, she felt she couldn't be so weak. Maybe it was the words of her benefactor at that time that gave her strength. Jiang Jiluo talked with Jian Yunin for a while. Jian Yunin took out 50 taels of silver and handed it to Jiang Jiluo, saying, "You saved my life before, and I haven't properly thanked you. This is my private savings. Here, take it." She had saved this money when she was at her mother's house. Her mother never touched it. As for the Li Zheng family, she had also asked her maid to send some items from the carriage over. While in town, Jiang Jiluo overheard others discussing the county magistrate's family and knew that Jian Yunin's family was in trouble now. She declined, saying, "You saw for yourself, I can earn silver now, so I can't accept this." Not to mention that today Jian Yunin helped her, and in the future, she might need her status to protect her business in town. Besides, Jian Yunin might need silver even more now. If you have silver, you can build a better house to live in. This small fence courtyard was too simple. Jiang Jiluo said, "Yes, don't worry. I will live in a good house someday. I helped you just now out of convenience, but I can't take the silver. And I think you need silver even more now." Jian Yunin was touched, but still gave Jiang Jiluo all the good things she had. Seeing Jian Yunin's stubbornness, Jiang Jiluo could only say, "Take care of your family first. If I really need silver in the future, I will tell you. Is your older brother's hand very serious? If it wasn't serious, maybe she could treat it." Jian Yunin choked up and said, "My older brother was preparing for the provincial exam, but on the way, his horse suddenly went wild, throwing my brother and others out of the carriage. The carriage will crush my brother's hand, breaking his fingers. He was unconscious, and we barely saved his life. My brother is very talented. He was the top in the local exam, and my parents' hope was all on him. How could someone as good as my brother encounter such a thing? My mother lost a lot of hair overnight." Jian Yunin spoke, tears welling up. This time she came back to sell some jewelry to gather money to send to her mother. Her father was the county magistrate and couldn't stay long at the provincial government, so he had to return first. Jiang Jiluo frowned, feeling that something was not right. "Who is hurting your brother? How could it be such a coincidence that the carriage just happened to pass directly over my right hand?" Jian Yunin shook her head and said, "I don't know. The sky was quite dark at that time, and there happened to be 2 carriages on that road. Also, a few classmates who went with my older brother were injured too. They don't know what exactly happened. The officials haven't figured it out either." She felt sad for her brother. Jiang Jiluo thought to herself, if it was just a simple broken hand, she could treat it. But since the bones were shattered, it was quite serious. Unless she used her wood-type special ability. But her current wood ability was still very weak. Although it had improved a bit recently, it was still not strong enough. She was also hoping to strengthen her wood ability further, so she could help Cui Hejin and the old Madame Cui recover their health early. Jiang Jiluo stayed with Jian Yunin for a while, talking and comforting her. When Jian Yunin left, Jiang Jiluo poured a water sack full of spiritual spring water and said, "This is some mountain spring water I collected when I went to the mountains. Drinking it will be good for your body. You can give some to your brother." Jian Yunin naturally believed what Jiang Jiluo said and expressed her gratitude. "Jiluo, thank you." The two stayed inside the house, talking a lot, and grew closer. Now they even called each other by name. "No need to thank me. Don't worry, your brother will be fine." Maybe once her wood ability became stronger and leveled up, she could cure her family members' health issues, and then she could also help Jian Yunin's brother heal his hand. But she didn't know exactly when that would happen, so she didn't tell Jian Yunin. Jian Yunin also felt that Jiang Jiluo had a kind of convincing strength about her. After pouring out her feelings and being comforted, her mood improved a lot. She nodded seriously. After Jian Yunin left, Jiang Jiluo explained to old Madame Cui how they knew each other. "Madam, Jian Yunin gave me 50 taels of silver, but I didn't take it. Jiang Ziluo considered herself not a very good person, but facing Jian Yunin's sincere trust in her, she also wanted to treat her honestly. Old Madame Cui said, Ziluo, you have your reasons for doing things. I also think it's better not to take it. If you accept the silver, you'll never feel truly at ease. We earn our silver with our own ability, and only then will we feel at peace. Even if we spend it, there's no psychological burden. Moreover, since we have this relationship, doing business will be much smoother. No one will dare to cause trouble, and we can focus on our own affairs. If we take the money, our relationship will change. Although they now need money to build houses, buy land, and purchase herbs, some money can be earned, while other money should not be taken. Old Lady Cui understands this clearly. After talking with Old Lady Cui, Jiang Zilu returned to her room and entered her space. As soon as she entered, Jiang Zilu noticed that beside her 1-acre field, there was now half an acre of empty land. Because the previous 1-acre field was planted with chives, the extra half-acre was clearly unused land. Jiang Zilu saw this and became very excited. Has the space upgraded? She looked at the nearby water pond that stored spiritual spring water and saw it had grown larger, with more spring water. When she was filling the spiritual spring water for Jian Yunin just now, there was no change. Could it really upgrade in just a moment?
Xiao Lan.
The space fairy, Xiaolan, had said she would sleep, but seeing the space upgrade a little, Jiang Jalu was still happy and wanted to ask Xiaolan about it. A small, illusionary bird like Xiaolan gently flapped its wings and flew out, yawning constantly. Master. It came to Jiang Jilu's shoulder, rubbing against her affectionately. Jiang Jilu asked Xiaolan, my space has upgraded. What does that mean? Because the master saved others and helped people, and because the master absorbed the natural grass and wood energy, the space upgraded. Jiang Jilu stroked her chin and said, so, if I save more people and help others, can the space upgrade quickly? Xiaolan shook her head and said, no. The master cannot save everyone or deliberately help people. In this era, the space upgrades through chance and coincidence when the master saves someone, not by intentionally doing certain things. Jiang Jilu roughly understood that she shouldn't do things with the goal of upgrading her space. Every time she saved someone before was indeed by coincidence. So, it's best to continue doing things in her usual way. The real reason the master's space upgrades is because the spiritual energy of the plants and trees here is very rich. The longer the master stays, the more the space will upgrade. And what about my special abilities? They will also upgrade. After saying this, Xiaolan weakly fell back into sleep. Jiang Ziluo stayed in the space for a while, then came out. Old Lady Cui had already gone to the foot of the mountain, chopped some firewood, and returned. Mother, I can handle chopping firewood. There's nothing much to do this afternoon, so I might as well go for a walk on the mountain. Your foot still isn't fully healed. Don't overexert yourself. Jiang Ziluo twisted her foot slightly and said, Mother, it was already better by noon. When she went to deliver chive pancakes to Cui Hejin at noon, she walked a bit and moved around, and her foot felt fine afterward. Jiang Ziluo helped Old Lady Cui with some chores. Once they had some free time, they sat together at the table and started counting copper coins. 1 coin, 2 coins. Counting the coins this way made Old Lady Cui feel excited and happy. She felt full of energy and capable of doing many more tasks. Total is 240 copper coins. But the flour we bought is good flour, and that also costs silver. Now we won't need to buy flour for making chive pancakes or meals for a while. Although they only had this small amount of copper coins in the morning, they spent 2 taels of silver to buy good flour and help the old lady. Old Lady Cui felt a sense of achievement in her heart. Moreover, having stored enough grain at home always makes people feel more secure. Spending 2 taels of silver on good flour didn't make her feel upset at all. Jiang Ziluo nodded and said, Yes, we can use this flour for a long time, and it will last quite a while. Just holding it in my hand and weighing it, it's about 109 jin. 2 taels of silver for such good flour is quite worth it. Old Lady Cui thought for a moment and said, Ziluo, Should we just use this fine flour to make chive pancakes? Making them with mixed grains flour in the morning would taste about the same. Jiangji Luo replied, not entirely fine flour. We still have cornmeal at home, so we can add some of that. That cornmeal is also ground from good corn, very high quality. Our own ground cornmeal contains nothing else. Even the wheat flour ground by that old lady herself has no additives. Mixing these two for the chive pancakes makes them very delicious. They are definitely better than the flour from the grain shop. If we used only good flour, the cost would be a bit high. We still need to control expenses. Tomorrow, we'll go see Lin Juju again. If her business is good, we can also prepare more marinated dishes tomorrow. This time, I don't know how well the preserved meat will sell at the meat stall, so they haven't prepared much for now. If it doesn't sell, it won't be fresh anymore. It's best to ensure that every day has fresh preserved meat. Old Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo discussed business for a while, then started preparing dinner. In the evening, Cui Hejin also returned home. After dinner and washing up, Jiangji Luo went back to her room. Cui Hejin walked over and handed her 1 or 2 silver coins. Jiangji Luo was surprised. What is this? She asked. Cui Hejin replied clearly, for household expenses. Jiangji Luo's heart trembled, as if a stone had dropped into a lake, causing ripples. She tried to steady her trembling heart and asked with a puzzled look, it's only half a month, and it's not time for the school to send out the monthly allowance yet? At this moment, a flash of insight crossed her mind. Could it be that you're copying books again? Thinking of this, Jiangji Luo couldn't help feeling a strange, indescribable emotion. She grabbed Cui Hejin's wrist and checked. Does your hand hurt? Why don't you take better care of your hands? She asked. You're so stubborn, you don't say it hurts, and you still copy books. Jiangji Luo was worried. Her eyebrows furrowed, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and her eyes shone like clear water. At this moment, when she looked at Cui Hejin with her honest and sincere gaze, Cui Hejin didn't know why, but his heart seemed to tighten uncontrollably. He couldn't help but reach out and gently her hair, speaking softly, it doesn't hurt, I'm fine. You're lying. How could it not hurt? He said. He was always like this. Even if he was in pain, he never said so in the past, so she wouldn't know. Cui Hejin looked down at Jiangji Luo and sighed inwardly. He had no experience comforting girls and didn't know how to soothe her feelings at this moment. It doesn't matter. I am your husband, and I can't let you bear the burden of the family. Earning silver to support the family was his duty. After a pause, Cui Hejin added, and I don't want you to suffer outside. Jiangji Luo thought for a moment and roughly understood his meaning. She considered and explained, well, I like doing business. I feel that doing it every day gives me a sense of purpose and makes me feel fulfilled. I'm not suffering. As long as people are willing to buy what I make and buy from our stall, I am very happy. Don't worry too much, Cui Hejin said softly. Okay, Jiang Jalu replied. She knew that just feeling worried was useless. The only way was to quickly heal his body and his hand. Do you feel better after taking the medicine? Over the past few days, Jiang Jalu had been brewing medicine for Cui Hejin, adding spiritual spring water. Yes, I feel much better and I don't cough much anymore, she nodded. That's good, she said. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family's house in Xing Mountain Village, Jiang Xiangchuan changed out of his best clothes yesterday after returning from his daughter's house. He put on patched, rough clothes to work more easily. Unexpectedly, a 5-tael silver coin fell from his pocket. What's this? When Jiang Xiangchuan told Yishur, they both knew their daughter had secretly put it there. They felt both touched and sad, worried for their daughter. They decided not to spend the silver, but to keep it safe for her. As for the malt candy, the next day, when Yanglu village held a market, they planned to make malt candy with glutinous rice. They also had some rice at home, and their garden had some barley growing. With many children in the family, working together was faster. They didn't dare make too much at first, only about 70 pieces. They didn't wrap them in oil paper or add crushed peanuts, just plain malt candy. To their surprise, they sold over 50 pieces at the market in Yanglu village in the morning. They returned home with over 50 coins, counting several times, still a bit in disbelief. That evening, Yi Shi and Jiang Xiangchuan marveled. I can't believe we earned over 50 coins in just one morning. It's amazing. Yi Shi was so excited she couldn't sleep. Jiang Xiangchuan said this market trip was perfect. Someone ordered a banquet and bought more candies. If it were a regular market day, we might not have sold so much. It's exciting, but even though we use some rice and malt, the real profit is in the coins we earned. If it were during the New Year or festivals, we could sell even more. But there are many stalls selling candy, so we can't rely only on this. When it gets hot, the malt candy will melt and be wasted if it can't be sold. Still, it's all thanks to our daughter. Both Jiang Xiangchuan and Yi Shi cared deeply about their daughter. Although she lived in the neighboring village, she was married now, and they couldn't just visit whenever they wanted. They needed to think more about her. Jiang Xiangchuan said, let's sell some malt candies during the festival market. On regular days, we should do whatever we can without affecting the work in the fields. Mrs. Ye's expression suddenly became serious. I understand. Food is the most important. Jiang Xiangchuan focused and said, this world is not very peaceful. The emperor is old and suspicious, so he has killed many people. The princes will also fight later. If we have enough grain in the fields, we won't worry about the prices rising. Mrs. Yi nodded. I know, but it probably won't happen in the next year or two. During this time, we should work harder, save some silver, buy more land, and plant more crops. That way, we can also help our daughter's family. Jiang Xiangchuan nodded and discussed these matters with Mrs. Yi. Now about Lin Zhuzhu. When she returned home in the afternoon, her mother was in the yard drying clothes. She was surprised. Why are you back so early today? Usually Lin Zhuzhu would sell all the pork and other things by evening. Sometimes, she couldn't sell everything and had to store it in the cellar to sell the next day. She usually only returned home after dark. Lin Zhuzhu was smiling happily and said excitedly, I finished selling everything early today. Her mother was stunned, almost dropping the clothes in her hands. What did you say? All sold out today? Is business really that good? At this moment, her father's cough came from inside the house. Lin Zhuzhu held back her excitement and said, Mom, let's go inside and talk with Dad. Her brother was at the study hall yesterday, so he wasn't home. She wanted to tell her parents first. Her father looked at Lin Zhuzhu's expression and asked, Is it because of the marinated food that business has improved? Lin Zhuzhu excitedly replied, Exactly. Dad, you understand business. Early this morning, Sister Jiang brought me some marinated food.
Some customers came to buy meat from me.
When they smelled the aroma, they asked what it was. I told them to try some first, just like Sister Jiang said. They didn't say much about the food, but after tasting it, they all said it was delicious. When they found out it was pig offal, they weren't as disgusted. When they heard the price, many bought some. By noon, many people came to buy marinated food from me. I asked around and found out they were customers who bought marinated food from Sister Jiang's stall in the morning. They liked it and wanted to buy more. However, Sister Jiang stopped selling marinated foods at noon. She said that I sell marinated foods here, so people came to buy from me. Originally, they wanted to buy marinated foods, but knowing that my pork prices are cheaper, they also bought some ribs and pork. In the afternoon, some people enjoyed the marinated foods and came back for a second time. As a result, my meat stall business improved. Many people said they didn't know about my stall before, but now they plan to come often to buy from me. Lin Zhuzhu was excited as she talked about this. She was very happy because her business was doing well. The most important thing is I sold over 30 jin of meat, and with a commission of about 90 cents, that's pure profit. Sister Jiang said that if the business is good, I can marinate more pig offal. If I do that, I can earn a lot more each month. Just thinking about it made Lin Zhuzhu very excited. The most important part was that it also boosted her meat stall business. Now many people know about our meat stall. They say I'm good at doing business and not stingy. Of course, the marinated soup was also something Sister Jiang suggested giving out for free. Lin Zhuzhu's father was very happy too. He said, We moved from the village to the town with our meat stall. Many people in town don't know about us, and we can't advertise everywhere.
This is very good. But when you do business, you must not forget your roots or lose your reputation. You should sell exactly how much you have, and you must settle accounts properly with Sister Jiang. Not a single coin can be taken unfairly, he warned seriously. Lin Zhuzhu nodded seriously.
Dad, I understand.
Sister Jiang is clearly capable. She put her marinated foods at my stall and helped me a lot. I know how to tell right from wrong. The next morning, Jiang Jalu got up early and, together with Madame Cui, made chive pockets. This time, Cui Hejin also helped, but Jiang Jalu insisted he not work, fearing he might hurt his hand. Reluctantly, Cui Hejin could only help light the fire and prepare breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Jalu and Madame Cui went to the town to set up their stall. Business was as good as usual. This time, they made a lot of chive pockets and even brought dough and filling to make fresh ones. In the morning, they sold over 700 chive pockets and earned a total of 2,160 coins. Madame Cui and Jiang Jalu were both very happy. When they packed up and went back, they stopped by Lin Zhuzhu's meat stall. Lin Zhuzhu was very excited when she saw Madame Cui and Jiang Jiluo. She quickly greeted them warmly. Jiang's sister, Madame Cui. Without waiting for them to ask, she eagerly told them about yesterday's sales of marinated food. The business was great. I sold everything by midday. I sampled 2 jin and sold 32 jin, earning 928 coins. I've kept the money. As she spoke, Lin Zhuzhu handed the copper coins to Jiang Jiluo. Jiang Jiluo knew Lin Zhuzhu wouldn't make a mistake in counting, and the weight in the wooden bucket was correct. According to her commission, she should get 92.8 coins, so she gave Lin Zhuzhu 93 coins. Lin Zhuzhu felt a bit shy and quickly said, "You gave me a little extra. 92 coins are enough." Jiang Jiluo replied, "That's how it should be.
Keep it.
It will help you do business better in the future." Lin Zhuzhu understood Jiang Jiluo's way of doing things and didn't refuse. "I've also prepared pig offal. I collected some from the neighboring village, 2 big buckets." Jiang's sister, "You don't know. Early this morning many people came asking to buy marinated food. Even though it's made from pig offal, everyone says it's delicious. Plus, it's cheap, so many want to buy some." Jiang Jiluo gave her 4 coins. Although Lin Zhuzhu felt a little shy accepting this copper coin, they had agreed on the price beforehand, so she took it. Jiang Jiluo and Madame Cui placed the 2 big buckets of pig offal under the cart and pushed it home comfortably. Once home, they started cleaning and marinating the pig offal. Madame Cui was smiling happily as she worked and told Jiang Jiluo, "Jiluo, this morning we earned 2,160 coins from chive pocket pies." After settling the marinated food sales, deducting Lin Zhuzhu's commission and the pig offal costs, we have 831 coins left. That's a total of 2,991 coins, almost 3 taels of silver. Madame Cui thought about it several times, feeling very excited just by the idea. Earning 3 taels of silver in a day meant 90 taels in a month. Thinking of this, Madame Cui was so excited, she almost stood up, feeling energized even while washing the pig offal. Her current simple plan was to build her own house first, instead of living in the small fence yard borrowed from the village. Having her own home would make her feel more comfortable and happy. In the following days, Jiang Jiluo and Madame Cui were busy making chive pockets and marinated dishes. Every day they worked hard, and initially, they could earn about 2 taels of silver each day. However, there were also daily expenses. With the silver earned, Jiang Jiluo was willing to buy meat and ingredients to improve their family meals. Sometimes, she also bought medicinal herbs to help Madame Cui and Cui Hejin strengthen their health. But as more vendors started selling pies, the business of chive pockets became less popular than at first. By early March, after expenses, Jiang Jiluo had saved over 22 taels of silver. In early March, the weather warmed up a bit. Madame Cui and Jiang Jiluo were inside counting their silver. To store it more easily, Jiang Jiluo exchanged some copper coins for silver at the bank. They counted together and found they had a total of 22 taels of silver and 262 coins.
Madame Cui couldn't believe it and said, Jiluo, we really have 22 taels of silver now. She was excited but also a little worried. Recently, more vendors are selling pies, like zucchini and egg pancakes, which cost 5 coins for 2. They're cheaper than ours. There are also tofu-filled pancakes, and I hear they're tasty too. At first, no one copied their chive pockets, and their stall in town was very busy all morning. But now, several other stalls appeared in the market. Although they didn't sell chives, they offered different kinds of pies. People in town had eaten so many chive pockets that they wanted to try new flavors, so their business had slowed down in recent days. Jiang Jiluo looked calm and said, It's okay, mother. Don't worry. We can think of other ways to make money. Madame Cui sighed and said, It's not that easy. She and Jiluo worked at the market every day and learned that running a stall wasn't simple. Any new idea could be copied quickly. Now, even the meat stall at the market has started selling marinated pig offal for 25 coins a jean, which is much cheaper than ours. Not only that, but there's also a dedicated stall selling marinated pig offal. Jiang Jiluo was confident in her marinated pig offal's taste. Many people had tried hers and might not get used to other flavors. Still, they definitely needed to come up with new business ideas. Jiang Jalu thought about how she often saw people in town drinking cold water and eating dry food at noon, which is not good for health. She wondered if she could make some spicy sauce, so a few bites of it could be eaten with dry food, making meals more flavorful. She had this idea for a while but hadn't acted on it yet. Right now, though, there was something more important. Mother, I think we now have some silver. We can buy land to build a house and ask someone to help us build it. Living in our own house will make us feel more secure. When she mentioned building a house, Madame Cui's eyes lit up, and she looked excited. Yes, once the wall is built, we can plant more chives in the front and backyards, she said happily.